When the reborn Draco discovers the existence of a person who should not be, the world takes a bewildering turn. A deranged father, a tragically deceased mother, and a blind self. What a cataclysmic beginning this is. As the perfect product of inbreeding, Cassandrius instinctively comprehends the deeply twisted and sinister reality concealed beneath his seemingly wholesome facade. He initially aspired to quietly embody a hypocrite, becoming a cloud of gloom looming over the magical realm. Little did he know, a curse from millennium past would compel Cassandrius to seek a means of breaking its hold. However, the inception of it all came to a halt the moment he beheld that incongruous soul amidst the crowd. In the instant of soul extraction, the boy's life unfolded before him as a blank canvas, laid bare and unembellished. In the early days, Cassandrius thought, this boy is rather intriguing and may serve as a delightful diversion in his otherwise monotonous academic pursuits. In the mid-stages, Cassandrius mused, a rather charming boy, certainly someone to cherish. In the later stages, Cassandrius pondered, Draco, does your hand ache when you strike me? Might you do so again? Yet, Cassandrius never anticipated that the inherited mental illness would lead one of his fractured personas to desire Draco's demise. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The soul vessel is bound to him in life and death, and as long as he perishes before inflicting harm upon Draco, all will be well. Thus, the tempest upon the snow-capped mountains rages fiercely. Draco, will you ever forgive me? Chapter 1. Return. In England, nestled within the Blue Cedar Valley, a modest wooden cabin is engulfed in a fierce quarrel. Outside, the darkness is as deep as ink, yet within, the atmosphere is suffused with madness and despair. Look here, Merlin, my dear Perilous has given birth to a fool. Ha ha, a blind one at that. The man's maniacal laughter resonates alongside the wails of a child. He holds aloft a feeble-looking boy. The boy, with his black hair, is pale and emaciated, his stature akin to that of an infant just over a year old. At the man's feet lies the woman known as Perilous, her countenance somewhat peculiar, even grotesque. Her eyes are spaced widely apart. The left eye appears normal, while the right gazes peculiarly to the right. Get away, Covinus. Release my child. The woman writhes on the ground, desperately clawing at the man with her hands. Unmoved, the man allows the woman to tear at him frantically, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Perilous, yet filled with madness. He gazes down at his own sister, the remnants of his sanity long shattered by years of hardship and destitution. Covinus, cradling the wailing infant, looks down from his elevated position upon the frenzied Perilous, his vocal cords straining as he bellows that fateful proclamation. This is a blind fool. The Gunner family cannot possibly have such an heir. With that, Covinus hoisted the child high, intending to bring him down with great force. Perilous' eyes widened in fury, her right hand raised high as those asymmetrical eyes suddenly focused on the wailing child in the cradle. At that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. As the woman lifted her hand, a sinister green light burst forth from her fingertips. Avada Kedavra! The green light penetrated the man's body, and in the next instant, the madness that had once filled his gaze vanished, leaving only an eerie silence. Bang! The man's lifeless body fell back helplessly. Just before the child could tumble down, Perilous exerted every ounce of strength to catch her baby. She lay there in disarray, tears streaming down her face, yet tenderly reaching out her somewhat rough hand to gently soothe the boy, who was sobbing uncontrollably in fear. Her child was a fortunate and healthy boy, blessed like a normal infant. Yet, this fortune was countered by misfortune that descended upon him in another form. He was a naturally blind and simple-minded child. As Perilous gazed into her son's vacant eyes, a wave of anguish surged within her. What to do? What to do? Perilous placed the child on the wooden bed beside her and suddenly began rummaging through the belongings in a frantic search. Yet, she had forgotten that this was not the Gunter ancestral home, but merely a humble cabin where they sought refuge from Voldemort. The place was sparse and cramped, barely accommodating a bed and a table. Covinus's corpse lay beside the bed, displacing the scattered items, making the already confined cabin feel even more suffocating. Perilous abruptly halted her frantic search, slowly lowering her gaze to behold her blood-soaked lower body. Indeed, how could she forget that her own life was dwindling? Was it not precisely for this reason that Cassandrius sought to eliminate their only 2-year-old child? Perilous' complexion turned increasingly pale. She hurried to her son's side, gazing at him with gentle affection. The boy had ceased his crying, his lifeless silver-gray eyes looking up at Perilous with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Though he was inherently simple-minded, he was well-behaved, perhaps due to family circumstances, never displaying his lack of understanding in front of his mother, who had never quarreled with his father. The boy lay quietly, his hands unconsciously scratching at the bed surface. Perilous reached out, gently grasping his bony fingers. Due to congenital deficiencies and the harshness of life, her child, now 2 years old, appeared no different from a 1-year-old, except for a slightly larger head, even smaller and frilier. As a warm sensation suddenly coursed through her fingertips, Perilous found herself weeping anew. She silently shed tears. Outside, the night remained pitch dark, and no one knew what transpired within this secluded cabin in the valley. Perilous hastily gathered herself, taking all the sustenance she could find to sustain life, tightly wrapping the child against her chest. The boy nestled obediently against his mother, silent and understanding. Before departing, Perilous cast one last glance at the corpse leaning against the bed. Cassandrius Marvelo Gunter. Farewell, my brother. The corpse's eyes remained unclosed, its gray gaze fixed upon the wall, until Perilous departed, until the sun rose, until the body decayed. Perilous' fortune was remarkable. Within 2 short days, she had left the Muggle town where she had been hiding and discovered a gathering place for wizards. Here, she received astounding news. Voldemort had been vanquished by Harry Potter. Perilous was beside herself with joy. She scarcely considered her increasingly frail condition and hurried back to the Gunter ancestral home through the night. Though she was utterly exhausted, she persevered with her last breath. She thought perhaps someone in Little Hangleton would discover her child and kindly take him in. Perhaps she could survive. But upon seeing the Gunter estate beyond that decaying iron gate, Perilous could not help but shed tears. The once magnificent Gunter estate now lay in ruins. The grounds were overrun with weeds, and the house was cloaked in ivy and vines. Tina! Perilous circumvented the crumbling iron gate, limping with her cane as she called out in the dilapidated estate. Yet, in the profound silence, only her voice echoed back. Perilous' heart gradually turned icy with each passing moment. She should have realized that the day her so-called cousin attained fame coincided with the downfall of the Gunter family. Now, the old Gunter residence likely remains only with the remnants of plush trinkets and seductive whispers. Perilous covered her face, unable to suppress a sob. The child in her arms was remarkably well-behaved, having hardly uttered a cry since their departure from the little blue cedar valley. Suddenly, the boy emitted a series of unintelligible sounds. Yet, it was precisely this sound that rekindled Perilous' resolve. This young woman, afflicted by a hereditary ailment due to consanguinity, once again cast aside her so-called weakness and resolutely straightened her posture. Wiping away her tears, Perilous gently comforted the child in her embrace. "Dearest Carl, be a good boy and do not cry, all right? Mother will return shortly with something for you." Perilous softly placed a kiss upon the child's forehead, her gaze as tender as water, meticulously tracing every feature of his face. Cassandrius Omini's Moffin Gunter. Perilous pressed her lips deeply against her child. As she embarked on the journey back, she cast one final glance at her son. "My Carl, I hope you can break free from the shackles of ignorance, just as Omini's did." "Hello? Can you hear me?" A somewhat irritable mechanical voice resonated in the transparent realm of the soul. The spirit, with a faint smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "I can hear you." The mechanical voice relaxed and began to meticulously recite the contract to the soul. "Cassandra Darius Omini's Morphingit. I sincerely apologize for the disruption caused during your transference between worlds, resulting in the fragmentation of your soul. As compensation, we shall provide you with the item, lifelong financial security, ensuring that you shall never again worry about monetary concerns in this lifetime. Do you have any objections?" Half of Cassandra's soul nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. The mechanical voice visibly eased, expressing relief. "Having a client like you is indeed a stroke of good fortune. You cannot imagine how troublesome some of the other unexpected clients can be. always demanding this or that, treating our interdimensional agency like a wishing well. Cassandra remained silent, simply listening to the mechanical voice's grievances. It wasn't until the voice felt its programming smooth out that it realized this unexpected client had been listening for quite some time. My apologies for taking up your time. I will now return your soul to your original body. Of course, to ensure your safety. I will monitor your well-being for 24 hours upon your return. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, you may file a complaint or seek advice from me. Thank you for your cooperation. The mechanical voice's incessant chatter was surprisingly amusing, and Cassandra harbored no dissatisfaction, obediently closing his eyes. The process of soul reintegration was remarkably smooth, devoid of any pain. Yet, at the moment his soul became whole, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being, prompting Cassandra to involuntarily sigh in comfort. The next instant, he opened his eyes, eager to behold his family and the world around him. However, as his vision gradually clarified, a sense of trepidation began to swell within him. He attempted to reach out to rub his eyes, but found himself utterly incapable. It was then that he realized his original body was merely that of a toddler, barely over 2 years of age. The encroaching darkness left Cassandra feeling somewhat adrift. Subject 45878, are you still there? He could not help but inquire. A moment later, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. I am here. I have assessed your physical condition and regret to inform you that you are congenitally blind and also carry a hereditary mental illness. Furthermore, I must inform you that your current bodily state is exceedingly poor, afflicted by genetic defects, as well as multiple adverse factors such as congenital deficiencies and malnutrition. Cassandra's heart sank, followed by a wave of overwhelming confusion. The system, however, sought to console him at this juncture. Do not despair. I have 23 hours and 58 minutes remaining in my stay. Should you have any inquiries regarding your compensation item, please feel free to ask. He endeavored to turn his silver-gray eyes, yet could perceive not a glimmer of light. Taking a deep breath, Cassandra suppressed his unease and questioned, given my current physical condition, I am wholly incapable of independent movement. How then am I to manage my daily life? During his time at the system transit station, Cassandra had been informed of his familial background. His parents had passed away, leaving him as the last scion of his lineage. The system snapped its fingers. Excellent. You have posed a pivotal question. In response to your inquiry, I shall apply a patch to your item, lifelong financial security, ensuring that all products generated from this item will be usable and obtainable within this world. Cassandra was unable to witness the world, relying solely on auditory perception. He heard the sound of delicate tapping, and soon the system joyfully informed him, all right, now attempt to open your compensation item S Beginner S gift pack. Cassandra said nothing and obediently opened the gift pack within his consciousness. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 house elves, Lena and Maloshan, along with 10,000 galleons. In the dim confines of the Gunter estate, as 2 beams of white light flashed, 2 house elves clad in maid attire materialized before the tightly swathed boy. The appearance of the house elves was not particularly striking, yet perhaps due to an otherworldly influence, they appeared composed and calm, devoid of any hint of madness. Witnessing the external world through the system's transmission, Cassandra's spirits unexpectedly lifted. Dear Master, Lena sends her regards. Dear Master, Maloshan sends her regards. Cassandra's physical condition was dire. His congenital shortcomings even left his vocal cords underdeveloped, rendering him helpless and reliant on the system's assistance. What should I do now, dear system? The system chuckled lightly before clearing its throat. As products of lifelong financial security, they can actually communicate with you via consciousness. However, this effect is time-limited, lasting only until you gain the ability to care for yourself. Cassandra sighed in resignation. Very well. Lena, Maloshan, please assess whether the surroundings are suitable for habitation. The 2 house elves, upon receiving their instructions, divided their tasks. Lena attended to Cassandra, while Maloshan ventured to scout the vicinity. Before long, Maloshan returned with less than favorable news. Dear Master, I regret to inform you that while there are indeed houses in the vicinity, I believe it would be best to demolish and rebuild. Cassandra sighed once more. Good news, there are houses. Bad news, they are uninhabitable. Chapter 2, 5 years old. However, having something is better than having nothing. Maloshan, please find me a temporary place to stay. Yes, Master. Maloshan quickly vanished without a trace. Fortunately, this time the news was genuinely positive. Although the Gunter estate had suffered considerable decay due to the ravages of time and neglect, it had not yet reached the point of total disrepair that would render it uninhabitable in a decade's time. At the very least, Maloshan had indeed located a suitable temporary dwelling. After finally securing a brief respite, Cassandra felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His current physical state was exceedingly poor, necessitating rest to replenish his waning energy. However, the system would only remain for 24 hours. He had to gather all known information within that limited time frame. Subject 45,878. Could you elaborate on the detailed background of this world? The system readily complied. Of course, dear Mr. Gunter. You reside in world number HP 7546, a realm imbued with magical wonders. The current year is 1981. A month has passed since the downfall of the greatest villain, Voldemort. Today is December 1st, 1981. At this moment, the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, is actively purging the remnants of Voldemort's followers from the Ministry of Magic. Your identity is that of the last orphan of the Gunter family, a lineage long forgotten by the magical community. As long as you refrain from making any significant disturbances, you need not worry about being discovered by Death Eaters. It is advisable for you to have the two house elves set up protective magical wards around the estate. December 1st, 1981. Cassandra mentally calculated. He was born on November 1st, 1979. Cassandra, wow. From the moment of his birth, Cassandra's soul was partially cast into another realm due to a cataclysmic collision of worlds. Regrettably, in this alternate universe, Cassandra's physical condition was far from ideal. While still in the womb, he faced challenges that necessitated a precarious gestation, resulting in a premature birth at 7 months. He remained in an incubator for a protracted 20 months before he could finally emerge, embarking on a life spent predominantly within the confines of a hospital. It was not until the eve of his 17th birthday that Cassius, who had been clinging precariously to life for years, took his final breath. For 17 years, Cassius's frail body was incapable of enduring prolonged periods of upright mobility. Learning was a distant dream, and even watching television for a brief moment would induce excruciating headaches and discomfort. Among the scant information he encountered in the system's transit station was a mention of Harry Potter. Alas, that was all there was. The Interdimensional Bureau could offer assistance to clients like Cassandra, who had suffered unfortunate accidents, but their help was limited to improving living conditions. They could return one to their original world and time, and ensure a lifetime free from want, which was the utmost privilege the Bureau could extend. Now, Cassandra was left with but one lingering question. The compensatory item, Lifetime of Abundance, contains tools that can be utilized in this world, correct? The system responded with a smile. There is no need for you to reiterate. I have no further inquiries. The system seemed taken aback. Truly none? Other unfortunate clients are often eager to exhaust their lifetime's worth of questions. Cassandra smiled politely at the system in his mind. What would it matter to ask everything or nothing at all? Could knowing everything ensure retention? Even if he did remember, the future was not set in stone. To possess foreknowledge of the future was, in essence, a futile endeavor. Would understanding the trajectory of events enable one to evade them? Would knowing of impending fortune guarantee its acquisition? Could one alter their destiny without becoming an integral part of the predetermined fate? In his previous life, Cassandra had gleaned little. Yet he understood one essential truth. Those who attempt to manipulate fate are invariably cast aside by it. The house elves, Lena and Melodian, worked swiftly. Within half an hour, they had transformed a simple yet elegant room. The fireplace crackled warmly, emanating a profound sense of comfort. As he entered the room, Cassandra was enveloped in this warmth. And after enduring the cold for so long, he succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. While he slumbered, the two house elves traversed the vast Gunter Manor, casting an extensive confounding charm. When he awoke from the warmth, it was already dawn on the second day. Cassandra attempted to contact the system. I am here. At this moment, there remained 5 hours and 48 minutes until the system's departure. The instant Cassandra regained consciousness, Lena and Melodian noticed and appeared in the room, dressing the small Cassandra in clean, soft garments. Lying in his cradle, he held a bottle, quietly gazing at the images transmitted from the system. Overnight, the previously modest and elegant room had undergone a remarkable transformation. A plush carpet spread like a soft wheat field from the door to the bases of the walnut bedposts, which were adorned with copper fittings. The walls, draped in Rococo-style fabric, displayed ornate folds, while a splendid crystal chandelier cast a gentle, non-intrusive glow, bathing the fabric in a honeyed hue. 2 emerald green velvet armchairs lounged lazily by the fireplace, their brass trim flickering in the firelight. Downy pillows formed a small mountain upon the bed, shrouded by layers of lace canopies. The curtains, crafted from champagne satin interwoven with golden threads, allowed sunlight to filter through the intricately etched glass windows, illuminating the fabric with a golden sheen. When the wind stirred, the cradle, encircled by sheer white curtains, swayed gently alongside the cascading tassels of the bed drapery. Through the veil of the curtains, Cassandra beheld the ceiling, where sculpted laurel wreaths intertwined to cradle a pure, white dove in flight. At that moment, the system spoke up unexpectedly. Your 2 house elves have done remarkably well. In a single night, they spent nearly 3,000 galleons to furnish this room for you. Cassandra merely smiled. I imagine I shall never live a life that costs a galleon a month. The system chuckled lightly. Indeed, you are correct. Our bureau is most reputable. We have never failed to deliver on our promises. Outside, the sunlight shifted, casting long shadows as the sun descended in the west. System number 45878 took its leave. Cassandra, with great effort, propped himself up in the cradle, his physical condition alarmingly poor. His limbs were frail, and even standing required immense exertion. Yet he yearned to rise, to experience the sensation of living unburdened by illness, even if the world before him remained shrouded in darkness. Time, relentless and indifferent, passed swiftly, and before long. Several years had elapsed. The Gunter Manor had shed its former desolation, now standing resplendent. Towering European-style architecture loomed above meticulously trimmed greenery, with ivy entwined among sprawling rose bushes clinging to the gray-white walls. Soft sunlight bathed the blooms and vines, casting a gentle glow. Expansive arched windows framed colorful diamond-patterned glass, reflecting the vibrant roses and tulips blooming in the garden. At the heart of the garden stood a three-tiered marble fountain, where water columns leaped, intertwining in the air to form crystalline arcs, their droplets refracting rainbows in the sunlight. In the broad garden courtyard, a pergola draped in wisteria formed a natural vaulted ceiling, beneath which stood 4 white stone columns, a finely crafted stone table, and several round stools. Continuing along the garden path, past clusters of roses and through expansive wisteria trellises, one would encounter a grand iron gate. Silver wisteria climbed gracefully, shimmering like pearls in the sunlight. The gate remained tightly shut, concealing the wonders of the enchanted manor cloaked in a confounding charm. From above, one could gaze down upon the garden, the manor, and even the greenhouse at the rear, separated by a powerful concealment charm, revealing a hidden forest. The robust branches of oak trees created a canopy, filtering sunlight into dappled patches that danced upon the soft earth, eliciting gentle sounds from a nearby unicorn. The lush oaks, under the influence of magic, formed a vaulted ceiling where the shadowy figure of a tree guardian occasionally flitted, stirring the leaves. A pair of unicorns, tenderly grooming each other, observed their playful offspring with quiet affection. In the tranquil shadows, a night steed ambled quietly. The lifetime of abundance not only bestowed upon Cassandra sufficient wealth to alleviate his anxieties for several lifetimes, but also thoughtfully presented him with a sincere gift each year on his birthday. On the western side of the manor, the glass dome of the greenhouse sparkled under the sunlight, where an array of exotic flowers flourished. Even the mandrakes appeared serene and gentle. A meticulously dressed house elf named Lena stood respectfully at the side, ever ready to serve her master. Years passed, and Cassandra turned 5. He had learned to walk, to speak, and to explore the world around him. Yet, he remained unable to see. The visage of the child is exquisite, his skin fair and tender, while a cascade of ebony hair is caressed by a gentle breeze. Yet, those silver-gray eyes, devoid of focus, cannot embrace the winds. His body has healed significantly. After years of convalescence, the frail figure of your has vanished. Cassandrius set down the watering can, grasping a cane in his right hand as he made his way outside the greenhouse. As a descendant of the Gunner family, he was fortunate to have escaped facial deformities. However, the repercussions of consanguinity are not without their burdens. Were it not for the gene repair serum acquired through the points redeemed from the consumption of gold galore, it is doubtful that Cassandrius would even be able to stand. Yet human nature is inherently greedy, having once witnessed the brilliance of light. His yearning for illumination is forever shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Cassandrius extended his hand, relishing the warmth of sunlight upon his palm, his nose twitching slightly as he inhaled the fragrant air. He stood still, quietly attuned to the symphony of sounds surrounding him. The rustling, that is the sound of the wind whispering through the oak leaves, while the soft crackling is the dandelion grass yearning to sing within the greenhouse. The steady, robust cadence of breath is that of Lena, who gazes upon him. All sounds take the shape of the wind. Cassandrius sighed and said to Lena, "Let us return, Lena, for I believe I can already detect the sweet aroma of pumpkin soup." After lunch, Cassandrius, accompanied by Lena, began his familiar exploration of the estate once more. This has been his primary task over the past 5 years. Blinded to his surroundings, he could only perceive the world through touch. As usual, he meticulously traversed all the rooms on the ground floor. In a space that had been converted into a study, Cassandrius suddenly stumbled, falling to the ground. "Master!" Lena exclaimed, swiftly supporting him. Steadying himself with her aid, Cassandrius keenly detected the metallic scent of blood. "Master, your hand is injured." Upon glimpsing the bloodstains on Cassandrius's hand, darkness clouded Lena's vision. "Merlin, how could he be hurt under my watch? It is truly unforgivable." Chapter 3, The Legacy of the Basement. Although Cassandrius could not see, He understood Lena's current anxiety. He smiled gently, reassuring the worried sprite. I am fine, Lena. See, I am all right now. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to this. Tears welled in Lena's eyes. She was about to fetch the medical kit, but Cassandrius halted her, turning to find that the wound on his hand had already healed. Yet, Lena could not restrain her tears from falling. After losing his sight, Cassandrius's hearing had become exceedingly acute. He could distinctly hear the sound of droplets hitting the ground, and just a second before Lena was about to speak, he interjected. Lena, please check if there is anything that may have caused my injury. The estate is meticulously cleaned each day, so there should be nothing that could harm him. Kneeling on the ground, Lena carefully examined and indeed found a trace of blood. Master, it seems there is something on the floor. Cassandrius silently stepped back a few paces and instructed Lena. Then, Lena, could you summon Maloshan to help find that object in the basement? Hearing her master's request, Lena wiped her tears and responded eagerly. Yes, master, I will manage it. Cassandrius was settled within the opulent drawing room, and soon after, Maloshan emerged. The sprite, clad in a maid's uniform, appeared composed and collected, addressing Cassandrius with utmost respect. Esteemed master, Maloshan and Lena have discovered what seems to be an entrance to the basement within the room. Cassandrius rose, smoothing the wrinkles from his attire. Let me there, Maloshan. The little sprite grasped the hem of her master's garment, and in the next moment, they found themselves in a bright and spacious basement. Cassandrius could not see his surroundings, but he listened intently to Maloshan's description. Master, this room measures 33 feet by 33 feet, and the walls are adorned with black frames. The space you currently occupy is exceedingly empty, while directly opposite is a tapestry depicting the family tree, flanked by portraits shrouded in black cloth. There are also 2 doors on either side, storing potion alchemical materials and various gemstones. Cassandrius began to comprehend the significance of this place. Lena and Maloshan had already tidied it up, and though he was uncertain why there was no protective barrier against dark magic, it was no longer of consequence. Cassandrius, with his unfocused silver-gray eyes, gently instructed Maloshan, Maloshan, could you please remove the black cloth from the frames? Of course, young master. As the cloth was lifted, a cacophony of chattering voices inundated Cassandrius's ears. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, allowing the portraits to converse without interruption, a gentle smile lingering on his face. The portraits, having been deprived of light for centuries, finally welcomed another heir of the Gunter family. They buzzed with excitement. Oh, Merlin, after so many years, we can finally see the light again. That detestable MacDonald. Come, come, behold our heir, truly adorable, and ah! A sudden shriek pierced the air. All the portraits turned towards the source of the scream. Gwyneth Gunter, a witch notorious for her dark magic, exclaimed, Gwyneth, have you lost your wits to the 8-eyed giant spider? Gwyneth, having accidentally shattered the glass in her hand, covered her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the child who quietly listened to their conversation. Oh, Merlin's wardrobe. My poor child, what has happened to your eyes? Only then did all the portraits direct their attention to Cassandrius, who had remained silent, finally noticing the emptiness in his gaze. With the black cloth removed, everyone beheld the name inscribed on the family tree belonging to this child, Cassandrius Omenes Moffin Gunter. Several turned their gaze to the frame nearest the door, which depicted a similarly blind young man. Beneath the frame was inscribed his name, Omenes Gunter. The youth, with short, light golden hair, pale skin, and a brooding demeanor, possessed eyes of a faint blue, clouded in a manner akin to Cassandrius's. The portrait of Omenes, also sightless, felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for the child at that moment. Thus, he inquired, what time is it now? Cassandrius's voice was clear and melodious, youthful yet tinged with a maturity not typical of a child. It is the year 1984. The portraits collectively sighed in lamentation. So much time has passed. Poor Carl. Where are your parents? One ventured to ask. Cassandrius continued to respond without haste. They are all dead. The boy articulated this heavy truth with an absence of gloom, eliciting disapproving glances from several portraits directed at the indiscreet questioner. Unperturbed by the elder's reactions, Cassandrius continued his narrative. My father is Covinus Gaunt, and my mother is Perilous Gaunt. At the time of my birth, I was frail, and by the age of 2, Covinus sought to take my life, claiming that my mother had protected me. The portrait of Omenes furrowed his brow. He, too, had been scorned by his father for being born blind. Truly, this Covinus is inhuman. Well done, Peral. But what of your mother? Once again, someone brought up a sensitive topic, leaving even Omenes momentarily speechless. All the portraits glared at this person who lacked the gift of speech. Brand Gaunt, if you cannot speak, then keep your mouth shut. Gwynedlyn glared at Brand, picking up the shards of her shattered glass cup, and leaped into Brand's frame, ready to confront him. Brand quickly closed his mouth, looking somewhat aggrieved at Gwynedlyn. Cassandrius, however, felt no offense. His gentle nature had accustomed him to such provocations during his previous life in the hospital. After Paralaput delivered me to the ancestral home, she intended to seek food for me but succumbed to postpartum complications on the way, and I have since laid her to rest. The basement fell silent for a moment. It was Omenes who beckoned the house elves to bring Cassandrius to his frame. Carl, I have an intriguing spell to teach you. Should you wish to learn? As one of the Gaunts allowed to enter here, he never doubted the heir's talent. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding portraits fell silent, all gazing intently at Cassandrius's response. They were all aware of what Omenes deemed an intriguing spell. Cassandrius felt a twinge of confusion, yet his intuition told him that this spell might very well resolve his current predicament. And his greatest dilemma was, indeed, his blindness. He opened his mouth but was choked by the acidity in his throat. How could he refuse? How could he refuse? After having experienced light, how could one endure darkness once more? He was gently tugged forward by Maloshan, gazing across the thin canvas at his ancestor, Omenes. Cassandrius attempted to adjust his orientation, striving to face the one who could assist him. Omenes smiled softly, parting his lips to utter a spell that flowed like celestial music. Sensorium extendo. The youth's gentle voice coursed through the air, guiding this child, who had just begun to display his magical aptitude, to learn his first spell. Cassandrius's heart raced as he trembled, repeating the incantation word by word. Sensorium extendo. A faint surge of magical energy emanated from the child's fingertips, enveloping the entire basement. Before him lay darkness, yet Cassandrius could sense where obstacles existed and where empty spaces lay. The child blinked, tears suddenly streaming down his silver-gray eyes. Though he could not see, he had shed the burden of solitary struggle. The tears brightened his sightless eyes, and though he could not express his gratitude verbally, the words danced on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back by his tears. He felt a sudden sense of injustice. It turned out, he too had elders. Omi. Cassandrius nearly choked on his sobs. In the next moment, the sensation of perceiving everything around him vanished. Cassandrius's heart leapt in alarm, causing him to cry out. Omenes gently reassured him. It's all right, Carl. You are still quite young, and managing to endure for this long is already a remarkable gift. The basement was vast, and a 5-year-old child had exhausted his magical reserves in an instant. The sensation of depleted magic was far from pleasant. Cassandrius wished to say more, but he was hastily urged away by the ancestral portraits, who insisted the house elves take him away. Oh, little treasure of our great-great-great-great-grandmother. The feeling of exhausted magic is quite unpleasant. You should return to rest. In light of this rare and vibrant life, the basement fell into a profound silence. That child. Gwynedlyn suddenly voiced her thoughts. Suddenly, a voice captured everyone's attention. Teach him more. The portraits turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to the only portrait beside the family tree, a strikingly handsome man with black hair and gentle, gem-like red eyes. Below the portrait was his name, Gabriel Slytherin Gaunt. His mother was none other than Salazar's sister, Ophelia Slytherin. Chapter 4. A Life of Abundance. Upon leaving the basement, Cassandrius's first order of business was to instruct Maloshan and Lena to modify the entrance to the room leading to the basement. Lena will surely do a splendid job with Maloshan. Rest assured, Master. Lena was a lively and sensitive little elf, and compared to the calm and composed Maloshan, she seemed to embody the essence of a typical house elf in the magical realm. Though somewhat boisterous, Cassandrius did not mind this noise. He felt a profound loneliness. In the Gaunt manor, he was the only human, and aside from communicating with the house elves, he felt utterly powerless. He could not see the somewhat fearsome appearance of Nightmare, only sensing its cold fur. He could not comprehend the purity of the unicorn, which resembled moonlight, and could only glean warmth through touch. He could not witness the verdant splendor of the camphor trees, and relied solely on the shape of the wind to understand the forest. Yet now, Cassandrius had a new goal. He had not anticipated that this long-fallen family possessed a legacy within the basement, although he did not know why Voldemort had not discovered it. This was indeed a tremendous boon for Cassandrius. Over the past 5 years, he had explored the manor, but he was too young, lacking adult guidance. A blind child could accomplish little. However, things were different now. With the teachings of the portraits that adorned the walls, Cassandrius felt a glimmer of hope that he might one day regain his sight. Maloshan, Cassandrius called out. The house elf appeared at his side in an instant. Please, Master. Command me. Cassandrius outstretched his hand, seeking to stroke Maloshan's head, but before he could reach far, Maloshan instinctively leaned forward. The child smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on his fair, cherubic face. When you have the chance, please help me find a suitable second-hand wand. The disparity between families with legacies and those without was immense. Soon, night descended. Cassandrius delved deeply into the recesses of his mind. In that realm, he could perceive the limited colors and light. A life of abundance. This alternative system of wealth not only bestowed upon Cassandrius boundless riches, but also a plethora of peculiar potion ingredients and alchemical materials. Furthermore, once the expenditure of galleons reached a certain threshold, he could exchange items within the marketplace. Cassandrius had set his sights on an item known as the Energy Restoration Potion. This potion possesses the remarkable ability to significantly enhance his vitality and magical reserves, all without any adverse effects. Cassandrius is not a man driven by insatiable desires. His greatest wish is merely to behold the light once more and to live the remainder of his days in tranquility. Thus, when he previously glimpsed the Energy Restoration Potion in the marketplace, he merely smiled and moved on. He had sought artifacts capable of mending his sight, yet to no avail. His blindness was not due to physical ailments, but rather a profound spiritual deficiency, perhaps a curse or something else entirely. Despite the completeness of his soul, that segment belonging to it seemed as though it had never existed. Cassandrius had reconciled himself to a lifetime of darkness. However, the existence of ancestral portraits within the Gunter household astonished him. Though he had prepared himself for a life devoid of sight, a flicker of hope lingered. What if? With a surge of exhilaration, Cassandrius rolled about on his bed, utterly devoid of sleepiness. It was then that a voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, reminded him. "Dear Carl, is there something troubling you that keeps you awake at this late hour?" It was the voice of Omenes. Embarrassed, Cassandrius buried himself deeper into the covers. The immense black cloth in the basement served as an alchemical tool designed to shield the portraits. Yet once Cassandrius discovered that basement, he generously adorned every wall of the Gunter manor with magical frames. Omenes could not see, but he was accompanied by several elderly figures, including Gwendolyn, who were exceedingly curious about the 5-year-old scion of the Gunter family, even peering in on him while he slept. Thus, the socially inept Brant stumbled upon Cassandrius, who was wide awake in the middle of the night. Omenes received no reply but heard the rustling of blankets. Clutching a pumpkin-shaped pillow tightly, Cassandrius seemed to draw boundless courage from it. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "Omenes, what if I am a fool who cannot learn magic?" Cassandrius's spirits sank. In his previous life, he had parents too. Unfortunately, his frail condition rendered him unable to be the pride of his parents. Merely witnessing them nurture a healthy child, Cassandrius bore them no resentment. After years in hospitals and the expenditure of considerable funds, his parents never voiced complaints. He felt only regret. His frailty necessitated a constant state of stability. His emotions could not fluctuate sharply. He had to avoid spicy, stimulating, and rich foods. And even exercise was forbidden. In stark contrast, his brother enjoyed perfect health, handsome features, and exceptional talent. Awarded accolades throughout his youth, he was perpetually the pride of their parents. When others spoke of their family, they only extolled the virtues of the younger son, oblivious to the existence of the elder. Cassandrius yearned for parental affection and care. He had hoped that in this life, he could possess a healthy body and lead a normal existence. Little did he know, he truly feared being forsaken due to his perceived lack of worth. Not abandonment, but relinquishment. Omenes suddenly erupted in laughter, a sound devoid of negativity, tinged instead with a sense of helplessness. "Carl, I believe that your ability to gain the basement's recognition already marked you as exceptional." Cassandrius, bewildered, lifted his gaze. Omenes smiled as he elaborated. "Not every Gunter can unlock the basement's entrance. Only those gifted among the Gunter lineage, blessed by Lady Luck, can discover it. Carl, have you considered why your parents were unaware of such a basement in their home?" Cassandrius blinked his silver-gray eyes, surrounded by darkness, and at that moment, he reassured himself that it was merely the night. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Then why did Voldemort not find it? Voldemort? Omenes had never heard that name before, and after pondering it, he could not suppress a chuckle. The small frame was now filled with figures, all intently listening to young Carl's words, nearly pushing Omenes out. Resting his chin on the large pumpkin pillow, Cassandrius slowly explained, "He is the son of Aunt Mellop, who was born after she eloped. He is a half-blood, previously attended Hogwarts, and later became the Dark Lord, a formidable dark wizard. He met his demise 5 years ago at the hands of 1-year-old Harry Potter." He succinctly encapsulated Voldemort's life in just 2 sentences. A sudden burst of laughter erupted, with several individuals in the frame glaring at Brant, who had made the noise. As all eyes turned to him, Brant quickly suppressed his amusement, awkwardly glancing around. Omenes continued to inquire, "Did he reside here before?" Cassandrius shook his head. "No. He lived in the Muggle world until he became the Dark Lord and returned to the Gunter ancestral home, leaving it in disarray. Covinus and my mother fled to escape him." "Humph, a shameless half-blood," someone scoffed disdainfully. Omenes could easily guess who it was. Magnus Gunter, a notorious supporter of pure-blood ideology within the Gunter family, held prejudices against half-bloods that surpassed even those between humans and dogs. Omenes remained silent, as he had always disdained the family's pure-blood beliefs and their affiliations with dark magic. The mere act of leaving a portrait was but a fleeting whim. Little did he know, before Carl's arrival, he had been the last Gunter to enter the basement. Perhaps realizing something, Cassandrius blinked his vacant eyes and curiously asked, "Are you all present?" In an instant, the small frame echoed with a chorus of coughs. "Ahem, apologies, young Carl. I simply wish to see your adorable face," Gwendolyn stated unabashedly. Brant rubbed his nose, his eyes darting. "Carl, I am Brant, and by lineage, you should refer to me as your great-great-great-great-great-uncle. I wanted to see what you wish to learn tomorrow. I can teach you." Magnus elegantly smoothed out the wrinkles in his attire, looking disdainfully around at the gathered crowd while attempting to soothe Cassandrius. "Carl, I am Magnus, and you are the last pure blood of the Gunner family. From tomorrow onward, I shall be responsible for instructing you in potion making." Omenes remained silent. After the trio had spoken, it seemed to have opened a floodgate, as one figure after another pressed forward, eager to showcase their knowledge and achievements. "Carl, I am Stephanie Gunter. Do you wish to learn alchemy? I can teach you." "Do not heed that old crone. Alchemy is my forte, Hephaestus." "You old fool. You, who blew yourself up while attempting alchemy." The figures suddenly erupted into a quarrel, beginning to brawl within the frame. Amidst their scuffle, a gentle voice slipped into Cassandrius's ear. "Young Carl, do you have an interest in dark magic? I can teach you." Omenes' expression suddenly turned grave as he sharply commanded, "Silence." Liz Gunter, unfazed by Omenes' reprimand, instead turned her persuasive charm towards Carl. "Little Carl, dark magic is quite fascinating, and the title of Dark Lord is rather intriguing, wouldn't you agree?" Cassandrius remained silent, shutting his eyes to drift into slumber. He felt that hanging a portrait in his bedroom was a misguided choice. After waiting for quite some time without receiving a response from Cassandrius, Liz focused her gaze and was astonished to find that the boy had fallen asleep. Chapter 5, Alchemy. Ultimately, Cassandrius resolved to embark on the study of alchemy. Stephanie and Hephaestus were overjoyed, nearly engaging in a quarrel over who would teach first. In the end, Stephanie triumphed, largely due to Hephaestus's embarrassment. The basement was expansive, particularly the 2 rooms designated for potion ingredients and alchemical materials and rare treasures. Cassandrius entered to take a look. Although the majority of the items were extravagantly priced and exceedingly rare, their prolonged preservation had significantly diminished their efficacy. Most materials could only serve as specimens, and the alchemical components would turn to ash at the slightest touch. Thus, for the young Cassandrius, these 2 surplus rooms were utterly devoid of utility. "So how am I to learn? I cannot see, and I am merely a child." Seated before a neatly arranged table and chairs in the basement, Cassandrius was engulfed in confusion. Though a flicker of excitement coursed through him, it was overshadowed by curiosity and doubt. Stephanie, having secured the privilege to teach, was utterly pleased with herself. She was a tall witch, not conventionally attractive, perhaps a result of Gunter's obsession with pure blood, her appearance marred by a slight strabismus. At that moment, this renowned witch, celebrated for her alchemical prowess, sat upright with an earnest expression, gazing at the 5-year-old child beyond the frame. "Carl, I must impart to you, alchemy is not a skill that can be mastered merely by reading books. It is shrouded in mystery and antiquity. Its essence cannot be gleaned solely from texts." Cassandrius grasped only a semblance of understanding. Alchemy was not a mere game of stirring a cauldron. It pertained to the fundamental transformation of matter. Stephanie's voice grew increasingly enigmatic, capable of transmuting so-called fantasies into reality, refining curiosity into wisdom. "However, you must remember, the most fundamental principle of alchemy is," she elongated her tone as if reciting Dante's Divine Comedy, "equivalent exchange." The witch's voice resonated with conviction, causing Cassandrius to clench his robe, his spirit soaring alongside Stephanie's words. "Today, you shall embark on your first lesson in alchemy, focusing solely on the 3 core principles of alchemy. First, the law of equivalent exchange. Alchemy cannot create from nothing. To fabricate anything, one must pay an equal price, even your life. Second, the law of spiritual awakening. Every material harbors a slumbering will, akin to how mandrakes scream when uprooted. Third, the law of celestial resonance. The position of the planets varies with each moment, influencing everything in the world, even the properties of all matter. For instance, the mercury distilled today possesses different attributes than that distilled 3 days hence. As the moon evades the shadow of Scorpio, the celestial body's illumination affects the properties of all things. Even the slightest error can drastically alter the outcome. And Stephanie abruptly halted her elevated tone, peering through the canvas with her profound gray eyes at the attentive child. "I believe the most crucial point is that alchemy does not accommodate absolute perfection. Every alchemical product bears its flaws. The witch's voice pierced through the canvas, indelibly etching itself in Cassandrius's mind. The moonstone powder is located 10 inches to your left, Carl. Her sharp voice echoed in his ears, as if she yearned to leap from the frame and guide Cassandrius's hand. Cassandrius could not suppress a smile. Although he could not see grandmother Stephanie's visage, he could vividly imagine her frenzied demeanor. A year had elapsed since Cassandrius began receiving instruction from the portraits. Throughout this year, he had come to deeply comprehend the madness that belonged to the Gunter lineage. Stephanie was exceedingly meticulous. Each step in the alchemical process was executed with exacting standards, and a single misstep would send her into a frenzy. Hephaestus, a fervent alchemist, cared little for the procedural rigor, focusing instead on the creativity of alchemy, leading to frequent quarrels with Stephanie over Cassandrius's methods. Magnus, a staunchly traditional potions master, remained unmoved even as Lena and Maloshin returned with numerous potion treatises from the outside world. Of course, it was also possible that the figures within the portrait were merely remnants of memories sealed within the frame. Brand was an atypical Gunter, lacking emotional intelligence, yet possessing remarkable talent as a potions master. During lessons, he was gentle and courteous, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Gwyneth and Liz were adept in dark magic, effortlessly wielding the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, viewing the Soul Siphon as child's play. Some truly malevolent dark spells were too complex to have been passed down through the ages. Despite Omenes' attempts to hinder them, they remained resolute in their desire to mold Cassandrius into a dark wizard. What astonished Cassandrius most was Omenes, who was well versed in various spells, particularly defensive dark magic. Though he detested dark magic, his understanding of it was on par with that of any other Gunter. There were many intriguing elders, yet Gabriel never participated in Cassandrius's lessons. From the very beginning, he silently observed everything, embodying the stillness of a statue. While these elders were indeed admirable, the more Cassandrius learned about them, the more a sense of anxiety began to swell within him. During classes, he often witnessed several elders intermittently losing their composure. When inquired, they would respond as if it were commonplace. This inevitably caused Cassandrius to recall a matter he had long sought to avoid. Upon returning to this body, the system had informed him that, in addition to his congenital blindness, he also inherited a familial mental illness. When would he succumb to such an affliction? This question plagued him, even distracting him during lessons. On one occasion, during a basic alchemical experiment, Cassandrius narrowly escaped injury from an explosion. Fortunately, Maloshin had been by his side, saving him just in time. However, such incidents were enough to drive the elders to madness. "Carl, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Stephanie's eyes were ablaze, her once neatly styled black hair now a chaotic mess, entirely shedding her usual detached and meticulous witch persona. Cassandrius bowed his head in silence, allowing Maloshin to clean the remnants from his hands. He was at a loss for words. Should he merely say, "Oh, grandmother, it's not your fault. Our entire family is mentally ill"? A cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd, each expressing concern for the last heir of the Gunter family, nearly wishing to climb out of the frame. Ultimately, it was Brand who first noticed Cassandrius's anomaly. "Carl, surely you are not frightened by Stephanie's outburst?" Stephanie's body stiffened, and she instantly turned her head, warning Brand with her scarlet eyes. Cassandrius, who had rarely interacted with others and had encountered the most people only in the hospital, nurses and doctors, was long immune to the so-called compassion. Yet, when Brand spoke those words, Cassandrius could not help but feel his lips quiver. It was different. The concern from the doctors and nurses was a routine barrier. But this was the most genuine care that could only come from family, even if separated by time and space. How old was he really? 17? Or merely 6? Cassandrius was uncertain. He simply wished to cry. Upon witnessing their most beloved Carl in such a state, everyone glared at Brand. Once more, Brand awkwardly averted his gaze, lowering his head in embarrassment. However, his words had also made them aware of Cassandrius' plight. "Carl," Liz gently spoke, a stark contrast to her dark sorceress appearance. Cassandrius raised his delicate little face, allowing everyone to see his hollow eyes brimming with tears. Although Liz and Gwendolyn were both adept in dark magic, Liz had always preferred studying the arcane arts concerning the soul and mind. Thus she could better comprehend the child's emotions. Remembering the afflictions that plagued her own family, Liz already understood what troubled Cassandrius. When she was not in a frenzy, she was quite gentle. Everyone present, aside from Cassandrius, shared this sentiment. "Are you worried that you might suffer from the same mental afflictions as us?" Cassandrius suddenly looked up. Chapter 6, Mental Illness. As a renowned dark sorceress, Liz's research diverged significantly from that of Gwendolyn. She favored the dark magics that delved into the realms of soul and psyche, while Gwendolyn was more inclined towards physical aspects. Thus, Liz had indeed studied the mental state of her family. One could say that the Gunter lineage had turned out to be quite beneficial. The Gunter family had existed for over a millennium. To maintain their so-called pure blood, each generation sought to unite with the most untainted families of their time. However, as modernity progressed, the number of pure bloods dwindled, leading them into a frenzied entanglement of close kin. Yet, how many pure bloods were there in the British magical community? After several generations, the Gunter family could almost claim familial ties with all pure bloods. The so-called mental illness began to manifest at that point. Initially, it was inexplicable madness, frenzied outbursts, and the slaughter of family members. Gradually, the Gunter household began to exhibit volatile, explosive individuals, a phenomenon that became more pronounced after intermarriage. At the very least, Liz herself was a sufferer of such afflictions. Therefore, for Cassandrius, the product of a union between siblings, Liz could only wish him good fortune. All right, Carl. Liz soothed Cassandrius, and just when everyone thought she would be gentle like an older sister, Liz made a shocking remark. After all, we are all mad. What is there to fear? The ones you ought to fear are those outside. Gwendolen closed her mouth, a facade of an elegant yet insincere smile gracing her lips. She had thought this madwoman would offer comfort to Carl, but how wrong she was. Brand, being the most normal among them, at least within the Gunter family, pondered for a moment and realized that, aside from Omenes, all the Gunters seemed to share Liz's viewpoint. Naturally, he felt the same. Omenes remained silent. Cassandrius was taken aback. He queried, "Is that truly the case?" His uncertainty was palpable. Gwendolen smiled just as kindly, her tone dripping with sweetness. "Of course, Carl. Who in the magical world doesn't know that the Gunter family is a bunch of lunatics? They would rather keep their distance." They all began to chime in, echoing Liz and Gwendolen's sentiments. Liz is right. It is those people we should fear. If someone makes you unhappy, just use the flesh-weaving curse. Gwendolen would be delighted. Liz's demeanor soured. Is my eternal corridor's curse so despicable? In an instant, Cassandrius's moment of melancholy was dispelled by the mention of the flesh-weaving curse. Never mind. The Gunter family was renowned for being a lineage of pure-blooded madmen, and the dark sorcerers among them were numerous. The most notable were Gwendolen and Liz, one specializing in physical alteration and the other in the soul. The flesh-weaving curse could disassemble and reassemble the bones, muscles, and veins of its target like a ball of yarn. Not only could it arbitrarily transform the body, but it also ensured that the victim remained fully conscious, amplifying their pain receptors. In comparison, the heart-piercing curse paled in significance. Liz's eternal corridor's curse, on the other hand, specifically targeted the soul, capable of shredding a victim's soul into fragments, forcing each piece to relive its most agonizing memories in an infinite loop. Even after death, the soul would remain trapped within the curse, becoming a collector's item for the caster. It is difficult to ascertain which of these two dark magics is more malevolent, perhaps even surpassing the notorious killing curse, were it not for the extreme wickedness and high difficulty of these dark arts. There might have been several more unforgivable curses by now. Cassandrius's spirits were instantly lifted, and he stood up, eager to continue his studies. I think I can still learn. With the aid of Omenes' perception magic, and as Cassandrius's magical prowess grew day by day, the duration of his perception magic also extended. By the time he turned 2.5 years later, he could maintain his perception magic for an entire 23 hours a day. With this newfound ability, Cassandrius's mental state improved significantly, yet he remained reluctant to venture outside. Despite the elders in the portraits urging him repeatedly to establish the Gunter family's reputation, Cassandrius chose to remain within the confines of home. Staying at home was splendid. Lena and Maloshan took care of all his needs. Whatever potion ingredients or alchemical materials he lacked were procured by them. After attending his lessons each day, Cassandrius immersed himself in alchemical studies, living in bliss. However, he came to a realization. As Cassandrius's assets increased, he found himself in need of someone to manage them on his behalf. Yet, he trusted no one. Fortunately, his lifelong security artifact came to his aid. On the day of his 8th birthday, he acquired 2 artificial beings who were 100% loyal to him. Young master, the investment in Hogwarts has concluded, and the Gunter's position on the Board of Governors has been confirmed. Each dormitory within Hogwarts is now equipped with its own independent bathroom. Do you have any further requests? A man dressed in an exquisite suit stood respectfully beside him, his tall, handsome figure holding a stack of documents. The boy he addressed as young master was approximately 1.30 meters tall, clad in a beige vest that enveloped a white shirt, revealing a gorgeously pleated collar at his chest. His lower half was adorned with brown knee-length shorts, fastened at the waist with a metallic snake-patterned button. His calves were wrapped in white silk stockings, and he wore simple black patent leather shoes, presenting a look that was both understated yet exquisitely refined. Cassandrius was watering the flowers in the garden. In truth, This was a task he need not undertake. He simply sought solace in the garden to alleviate the fatigue of his lessons that day. Hogwarts? Cassandrius stood upright, contemplating, as he extended his right hand to the side, allowing Lena to deftly take the watering can from him. He made his way to the pavilion nestled within the garden, where he accepted the documents from Silas. Silas Vexus, one of the two artificial beings, had spent the past 6 months alongside Lilith Gorgon traversing the British magical realm, amassing wealth and forging friendships. After all, the Gunter family had reportedly been without an heir for many years, only to have an inheritor suddenly emerge. Furthermore, there were numerous estates that had long awaited a representative to claim them, all of which required Cassandrius' stewardship. Fortunately, he now had Silas and Lilith at his side. Silas managed the properties, while Lilith liaised with officials from the Ministry of Magic and the political sphere of the wizarding world. With the backing of galleons, news of the Gunter family's resurgence swiftly swept through the magical community like a tempest. Others had attempted to test the mettle of these two, but alas, they were too formidable. Those who dared were met with failure, some never to return. Far from Little Hangleton, in the Wiltshire Malfoy manor, the youthful Lucius Malfoy sat in his study, his brow slightly furrowed as he perused the contents of a letter. After swiftly reading through it, Lucius, enveloped in silence, ignited the letter, allowing it to disintegrate into dust. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the study echoed. Lucius, rarely losing his composure, clasped his hands before his forehead and irritably called out. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a golden-haired beauty, his wife, Narcissa. Her exquisite visage and gentle demeanor were complemented by a flowing white dress embroidered with daffodils. Upon seeing her, Lucius's countenance visibly softened. As Narcissa approached, he buried himself in her embrace, remaining silent for a considerable time. She tenderly comforted him, gently patting his back. After a while, Lucius regained his usual stoic demeanor. Emerging from Narcissa's arms, his previous agitation seemingly dissipated. Lucius, what troubles you? Narcissa inquired. Lucius merely sighed, at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Several of the pureblood families he was allied with had seen their estates devoured by the suddenly ascendant Gunter family, while those families that had dared to probe were now faced with threats. It was all too uncertain. Perhaps it was best left unspoken. By the way, where is Draco? Casting aside his worries, Lucius abruptly inquired about their son. A gentle smile graced Narcissa's face, though her tone bore a hint of reproach. The child's new broomstick, the one you purchased for him, remains the source of his delight. As the couple approached the window, they spotted a platinum-haired bundle of joy soaring several feet above the ground on his child-sized broom, joyfully exulting. Observing their son's exuberance, Lucius inwardly sighed. The Gunter family was indeed astonishing, one moment shrouded in silence, the next a thunderous presence. The former Dark Lord, now an unexpected heir, had emerged. Chapter 7. Experimental Endeavors. Alchemy is a wondrous discipline. Initially, Cassandrius harbored merely a fleeting interest in alchemy, driven by the desire to create an artifact that would unveil the world to him. However, as he delved deeper into the subject, he became increasingly enamored with its mysteries. Over the past 3 years, he dedicated the majority of his energy to the study of alchemy. Now, he resolved to experiment with crafting some simple alchemical products. Oh, my dear Carl, what are you about to undertake? Stephanie, an elderly witch, spoke with a melodious drawl, claiming it to be the most fashionable of arias. Cassandrius meticulously arranged all the materials, allowing Stephanie to scrutinize them. Let me see. Silver that has basked in sunlight, unicorn tears, and dew infused with luminescence. Stephanie chanted softly, turning her gaze towards Cassandrius, who was adjusting his carving tools. Are you ready to begin your experiment? Yes, Grandma Stephanie, I am preparing to try. The portraits remained silent. Omenes, proficient in various spells, was not particularly outstanding in potions and alchemy due to his vision impairment. Of course, this applied only within the Gunter household. Upon hearing Stephanie's remarks, Omenes gleaned the essence of Cassandrius' intentions. Alchemy is no trifling matter. Exercise caution, he admonished. Cassandrius relished the warmth of familial concern and, upon hearing Omenes' words, felt a thrill of excitement tugging at his lips. Indeed, Hephaestus, squinting, brushed aside his own demise. Carl, do be careful. Cassandrius had long since transformed the basement into a workshop, although the material rooms on either side remained inaccessible. Under the watchful gaze of the portraits, Cassandrius embarked on his inaugural alchemical experiment. He concentrated the magical perception within the basement, meticulously examining each material. The fairy silver, the phoenix feathers acquired through trade with Hogwarts' headmaster, Dumbledore, and the solidified liquid moonlight. The first two were easily obtainable, yet the last required the saliva of an animagus to condense dew on a full moon night. The silver, having seen the sun, was collected on a full moon night. discerned from the roots of mandrake under the noon sun's direct rays. Unicorn tears must be shed from joy, fortunately. A myriad of magical creatures resided in the forest behind his manor. The dew, imbued with luminescence, was personally captured in a crystal vial just before dawn. At this hour, the dew possessed an exceedingly rare light property. Although the materials were simple, they represented merely the foundational elements of alchemy. With his magical perception heightened to its maximum sensitivity, Cassandrius lifted his wand. He dipped the tip into the unicorn tears, beginning to inscribe three-dimensional runes in the air. With each stroke, the floating runes illuminated in response to his movements. By the time Cassandrius retracted his wand, the runes had arranged themselves into a coherent sequence. Next, he retrieved the fairy silver, which had been soaked in dew infused with luminescence. This would serve as the centerpiece of his alchemical creation. Utilizing the levitation charm, Cassandrius ensured that his hands never touched the silver. He focused intently, commencing the inscription of the rune magic circuit upon the fairy silver. There was but one chance to etch the circuit. A single mistake would nullify the entire endeavor. Fortunately, fortune favored Cassandrius. He successfully completed the entire circuit. Yet, as an 8-year-old, the effort left a sheen of perspiration upon his brow, a testament to the tension of his first foray into alchemy. With the foundational steps complete, Cassandrius evenly sprinkled the silver that had basked in sunlight over the phoenix feathers. Then, using the levitation charm, he gently placed the silver-dusted feathers into the vessel containing solidified moonlight. At this moment, the solidified liquid moonlight had long melted, casting a gentle luminescence in the dark, shadowy basement. The delicate and beautiful feathers of the phoenix ignited in a cold white flame upon contact with the liquid moonlight, burning rapidly in an instant. The shimmering silver-dusted feathers fused seamlessly with the liquid moonlight. Cassandrius, not one to linger, swiftly and evenly applied a layer of unicorn tears onto the meticulously prepared mithril, which resembled the illustrious Nivern. The moment he completed this task, he promptly thrust the mithril into the still flickering cold white flames. In the very next moment, without hesitation, Cassandrius extended his hand into the fiery apparatus, beginning to knead the mithril. Curiously, the cold white flames merely licked at his hands, without producing even a hint of excess fire, nor any warmth whatsoever. There remained one final step. A silent levitation spell sprinkled a small vial of dew, previously soaked in mithril, over the cold white flames. As the dew cascaded down, Cassandrius withdrew his hands, raised his wand, and uttered the incantation, Lumen Contactus Revello Invisus. With each word pronounced, the cold white flames gradually transformed into shades of blue-white and purple-white, deepening in hue as the flames began to extinguish. Until wisps of silvery light emerged, the flames vanished without a trace. Had he succeeded? The figures in the portraits gazed at this scene with eager anticipation. Cassandrius's expression remained remarkably placid, betraying neither surprise nor disappointment. He merely retrieved the now-formed circular monocle, gently placing it before his right eye, infusing it with magic. Cassandrius exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. In an instant, the basement was illuminated as brightly as day. Cassandrius smiled as he explained to his elders, "It is neither a failure nor a complete success. I can see, yet only a faint glimpse." Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Stephanie burst into inconsolable tears. The witch, typically preoccupied with her image, wept without restraint, prompting the other portraits to rush to her frame to offer comfort. Even Hephaestus, who usually clashed with her, remained silent. Cassandrius, perplexed, gazed at Stephanie. "Grandma Stephanie, why are you crying?" Stephanie accepted Gwendolyn's handkerchief, carefully dabbing at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze softened when directed at Cassandrius, yet turned fiercely ominous as she recalled something. Then she uttered a revelation that left Cassandrius incredulous. "It is all Gabriel Phillips's curse. If it weren't for him, you and Omi wouldn't." "Stephanie," Hephaestus interrupted sharply, and all eyes turned to glare at her. "Did we not agree to wait until Carl came of age to discuss this?" They all knew this woman was unreliable. However, unexpectedly, Cassandrius exhibited no intense emotions. Indeed, upon learning from the system that his blindness was not a physical defect, Cassandrius had already surmised as much. In the magical realm, anything is possible. He smiled, reassuring Stephanie and the elders, "It is all right, Grandma Stephanie. My alchemy is already showing promise. In a few years, I will be able to see the world through alchemical devices, and that is quite splendid, is it not?" His words were gentle, yet they pierced the hearts of all the elders like a barbed sword. Since when did the Gunter family have such a child? After enduring a wave of concern from his elders, Cassandrius smiled as he exited the basement. Yet, the moment he stepped outside and felt the touch of sunlight, his expression turned icy. He lowered his head, and the sun could not penetrate his eternally unseen silver-gray eyes. Gabriel Phillips, is it? He murmured softly. Chapter 8. The Eye of Truth. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the number of house elves in the Cassandrius household had increased to 8. The new additions, all hailing from this life of comfort, were Dana, Lucy, Annie, Beebe, Tina, and Clink. Additionally, Cassandrius's managerial entourage gained a new member. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Vespera Serpentis became the social butterfly of the trio, overseeing high society soirees, appearing untainted by the mundane, yet adeptly navigating the social landscape. On May 9, 1990, Cassandrius was engaged in his 8th alchemical experiment in the basement. This was, of course, the 8th trial concerning the Eye of Truth. Over the past 2 years, Cassandrius had crafted numerous alchemical devices, many simple tools designed to deflect attacks, while others were merely whimsical toys. These rudimentary alchemical creations were not even counted among his experimental attempts. In these 2 years, Cassandrius had conducted 6 experiments, each time striving to refine the alchemical materials and methodologies. He had acquired 4 phoenix tail feathers from Dumbledore, while the remainder were procured either from various corners of the magical world or purchased from the system's marketplace. Fortunately, with each experiment, Cassandrius's alchemical prowess was rapidly advancing. He needed to complete the Eye of Truth experiment before September of the following year. The Eye of Truth was the name Cassandrius had bestowed upon this alchemical device that would allow him to perceive the world. To see the world is to witness the truth, is it not? This trial was a familiar routine for the portraits. They gazed at the child in the center. Now standing at 4 feet tall, aside from a slight increase in height, Cassandrius had not changed significantly, which was likely due to his pre-adolescent state. Mithril, phoenix tail feathers. Solidified liquid moonlight, unicorn tears, ink derived from the venom of 8-eyed giant spiders, and a coating of Hufflepuff's golden goblet fabric, along with. Cassandrius gently tapped his right temple with his wand, extracting 3 strands of black hair. After numerous experiments, he had optimized the materials many times. However, due to the differing properties, Cassandrius had conducted many trials before achieving a relatively satisfactory result. The mithril from the abandoned vaults of Gringotts had been refined over time, scraped under conditions devoid of light with a bronze dagger. As a vessel for fairy curses, mithril, which repels visual magic, was, paradoxically, an ideal choice for the sightless. A phoenix tail feather, possessing the attribute of resurrection, would bestow upon the mithril a self-repairing capability once it was scorched and melded. The solidified liquid moonlight represented Cassandrius's discovery over the years as the most suitable substance for lenses. Solidified during the full moon using the saliva of an animagus and a werewolf. This would serve as a medium for transmitting visual signals, with the ratio of the salivas affecting the color encoding. The tears of joy of the unicorn, captured in a silver spoon that has been heated with goblin gold after the unicorn licked honey, contain pure blessings that serve as a solidifying agent for various materials. 3 strands of hair near the temple of the blind individual, positioned closest to the pineal gland, inherently possess a memory module, functioning as a conduit for consciousness, linking the tactile understanding of the brain directly to the lens. The cursed ink, a physical manifestation imbued with the emotion of fear generated while driving away the 8-eyed giant spider, combined with the resin from where the Thunderbird once perched, and the dirt collected from the fingers of domesticated sprites, creates a cursed ink capable of automatically rectifying errors in runes. Moreover, the most crucial component is the activator, derived from the gilded textile of Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup. It is hard to fathom how Stephanie conceived of this, and Cassandrius was equally perplexed upon first learning of it. The mixture must also be soaked in a failed elixir for 7 days, its color resembling that of a rotting egg yolk, precisely interrupting the elixir's brewing 7 days prior to its successful completion. It is exceedingly complex, Cassandrius mused. Yet, is this not the essence of alchemy? With a gentle tap of his wand, he noted the time, 11:37. Only a minute remained until the moment of the full moon. All materials were prepared, and Cassandrius took a deep breath. May the goddess of fortune bestow her favor. In the silent, lightless basement, the portraits gazed unblinkingly at the child cloaked in darkness. The precise levitation charm controlled the delicate silk of the 8-eyed giant spider, and after dipping it into the cursed ink, Cassandrius began to outline the alchemical formation upon the ground. The spider silk was exceedingly fragile, easily severed under the levitation charm, compelling Cassandrius to replace it every 2 seconds to continue his intricate design. After exhausting half a box of spider silk, a triply concentric alchemical formation began to take shape. Subsequently, Cassandrius added the ashes of gear powder from a time converter and the charred remains of a dragon's heart to the left semicircle of the inner ring. In the right semicircle, he evenly sprinkled tar from mermaid hair and sunlight-exposed silver powder. As the alchemical formation gradually materialized, Cassandrius extended his right hand, slicing his wrist to let 3 drops of blood fall at the center of the formation. Sanguis meus, oculi anime. As the incantation was slowly articulated, Cassandrius's heartbeat remained remarkably steady, the flow of his blood and the rhythm of his heart synchronizing in that moment. Then, with a flick of his wand, the secret silver ablaze with blue and white flames, the rainbow-hued cold flames of unicorn tears, and the dark, void-like memory threads began to levitate above the formation. Cassandrius intently monitored the flames, meticulously controlling the temperatures of the different fires, as though he had performed this countless times before, summoning fierce flames to reduce a phoenix's tail feather to ashes, allowing them to cascade onto the 3 flames below. Simultaneously, his right hand swiftly traced several runes in the air. Ansas, for every 3 mistakes. Cassandrius corrected himself until a row of silver runes securely enveloped the secret silver, unicorn tears, and memory threads together. With the movement of the runes, the colors of the 3 different flames gradually lightened until they transformed into a cool, white flame. The secret silver began to melt, slowly coalescing into a shape reminiscent of a picture frame. Timing his actions meticulously, the instant the memory threads melted, he poured a mixture of liquid moonlight and activator in a 73:1 ratio into the burning cold white flames of the secret silver. After 43 seconds, the flaming secret silver frame suddenly began to sing, its discordant melody grating upon the ears and prompting involuntary frowns. Cassandrius calculated the time in his mind, and at the 6th second of the song, he resolutely pierced his left eyeball. As a drop of blood fell, he integrated it into the gradually forming eye of truth at the 7th second. The blood bead, upon merging with the cold flames, instantly transformed the cool white flames into a vivid crimson. However, just a second later, the blood-red flames extinguished as if they had never existed. In the darkness, the silver-rimmed glasses, emanating a faint glow, continuously drew Cassandrius' attention. Suddenly, the lights in the basement flared to life, revealing the eye of truth floating serenely at the center of the alchemical formation, while the ashes and powders below had already coalesced into a pitch-black mass. Had he succeeded? Brant could not help but inquire. The glasses within the formation gleamed with a matte silver hue, the color of secret silver. Their surface bore no extraneous patterns. Yet under varying light, faint runic inscriptions became discernible. With a classic round frame design, the edges were slender, exuding a cool, solid touch. Under the flickering luminescence, what appeared to be ordinary transparent lenses revealed a nebulous pattern, shimmering with the faintest silver-blue aura. This was not a hue of any time, but rather reminiscent of moonlight. Cassandrius reached out to catch the glasses, only to realize that a fine silver-gray chain dangled from either side of the temples. As soon as he extended his hand, the chain automatically wound itself around his wrist. What entity moves with such swiftness? His mind spun, breath quickened, and heart raced, as Cassandrius struggled to suppress his excitement, offering a modest smile to the surrounding portraits. Indeed, he had succeeded. Chapter 9, The Unexpected. Cassandrius could hardly contain his eagerness as he donned the Eye of Truth. He inhaled deeply, gradually infusing it with his magical essence, establishing a connection between his consciousness and the eye. In the next moment, his pitch-black world was abruptly filled with a blinding white light. Cassandrius beamed at this spectacle, even though his eyes remained vacant. He surveyed his surroundings and beheld the elders who had guided him throughout the years. Gwendolyn maintained her poised demeanor, while Brant flashed him a smile revealing his 8 most handsome teeth. Stephanie upheld her serious witch persona, and though Magnus had aged, his gentle eyes remained unchanged. Liz smiled warmly, just as Cassandrius had envisioned, a beautiful dark-haired witch. Hephaestus, surprisingly, appeared as a handsome young man, albeit with a scowl that made Stephanie wish to chastise him. Lastly, there were Gabriel and Omenes. The raven-haired youth with red eyes regarded him with the same gentle demeanor as when they first met. Omenes. Cassandrius immediately recognized Omenes. The extremely light golden hair, the pale blue eyes shrouded in a veil of shadow, the alabaster skin, and that eternally gentle smile. Omi. Cassandrius eagerly approached Omenes' portrait, while behind him, Stephanie glared at Omenes with indignation, shaking her fist, preparing to reprimand this disrespectful younger generation once Cassandrius had departed. Congratulations, Carl, seeing the world is quite a sight. Isn't it? Omenes' voice was as gentle as Cassandrius remembered, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He lifted his head to speak, but suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, leaving him feeling weak and, after a bout of dizziness, he collapsed to the ground. Carl, Master. In an instant, the exclamations of Maloshan and the portraits echoed throughout the spacious basement. Lilith Gorgon was currently in negotiations with the Minister of Magic. Since 1983, The Gunter family has invested substantial sums annually into the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and educational institutions across the globe. In the initial 2 years, it was Cassandra who personally penned letters and negotiated with various parties. However, as Lilith and others joined, these affairs were entrusted to them, allowing Cassandra to immerse himself entirely in the realm of alchemy. Minister Fudge, the timely signing of last year's International Alchemical Trade Agreement, following the werewolf insurrection, was largely due to your adept balancing of diverse interests. A raven-haired woman clad in a sleek black suit sat gracefully in an ornately carved wooden chair, her delicate, ivory fingers lightly tracing the gilded edges of a scroll upon the mahogany desk. In the presence of investors, Fudge typically maintained what one might call the dignity of his office, especially now that Voldemort had been absent for several years and he had established a firm footing as Minister of Magic. Thus, confronted by the formidable presence of Lilith, Fudge, though somewhat displeased internally, could not help but feel a sense of delight when met with flattery. "Oh, no, Madame Gorgon, you overstate my contributions. It is merely a matter of political acumen," he deflected, shifting the conversation to the purpose of Lilith's visit. Upon hearing his words, a smile graced Lilith's face as she extracted a piece of parchment from her dragon hide portfolio, her expression perfectly poised. "As you mentioned, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes could certainly benefit from some critical assistance." Lilith's smile did little to ease Fudge's trepidation, for the mention of the department sent a jolt through him. She paused for half a second, her tone steady, yet her words left Fudge feeling increasingly uneasy. "Of course, if you believe the Auror Command should be further fortified," she added, her smile deepening with meaning. After all, certain dark wizards who had clandestinely crossed into Germany could indeed incite some rather unpleasant incidents. Fudge's mind raced. It was clear that her intent was to secure a position within the ministry. His tone shifted to one of astonishment, his body leaning slightly forward as a hint of worry crept into his demeanor. "Merlin, you have noticed the malicious shipwreck incidents in the Mediterranean, have you? I concur that the ministry ought to have a department capable of ensuring the safety of wizards in real time. What do you think?" Lilith lowered her gaze, deliberately smoothing the silver-threaded Gunter family emblem embroidered on her cuff, depicting 2 intertwined silver serpents. "You are correct. The prosperity of the magical community requires the maintenance of various powers, or else the ministry would be rendered unnecessary," she stated, unfurling the parchment as her feather quill hovered above a line of text. The moment she lifted her gaze, the coldness in her eyes made Fudge's heart quiver. "What do you think?" Fudge gasped slightly, overwhelmed by the intensity of her presence, which left him feeling breathless. "Yes, indeed. The name Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes is quite fitting," he exclaimed, hastily signing his name on the parchment. Above his name, there was a line of figures, among which Lilith had pointed out the number 100,000. Lilith appeared satisfied. She rolled up the scroll with an air of nonchalance. "Minister Fudge, you are indeed recognized by all citizens of the magical world as the greatest minister. I suspect the Daily Prophet will rejoice at your latest sagacious decision." "Quite so," Fudge replied with a smile, rising to bid Lilith farewell. However, just as she was about to depart, she suddenly turned, a smile brightening her face as she addressed him. "Minister Fudge, I've heard that the locations of the werewolf disturbances coincidentally destroyed several estates, correct?" "Werewolves? Estates?" Fudge recalled that those estates were herb gardens, embroiled in a long-standing dispute among the families over their allocation. The estates were vast, controlling a significant flow of magical herbs. As for the actual damage, opinions varied widely. There were indeed estates belonging to the Burns, Avery, Gilbert, and Holden families. Yes, but those estates have been utterly ravaged by those wretched werewolves, and to this day, no one is willing to purchase them. 100,000 galleons would certainly persuade Fudge to reconsider his stance, Lilith remarked with a hint of regret. "Such a pity. It seems the Gunter family must reluctantly accept this mess," she continued. Standing before the ministry's fireplace, Lilith's expression suddenly shifted, and she strode forward, pushing past the individual in her way to seize a handful of flue powder. Little Hangleton, the person she shoved aside, momentarily indignant, was silenced by another nearby who covered his mouth, shooting him a fierce glare. "Fool, that is Lilith Gorgon of the Gunter family." Upon hearing this name, the silenced individual's pupils dilated, and he felt a wave of cold sweat envelop him. Once released, he exhaled sharply, glancing at his companion with lingering dread. "Thank Merlin. Thank you." Lilith Gorgon, the witch bearing substantial wealth and traversing the magical world under the Gunter name, was often the target of envious dark wizards due to her striking beauty. Regrettably for them, none returned alive. Upon returning from the fireplace closest to Gunter Manor, Lilith apparat directly back to the estate. "What is happening?" Upon landing, she disregarded all formalities and marched straight towards the house. A small elf, clad in a black and white uniform, materialized beside her, keeping pace while providing answers. Master fell into unconsciousness while experimenting with alchemical tools. As Lilith hurried onward, she encountered Vespera and Celis, who were returning in haste. They had both visited Cassandra, and it was evident that none had emerged unscathed. Cassandra's condition was dire. The fundamental principle of alchemy, equivalent exchange, had proven true in his case. The precious materials were insufficient to grant him the sensory capabilities of the material world, leading to a self-sustaining absorption of Cassandra's vitality upon their connection. Now, the right side of the black-haired child's body exhibited unmistakable signs of rapid aging. With little time to ponder, the trio exchanged glances, each seeing the solution reflected in the other's eyes. "Gene potion," they exclaimed in unison. Celis, without hesitation, apparat to the estate's potion storage to secure the necessary supplies, knowing Cassandra had stored several vials of various potions there for emergencies. Celis, prioritizing urgency, swiftly lifted the entire wooden box containing the potions. The box held only a few vials, the most plentiful being the energy replenishment potion. The gene potions were intended to rectify Cassandra's inherent flaws. He had previously taken them, but his blindness and the genetic curse of Omenes were different afflictions. Since then, Cassandra had stored these potions in the potions chamber. However, a new dilemma arose. As absolute loyal subordinates of Cassandra, Celis and the others could not act on his behalf. Holding the box, Celis, along with Lilith and Vespera, found themselves at Cassandra's window, paralyzed by indecision. At that moment, a faint voice broke the silence. "Give it to me." They turned to see Cassandra, his face ashen, his left hand feebly tugging at the sheets, his lifeless eyes betraying no emotion. "Sir." Celis would never defy his master's command, and promptly held the wooden box before Cassandra. Cassandra did not utter a word, merely gestured with his finger to indicate the number 1. Without hesitation, Silas retrieved 2 vials of potion, uncorked them, and held them to Cassandra's lips. The transparent elixir trickled down his lips and teeth. Cassandra felt his previously frail body instantly rejuvenated, yet it was still insufficient. With a slight resurgence of strength, he raised the vial of genetic potion and, without a moment's pause, drank it down in one gulp. Chapter 10, Street Mungo S. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, Cassandra experienced a rare pang of regret. He should have realized that the issue concerning his congenital blindness was not so easily resolved, especially after discovering from Stephanie that it was linked to a curse on his soul. The true eye could grant him sight once more, however. From the moment he began gathering alchemical materials to the continuous trials he embarked upon, he had invested considerable effort, anticipation, and excitement. Alchemy is a wondrous art, where emotions can serve as vital components. Cassandra's emotional investment outweighed all other materials, thus the true eye responded accordingly. Yet, he had not anticipated that the true eye would absorb not only his magical energy, but also his life force, inadvertently awakening the curse dormant within his soul. "How careless of me," he mused, as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more after consuming the genetic restorative potion. St. Mungo's Hospital, renowned as the most prestigious establishment in the wizarding community of Britain, perhaps the only large-scale hospital, is the preferred choice for nearly all witches and wizards across the nation. Today, within the most opulent private room at St. Mungo's, an extraordinary gathering had arrived. "Dumbledore, I trust that your mind has not been dulled by those saccharine confections. You must be aware that my time is exceedingly precious." A richly resonant voice emerged from the throat of a man clad in black robes, his displeasure almost palpable. The elderly man in purple robes, with hair as white as snow and a long white beard playfully adorned with a purple bow tie, maintained his serene demeanor as he walked ahead. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Dumbledore remained unfazed, his pace unhurried as he replied to Snape, "Severus, you must understand that time waits for no one. It seems that the heir of the Gaunt family has encountered a rather unfortunate predicament, and Mr. Vexus is quite anxious." Snape's expression hardened, yet he refrained from further comment. The two soon arrived at the VIP ward of St. Mungo's. Just as Dumbledore raised his hand to knock, the door swung open of its own accord. Silas, his brow slightly furrowed with anxiety, relaxed upon seeing Dumbledore. He strode forward, offering a slight bow to the greatest white wizard of this world and the youngest master of potions. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape, I apologize for the intrusion. It is truly unavoidable." Dumbledore's smile remained intact, though a hint of concern surfaced upon his features. "Mr. Vexus, let us address the matter concerning Mr. Gaunt." Dumbledore chose to delve directly into the subject. His curiosity piqued about this heir of the Gaunt lineage. After all, Tom was also a descendant of Gaunt. Without further delay, Vexus guided the two through a spacious reception area, past a set of double doors, into the room where Cassandra lay. On the pristine white sheets, a youth of tender age lay with his eyes firmly shut, donning a pair of silver-framed spectacles. His delicate and endearing face appeared pallid and lifeless. And even in his unconscious state, the boyish lips were tightly pursed, as if enduring immense suffering. Most astonishingly, the boy's hair exhibited a peculiar dichotomy of colors, half black and half white, the stark contrast of deep ebony and purest white intertwined in a mesmerizing display. Beside the bed stood 2 women clad in black suits, along with 3 physicians in white coats. What is this? Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply upon seeing Cassandra. As the greatest white wizard in this realm, though he considered the title somewhat exaggerated, Dumbledore possessed an extraordinary acuity. At that moment, he discerned the plight afflicting Cassandra. He stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the boy's forehead, casting several diagnostic spells in the process. The forehead is the area closest to the brain and, in the eyes of wizards, also the vicinity nearest to the soul. Instantly, Dumbledore perceived that this child's soul seemed to bear a flaw, not a result of Voldemort's deliberate splitting, but rather akin to a curse. The realization cast a shadow over Dumbledore's countenance. What curse? Silas inquired, his brow knitted in concern, while Lilith's complexion had turned exceedingly grim. Although Vespera maintained a polite and composed smile, the stiffness of her expression betrayed her unease. Dumbledore stroked his long white beard, recalling the tome he had perused on dark magic, gradually remembering the source of this curse. Gabriel Phillips, he murmured, a name recorded in the annals of magical history. I had thought it mere rumor. I cannot believe it to be true. To refer to it as a curse may not be entirely accurate. Gabriel was an unequivocal white wizard, reputedly detesting dark wizards to such an extent that he vowed to eliminate all of them. Thus, he endeavored to use blessings to eradicate all descendants of dark wizards. However, his disdain for dark magic prevented him from employing it, resulting in this curse disguised as a blessing. As he concluded his explanation, Dumbledore observed the comatose Cassandra with keen interest. How peculiar, he mused aloud. The curse of behavioral blessings troubled Silas and the others. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lilith frowned and inquired, "Excuse me, Headmaster Dumbledore, are there any other curses at play?" No. Dumbledore shook his head vigorously, clarifying, it pertains specifically to Mr. Gaunt's condition. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought, as he stepped back, revealing Snape, who had been obscured behind him. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of several gazes, Snape shot Dumbledore an irritable glare. Amidst the intensity of their stares, Snape explained, "It appears that Mr. Gaunt has suffered a significant loss of life force, yet it has been replenished in an instant, resulting in a condition akin to an hourglass, constantly taking in and leaking life energy simultaneously." Having spoken, Snape found the situation intriguing and inquired, "How is this possible? The continuous influx of life force compensating for the ongoing loss is truly remarkable." At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in. "Is this what you are referring to, sir?" The 3 of them turned, both startled and elated. "Sir, you have finally awakened." Cassandra smiled at Dumbledore and Snape, greeting them politely. Although he was unsure of the time, he still offered a cheerful, "Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good morning, Professor Snape." The boy's witty and humorous remarks instantly lightened the tense atmosphere that enveloped the ward. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, stroking his beard as he winked at Cassandra, responding with equal levity, "Shall I inform Mr. Gaunt that it is, in fact, afternoon?" A faint smile graced the pallid visage of Cassandrius, his silver-gray eyes glinting before the assembly. "You are correct. It should indeed be good afternoon," Severus Snape, ever impatient with such pleasantries, directly inquired, "Mr. Gunter, what did you mean by that earlier statement?" The polite smile upon Cassandrius's face remained fixed like a mask as he slowly removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, once more directing his smile toward the 2. "What I meant to convey is this. This alchemical apparatus has been incessantly draining my magical energy and vitality." A flicker of astonishment danced in Dumbledore's eyes. "May I have a look?" Cassandrius readily acquiesced, "Of course." Dumbledore accepted the glasses, scrutinizing them with meticulous care, and could not help but exclaim, "What a stroke of genius! Might I be fortunate enough to learn the name of this master alchemist?" Cassandrius blinked his silver-gray eyes. His tone relaxed. "I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. I may not yet have attained the status of a master alchemist. The inspiration for both the mithril from the Goblin Vaults and the imitation Hufflepuff cup has been bestowed upon me by my predecessors. I am merely a mischievous child plucking apples from the shoulders of giants." Dumbledore's surprise deepened. "It is remarkable that Mr. Gunter has achieved such excellence at such a tender age. One can only wonder what illustrious legacy he will leave behind at some future magical institution." He playfully winked at Cassandrius, keenly noting the peculiarities in the boy's eyes. Cassandrius smiled gently, "Headmaster, I believe I should not seek distant solutions." Snape, with a cold demeanor, observed the 2 foxes testing each other. However, Cassandrius would not neglect anyone present. Professor Snape, I apologize for intruding upon your work. I believe I may require a few vials of soul stabilizer. What do you think? Snape crossed his arms, remaining silent, an implicit agreement. Without further prompt from Cassandrius, Vespera instinctively excused herself to discuss collaboration with Snape. Once the notoriously difficult potions master had departed, Cassandrius allowed himself to exhibit a semblance of fatigue in Dumbledore's presence. Despite his youth, the boy bore the weight of an illustrious and demanding lineage upon his slender shoulders. I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, for having wasted your time. A representative from the Gunter family will come to discuss the renovations at Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled amiably, displaying no trace of displeasure. He was merely lost in thought, reminded of his own youthful stubbornness and resilience, bearing the burden of family expectations while suppressing his true nature. Mr. Gunter, sometimes relying on those around you is not a bad thing, is it? The elder playfully winked at the boy in the hospital bed, eliciting an involuntary laugh from Cassandrius. You are right, Headmaster Dumbledore. I should indeed pay more attention to those nearby. Cassandrius, now more agreeable, appeared to shed much of his previous gloom. Chapter 11. The Blessing of the Soul. In the end, Snape's visit was not in vain. Silas politely bid farewell to the two, generously gifting the potions master with an array of precious and rare potion ingredients, earning himself a rare smile from the master. Snape remarked, there was no other choice. He offered far too much. After the two departed, Silas returned to the hospital room, remorsefully kneeling before Cassandrius's bed. I apologize, sir. I was momentarily flustered. He was quick to acknowledge his error, prompting Lilith and Vespera to follow suit. We apologize, sir. It was our recklessness. Cassandrius donned the glasses once more, allowing the draining of his magical energy and vitality to continue. He gazed out the window at the night that belonged to the magical realm. The vast expanse of the Milky Way unfolded before him, myriad stars coalescing into a cosmic sea, revealing the past, present, and future. The quarrel of a couple from a decade past, the downfall of Voldemort, the birth of the Savior, even further back, the rise and fall of the radiant sun over the European continent. Even more distantly, Cassandrius raised a hand to touch the glasses, allowing the three to remain kneeling. His expression bore no smile, yet it was devoid of anger. It was calm, much like it had been at the outset. It could even be considered an unexpected delight. Cassandrius summoned them, showing no signs of displeasure. He did not raise his gaze, yet his mind vividly envisioned the scene within the hospital room. I have heard that Fudge is an exceedingly cowardly yet power-hungry individual. Lilith stepped forward to respond. Indeed, sir, Fudge is both weak and arrogant. I mentioned matters concerning the Department of Emergency Affairs yesterday, and he seemed far more concerned with the ministry's funding. After speaking, Lilith inquired with curiosity, Sir, should we replace the Minister of Magic? No, Cassandrius replied, a faint and ambiguous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, appearing to mock as much as it amused. A feeble Minister of Magic is easier to manipulate. Would it not be self-defeating to replace him with someone capable? Lilith comprehended. I understand. V.S., how fares your end? The golden-haired Vespera's eyes sparkled with a smile, resembling a beautiful doll unburdened by negativity. The expansion of our operations in the Muggle world is proceeding smoothly. With financial resources paving the way, everything is manageable. Money may not be all-powerful, but when one possesses a great abundance, one can indeed accomplish anything. For instance, becoming a shareholder in major companies within the Muggle society, or becoming the world's largest supplier of electronic materials, or acquiring land across the globe with substantial wealth. With ample funds, the possibilities are endless. Shareholder of the Daily Prophet, supplier of Wand Materials. Investor in Oak Arrow Company. Financial resources make the path for the wizarding community remarkably smooth. Cassandrius initially intended to lead a simple life. However, he soon realized he was merely a mortal, driven by desires. Once one desire was satisfied, another emerged. Thus, the cycle continued. Cassandrius once thought that perceiving magic was a commendable achievement, but as he delved into alchemy, he yearned to truly see the world through its lens. After acquiring vast knowledge from his elders, his ambition to grow stronger intensified. Now, he sought to complete his very soul. Humanity indeed possesses insatiable desires, perpetually yearning for more. Upon returning to the Gunter Manor, Cassandrius promptly sought out Stephanie. My soul's deficiency cannot be repaired by myself, correct? The boy stood before the portrait, wearing his silver-framed glasses, smiling gently at the image of Stephanie. You have discerned the truth. Stephanie's gaze descended, observing the child who stood barely half her height. What I wish to know is, if I cannot mend it myself, can others? The mention of this keyword triggered Liz, who eagerly leaped into Stephanie's portrait, her eyes alight with enthusiasm as she regarded Cassandrius. Carl, are you also interested in souls? Omini's expression darkened. Although he could not see, He sensed Cassandrius's emotions through his tone. Through the years of their companionship, he has come to understand the essence of Cassandrius's character. He longs to speak, yet finds himself utterly powerless. Were he still alive, he would undoubtedly deliver a merciless thrashing to Cassandrius, binding him with ropes as he once did. However, he cannot. He has long since departed from this world, leaving behind only a lingering memory steeped in regret. Carl Omini struggled to articulate his thoughts. Cassandrius turned his gaze, his eyes devoid of any emotional current, fixed upon Omini's as he spoke. Omi, you are aware of my nature. Omini's opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Perhaps, from the moment he accepted the teachings of the dark sorcerers of Gunter, the trajectory of events had already begun to skew. After acquiring a wealth of dark magical knowledge from the portraits, Cassandrius retreated to his study to delve into research. The function of the Eye of Truth extends far beyond merely perceiving the world. Upon donning those spectacles, Cassandrius was first greeted by swirling mists entwined around each portrait. He recognized them as fragments of memories left behind by his ancestors. The Eye of Truth, through its perception of the external world, projected all images directly into Cassandrius's mind. Thus, he initially did not need to rely on his eyes. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that, due to its proximity to the realm of souls, the Eye of Truth inadvertently triggered Gabriel's blessing. In the name of blessing, a curse was enacted. The moment the Eye of Truth temporarily supplanted his vision, the blessing was activated. Yet, confronted with a soul already graced by such blessing, Gabriel's gift appeared somewhat ineffectual. It was at this juncture that Cassandrius ingested the gene-repairing potion. The surging vitality was absorbed by the Eye of Truth, consequently awakening the blessing. However, the Eye of Truth was merely an alchemical instrument, lacking a complete soul. Thus, through a twist of fate, the Eye of Truth genuinely acquired the ability to perceive reality. In the stillness of the study, Cassandrius, adorned with glasses, ceaselessly inscribed words upon parchment. Were anyone to be present, they would undoubtedly behold the contents upon the parchment. On the extraction of the soul into pure soul energy for the reintegration of the soul. Below, hypotheses were meticulously enumerated. If moonlight can be condensed into liquid moonlight by an animagus, could a human soul also be distilled into pure soul energy? Does the extraction of soul energy necessitate a process akin to juicing fruit? Might the eternal corridor serve as a viable juicer? The variances caused by fluctuations in the emotional state of the soul impact the predictions of outcomes. Surrounding Cassandrius lay a substantial accumulation of tomes. As he tirelessly perused their contents, a quill perpetually dancing across the parchment. Scattered around him were many discarded wads of paper, faint words still discernible upon their surfaces. Chapter 12, Rita Skeeter. To many within the magical community, Rita Skeeter is undeniably a nefarious figure, having tarnished the reputations of countless individuals through her malicious rumors. Yet, for some, she is a remarkable person. Her prose is exceptional, imbued with a compelling energy, each article captivating and deeply resonant. Although the veracity of her claims may be questionable, there is no doubt that her writings stir the emotions of the public. Few are aware that Rita Skeeter is an animagus. This singular trait has granted her access to many obscure pieces of information, allowing her to ascend to the position of deputy editor of the Daily Prophet within a mere few years. Yet, this was not enough. Rita Skeeter aspires to more than this. She yearns to become the editor-in-chief, the helm of the Daily Prophet. Her ambition flourishes like wild grass on an open plain, thriving in the wind. Unfortunately for her, she faces competition for the position of editor. Her fellow deputy editors, Yasofleck and the Everleys, share familial ties, while another deputy editor, D.A.V. Parkinson, is of the Parkinson lineage. Among the trio, only Rita Skeeter hails from a Muggle background, entirely devoid of connections. Were it not for her association with the esteemed Assistant Undersecretary Umbridge, there would be no place for her voice in the Daily Prophet today. Seated in a cafe in Little Hangleton, Rita wore a thick hat to obscure the disdain etched upon her face. How could a member of Gunter find themselves near a Muggle village? Sipping her black coffee, Rita's keen eyes caught sight of the apparition of Lilith Gorgon. A flicker of joy crossed her features as she swiftly transformed into a beetle, alighting upon Lilith's collar. Lilith's form paused imperceptibly before she continued on her way to Gunter Manor. Meanwhile, the cafe's waitress puzzled over, "When did I serve coffee here?" Upon entering Gunter Manor, Rita Skeeter was taken aback by the opulence surrounding her. Beneath her feet lay white marble tiles, and the garden was adorned with rare floral varieties. Some magical plants intertwined with the blossoms. As she passed a fountain, the sunlight illuminated the myriad gems at its base, creating a dazzling spectacle. Strings of exquisite jewelry lay scattered in the pool, transforming it into a sight to behold. Beyond the fountain, a meandering brook sparkled, almost blinding Rita with its brilliance. The bed of the brook was even more strewn with colorful gems than the fountain, and each reflection of sunlight made it a challenge to keep her eyes open. After a moment of respite with her eyes closed, when Rita opened them again, she beheld a magnificent edifice. The windows were crafted from stained glass, and the walls were adorned with a blend of gold powder. Each intricately carved window frame was embellished with perfectly round pearls. The deep crimson tiles of the roof and the finely chiseled spires, even the wind chimes surrounding the structure, were made of crystal aquamarine. The sound of wealth echoed in her ears, and for a fleeting moment, Rita felt a pang of envy towards the affluent. Why couldn't there be one more wealthy individual like her? Lilith, maintaining her composure, stepped through the grand entrance. The instant she crossed the threshold, a stream of white light surged towards her. All petrified, Lilith remained steadfast, allowing the attack to strike the beetle upon her collar. Rita, caught unawares, was instantly petrified. With a flick of her finger, Lilith directed the petrified beetle into a glass vial prepared by her house elf, Annie. Cassandrius was engrossed in his reading. It was now August 1991, and having received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts in July, he was preparing for enrollment next month. He pushed aside the book titled Soul Magic Unveiled, dictated by Liz, and observed as Lilith approached, holding the glass vial, her expression unyielding. Rita Skeeter? He donned his glasses. Always equipped with a vitality-replenishing potion. Lilith nodded, placing the vial upon the crystal countertop. Cassandrius drew his wand from his sleeve, deftly uncorking the vial. Homorphous charm. A flash of white light enveloped the beetle, transforming it into a flamboyantly adorned woman. Her rigid golden curls seemed as though they had been imprisoned by gel, and her glasses, encrusted with extravagant jewels, appeared ready for an absurdity pageant. Rita had just been forcibly stripped of her animagus form when she was about to speak, only to see the languid boy raise his wand towards her. Soul shape alteration. As a brilliant silvery light erupted from the tip of the boy's wand, Rita Skeeter's gaze quickly became blank and vacant. Soul shape alteration, an unequivocal dark magic, was developed by Cassandrius, who, with the blessing of his own soul and under Liz's guidance, crafted this spell targeting the very essence of the soul. By forcibly imprinting a mark on the soul, one could alter another's memories to achieve varying effects. This mark, etched from the root of the soul, would lead the bewitched to genuinely believe that what they were experiencing was correct. The sole drawback was the wear and tear on the soul of the bewitched, resulting in a shortened lifespan. It was difficult to ascertain which was more nefarious, the soul snatch or the alteration spell. Cassandrius fixed his gaze upon Rita Skeeter's eyes, his tone distant yet tranquil, as he deeply ingrained his words into her essence. Rita Skeeter was a subordinate of Cassandrius Gaunt, who had been lurking beside Umbridge. Rita, in a daze, repeated, Rita Skeeter is a subordinate of Cassandrius Gaunt, who has been lurking beside Umbridge. As this phrase slowly escaped her lips, a spark of clarity began to return to her eyes, until they shone with lucidity. Sir, I have successfully gained Umbridge's trust. She has recently instructed me to secretly slander others. The woman's sycophantic voice rang out the moment her consciousness was restored, her gaze fervent, as she looked up at Cassandrius as though he were a deity. Cassandrius frowned slightly, yet a smile graced his lips. You have done remarkably well. As expected from my most valued subordinate. Enduring Umbridge's presence must be quite arduous. Keep it up, Rita. I have high hopes for you. After what seemed like 1,000 repetitions, Cassandrius naturally uttered these words, only to witness Rita Skeeter, kneeling before him, instantly become misty-eyed upon hearing them. Sir, to receive such praise from you today makes me willing to embrace death. Cassandrius's brows furrowed even deeper. He tugged at the corners of his mouth. Annie, please escort Miss Skeeter back. Remember to be cautious and ensure she is not discovered. Rita Skeeter was reluctantly pulled away, her sobs echoing, while Lilith wore a perfectly timed smile, indicating she was not at all amused by her employer's antics. Cassandrius paid no mind to his subordinate's reactions. He gestured, and a notebook flew into his hand from the study, a quill promptly following suit to begin inscribing words upon it. Observing Cassandrius, Lilith felt somewhat exasperated. Her superior was admirable in every way, but his insatiable thirst for knowledge was somewhat disconcerting. Learning while eating, learning while sleeping, even jotting down inspiration while walking. Thus, Lilith chose to redirect the conversation. Sir, when do you plan to procure supplies from Diagon Alley? Cassandrius lifted his head from the sea of dark magic, looking at Lilith with curiosity. Me? Go in person? Lilith maintained her smile. You at least need to purchase a wand yourself. Cassandrius glanced at the wand he held. Made of purple wood and dragon nerve, it was a wand he had procured from the black market. Though not entirely suitable, it was serviceable enough. Very well. When shall we go? Lilith's smile softened a fraction. How about tomorrow? Cassandrius had no objections. Lilith left the manor with a smile, but the moment she stepped out, she eagerly retrieved a two-way mirror to contact her colleagues. Quickly, the Sir is going out tomorrow. Chapter 13, Draco Malfoy. The following day, dressed anew and accompanied by Vespera, who had triumphed over 2 other colleagues to earn the privilege of accompanying her master, Cassandrius made his cheerful appearance in Diagon Alley. Cassandrius found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Never mind, a smile would suffice. With his striking looks, particularly those silver-gray eyes that added an air of mystery, complemented by his silver-framed glasses and a smile that seemed measured to perfection, Cassandrius exuded a gentle demeanor. Particularly notable was the boy's unique black and white hair, which stood out conspicuously in Diagon Alley. Following closely behind Cassandrius, Vespera purposefully made her way towards Ollivander's wand shop. "Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop," the elderly voice greeted. Yet Ollivander froze the moment he laid eyes upon the visitor. After a long pause, Ollivander regarded the young gentleman with astonishment. "Oh, young master from the Gaunt family. What a rare sight." Cassandrius politely nodded at Ollivander, initially expecting a peculiar series of measurements, only to find that Ollivander dismissed all formalities. "No need. The moment I saw you, I knew precisely where your wand awaited." The elderly gentleman cheerfully rummaged through the towering boxes and soon unearthed his target. "Behold, young master, black walnut, basilisk scale, 115 inches. It was a wand of modest length, entirely black, with an almost imperceptible serpentine outline spiraling along its length, and the grip adorned with a pure black gemstone, opulent yet understated." Cassandrius accepted the wand Ollivander offered and waved it casually. In an instant, vibrant motes of light erupted from the wand's tip, swirling throughout Ollivander's shop, coalescing into a resplendent river of stars. "Oh," Ollivander exclaimed, his excitement palpable, "I knew it. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew this wand was destined for you." Cassandrius remained non-committal regarding Ollivander's exuberance and, after settling the payment and acquiring a comprehensive care kit, departed the wand shop. His time was precious. Managing to spare a moment to purchase a wand was a rare occurrence. As they approached Ollivander's, Cassandrius instructed Vespera, "Vesper, please have several wands customized based on the materials of this one." Vespera responded with a smile. Diagon Alley was bustling with people. Yet Cassandrius's attention was drawn to a boy, causing him to halt abruptly. "Who is that?" Cassandrius inquired, standing still as he watched the platinum-haired boy enter Ollivander's wand shop. Following Cassandrius's gaze, Vespera quickly identified the individual. "That is Draco Malfoy, the only son of Lucius, with Narcissa Black from the Black family as his mother." Believing Cassandrius was judging the Malfoy family, Vespera continued, "Recently, we have had overlapping dealings with the Malfoy family at our plantation in South America, as well as on Dragon Island in the Pacific." Cassandrius raised a hand to halt Vespera's words, turning his back on the platinum-haired figure. "Let us go." As September 1st approached, young Draco Malfoy suddenly shed his previous innocence and naivety, appearing to mature overnight. "Is this truly all right, little dragon?" Narcissa leaned against Lucius, her brow furrowed with concern as she observed the boy quietly reading in the garden. Lucius's expression mirrored her worry, yet he felt compelled to reassure his wife. "Draco is the heir of the Malfoy family, and maturing early may prove beneficial." Not long ago, Lucius took his son on an inspection of their estates when they were ambushed by unknown dark wizards, who shouted phrases like traitor and master as they charged. Despite Lucius's considerable strength, he found it relatively easy to handle these feeble dark wizards. However, he did not anticipate that Draco seemed to be frightened by the assault. Upon returning home, he fell into a high fever, and when he awoke, he had matured significantly. Seated in the garden, Draco was engrossed in a book titled Basic Spells. Just days prior, after enduring a bout of fever, the 17-year-old Draco Malfoy awakened in the body of his 11-year-old self. He never imagined he would have a second chance. Reflecting upon his brief life, Draco's grip on the book tightened unconsciously, as crimson memories clouded his vision. A second chance, yet Draco remained utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend how circumstances had spiraled into such chaos overnight. It seemed that the turning point had begun with the Triwizard Tournament. That person, that individual. His heartbeat quickened, and the boy's complexion paled gradually. Yes, a second chance. Surely there is an opportunity to alter the course of events. Cassandra, ever since he ceased to worry about finances, has acquired numerous estates within the magical realm, yet he chose to reside near Little Hangleton. This was the place where his parents once lived, bearing witness to the rise and fall of the Gaunt family, and also the final resting place of his mother. Furthermore, Cassandra harbored other intentions. He perused a pitch-black tome, which, had Dumbledore been present, he would have recognized as Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. The very title embossed on its spine. For many families steeped in dark magic traditions, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic was largely passed down orally. Liz and Gwendolyn had revised this book several times, presenting this version of Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic to Cassandra as a gift for his 11th birthday. Cassandra was born in November 1979, and due to being born in the latter half of the year, he would commence his studies at Hogwarts in 1991. As Cassandra leafed through the pages, he extended his right hand, tracing patterns in the air. With each motion, tiny sparks of starlight flickered at his fingertips. Approaching his entrance into Hogwarts, a rare sense of melancholy washed over Cassandra. Had he chosen Durmstrang, he could have openly explored dark magic. However, he was bound for Hogwarts. While Durmstrang certainly held its merits, Cassandra had compelling reasons to attend Hogwarts. Ever since he delved into Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic the previous year, he became convinced that Voldemort was undoubtedly alive. The audacity of his uncle to split his own soul was truly remarkable. As he toyed with the ring in his hand, Cassandra contemplated Voldemort's current state. He pondered the genius of Helga, who had devised the method for creating Horcruxes. Yet, Tom Riddle's willingness to experiment on himself was audacious indeed. He yearned for his own soul to become whole. Gazing at the ring, a serene smile graced Cassandra's lips. His lifeless eyes bore no emotion. Yet the lower half of his face curled into a smile that was just shy of 15 degrees. Besides the Resurrection Stone, what else lay ahead? Chapter 14, The Start of Term. September 1st, 1991. Cassandra arose at 10 in the morning, adorned by the care of house elves. The rare gathering of Celas, Lilith, and Vespera chose to accompany Cassandra to King's Cross Station. As the group arrived, their striking beauty instantly captivated the attention of onlookers. As artificial beings, the trio's appearances were sculpted through extensive data selection. Celas, with his deep-set features, black hair, and dark eyes, exuded an air of striking elegance. Vespera, golden-haired and blue-eyed, radiated in ethereal purity, while Lilith, with her long black curls, embodied the essence of a regal and aloof beauty. Even amidst the enchanting world of muggles, their beauty was unparalleled. However, it was Cassandra, flanked by these stunning figures, who truly stood out. Approaching the cusp of adolescence, the boy had reached a height of 5 feet, with features meticulously crafted as if by divine hands, strikingly contrasting black and white hair, and an ever-gentle demeanor. What drew the most attention was his aura, an intriguing blend of warmth and an impenetrable coldness, creating an irresistible allure that held gazes captive. Without Cassandra uttering a word, Celas deftly cast a confundus charm around the 4 of them. At 11 o'clock, Cassandra, followed by his companions, traversed platform 9 3/4, arriving at the location where the Hogwarts Express awaited. Just before entering the station, Cassandra caught a glimpse of a disheveled boy accompanied by several red-haired wizards. Harry Potter, the savior of the magical realm, the hero who had vanquished Voldemort. The group hurriedly passed through platform 9, neglecting to spare a glance at the bewildered savior. Yet, due to their striking appearances, the savior quickly noticed them. Thus, Harry observed the quartet seamlessly pass through the wall and vanish from sight. "So that's how it's done," he exclaimed, mimicking their actions as he took a deep breath and charged forward. With no hindrance, Harry passed through the stone barrier and beheld the Hogwarts Express resting upon the tracks, only to find that the quartet had vanished. Cassandra paid little mind to the savior and headed directly toward the carriage. The Gaunt family had consistently invested substantial amounts of galleons in Hogwarts for several years. Thus, Cassandra naturally found his way to the family's exclusive compartment. Meanwhile, his 3 companions stood on the platform, tears brimming in their eyes as they bid farewell to Cassandra. Celas even succumbed to emotion, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his tears. This was the first time their master had left home, after all. Cassandra, resolute as iron, traveled light, carrying only a modest suitcase. Adorning each hand was a ring. On his right hand glimmered a sizable black stone, engraved with the Peveril family emblem, a triangle encasing a circle and a vertical line, set upon a base of intertwined silver serpents. On his left hand rested an equally large emerald ring, its pure color encased in intricately layered silver wire, adorned with countless diamonds that sparkled brilliantly. In truth, the stone on his right hand was the Resurrection Stone. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Cassandra had preserved the stone under the watchful eyes of numerous elders and Gabriel's friendly guidance, despite its imperfect state that nearly set the entire basement ablaze. Though unaware of why the Resurrection Stone had lost its original powers, Cassandra had no qualms about repurposing it as a Horcrux tracker. Fortuitously, he had discovered this unassuming stone in the refurbished Gaunt Manor storeroom. Raising his right hand to shield against the sunlight filtering through his fingers, Cassandra's silvery gray eyes appeared tinged with a hint of gold. Time swiftly approached the hour of noon, and the Hogwarts Express was on the verge of departure. Cassandrius, with languid grace, cast several confinement spells upon the compartment door, basking in the sunlight while engrossed in his reading of standard spells, level 1. Gabriel, possessing an innate brilliance in his studies, was well versed in both dark and light magic. Even the simplest levitation charm could be wrought into something extraordinary under his considerable magical prowess. A mere levitation spell, empowered by his vast energy, could transform into a basic defensive incantation, not to mention the myriad of other spells at his disposal. Though first-year wizards had a limited repertoire of magic to learn, many charms remained worthy of exploration. The cleaning charm, the unlocking charm, the repairing charm, these were all fundamental spells. However, Cassandrius pondered how to innovate them into offensive techniques. Could the cleaning charm be manipulated to subject an adversary's skin to his subjective definition of uncleanliness, thereby achieving a skin-shedding effect? Might the unlocking charm be repurposed to target an enemy's joints, resulting in a dislocation? And what of the repairing charm? Could it be utilized in conjunction with transfiguration to render an enemy incomplete, inflicting damage through restoration? For instance, if he transformed an enemy's hand into decayed bark, would the repairing charm merely remove the shattered surface? Unbeknownst to him, Cassandrius's thoughts began to delve deeper into the realm of dark magic. Just as he immersed himself in the mysteries of light magic, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. With a gentle flick of his wand, the compartment door swung open. There stood a girl with tousled hair and prominent front teeth, who, upon meeting Cassandrius's silver-gray gaze, faltered and instead greeted him. Hello? Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. Behind her trailed a slightly plump, timid boy whose tear-filled eyes suggested he was on the brink of tears. Cassandrius remained unfazed, maintaining a composed smile. I'm afraid not. If you wish to search, you may seek assistance from the train attendant once we arrive. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Hermione and Neville somewhat embarrassed. I'm so sorry for the interruption, they mumbled, hurriedly retreating, perhaps daunted by Cassandrius's imposing presence. With no further disturbances, Cassandrius returned to his book. This brief encounter did not detract from his inspiration regarding the cleaning charm. If the cleaning charm were applied within a person's oral cavity, purging it of all mucus and air, could it not instantaneously induce suffocation? The sunlight outside gradually waned, and soon, the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination. Cassandrius leisurely donned his school robes and disembarked alongside his fellow students. Nestled amidst the Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts was enveloped in a temperate maritime climate, resulting in a perennial atmosphere of dampness. Upon stepping off the train, Cassandrius lifted his gaze to behold the distant flickering lights of the ancient castle. The illuminated Hogwarts castle loomed majestically upon the cliff, its reflection dancing upon the lake's surface, where flickering candlelight shimmered in the darkness. The spires of the towers intertwined in a splendid display, momentarily stirring a sense of awe within Cassandrius. First years, this way, for to a boat. A booming voice called out. Harry, where are you? The young wizards, captivated by the splendor of Hogwarts, quickly turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a remarkably tall man holding a lantern. Beckoning them to board the boats destined for the castle, Cassandrius sauntered to the rear, leisurely climbing into a boat. As the vessel swayed gently upon the water, Cassandrius dipped his hand into the frigid lake, feeling a subtle stir beneath the surface as something brushed against his fingertips. Without a trace of excess emotion, he withdrew his hand and gazed once more at the distant Hogwarts castle. The three other young wizards aboard the boat remained quiet, and the only sound that pervaded the air was the distant clamor ahead. Suddenly, Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, bellowed, "Duck your heads." A high stone bridge loomed ahead, one that seemed to necessitate Hagrid's caution alone. The dark waters of the Black Lake flowed serenely, and one of the fellow first years broke the silence. Hey folks, isn't it a bit too quiet? I'm Dionysus Lambert, by the way, he introduced himself. The night was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern the speaker's features. However, Cassandrius, equipped with the true eye, perceived him clearly. He was a boy with brown hair and blue eyes, his round face adorned with a few scattered freckles, exuding a youthful charm. With Dionysus's opening, the other two began their introductions as well. I'm Barbara Duke, announced a girl with golden hair and blue eyes, her slightly wavy locks tied into twin pigtails cascading down her shoulders. She spoke with her head slightly bowed, revealing a hint of shyness. The last to introduce himself was a boy with black hair and dark eyes, whose expression was calm, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Theodore Knott, the Knott family? Cassandrius mused, the silvery moonlight casting a glow upon his white hair, obscuring his expression. I am Cassandrius Gunter. Theodore's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. The emergence of the Gunter family had captured the attention of the magical community, with many eager to discern the appearance of this young master. It was widely assumed that he would choose Durmstrang. Thus, his decision to attend Hogwarts was quite the surprise. Cassandrius fell silent, while Theodore pondered his thoughts, leaving the other two in a state of confusion, as the atmosphere in the small boat descended into a tranquil quietude. Chapter 15. The sorting ceremony before long. With a resonant call from Hagrid, all the first years disembarked from their boats. Cassandrius trailed leisurely at the back, observing the exuberance of his fellow students. As soon as they stepped ashore, the two other first years melded into the crowd, leaving Theodore silently following alongside Cassandrius. Gunter? Theodore inquired suddenly. Cassandrius raised an eyebrow. What is it not? Theodore shook his head. No, I'm just surprised that a Gunter would come to Hogwarts. Cassandrius offered no response, striding purposefully ahead. Before the grand entrance, all the new students formed several lines, awaiting the words of Professor McGonagall. Minerva McGonagall was a stern witch, clad in a long emerald green robe and a pointed hat that enhanced her authoritative demeanor. All the first years fell silent as she addressed them. Now, follow me into the great hall to commence the sorting ceremony. Her words quelled the murmurs among the new students. Before long, the doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall led all the first years into the great hall. Surrounding the hall were 4 long tables adorned in various colors, each filled with students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. The new students stood in the central space, while Professor McGonagall turned to face them, commencing the annual sorting ceremony. Welcome to Hogwarts, where the grand feast is about to commence. However, before the festivities begin, you shall partake in a most significant sorting ceremony, one that will profoundly influence your 7-year journey at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your fellow students, share accommodations, and create cherished memories over these 7 years. The 4 distinguished houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a rich and illustrious history, having nurtured many talented wizards for the magical community. During your time at Hogwarts, adhering to discipline and diligent study will earn your house points, while transgressions will result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, the pinnacle of honor within your house. I hope each of you strives to bring glory to your respective houses. As the lengthy address concluded, all the new students turned their gaze towards Professor McGonagall as she descended from the podium, revealing a rather tattered hat perched on a stool behind her. The hat appeared quite unkempt, as though it had not been cleaned in many years. Suddenly, a slit appeared in the hat's center, and it began to sing a whimsical tune. Once the melody ceased, Professor McGonagall stood beside the hat, holding a long parchment with a serious expression directed at the first-year students below. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. When I call your name, please come forth to don the hat. The witch glanced at the array of anxious young wizards and read from the list, calling the first name. Hannah Abbott. A freckled girl stumbled forward to wear the sorting hat. Upon the hat's proclamation of Hufflepuff, the girl joyfully removed it and dashed towards the Hufflepuff table. As names were called, applause erupted intermittently from the 4 long tables. Then Professor McGonagall announced a name that hushed the hall. Cassandra Gunter. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. Except for the perplexed first years, all eyes turned to the boy who stepped forward from the end of the line. He wore a gentle smile, and his silver-framed glasses obscured his silvery gray eyes. His excessively pale complexion, exquisite features, and peculiar black and white hair captured everyone's attention. Gunter, indeed, it was Gunter. Lower your voices. Do you wish to draw everyone's attention? Murmured one student. The Gunter family is quite wealthy, but I've heard they have only one heir. And what of it? Many pureblood families are small in number. Dumbledore exhibited no unusual reaction, maintaining his benevolent gaze on all present, while the professors at the staff table remained composed. Except for Snape, not in a displeased manner, but with the faintest hint of a smile. His smile, though subtle, was obvious due to Snape's typically stern demeanor. Otherwise, few might have noticed it. Yet, Snape's fondness for Gunter was not due to personal affinity, but rather the generous contributions Gunter's family made to Hogwarts. Each year, they invested a substantial sum of galleons and engaged in various transactions with Snape, exchanging rare potion ingredients. To Snape, Gunter represented a wealthy benefactor, and thus he wore a rare, amiable expression. The moment the hat was placed upon Cassandra's head, a quirky voice echoed in his mind. Oh, let me see. What? I can't see. The hat's voice faltered briefly, but soon regained its composure. A natural master of mental concealment. How intriguing. It appears I need not deliberate further. The sorting hat opened its mouth wide and bellowed, Slytherin. The moment the words left its lips, a restrained yet enthusiastic applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Cassandra casually removed the hat and strolled towards the Slytherin table, taking a seat at the head. The 2 7th-year prefects graciously yielded their places to him. Good day, Mr. Gunter. I am Gemma Farley, the 7th-year female prefect. It is an honor to share this school with you. The first to greet him was Gemma Farley, her tone exceedingly respectful, as if placing herself in a lowly position. Yet her gaze was sincere, revealing no trace of reluctance. The other 7th-year male prefect frowned slightly, as Farley hailed from a relatively obscure pureblood family with few notable descendants. Her ascendance to prefect was largely due to her own efforts. Cassandra nodded at this perceptive prefect. He recognized her. To rise above many in Slytherin, a house that prized lineage and power, implied remarkable capability. However, Cassandra remembered her for another reason. Gemma was an ally. 5 or 6 years prior, when Cassandra was still a child, he had been unable to act independently, merely amassing wealth and influence. Fortunately, at the age of 8, he acquired the assistance of several capable aides, which allowed him time for personal endeavors. That year, Gemma was in her 4th year. She had clashed with several pureblood classmates while vying for the prefect position, and her family's weak standing left her defenseless against other pureblood families. Yet, with remarkable courage, Gemma had once intercepted Lilith, freshly returned from the ministry, thereby securing an opportunity for her family. For Cassandra, it had been a moment of chance, but for Gemma, he was her savior. 7th-year male prefect Terence Higgs, though somewhat disdainful of Gemma's overly subservient demeanor, was astute enough not to display overt contempt. Thus, after Gemma extended her greeting to Cassandra, he followed suit. "Good day, Mr. Gunter. I am Terence Higgs, the 7th-year prefect." His demeanor was neither obsequious nor arrogant, and his smile was that of a nobleman's social grace, perfectly measured and poised. Cassandra did not hastily judge Terence based on his inner thoughts. Rather, he appreciated such individuals, those who understood the importance of timing and strategy, rather than blindly opposing authority. There is an old saying, "Keep your enemies few and your friends many." Cassandra wholeheartedly agreed. Hence he donned a congenial smile and greeted Terence. "Mr. Higgs, I am aware of your family's potion ingredients. They are renowned throughout the British magical community. No one can resist sincere praise, especially from someone who possesses an appealing appearance and a gracious demeanor." Terence promptly cast aside his earlier sentiments and engaged in pleasant conversation with Cassandra. "Mr. Gunter, you flatter me. If you don't mind, you may simply call me Terence." Cassandra readily acquiesced. "Of course, Prefect Terence." Their conversation flowed amiably, with Gemma smiling alongside, seemingly unbothered by Terence's disregard for her presence. They shared a convivial atmosphere as the sorting ceremony continued in an orderly fashion. "Gryffindor." As the sorting hat let out a resounding shout, it captivated the attention of Cassandrius and Terence. A boy with tousled hair and glasses, unable to conceal his excitement, placed the sorting hat upon his head, and the Gryffindor long table erupted in thunderous cheers, particularly from the 2 red-haired Weasleys, who even leapt up in jubilant celebration. "Wonderful. We have Potter. The savior is a Gryffindor." The exuberant cheers resonated until the next student donned the sorting hat. This was a platinum-haired boy, his demeanor calm, with a delicate and charming face that showed no trace of excitement during the ceremony. The moment the hat barely brushed against his locks, he impatiently exclaimed, "Slytherin." The platinum-haired boy removed the hat and walked directly to the Slytherin table, naturally taking a seat beside Terence, who had already made room for him. However, at that moment, the boy seemed rather unwell. Cassandrius watched Draco Malfoy with keen interest. He remembered the Draco Malfoy he had seen in Diagon Alley just days prior, innocent and naive. How had he transformed into this in such a short time? Curiosity piqued, he unabashedly scrutinized Draco, who was acutely aware of the gaze upon him. His emotions were in turmoil. Since hearing Gunter's name, Draco had found himself increasingly restless. Gunter. Where did Gunter come from? How could there be a Gunter? Chapter 16. A soul misaligned with its body. Memories from his past life flickered through Draco's mind, and he swore he could not possibly overlook someone with such outstanding looks and hair. But where had he sprung from? Despite the tumult of thoughts within, Draco had to muster his composure to face Gunter, who was now fixated on him. "I presume, Mr. Gunter, that there is nothing on my face to draw your attention. Or do I have an abundance of galleons there?" As the sorting ceremony continued, a momentary silence fell over the front of the Slytherin table due to Draco's words. Many exchanged glances. By Merlin's pantyhose, it's no wonder he is a Malfoy, daring to speak such words, who was unaware that the Gunter family had made a sudden return, bringing with it immense wealth as shareholders in various companies within the magical community. Behind closed doors, envy and scorn abounded, mocking the Gunters as nouveau riche. Yet, Draco was the first to confront Gunter so brazenly. Cassandrius was far from vexed. He smiled knowingly at Draco. "Oh, not at all. I'm merely curious. I've heard that Abraxas Malfoy was once referred to as a walking love potion. I simply wanted to see if young Malfoy has inherited any of his ancestors' charm." His smile widened, unabashedly revealing his latent malice towards the Malfoy lineage. "You." Draco's countenance darkened instantly. He struggled to suppress the urge to rise and unleash 2 curses upon Cassandrius, but reason warned him that he was in Hogwarts' Great Hall. Surrounded by the headmaster and professors, he must not act irrationally. His gray-blue eyes brimmed with fury, transforming his previously placid visage into one teeming with vitality. Far from the stillness of death, Cassandrius's spirit soared, Taking a deep breath, Draco's gaze darkened like the depths of water, fixating unblinkingly on Cassandrius. Do not attempt to provoke the dignity of a Malfoy, even if you are a descendant of Slytherin. Cassandrius paid no heed to Draco's threat. Propping his chin on his hand, he gazed at Draco with a detached smile. Really? How delightful. This individual was utterly impervious to reason. Draco's previously tranquil demeanor shattered, and he shot a fierce glare at the impolite Gunter. Just wait. With the sorting ceremony concluding with the last student, the event drew to a close. Dumbledore rose, hands raised to silence the hall. He smiled warmly, resembling a kindly old man with a white beard. Welcome, yet another new academic year. Dumbledore appeared somewhat wistful. Perhaps due to his age, he always felt a profound sense of nostalgia watching these young children, all in their teens, dream of becoming part of Hogwarts. I have something to say, and that is fool, crybaby, riffraff, twist. This peculiar statement elicited applause and laughter from all, after which Dumbledore resumed his seat. And the feast commenced. A variety of delectable dishes were presented before Cassandrius, the majority being meats mingled with vegetables, exuding an enticing aroma that stirred his appetite. Cassandrius took a portion of roasted beef and some carrots. Years of a simple, ascetic lifestyle had cultivated a preference for lighter fare. He favored vegetable juices and desserts over richly flavored meats. The Slytherin table was notably quiet, save for the two plump boys near the back, named Crabbe and Goyle. Cassandrius sliced his steak with unhurried precision, contemplating the two families. Crabbe and Goyle were clearly not the brightest, though it was not beyond the realm of possibility that their families, aligned with Malfoy, had deliberately raised them to be dim-witted. Yet, could a family that nurtured fools truly be of any use? Along with Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, and Theodore Knott. These four had formed a small clique since Cassandrius joined the Slytherin table. It was evident they had known each other since childhood, with their families holding strong ties. Aside from Zabini's mother, a renowned, beautiful widow, the other three families were formidable in their own right, and together they constituted a powerful force. While Cassandrius discreetly observed them, they too were watching him. Since the Gunter family had declared that their heir would attend Hogwarts, they had been advised by their families to befriend him if possible, and to avoid enmity at all costs. Only a fool would act otherwise. Their scrutiny was subtle, a testament to the decorum expected of pure-blood families, as they would never display inappropriate affront in a formal setting. Cassandrius dined at a leisurely pace, consuming only a small amount. After finishing, he scooped another spoonful of carrots, as he had a genuine fondness for them due to his eyesight. The Slytherin table remained tranquil, interrupted only occasionally by ghosts playfully teasing the nervous first years. These ghosts, however, were tactful, seeking amusement only from the flustered newcomers, daring not to approach Cassandrius. Chewing on a carrot, Cassandrius glanced up to see Draco Malfoy, visibly distracted yet striving to mask his emotions. He was poking at an unidentifiable meat dish on his plate. Showing no signs of appetite, Cassandrius continued his meal, stealing glances at the staff table in between bites. From the moment he entered Hogwarts, the resurrection stone ring upon his hand had been emitting a persistent warmth, a sensation that began at King's Cross Station and crescendoed as he stepped into the castle. Cassandrius possessed remarkable fortitude. The heat was nearly searing, yet left no trace of redness upon his fingertips. Soon, the banquet table was bereft of food, replaced by an array of delectable desserts, including ice creams of various flavors, apple pies, and chocolate muffins. He selected a cup of pumpkin soup and a slice of Napoleon cake. All the while the ring continued to radiate warmth without leaving a single mark on his skin. His gaze fell upon the savior at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by several Weasley brothers, their faces alight with joy and excitement, dining with a simplicity and innocence that belied Dumbledore's description of a princely existence. In stark contrast to the tranquil atmosphere of the Slytherin table, Gryffindor exuded a sense of camaraderie. As the last pudding vanished, the feast came to a close. Dumbledore rose, and with his movement, the hall fell into a solemn hush. It seemed everyone had dined sufficiently, and thus he proceeded to share a few important announcements. First-year students should note that the forbidden forest outside the school is off-limits to all students, a warning that also applies to some of our older students. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has added 43 items to the list of prohibited items at Hogwarts. At this point, Dumbledore cast a glance at the two red-haired boys at the Gryffindor table, making it clear to whom he referred. The twin brothers displayed no shame. Rather, they stood proudly, puffing out their chests. Thirdly, Quidditch tryouts will take place in the second week of this term, and any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must implore everyone who wishes to avoid an untimely and excruciating demise to refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Evidently, his words did not resonate with many, as Cassandrius even caught sight of the savior, Potter, laughing heartily. Although few took Dumbledore's warning seriously, he remained unperturbed. Instead, once the hall returned to silence, he cheerfully introduced this year's new professor, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who would be teaching defense against the dark arts. A smattering of applause followed, and everyone laid eyes on the rather unimpressive man, shrouded in a thick purple turban, exuding an unmistakable scent of garlic from a distance. With the introduction of the new professor concluded, the final event of the evening was to sing the school song. Cassandrius propped his chin on his hand, observing the Weasley twins as they sang the school anthem in an odd tune. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Draco, who wore an expressionless face, though his hands, hidden beneath the table, were tightly clenched around his robes. This only served to highlight the incongruity of the soul within the body, a perfect fusion that sparked yet another avenue of inquiry for him. How intriguing indeed. Before Draco could notice, Cassandrius redirected his gaze to the timid man in the purple turban. Fascinatingly, it appeared that there were two such individuals. Chapter 17, The Patronus Charm. Once the disjointed school song concluded, it was time to retire for the evening. The new Slytherin students were escorted by two seventh-year prefects to the Slytherin common room and dormitories. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the two nearly adult prefects walked side by side with the new students. Terence introduced the newcomers while Gemma occasionally supplemented his remarks. The Slytherin common room resides underground, and some may find it easy to lose their way. However, fear not, for I will post a map to the Slytherin common room in the public area tomorrow morning. To reach it, descend the steps beside the intricately carved stone pillar, pass through a corridor, and shortly thereafter, you shall arrive at the Slytherin common room. It is imperative for the first years to memorize the route to their common room. Otherwise, students who fail to return before curfew may be caught by patrolling professors and Mr. Filch, resulting in a deduction of points for the house. Terence spoke as Gemma monitored the rear of the line, occasionally assisting the younger students. Cassandrius found himself somewhat intrigued by Hogwarts, though not excessively so. Prior to his arrival, his beloved Gabriel had sketched a map of Hogwarts from a millennium ago based on memory. Yet, 1,000 years had passed, and Cassandrius held little hope for the accuracy of that map. Upon arriving at the entrance to the underground common room, they all halted before a stone wall. Terence faced the new students, his words laced with a warning. The Slytherin common room requires a password for entry. Simply stating the password will grant you access. The password changes every fortnight, and it will be posted on the notice board for all to see. However, I must stress this, only the password grants entry. Should you forget it and be unable to access the common room, resulting in a deduction of points for the house, I believe you would not wish to imagine the consequences of detention with Professor Snape. His words silenced several new students, who exchanged apprehensive glances, too intimidated to speak. Terence was pleased with their obedient demeanor. The current password for these 2 weeks is rules. Do remember it well. As he finished speaking, a stone door miraculously appeared in the wall before them. Terence led the young wizards through the entrance, and Gemma followed, ensuring the last of the newcomers made it inside the common room. The Slytherin common room, located underground, was adorned with silver and green decor. The ceiling embellished with ornate and ancient mystical paintings, their dark visages obscured by the brilliance of the lights, rendering them indistinguishable. Unlike other houses, the windows of the Slytherin common room did not offer views of the sky and grass, but rather the tranquil black lake. At night, the lake was bathed in the warm glow of Hogwarts lights, casting a comforting illumination upon its depths and into the Slytherin common room. The ever-burning fireplace radiated warmth, while the walls were draped with sumptuous curtains. Rows of bookshelves filled with a variety of tomes lined the walls, and velvet sofas were scattered about in a pleasing arrangement, complemented by a thick, soft cashmere carpet, with even the wall sconces exuding opulence. Slytherin has long been a gathering place for pureblood families, and the students here typically hail from affluent backgrounds. Particularly in recent years, thanks to investments from the Gunter family, Hogwarts, aside from areas that were simply irreparable, had been thoroughly blessed by gold galleons. At this moment, the common room was sparsely populated, as Terence and Gemma guided the first years. They deliberately slowed their pace to stretch the time. The older Slytherins were not inclined to lounge about like animals in a zoo, allowing the newcomers to gawk at them. So apart from the 10 or so first years, the common room was otherwise empty. After a brief pause, Terence once again spoke to capture everyone's attention. This night marks your inaugural evening at Hogwarts. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Your luggage has already been placed in your respective dormitories, each adorned with your names for ease of identification. Tomorrow morning, your class schedules will be distributed by Gemma Farley during breakfast. Now, make haste to rest, and may you have sweet dreams tonight. With that, Terence cast one final glance at the newcomers before departing. Once the imposing head boy had left, the first years modestly began to search for their dormitories. Cassandrius strolled leisurely at the back, his gaze fixated on the platinum-haired figure ahead. Draco, oblivious to the presence of Cassandrius trailing behind him, was engulfed in a foul mood, completely lacking the energy to concern himself with trivialities. He adeptly located his dormitory, a splendid single room with silvery green drapes, a plush bed, a private bathroom, and a wardrobe with a desk. While not expansive, it was perfectly adequate for a single occupancy. As Draco stepped inside and prepared to close the door, a pale hand forcefully wedged itself in the gap. Upon seeing the intruder, Draco furrowed his brow, his expression one of ire. "Gunter, what on earth do you intend to do?" Cassandrius exerted a slight force, deftly slipping through the door, which he then closed and reinforced with a few silencing and locking spells before turning to face the irate platinum-haired boy. His movements were astonishingly swift, catching Draco unawares as the door was secured. Draco instinctively drew his wand, warily regarding the unfamiliar Cassandrius before him. Cassandrius maintained a cheerful demeanor, utterly unfazed by Draco's apprehension. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely curious." Draco's face contorted in disgust. "What, Mr. Gunter? Have you consumed an entire vial of love potion before dinner?" He raised his wand, retreating 2 steps, remaining vigilant as he observed the individual before him. Cassandrius advanced 2 steps, prompting Draco to retreat further. Eventually, Draco found himself cornered at the edge of his bed, with no room to escape, while Cassandrius continued his approach. "Stop!" Draco commanded sharply. Unmoved, Cassandrius stepped forward once more, seizing Draco's wand. For a wizard, a wand is akin to a weapon. When such a tool is wrested from one's control, an uncontrollable panic ensues, particularly when the assailant is a stranger. Cassandrius firmly grasped Draco's wand, kneeling on the bed, looking down upon Draco, who was now seated in a forced position. "I am quite curious," he stated, his tone imbued with genuine inquisitiveness, reminiscent of an innocent child observing the world. Yet, his next words plunged Draco into an abyss of dread. "Why does your soul appear so much older than your physical form?" Draco's pupils dilated in shock. He instinctively raised his wand to cast a spell, only to have Cassandrius press both his hand and wand firmly onto the bed. The boy with the mismatched hair colors bore an exquisite visage, his serene smile contrasting sharply with the perilous nature of his inquiry. Draco struggled, but Cassandrius's free hand forcefully grasped his chin, turning his face towards his own. Gazing into Draco's gray-blue eyes reflected in his own, Cassandrius appeared utterly satisfied. "Legilimency," he exclaimed with a smile, invoking the spell that probes into others' memories. His lower face radiated gentleness, while the upper half bore an expression devoid of humanity. Draco's gray-blue pupils suddenly became vacant. At that moment, he could no longer afford to think of anything else, pouring every ounce of his effort into a mental block. Yet, it proved futile. The True Eye's abilities extend far beyond mere observation of reality. Memories of the first-year Savior trio, Hermione, Ron, the Foolish Potter, Christmas feasts, and a troll, second-year Slytherin seekers. Petrified mudblood Hermione, the heir of Slytherin, and his father's perplexed expression, third-year Dementors, Sirius Black, magical creatures class, the wretched Hagrid and that damned beast, the Slug Club. The Shrieking Shack, fourth-year Quidditch World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, the Cheating Crumb, Cedric's death, the Dark Lord's return, the increasingly oppressive atmosphere at home, fifth-year head boy badges, the demerits against Potter, the loathsome yet effective Umbridge, the troubles of his father in the Department of Mysteries, sixth-year Darkmark, the glory of Malfoy, father, mother. I must fulfill my duty to repair Dumbledore's Severus. No. The memories of the platinum-haired boy unfolded like an open book, allowing Cassandrius to browse through at will. It was not until Draco's complexion paled significantly that Cassandrius finally relented, allowing him respite. Draco collapsed onto the bed, his face a ghastly white, his eyes hollow and devoid of life, a sight that even made Cassandrius steal a glance of concern. Cassandrius adjusted his cuffs and glanced at the motionless Draco on the bed, his brow slightly furrowed. "Hey, Malfoy, I haven't done anything to you, have I? You look as if you've ingested a love potion." Draco remained silent. The sensation of having his memories forcibly rifled through was far from pleasant. It felt akin to being stripped bare and exposed for others to scrutinize, compounded by the anguish and despair of reliving those memories, nearly suffocating him. Noticing Draco's continued stillness, Cassandrius approached his side, bending down to gently pat the boy's cheek as if caressing a lover. His voice was soft, like a thick layer of sweet hot cocoa concealing a hard, jagged rock within. "All right, Draco, since you have been given a second chance at life, you surely cannot remain incapable of action." He leaned closer to the boy's cheek, as if peering through him to see that 17-year-old youth. "If it comes to that, I shall assist you." Chapter 18. I beg you. Draco's eyes flickered slightly. His gaze was filled with a pain and despair that belied his youth. He could not comprehend it. Yet, He was no different from a drowning man, flailing in search of a lifeline, unable to grasp a flotation device or swim to shore. The person before him had ruthlessly torn apart the facade he desperately maintained, even if it were a demon from hell standing before him. He could only seek help in a pitiful state. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "Help me." Cassandrius continued to smile, albeit he slightly elevated his posture. Looking down upon the bewildered boy, they met each other's gaze in silence until a solitary tear escaped from the corner of Draco's eye. He spoke, "I beg you. I implore you to assist me." His youthful yet hoarse voice resonated within the small dormitory, and disregarding the nature of their conversation, the proximity between them made it seem as if they were intimate friends sharing secrets. "Very well," Cassandrius readily acquiesced. However, to ensure safety, he grasped Draco's left arm firmly, his gaze fixated intently on the spot marked by the dark mark. "For safety's sake, I must take some action." His indifferent gaze, reminiscent of one appraising lifeless objects, sent a shiver down Draco's spine. He instinctively yearned to withdraw his arm, but Cassandrius's grip held him firmly in place. Cassandrius deftly drew his wand from the folds of his robe, the tip of the wand gliding gently across the boy's arm, tracing an intricate design. A slight tingling sensation emanated from his skin, and an overwhelming dread surged within Draco. Yet, he dared not retract his hand. Once satisfied with the positioning, Cassandrius applied a subtle pressure with the wand's tip, effortlessly piercing the boy's fair skin with infused magic, allowing the crimson liquid to seep forth as a slender, exquisite silver serpent gradually took shape. The sharp sting of the cut was indeed painful, yet when compared to the agony of a deeper wound, it seemed trivial. However, upon glancing at the all-too-familiar mark being inscribed upon him, Draco trembled in fear. He bit down fiercely on his lower lip to stifle any sound. His gaze fixated on the ceiling, unwilling to meet Cassandrius's eyes. Cassandrius, of course, noticed Draco's shivering, yet he remained indifferent. With a flick of his wand, the glaring crimson stain on the pale skin vanished in an instant, and the lacerated flesh healed seamlessly. In its place emerged a silver serpent, coiling in an infinite pattern, its surface resplendent and animated, with cold, merciless golden eyes that seemed poised to come alive and devour. Cassandrius beamed with satisfaction. How beautiful it was! The Ouroboros, a symbol of eternity, cycles, and self-consumption, far more aesthetically pleasing than that dark mark. With another gentle flick, the softly glowing design swiftly faded away, as if it had never existed. From Draco's memories, Cassandrius glimpsed the relative he was loath to acknowledge. Initially disinterested, his curiosity was piqued after reviewing all the memories. The Dark Lord, it appeared, was not without merit. With a contented smile, he stowed away his wand and rose, casting a glance at the still quaking Draco, offering a hollow reassurance. "Do not be afraid. Though this is my first experiment, there shall be no issues." Draco stiffened, his trembling intensifying. Cassandrius, known for his lack of patience with others, promptly disregarded Draco and departed his dormitory. Once alone, Draco leaped from his bed, hastily stumbling into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, frantically washing his left arm, desperate to cleanse the skin that bore no trace of any mark. His strength was formidable, scrubbing the skin until it turned crimson, faint lines of blood surfacing. Yet he did not cease until his arm burned painfully, continuing his frantic motions. Meanwhile, Cassandrius found his own dormitory with ease. After locking the door, the smile vanished from his face. Suddenly, he struck himself across the face with force. His expression hardened, the perfect facade dissipating, his lips pressed tightly into a line. What on earth was he doing? He strode to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at his reflection. His silver-gray eyes remained devoid of emotion, his face unchanged. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly yanked off the still-warm resurrection stone ring, tossing it into the sink, then removing his glasses and surrendering to the darkness. After revitalizing himself with cool water, Cassandrius, expressionless, carried his glasses and the ring to his bed. He had expected to erupt in a fit of madness, akin to Stephanie. How dreadful, Cassandrius mused. It was all too easy to become overwhelmed, should such emotions arise again. Might he unleash an eternal corridor before all the freshers at Hogwarts and face expulsion? It seemed necessary to first complete the fragment of his soul he lacked. As he felt the ring's heat, his mind continuously refined the plan for harnessing soul power, gradually drifting into slumber. In the depths of night, within the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Quirrell removed his purple turban and knelt respectfully on the floor. "Master." From the back of his head, a visage resembling that of a snake slowly emerged, chilling to behold. "Quirrell, have you noticed Gunter?" Quirrell stammered in response. "Why yes, master. I have noticed." A cruel determination flickered across Voldemort's serpentine features. In due time, seize his soul. The heir of the Gunter family, a descendant of Slytherin, would make a splendid vessel. As dawn broke, Cassandrius awoke. Instantly alert, he felt no trace of drowsiness. After quickly dressing, he made his way to Draco's dormitory door. He did not knock. Instead, he gently tapped the door, effortlessly slipping into another's quarters. Draco, just roused from sleep, locked eyes with Cassandrius, who had intruded without warning. Recalling the previous night's events, the boy's complexion paled. Without a moment's thought, he scrambled out of bed, shoes forgotten, standing on the floor. His lips moved, struggling to find words. Cassandrius settled into a chair beside the desk, casually perusing the books, and remarked, "Call me Cassius." Draco felt his face flush crimson. Managing to stammer out the name, Cassandrius had no ulterior motive. He merely wished to see the status of the silver serpent mark on Draco's arm, dismissively waving his hand. "Go wash up. I expect to see you by the Black Lake in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Draco exclaimed in shock. What could be accomplished in such a brief span? It would take several minutes just to reach the Black Lake. Yet Cassandrius had already walked away. Gritting his teeth, Draco hurriedly washed up, hastily donning clothes and neglecting to apply any hair product before sprinting out of the dormitory. Cassandrius sat by the Black Lake, relishing the tranquil morning air. Seated on the grass, he busily scribbled in a notebook. Only when he heard the sound of heavy breathing behind him did he lift his gaze. Draco stood a short distance away, his platinum hair tousled and ethereal, his cheeks flushed from sudden exertion, rendering his already exquisite features even more endearing. Unfortunately, Cassandrius's heart was as hard as iron. "Come sit down," he called with a smile, and Draco obediently took a seat beside him. "Good morning, Cassius." The morning grass was soaked with dew, reminiscent of the moon's gentle tears from the previous night. As Draco sat down, his expression quickly soured. His clothes became damp. The wet sensation decidedly uncomfortable. Attempting to rise, he found himself frozen in place, for Cassandrius was watching him with an amused smile. Cassandrius took hold of Draco's left arm, and with a gentle touch, the silver serpent mark hidden beneath his fair skin began to materialize. Upon seeing the mark, Draco's face paled, and he dared not move, allowing Cassandrius to inscribe something upon his arm. Cassandrius had initially acted on a whim, the silver serpent mark merely a fleeting inspiration, compared to the multifaceted dark mark. It currently boasted only its superior aesthetics. However, this did not hinder Cassandrius from optimizing Draco's experiment, drawing inspiration from the dark mark, one enhancement at a time. For instance, Cassandrius was currently employing alchemical techniques to inscribe symbols akin to the dark mark upon Draco's arm, augmenting its capabilities for location and perception. He would subsequently refine these enhancements gradually. As the morning hours slipped away, Cassandrius soon relinquished Draco's arm, rising to dust off the remnants of grass and ash from his trousers, casting an amused glance at the mortified Draco. Draco's complexion gradually flushed a deeper shade of red. And then, in a fit of exasperation, he sprang to his feet. The dew-soaked grass clung to his robes, rendering him a comical sight. Cassandrius maintained his mirth, eliciting a blend of fear and humiliation within Draco, who felt acutely embarrassed. He was tempted to draw his wand and cast a spell. Yet he feared that Cassandrius would react as he had the previous day, leaving him standing there, increasingly humiliated. Although Draco had honed his mental barriers adeptly, Cassandrius possessed an undeniable advantage. Ever since donning the Eye of Truth, he had expended considerable energy replenishing his potions. His body resembled a sturdy ceramic vessel. Even with a rupture, it could stubbornly withstand the relentless onslaught of magical vitality, akin to a resilient stone wall. In the face of such torment, Cassandrius remained unflustered. He could effortlessly discern Draco's thoughts, even without resorting to legilimency. With a wicked sense of amusement, he scanned the boy from head to toe until Draco trembled with indignation before finally raising his wand. The damp school uniform swiftly dried, leaving Draco feeling increasingly flushed. He opened his mouth to speak, but Cassandrius had already strode towards the Great Hall. Chapter 19, The First Class. The two entered the Great Hall in succession, where Gemma was already seated. This year's first-year Slytherins numbered a mere 12. As Cassandrius and Draco approached the Slytherin table, Gemma had only their class schedules remaining in her hands. Upon receiving the schedule from her, Cassandrius quickly noted the herbology class inscribed upon it. He sat down to dine, casually taking a sandwich and a glass of milk, contemplating while partaking of breakfast. The first herbology class for the first years was shared with Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor attended charms with Hufflepuff. As they departed the Great Hall, Cassandrius noticed Draco's gaze lingering on the trio of Gryffindor's saviors. He slightly slowed his pace to walk alongside Draco, whispering discreetly in his ear, "Mr. Malfoy, I understand your preoccupation with the saviors, but we are about to commence class. I suggest you temper that overly fervent gaze." Their proximity was striking, and Cassandrius wore a smile, leading onlookers to believe they were close friends, at least. This was the impression held by Parkinson and her companions. What is it with Gunter? Ever since yesterday, Draco hasn't uttered a word to us, Pansy complained affectionately, holding hands with Daphne and venting her frustrations. Being a child of a pure-blood family, Daphne was well aware of the proprieties of conversation, so she merely smiled at Pansy's grievances. Zabini's mother was a witch who had wed 7 times and lost 7 husbands, the stunningly beautiful Mrs. Zabini often brought her son to various high society events, leading him to become adept at reading social cues. Observing Draco's forced nonchalance and his desperate attempts to conceal his emotions, Zabini surmised that Draco might be under duress. Nevertheless, this did not deter Zabini from engaging. Good morning, Mr. Gunter, he greeted Cassandrius first before turning to Draco. Draco, I haven't seen you this morning. Where have you been? Zabini's demeanor was congenial, and Cassandrius had no qualms about conversing with him. Thus, both their attentions fell upon Draco. Draco, already in a foul mood and exuding an aura of low pressure, considered putting on a scowl, but was deterred by Cassandrius's presence. Maintaining the facade he had worn for years, Draco casually explained, I woke up early and took a stroll by the Black Lake with Cassius. Zabini feigned curiosity. Cassius? Cassandrius remained composed, exchanging a casual glance with Zabini. That would be me. The name is rather lengthy and somewhat cumbersome. If you don't mind, you can call me Cassius. Zabini appeared momentarily taken aback, but smiled in response. All right, Cassius, and you can call me Blaze. Draco forced a smile, trailing behind Cassandrius as they listened to the two engage in trivial chatter. This person is truly peculiar. Can he maintain that smile indefinitely? With thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, he unwittingly found himself at the entrance of the 3rd greenhouse. This space primarily housed more temperate plants, making it ideal for novice learners to familiarize themselves with botany. The herbology class was taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. She was a somewhat stout witch, adorned with a tousled head of gray hair and a patched old hat. Though her appearance was unassuming, anyone who beheld her was greeted with an undeniable sense of warmth. She had arrived early and stood before a row of young magical plants, smiling as the first years filed into the greenhouse. Upon entering, Cassandrius naturally found a spot beside Draco. Draco had initially intended to sit with Blaze, but upon meeting his lifeless gaze, he froze, paralyzed in place. Cassandrius, slightly exasperated, pondered whether he appeared intimidating. After all, he had done nothing untoward the day before. Good morning, everyone. I am Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor at Hogwarts and the head of Hufflepuff. The witch cheerfully winked at the students, instantly bridging the previously awkward gap. As this is the first class of the new academic year, I understand that some may find digging in the soil less thrilling than waving a wand, but trust me, magical plants can sometimes be more cunning than the most intricate spells. Sprout clapped her hands over several pots of plants. Today, we will be getting acquainted with a few particularly mischievous specimens. Some may scream, others may squirt sap, and some might even attempt to bite your fingers off. She raised her index finger in a mock-serious manner, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Cassandrius opened 1,000 magical herbs, jotting down notes with a feather quill. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Draco was still rigid, prompting Cassandrius to take action. Thus, he reached beneath the desk and grasped Draco's left hand, which was tightly clutching his robe. Draco stiffened, his already taut body now as immobile as if petrified. This is our most vocal little friend. Does anyone know what this is? Professor Sprout's voice rang out, and a Ravenclaw student eagerly raised their hand. What do you intend to do? Draco whispered, his voice low, as he watched the composed Cassandrius with barely concealed irritation. Cassandra grasped Draco's left hand with his right, while his left hand, holding a quill, meticulously inscribed notes upon the parchment. He parted his lips slightly, and his faint voice resonated clearly in Draco's ears. I remain uncertain of my intentions at this moment. Yet if you persist in this manner, I fear that Slytherin may soon face its first deduction of points. Draco could not help but cast a scornful glance at Cassandra. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with the bubotuber plant. Does anyone know the properties of this botanical specimen? Cassandra wore a smile, yet beneath the desk, his hand subtly lifted. In the next instant, Draco found his left hand rising uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress his expression, but managed to maintain a smile as he articulated the answer. The bubotuber is a plant characterized by its pungent and irritating odor. The slime extracted from its pustules can cause skin corrosion, necessitating the use of dragonhide gloves for protection. However, when diluted, its pus becomes one of the components in beauty potions, and the bubotuber itself is also an ingredient in scabies remedies. Professor Sprout beamed with delight. An impeccable response, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin earns 5 points. Indeed, as Mr. Malfoy has stated, the bubotuber emits a remarkably strong and noxious fragrance. Draco settled back into his seat, only to turn and find Cassandra wearing a somewhat smug expression. Recalling how Cassandra had controlled his left hand to raise it, Draco felt he could endure a bit longer. Now, please form pairs and attempt to handle the bubotuber. Naturally, Cassandra paired with Draco, leisurely donning the dragon-hide gloves, a gift from his investment in Hogwarts. Draco stood beside him, adorned with gloves, observing Cassandra's unhurried yet skillful handling of the ingredients. His movements were fluid and practiced, as if he had performed them countless times before. The greenhouse was filled with first-year wizards, and Professor Sprout occasionally strolled about, observing the young sorcerer's techniques and offering assistance. Upon witnessing Cassandra's dexterous skills, Professor Sprout expressed her surprise. "Mr. Gunter, you appear to possess quite the proficiency." Cassandra took his time to collect the last bit of slime before looking up with a smile. "My family's greenhouse cultivates bubotubers. I often handle them." Sprout's eyes sparkled with approval. "Excellent work, Mr. Gunter. For your adept handling, Slytherin earns 2 additional points." Draco stood by, aiding in the collection of slime. Surrounded by first-year wizards, there were numerous mishaps, prompting Professor Sprout to hastily assist other young wizards. "How did you manage that?" Draco suddenly inquired. Cassandra, momentarily perplexed, responded, "What?" Draco surveyed the area. Despite everyone's carefulness, some had inadvertently splattered slime everywhere, even getting it on their clothing, yet Cassandra remained untouched. He distinctly observed the slime that splattered changing direction just before it could touch his clothes, landing instead in the collection container. Cassandra's expression shifted to realization, his eyebrows arching slightly, a few strands of hair falling to enhance his nonchalant demeanor. "Just a simple levitation charm. My skills are still lacking. I can only manage to resist slight substances. Gabriel, however, can wield the levitation charm with the prowess of a shield charm. I still have much to learn." The herbology class concluded swiftly, and before departing, Professor Sprout assigned a homework task regarding the bubotuber and exited the greenhouse. Draco yearned to leave without a second thought. Yet Cassandra remained seated, exhibiting no intention of departing. Blaise strolled past the two, curiosity evident in his voice. "What's wrong, Draco? Still not leaving?" Draco forced a smile. "There are a few matters to attend to. We shall depart shortly." Blaise appeared even more perplexed. When did Draco become so agreeable? Students in the greenhouse gradually filed out, leaving only Cassandra and Draco behind. "Aren't you leaving?" Draco queried. Cassandra merely raised an eyebrow. "Did you not wish to learn?" Draco's confusion deepened. "When did I say I wanted to learn?" "The levitation charm, of course. You inquired about it during class." Draco felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. How many dialogues had he and Cassandra seemingly bypassed? Chapter 20, The Resurrection Stone. Ultimately, he still did not learn it. Cassandra was merely teasing the somewhat anxious Malfoy, finding his struggle to suppress irritation rather endearing. "Mr. Gunter?" Suddenly, a deep voice emanated from the doorway. Cassandra turned to see their head of house, Severus Snape. "Headmaster, is there something you require?" Severus's expression was far from pleasant. After all, no one appreciates an unexpected increase in workload. "If your minds are functioning adequately, it is now time for class to conclude. Are you and Mr. Malfoy planning to hide in the greenhouse in search of undiscovered treasures?" Upon seeing Severus, Draco's demeanor shifted, and Cassandra stepped forward, shielding Draco from view, concealing his slightly awkward expression. "Certainly not, Professor. We were merely tidying up the materials a bit late. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Severus, perceptive as ever, noted Draco's odd behavior, but answered coldly. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence. The password for the headmaster's office is Fizzing Whizbee." With that, he strode away briskly, his billowing black robes trailing behind him. Draco's complexion paled further, reminiscent of that dark night. His body began to tremble, and he experienced waves of dizziness. At that moment, a somewhat cool hand clasped his left wrist. Draco looked up in astonishment. Cassandra wore an uncharacteristically serious expression. "Rein in those unnecessary emotions if you do not wish for anyone to notice." The boy's face was devoid of expression, his taut lips and vacant eyes revealing the true self hidden beneath his smiling facade. For reasons unknown, Draco felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over him. Exiting the greenhouse, Cassandra made his way directly to the headmaster's office. The midday sun shone brightly. He raised his hand to gaze at the Gunter ring on his left hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. The staircases within Hogwarts Castle were known for their ever-changing nature, yet Cassandra's passage remained unimpeded. Fizzing Whizbee. As the password was spoken, a stone door appeared, swinging open. Cassandra entered to find Dumbledore seated there with a cheerful demeanor. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." Although he was alone at home, Cassandra's etiquette was always impeccable. "Good day, Mr. Gunter. May I call you Cassius?" Dumbledore popped a Swede into his mouth, causing his long white beard to quiver with his movements. Cassandra casually took a seat, seemingly unconcerned. "Certainly. Professor, may I inquire as to the reason for your summons?" Dumbledore squinted his eyes, his smile reminiscent of a benevolent elder. Cassius, do indulge in some sweets. It will undoubtedly uplift your spirits. Or perhaps a dash of honey in your black tea. The white-bearded headmaster cheerfully pushed a pile of candies towards Cassandrius, then added a generous spoonful of honey to his own cup of tea. Cassandrius stirred the sugar into his tea with a spoon, taking a tentative sip, only to wrinkle his brow in mild distaste. Is it not to your liking? Dumbledore inquired. Cassandrius lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of gloom, smiling as he replied. Not at all. I simply believe that black tea is best enjoyed with a generous amount of sugar. A mere sprinkle hardly reveals any sweetness. Dumbledore chuckled as he took a sip of his honeyed tea, observing Cassandrius nonchalantly adding a substantial quantity of sugar to his own cup. Excess can be just as detrimental, he remarked. The fragrant steam gradually rose, leaving no trace on Cassandrius's glasses. The youth raised the viscous concoction to his lips, taking a sip. But I am merely drinking black tea. Their eyes met momentarily before they both averted their gazes, transitioning into the topic of the day. The ring on Mr. Gunter's right hand appeared rather unadorned, Dumbledore noted with intent. Cassandrius, unfazed, raised his right hand, readily displaying it before Dumbledore. Are you referring to this? He removed the seemingly plain ring, revealing the insignia of the Deathly Hallows to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly before returning to their usual state. Just as he was about to speak, Cassandrius unleashed a thunderous proclamation. The Resurrection Stone, I am aware. Dumbledore's smile dimmed somewhat as he locked eyes with the boy's vacant silver-gray gaze through the transparent lenses. His expression grew increasingly grave. Nothing is visible, he pondered. Is he truly a natural-born master of concealment? You are aware, yet you carry it with you, unafraid of what Tom Sole might do to you. Dumbledore, having contemplated the situation, opted for direct inquiry. Cassandrius sighed, appearing somewhat vexed, then took another sip of his syrupy tea, feigning exasperation. Headmaster Dumbledore, you have no idea the price I have paid to resolve this Horcrux. I nearly incinerated the entire basement along with all the portraits, resulting in a month-long barrage of unrelenting scolding. Had it not been for the ancient magical wards in the basement activating long ago, I might have found myself the most disgraced entry in the Gunter family tree. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, his gaze flitting to the re-embedded Resurrection Stone. May I have a look? He inquired. Cassandrius readily acquiesced. Of course, please do. The elder extended his wrinkled hand, slowly pinching the small ring between his fingers. The Resurrection Stone, reputed to be one of the Deathly Hallows, is said to possess the power to resurrect the deceased. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a gentle glow in the tranquil headmaster's office, with motes of dust dancing in the beams. The portraits on the walls silently observed, each holding their breath in anticipation of whether the Resurrection Stone could indeed revive the dead. After a prolonged moment, Dumbledore's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible! What is this? Nothing has happened. His eyelids fluttered, and the hand clutching the Resurrection Stone trembled in sync with his racing heart. Nothing has occurred. This stone, heralded as one of the Deathly Hallows, now resembles an ordinary pebble. Nothing transpired. Nothing at all, correct? At length, it was Cassandrius, the master of the Gunter ring, who broke the silence. Dumbledore set the ring down with a soft sigh, seemingly lamenting both the past and the present. The elder's eyes, imbued with wisdom and the passage of time, regarded Cassandrius as if the earlier moment of emotional upheaval had never transpired. How did you manage this? He inquired. Cassandrius leaned slightly forward, gently pushing the now inert stone across the table, a playful smile gracing his lips as he countered. How did I do it? Through a blessing and a curse. He opened his heart to Dumbledore, recounting his past. My parents left the Gunter estate long ago to escape Voldemort, yet fate did not spare them. A curse fell upon me. Chapter 21. I did not lie. The youth raised his right hand, slowly removing his silver-framed glasses, revealing his perfectly intact, yet sightless silver-gray eyes. Dumbledore realized, with a jolt, that this scion of Gunter was, in fact, blind. Half a year prior, during their meeting at St. Mungo's, he had seemingly overlooked this anomaly in the boy, or was it perhaps the influence of that alchemical object? Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the glasses. Perhaps it is due to the curse that I was not bewitched by the Resurrection Stone, inadvertently destroying the souls within it, leading to the loss of its original power. Cassandrius mused. Hardly, he added with a chuckle, as he was gradually drained of vitality and magical energy. Upon contact with the Resurrection Stone, it had overloaded in an instant due to the excess life, force, and magic. After all, it was a force from beyond this world. Dumbledore's expression grew complex. He was aware of Tom Riddle's mother and the devastation Tom once wrought upon the Gunter lineage. Now, this boy, cursed because of him, had miraculously survived and inherited the legacy of Gunter, becoming Tom's adversary. Dumbledore's thoughts were tumultuous. Such a young child burdened with hatred. Destined to confront Voldemort at an early age, it was utterly disheartening. In Cassandrius, he saw a reflection of his own past, and his feelings grew more intricate. Devoid of true sight, Cassandrius was acutely attuned to the emotions of others, and he immediately sensed Dumbledore's turmoil. In an instant, he spoke with a smile. "Oh, the illustrious Headmaster Dumbledore, your dear student could scarcely find the time to enjoy his lunch before being summoned to your office. Let us commence our formal discussion," Cassandrius remarked, rousing Dumbledore from his reverie. Observing the boy's vacant gaze, Dumbledore's emotions grew increasingly intricate. Yet, this did not deter him from posing the essential inquiry. "The mark of the Deathly Hallows is not a secret to all. Why would you choose to brazenly adorn it upon your hand?" Cassandrius, stroking the ring, elucidated. "I have transformed it into an alchemical instrument capable of sensing other Horcruxes." Dumbledore's pupils dilated in astonishment. "Is that so? What do you mean by that?" Dumbledore's incredulous expression was almost comical, and though Cassandrius could not see it, he could sense the emotional vibrations surrounding them. Donning his spectacles, he extended the ring toward Dumbledore. "Would you care to give it a try, Headmaster? Simply infuse it with your magical essence." Dumbledore accepted the ring, squinting at it for several moments before donning it and channeling his magic. At the instant of infusion, the ring emanated a searing heat. Dumbledore's vision darkened. He turned to Cassandrius. "What does this signify?" Cassandrius smiled, explaining, "This indicates that Horcruxes are in close proximity, and not just one." Throughout their conversation, they had never specified the precise number of Horcruxes. One was the greatest white wizard of the century, the other a scion of a family steeped in dark magic. It was needless to say that both understood there was more than one Horcrux connected to the original Harry Potter, especially considering the current Voldemort. Close by, and more than one. Cassandrius sensed that Dumbledore was on the verge of fainting. "Mr. Gunter, may I borrow your ring?" Cassandrius had no reason to refuse. "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore wasted no time. He sprang to his feet and headed for the exit. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to Cassandrius. "It is getting late, Mr. Cassius. Do not forget to have your lunch." With that, he hurriedly departed the headmaster's office. Observing the elder's hasty retreat, Cassandrius could not suppress a laugh. He leisurely finished his last sip of syrupy tea, grabbed a handful of sweets from Dumbledore's candy stash, and then exited the office. With a piece of sweet candy in his mouth, Cassandrius squinted against the sun's warmth. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not speak falsely." Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Cassandrius did not head to the Great Hall, but rather made his way directly to the Hufflepuff common room. Gabriel had practically grown up at Hogwarts. He not only knew the layout of the castle, but had also learned of several hidden chambers left by Salazar within the school. Therefore, Cassandrius was aware of the kitchen's location. As he passed the Great Hall, he noticed many were still enjoying their lunch, yet Draco was notably absent. Raising an eyebrow, Cassandrius quickly located the portrait of a pear. He scratched the painted pear, which wriggled before transforming into a green doorknob. He pushed the door open, revealing a spacious stone room filled with long tables, stoves, and numerous house elves. Upon noticing the presence of a human, the house elves froze in place, paralyzed by surprise. Cassandrius chuckled. "I would like to take 2 portions of lunch to share with my classmate. Could you prepare something light and palatable?" Ignoring the house elves' overwhelmed reactions, Cassandrius returned to the dormitory with 2 lunch portions. He headed directly to Draco's room and, upon opening the door, found Draco sitting on his bed, his face stained with tears, looking alarmed at his arrival. "What are you doing back?" Cassandrius set down the tray and lifted the levitation charm. "I did not see you in the Great Hall, so I assumed you were in here. I brought you some lunch." Without waiting for Draco's response, he turned and returned to his own room. After Cassandrius left, Draco stared at the lunch in a state of bewilderment, lost in thought. Perhaps Cassandrius was unaware of his tendency to swing between harshness and kindness with Draco. He did not even realize that as he grew older, his mental state was slipping from his grasp, much like the present moment. Despite this, Draco felt a peculiar sensation due to Cassandrius's actions. Once back in his dormitory, Cassandrius found himself in a rather dismal mood. He has brought the wrong meal. He had desired creamy pumpkin soup, poached chicken breast with lemon herb sauce, and mashed potatoes. Not the Greek yogurt cucumber cold soup, steamed cod with seasonal vegetables, and oat milk apple compote set before him. After enduring a disappointing lunch, Cassandrius activated the two-way mirror. As his magic surged into it, Silas's face swiftly appeared. "Good day, sir." The absence of a satisfying meal had put Cassandrius in a sour mood. "In a few days, please bring Dana and Lucy to Hogwarts." "Of course, sir," Silas readily agreed. Then Cassandrius inquired, "How is Umbridge faring these days?" At the mention of her, Silas perked up. "Rita has been fervently promoting Umbridge in the Daily Prophet. She has gained quite a bit of Umbridge trust and will likely become the editor in no time." Cassandrius frowned. dismissing the notion. That won't do. The Daily Prophet still has Avery. Rita becoming the editor would make our connection too obvious. We need to find an opportunity for Umbridge to stumble, and then have Rita reassigned to another newspaper. The composition of the Daily Prophet is intricate, with most of its personnel directly or indirectly tied to pureblood families. To intrude recklessly would yield more harm than good. After all, at the forefront are Umbridge and Fudge, two individuals who could be expected to act foolishly without consequence. Understood, sir. By the way, there has been no news regarding the basilisk scale that Vespera is seeking. Your wand will require some time. Should we procure a corresponding material? Cassandrius pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing at the giant squid outside the window, and replied nonchalantly. Proceed as you see fit. Chapter 22. Honey-coated in arsenic. In the neighboring dormitory, Draco silently consumed the bowl of creamy pumpkin soup, his thoughts a tumultuous storm. In a daze, he recalled Cassandrius's indifferent expression as he marked his hand with a sigil the previous night. Cold, unfeeling, and cruel. It bore no resemblance to the person in his memories, yet it was strikingly identical. What am I to do? What am I to do? The emotions he had long suppressed suddenly surged forth like an unstoppable tsunami, leaving Draco to face an overwhelming tide of anxiety. He grew increasingly restless, panicked, and fearful, until his body began to tremble, and the image of Dumbledore before his demise resurfaced once more. Draco felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, and his body convulsed uncontrollably. Thud! He toppled from his chair, sending the food on the tray crashing to the ground. Cowering in fear, he curled up on the floor, his eyes wide with terror as he held himself tightly. The surroundings no longer resembled the warmth of the Slytherin dormitory. Instead, he found himself amidst towering spires. The indifference of Snape, and the ghostly visage of Dumbledore, slain by the killing curse. Blood? Or was it the taste of rust that pervaded his mouth, staining his pale lips of vivid crimson? Unbeknownst to him, the silver patterns on his left arm flickered suddenly. Sensing a surge of magical energy, Cassandrius furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, rose to leave the dormitory. He took 2 steps for every 3, bursting through the door to find Draco trembling on the floor amidst the chaos. What are you doing? Cassandrius demanded, striding forward to crouch down and grasp Draco's ashen face, regarding him with cold detachment. The boy was yanked abruptly from his phantasmagoria back to reality, gazing helplessly at Cassandrius's impassive countenance. Draco was at a loss for words. His panic only intensified in the presence of Cassandrius's frigid demeanor. He trembled uncontrollably. Cassandrius clicked his tongue in annoyance, lazily lifting his eyelids, ready to speak when he noticed the platinum-haired boy had begun to weep. The delicate features of Draco's pale face, marred by tears, evoked a pang of sympathy. Just as Cassandrius was about to utter a word, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Draco wept in confusion and fear, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to such despair. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. Why? Unbeknownst to him, tears cascaded down his cheeks, blurring his vision as he helplessly felt someone grasp his right hand, causing him to collapse awkwardly to the ground. Suddenly, Cassandrius released Draco's right hand. Shifting from his previous indifference, he tenderly enveloped Draco in his arms. Kneeling before him, he cupped Draco's face, his vacant eyes gazing upon this young lord, raised amidst opulence yet stained by the mire of despair. Draco, look at me, he urged softly. The boy, bewildered, lifted his gaze to meet the silvery-gray depths of Cassandrius's eyes. With gentle hands, Cassandrius wiped the tears from Draco's cheeks. His touch as delicate as that of a caretaker tending to a rare treasure. Look at me. I am here, he whispered, his voice a melodic caress, akin to a siren's song or a demon's murmur. Do not be afraid. The future is always open to change. He lowered his head slightly, their foreheads touching as he whispered gently, I am still here. The lost traveler was drawn toward a fog-laden path by a firm hand, and the panic within him began to dissipate amidst the mist. Nothing had yet come to pass, had it? Draco's heart gradually found its steadiness. He felt the warmth radiating from the figure before him, the strength of the hand gripping his right. In that moment, all anxiety, fear, and despair seemed to evaporate. Unable to restrain himself, he clung tightly to the one who offered him warmth, if only for a fleeting moment, even if it was but an illusion. It was not until much later, when his limbs began to grow stiff and numb, that Cassandrius finally withdrew his hand. He took a handkerchief, dampened it with clear water, and gently wiped away Draco's tear stains, smiling as he spoke. The brain-blocking spell, let us not tarry. At that moment, the honey encasing a blade melted away, the sharp edge piercing deep into the fragile soul. Draco stared rigidly at the retreating figure, experiencing the first pangs of pain in his left arm. As Cassandrius exited Draco's dormitory, he raised his hand, conjuring a flame that consumed the handkerchief, turning it to ash, which was then whisked away by the wind. With a flick of his wand, He observed the time materializing in the air, 113. There was still time. After lingering in the dormitory for a while, Cassandrius had scarcely settled when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Draco, appearing as if nothing had transpired. The boy looked vibrant, his features striking, his platinum hair meticulously styled with gel, as if all traces of fear had never existed. Cassius, he said. Cassandrius felt a sense of satisfaction. Let us depart. He strode purposefully ahead, allowing Draco to follow closely behind. Draco refrained from inquiring about their destination, remaining silent, like a statue devoid of voice. They ascended from the cellar, making their way up until they reached the 8th floor. Cassandrius traversed a particularly outlandish carpet 3 times before a stone door swung open before them. What lay beyond was an unusually vast room, stark and empty, with scattered odds and ends lining the walls, while the rest was devoid of anything else. Cassandrius moved to the center of the room, fixating intently on Draco, who stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Stand there, he commanded. Upon entering the room of requirement, Draco's expression turned blank, and he stood silently across from Cassandrius, watching the young man bow slightly. Draco felt a flicker of surprise within him. That was the dueling etiquette. What is the purpose of this? He feigned calmness, inquiring. Cassandrius brandished his wand, which had slipped from his sleeve, and replied with a smile. Why? It is a duel. Young Malfoy, I am eager to see your prowess at 17. Though Cassandrius' gaze remained unfocused, Draco could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Put another way. Cassandrius chuckled. Draco, you surely do not wish to be bested by the savior, do you? His eyes, devoid of emotion, bore into Draco with an intensity that made him feel as though he were being dissected. Each measured glance was devoid of compassion, akin to selecting cuts of meat at a market or fish on a chopping board. He swallowed hard. The fear he had managed to suppress under the brain-blocking spell surged back to the forefront of his mind. He longed to flee, to hide, yet Cassandrius was watching him. In the end, he performed the dueling salute and extended his wand. Disarm. A red beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, but Cassandrius sidestepped, raising his hand to cast the silencing charm. 2 red beams erupted almost simultaneously. Draco quickly evaded, only to be met with a barrage of spells. Panic surged within him. However, his fear began to abate. He scrambled to counter the onslaught of spells from Cassandrius. Obstacles. Shattered. Stupefy. Protego. From a state of utter chaos, Draco gradually adapted to Cassandrius' combat rhythm. He discovered that this individual was rhythmically casting spells toward him, each interval meticulously calibrated to neither allow him to evade effortlessly nor exhaust him completely. However, magical energy is inevitably finite. Moreover, Draco currently possessed only the magical reserves of a first-year wizard. Gradually, Draco wholly abandoned magic, awkwardly dodging in the training grounds. Yet, Cassandra remained seemingly inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Time flowed unmeasured, and Draco felt utterly drained, so weary that he could scarcely lift a finger. Cassandra approached him, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded Draco, who was covered in dirt and sweat, resembling a rain-soaked peacock. Acceptable, perhaps, but far beneath the standards of a Malfoy. The merciless sarcasm pierced Draco's heart like countless sharp steel needles. He stifled the urge to retort, his hand unconsciously gripping the hem of his shirt. Perhaps Draco himself was unaware that his gaze now resembled a flickering flame, fueled by resentment, concealing his insecurities and fears deep within. Chapter 23. Collaboration. The afternoon's charms class continued alongside Ravenclaw. The professor of charms was Phileas Flitwick, who was not only the instructor but also the head of Ravenclaw House. This charming little man, of fairy lineage, was known for his wit and warmth. The first lesson in charms focused on the levitation charm, a deceptively simple incantation. Cassandra needed no wand. With a mere tap of his finger, the feather soared into the air as if it had sprouted wings. Flitwick, brimming with excitement, seemed ready to burst with joy, his silver hair almost turning red with enthusiasm. My goodness, the extraordinary wandless, silent spellcaster, Mr. Gunter. For your excellence, 10 points to Slytherin. This diligent professor was always generous with praise for his students. In return, Cassandra smiled, his fingers dancing lightly, causing the feather to release a shimmering silver dust, gradually forming a familiar silhouette in the air. Flitwick nearly fainted with excitement. Is that me? The silver dust depicted precisely Flitwick's likeness during class. Of course, Professor, your teaching prowess is evident. I've heard you were once the champion of a dueling competition in your youth. Flitwick shivered with enthusiasm, unable to resist exchanging knowing glances with Cassandra. Mr. Gunter, you are truly exceptional. Might you visit my office after class? Of course, Professor, Cassandra replied, having no intention of refusing. While Flitwick awarded points to Cassandra, Draco remained disengaged. The constant mental exertion of maintaining a closed mind was not pleasant, yet he was no longer the child who would revel in fleeting moments of recognition. However, Cassandra would not overlook him. Draco. The gentle voice echoed in his ear, causing Draco's hand to tremble, and the quivering feather fell uncontrollably onto the desk. Upon exiting the room of requirement, Cassandra had forcibly administered an unknown potion to him. Although its name remained a mystery, its effects were remarkably beneficial, dissipating Draco's earlier fatigue. Yet, while magical energy could be replenished, the weariness of the spirit could not. To conceal his emotions, Draco continued to maintain his mental barrier. Cassandra found it somewhat amusing. "Are you afraid of me?" Draco quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. I'm just very tired." Cassandra chuckled softly, squeezing Draco's left palm. "You'd best be." They sat closely together, prompting Pansy and Daphne, seated behind them, to speculate on how these two had grown so close overnight. "Daphne, do you think Draco might be falling for that Gunter fellow?" Pansy leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Daphne subtly shook her head, waving her wand to watch the feather tremble back into the air. "I doubt it. Perhaps he simply finds him agreeable." Their discussion did not escape the ears of Theodore and Blaze behind them. Compared to Pansy and Greengrass, Theodore, the only son of the Knot family, and Blaze, whose mother was a socialite, shared a similar yet distinct predicament, both pondering the same matter. In the 2 days since the start of term, this Gunter had yet to officially acknowledge their pureblood status. It did not seem to bode well. As the class concluded, Cassandra immediately took Draco's hand, leading him toward Flitwick's office. Although Draco did not fully comprehend the purpose of his inclusion, he understood he lacked the standing to resist. "Mr. Gunter, your charm work is exceptional. I wonder how far along you are in your studies. Genius deserves recognition." Flitwick believed that with Cassandra's talent, spending time on assignments would be a waste. It would be better to exempt him from this semester's homework, allowing him to focus on the upcoming lessons. Grateful for Flitwick's kindness, Cassandra readily accepted. "Professor, I have already mastered all the first-year spells." Flitwick rubbed his hands together, eager to see the extent of Cassandra's abilities. Nodding, Cassandra casually removed a cufflink, lightly tapping his wand, transforming it into a vibrant tulip. The flower, glistening with dew, was stunning. Flitwick barely had time to admire Cassandra's remarkable transfiguration before witnessing the tulip disintegrate under the cutting charm. Then, with a flash of white light, the flower gradually reconstituted itself into its original exquisite form. Flitwick applauded, laughing heartily. "Marvelous. Exceptional transfiguration and silent casting, Mr. Gunter. Because of your excellence, I believe I must award Slytherin an additional 5 points." Cassandra adjusted his glasses, smiling shyly. "Professor Flitwick, please call me Cassius. Referring to me as Gunter makes me feel as if I am being addressed as someone else." Flitwick readily agreed. "Very well, Cassius. Due to your outstanding performance, you shall be exempt from this semester's assignments. However, you must still pay attention in class. Should you have any questions after lessons, feel free to seek my assistance." Grateful for the elder's kindness, Cassandra felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Professor." Having been overlooked for too long, Cassandra yearned for recognition and need, believing that feeling valued and praised was the finest remedy in the world. Upon leaving the office, Cassandra instantly spotted Draco leaning against the wall. He retained his quiet demeanor, a stark contrast to the boy Cassandra first encountered in Diagon Alley. His striking platinum hair, unstyled, cascaded freely, and the boy's visage exuded tranquility, resembling a dandelion bathed in sunlight after a rain, soft and fluffy, serene and beautiful. However, only Cassandrius knew the tempestuous storms that this seemingly innocuous dandelion had endured. "Draco," he called. The boy shivered slightly, quickly turning to face him with a smile, though his lips curved in mirth. The gray-blue depths of his eyes concealed emotions known only to him. In an instant, the turmoil within Cassandrius dissipated. He approached Draco, smiling as he said, "Let us go. It is time for dinner." They walked in silence, the corridor occasionally filled with the laughter of students. Cassandrius even caught the sounds of the Savior and his companion, Ron Weasley. Their laughter was the epitome of youthful innocence at the age of 11. Suddenly, Cassandrius halted, turning to Draco. "You go ahead. I have a matter to attend to." Draco nodded silently, clutching his books as he departed. Cassandrius then pivoted, making his way directly to the headmaster's office. Since the day he spotted Harry Potter at the platform, Cassandrius had sensed something peculiar about the soul of this savior. However, there was no need for him to investigate further. He could simply consult Dumbledore. The password to the headmaster's office remained Fizzing Wisby, allowing Cassandrius to enter without hindrance. Though Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen, the young man raised an eyebrow, unceremoniously seating himself and grabbing a handful of sweets from Dumbledore's candy jar. Just as he was about to take a second handful, a familiar voice interrupted. "Cassandrius, is it quite appropriate to pilfer from an elderly gentleman?" Without pausing his actions, Cassandrius replied without looking up, Headmaster Dumbledore, at your age, excessive sugar may lead to dental woes. Allow us children to alleviate your burden. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation as he settled into his chair. With a gentle tap on the table, 2 steaming cups of tea appeared before them. Cassandrius, like at noon, began to add an abundance of sugar until it transformed into a syrupy concoction. Dumbledore watched with a bemused smile as the boy took a large gulp, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the boy's teeth. At that moment, Cassandrius noticed an object in Dumbledore's hands, a silver diadem adorned with a magnificent sapphire and flanked by outstretched eagle wings. The diadem of Ravenclaw. So soon? Cassandrius expressed his surprise. Dumbledore levitated the diadem beside the sorting hat, removing his glasses with a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps I am growing old. I never anticipated that Ravenclaw's diadem would become one of Tom's Horcruxes. Cassandrius tossed a sweet into his mouth, his expression remaining impassive as he replied. The average lifespan of a wizard exceeds 200 years. You are but in your 100th year, a prime age for endeavor. Dumbledore chuckled softly, countering, and you, Cassandrius, do you aspire to pursue immortality? Cassandrius scoffed lightly. Headmaster Dumbledore, the sweets you consume bear the name of Gunter, do they not? He regarded the venerable elder with a tone laced with irony, adding, moreover, I harbor no interest in immortality. This was the truth. What is immortality but an ethereal notion? He cared far more for the tangible treasures in his grasp. Dumbledore was a politician, a fact Cassandrius had recognized from the outset, which is why he resolved to confront Dumbledore as the heir of Gunter. It was truly foolish to feign innocence before a politician. One was a descendant of Gunter, who harbored a profound vendetta against Voldemort, while the other was the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, openly defying Death Eaters and Voldemort alike. Their goals aligned. Achieving them promptly was paramount. Rather than engaging in clandestine actions that might provoke Dumbledore's suspicion, it was preferable to declare their intentions openly and seek collaboration. Cassandrius despised the feeling of being beholden to another. Thus he sought to overturn the chessboard from the very beginning and become the player. Chapter 24, The Savior Boy. Dumbledore smiled, taking a sip of his tea, lost in thought. Cassandrius paid him no mind. Dumbledore was undeniably powerful, but his strength was solely his own. The Gunter family possessed significant wealth, enough to instill caution even in Dumbledore. Years of accumulation and investment had resulted in a vast network of influence. Nearly every faction within the British magical community had, to some degree, benefited from Gunter's patronage, from plantations across the Pacific to Dragon Island. This extensive industrial chain birthed countless vacant professions. Were it not for his deliberate control over the circulation of galleons within the magical realm, the economic trade in Britain would have collapsed long ago. It was only in recent years, devoid of Gunter's interference, that Dumbledore had maintained a semblance of order at Hogwarts. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure. Unbeknownst to him, Fudge's worries had gradually diminished. For Dumbledore, Voldemort and Gunter represented 2 tempests, one rapidly approaching, the other gathering strength. All right, enough of this. Let us discuss something more uplifting, such as your savior boy. Cassandrius deftly shifted the topic, wary of provoking the elder's ire. Dumbledore chuckled but did not delve into the subject of Harry Potter. Instead, he redirected the conversation toward Draco. It seems you have quite the fondness for Mr. Malfoy. Cassandrius leaned his chin on his hand, absently stirring his tea. He blew gently at the steam rising from the cup, his tone unexpectedly softening. Draco is quite different from his father. He possesses a certain charm. Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard, but before he could continue, Cassandrius interrupted with a startling revelation. Forget about Draco. Let us discuss your golden boy. His soul appears rather amiss. Dumbledore's grip on his white beard tightened. What do you mean? Cassandrius adjusted his glasses. I can perceive souls, and the savior boy's soul seems shrouded in a layer of dark mist. He paused, gauging Dumbledore's serious expression before adding. Like a Horcrux. Dumbledore's pupils dilated slightly. No wonder he had spent the afternoon searching for the second Horcrux. He had assumed the ring was at fault, fluctuating in warmth. But now, is it Harry? Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. Harry. He raised his gaze again, only to find Cassandrius smiling faintly, seemingly awaiting something. Do you have a solution? He inquired. Cassandrius shook his head. Of course not. I have no vested interest in the Savior. Although he collaborated with Dumbledore, he did not wish to be scrutinized daily. Thus, whenever Dumbledore found himself at leisure, Cassandrius would toss out a more pressing question to divert his attention. So, dear headmaster, perhaps you should focus more on your Savior. I must take my leave. With that parting remark, Cassandrius departed the headmaster's office, feeling quite pleased with himself. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Dumbledore was now entirely preoccupied, leaving no room for thoughts of Cassandrius. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Horcruxes. Harry, Horcruxes, Harry. Soon, The first potions class for Slytherin arrived. It was a Friday, and the Slytherins shared this lesson with the Gryffindors. Cassandrius had been studying alchemy since the tender age of 5, and the only time he could spare for potions was during the lessons imparted by his elders. He truly began brewing potions only after the appearance of the True Eye, which was half a year ago. In this brief span, Cassandrius had recognized his own aptitude for potion making, although it did not rival the extraordinary talents seen in alchemy or dark magic. He could be deemed a genius in his own right. The first-year potions curriculum was not particularly challenging, consisting mainly of foundational brews, allowing Cassandrius the leisure to enjoy the antics of Harry Potter. However, he noticed Draco casting an uneasy glance at Harry, a subtle change that even the most formidable mental shields could not conceal. For reasons unknown, Cassandrius felt his earlier good spirits wane. When he looked back at Harry, his interest had dissipated. He wore a feigned smile, jotting down notes while observing Harry's misadventures. As the most intimidating professor at Hogwarts, Snape perpetually bore a countenance that radiated an aura of keep your distance. He strode into the classroom with a commanding presence, his robes billowing as if propelled by a fierce wind, and regarded the students who were gradually falling silent. His icy gaze swept the room, pinpointing the loathsome figure and those familiar eyes. Snape frowned, grasping the attendance sheet to commence roll call. Like Flitwick, he always paused when reaching Harry's name. Yet their attitudes towards Harry were diametrically opposed. "Oh, what a drawn-out name," he intoned in a peculiar cadence. "Harry Potter, the illustrious savior himself." Harry confirmed once more that this potions professor harbored an intense dislike for him. From the very start of the term, he had sensed something amiss in Snape's gaze. Now, he was more convinced than ever that the professor loathed him. Cassandrius tilted his head, observing Snape's harassment of Harry Potter. Indeed, he was well acquainted with Snape's past. Events, once transpired, invariably leave their mark. Snape's experiences at Hogwarts were not unknown, and some still remembered those days. Harry Potter's father, James Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew, the infamous traitor. Cassandrius cast a deep glance at the savior and the brooding Professor Snape, weighing the worth of a master of potions against that of a werewolf and an outlawed black. Undoubtedly, the choice was glaringly clear. The potions lessons soon concluded, and Harry earned 2 points for Gryffindor. Cassandrius rose leisurely, observing the savior and his friends as they hastily exited the potions classroom. Draco stood nearby, his gaze inexplicably drawn to Harry's retreating figure. Cassandrius smirked, biting his cheek, exhaling a breath, and suddenly sporting a gentle smile. "Come, Draco." He strode forward, with Draco trailing half a step behind. However, as they walked, Draco realized they were not heading towards the Slytherin common room. Frowning slightly, he opened his mouth to speak. But Cassandrius abruptly halted, turning to seize Draco's wrist, forcefully pulling him towards himself. With a resounding thud, the door to the empty classroom slammed shut. Chapter 25, A Heartfelt Confrontation. Before Draco could fully comprehend the situation, he was yanked down to the ground. Cassandrius slowly crouched, lifting Draco's sleeve to reveal the smooth skin of his left forearm, where the mark of the infinite serpent began to emerge. He gripped Draco's arm firmly, standing upright as he scrutinized the mark. Draco, suspended helplessly by Cassandrius's strong grip, found himself awkwardly half-kneeling on the floor. This position was exhausting. His legs, slightly bent, should have been resting on the ground, yet Cassandrius's unforgiving grip forced his knees off the floor, leaving only the tops of his feet seeking purchase on the ground. Maintaining this pose was arduous for Draco, who endured until his waist grew numb, his legs weak, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Cassandrius," Draco called out, somewhat disheveled, raising his gaze to catch a glimpse of Cassandrius' features, enough to discern the proud curve of his pale chin. His weary legs struggled to find stability, time slipping away, and the heaviness in his limbs felt as if they were filled with lead. He wished to resist, but he lacked the strength. Breathing heavily, droplets of sweat trickled down his brow, eventually soaking into his collar, darkening the fabric. Fingertips grazed over the pale skin, tracing patterns. Draco felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring and amplifying his senses. The icy touch on his arm sent ripples through him, culminating in a prickling sensation. His fingers twitched slightly, as if seeking to alleviate the discomfort in his arm through such movement. In the darkness, the silver image of the Ouroboros appeared more resplendent than ever. Cassandrius seemed dissatisfied. It would indeed be more convenient to find someone bearing the dark mark. It was then that he appeared to take notice of Draco. "Ah!" Cassandrius exclaimed in astonished surprise, abruptly releasing his grip and allowing Draco to slump helplessly onto the floor. "Are you all right?" He straightened up, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, his gaze both lofty and gentle as it fell upon the disheveled Draco. Draco cleared his throat, striving to straighten his body, attempting to rise from the ground, when a hand suddenly rested upon his head. Draco froze. Cassandrius chuckled softly, kneeling to stroke Draco's hair as one might a beloved pet. "How did you fall?" he chided, feigning genuine concern for Draco's well-being. Draco, with a raspy voice, gazed up at Cassandrius with his misty gray-blue eyes, desperately pleading, "I was wrong." Cassandrius looked at Draco in surprise, still smiling. "What?" Draco tilted his head back, his thick lashes dampened by either sweat or tears, and he desperately nudged his forehead against Cassandrius's palm, pleading earnestly, "I was wrong, Cassandrius." Cassandrius sighed deeply, caressing Draco's soft cheek, feeling the warmth of his fingertips, gently wiping away the sweat and tears from his face, while softly warning, "No second chances." As time passed, 2 weeks had swiftly elapsed since the beginning of term. Since the conclusion of that potion class, Draco had seldom directed his attention towards Harry, much to the satisfaction of Cassandrius, who was more than willing to mentor Draco in practical combat skills. Each evening, they would spend an extended period in the room of requirement, with Draco entering in a state of trepidation and emerging in a state of utter exhaustion. Cassandrius had expertly gauged Draco's limits, and with his exceptional healing magic, Draco had scarcely sustained any visible injuries. Gradually, Draco grew accustomed to Cassandrius's occasional eccentricities, ceasing to concern himself with others and immersing himself in his own academic pursuits. By mid-September, the weather began to cool, and the consequences of overtraining coupled with a lack of warm clothing led to Draco falling ill. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, and Cassandrius remained indifferent, having encountered numerous patients. He had long since steeled his heart against such ailments. After dinner, as Cassandrius exited the great hall, he was intercepted by the ever-perturbed Quirrell. "Gigi Gant," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The moment Cassandrius caught a whiff of the nauseating odor of garlic emanating from Quirrell, he felt an urge to flee. However, recalling one of his short-term objectives, Cassandrius resolutely stifled his instinct to escape. He cast a charm to ward off the foul smell before turning to Quirrell. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell. Is there something you require?" His demeanor was affable, seemingly extending kindness to all, which elicited a rare sense of respect from Quirrell, who had long been ostracized by the students of Hogwarts. With his purpose in mind, Quirrell dismissed his unnecessary thoughts and spoke hesitantly. "I noticed your keen interest in defense against the dark arts. Would you care to discuss it in my office?" Quirrell suddenly stood upright, shedding his previous timidity, and even his demeanor appeared to radiate newfound confidence. Sensing the shift in Quirrell's disposition, Cassandrius feigned ignorance and acquiesced to his request. "Very well, Professor Quirrell. Shall we go now?" As they made their way to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell engaged Cassandrius in a vague discussion about dark magic. Cassandrius responded with playful ignorance, skillfully sidestepping direct answers. Upon entering Quirrell's office, Quirrell graciously allowed Cassandrius to enter first, closing the door behind him. Without a care in the world, Cassandrius plopped himself into the professor's chair, casting a silencing charm in the process. Quirrell turned to find Cassandrius lounging comfortably in his seat. Recalling his objective, Quirrell took a deep breath, steeling himself. He would endure. Cassandrius observed Quirrell's somewhat contorted expression, crossing his legs and interlocking his fingers in a posture of dominance as he regarded the professor standing before his desk. "Professor Quirrell, what is it that you wish to discuss?" His voice elongated with a hint of implication, evoking an unsettling premonition in the temporarily possessed Voldemort. Suppressing his ominous foreboding, Quirrell forced a smile. "I have a few books that may be of interest to you, Gant. Would you like to take a look?" A realization dawned upon Cassandrius. "Oh, I see. Thank you, Professor." He reclined in the chair with an air of superiority, provoking a pang of envy in Voldemort. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old boy. Voldemort reassured himself with this thought. Taking a deep breath, he turned to search for the tampered book. At that very moment, as he averted his gaze, Cassandrius raised his wand with a smile. "Cruciatus." In an instant, a searing pain coursed through Voldemort's very soul. Quirrell convulsed, unable to suppress his screams. Voldemort's eyes widened in horror. He crumpled to the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. How many years had it been? He had never endured such torment. Almost instantaneously, as Voldemort collapsed, he swiftly drew his wand to aim at Cassandrius. Avada Kedavra! A chilling green light erupted from the tip of his wand, racing towards Cassandrius in the blink of an eye. Cassandrius's expression shifted, and a nearby ink bottle morphed into a heavy brick, shielding him just in time. The green light was deflected, quickly followed by a barrage of red spells shooting forth from Cassandrius's wand. "Cruciatus! Cruciatus!" Voldemort rolled on the ground, narrowly evading several of the curses. Cassandrius was relentless, unleashing a flurry of spells with practiced ease, transforming nearby books and quills into razor-sharp blades. Avian Assault, Freezing Charm, Shatterbone. No matter how formidable Voldemort had once been, in this moment, he was a mere remnant of his former self, unable to best Cassandrius. Despite his efforts to evade, many of the spells found their mark. A torrential downpour of curses, accompanied by the sharp blades, relentlessly pursued Quirrell, even as he dodged left and right. He could not withstand the nearly inexhaustible magical prowess of Cassandrius. Quirrell writhed in agony on the floor, and even Voldemort, bound to him, could not bear the searing pain. Both emitting anguished cries, Cassandrius rose, advancing while continuing to cast Cruciatus. He was always cautious, never daring to approach an adversary capable of retaliation. The unceasing torture of Cruciatus brought Quirrell to the brink of mental collapse, and Voldemort shared in his torment. This was no ordinary curse, it was an enhanced version, specifically designed to target the soul under Liz's guidance. After several iterations of Cruciatus, Voldemort found himself utterly drained of strength and means. Just as he thought he might perish at Cassandrius's hands, Cassandrius ceased his relentless onslaught. He would not kill Voldemort, after all. It would be rather suspicious if Quirrell were to die in his office while he remained unscathed. Observing the barely conscious Quirrell on the floor, Cassandrius smiled, determining their fates. He removed his glasses and, amidst Quirrell's bewildered gaze, placed the Eye of Truth upon him. The moment the eye made contact with Quirrell's soul, he involuntarily shivered, an overwhelming emptiness washing over him, causing him to tremble violently. The piercing chill enveloped him, and as he quaked, he found himself powerless to resist, his vision blurring. Timing his actions, Cassandrius swiftly removed the Eye of Truth, not immediately donning it, but tossing it aside after several cleansing charms, his distaste evident. Once satisfied, he straightened, looking down upon the disheveled Quirrell, who appeared as though he were an elderly man of 60. He possesses an inexhaustible supply of energy-boosting potions. The Eye of Truth is a lethal poison for him, yet it also serves as a life-saving remedy. However, in the hands of others, it becomes a genuine death sentence. Chapter 26. A pain that pierces to the core. Cassandrius departed from Quirrell's office and, standing at the threshold, cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. He caressed the wand in his hand, feeling the icy touch against his fingertips, and glanced up at the location of the headmaster's office, unhesitatingly casting a Cruciatus curse upon himself. Bang! In an instant, Cassandrius felt the strength drain from his body, collapsing heavily to the ground. The soul-wrenching agony threatened to tear his flesh asunder, shattering his bones. Cassandrius gripped his wand tightly, his complexion pale as death. He clenched the wand and carelessly tossed it aside, then yanked off his jeweled cufflink, flinging it into the air. With a pop, the cufflink transformed into a delicate pink bird, fluttering its wings as it soared towards the headmaster's office. He rose, awkwardly supporting himself against the wall. Meanwhile, within the office, Quirrell lay on the floor, uncertain of life or death, convulsing twice before his entire being dissipated into a swirling black mist, vanishing from the office. The pink bird, fluffy and light as a dandelion blown by the wind, flapped its wings desperately, striving to reach its destination in the shortest time possible. Tap, tap, tap. The glass window of the headmaster's office was suddenly rapped upon, and Dumbledore, clad in a violet robe, looked on in puzzlement. There, he beheld a pink bird resembling a glutinous rice dumpling incessantly pecking at the window. The elderly wizard waved his hand, and the window opened. In the next moment, the bird sprang into his palm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Though the words of the bird were indecipherable, Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly rose to his feet, and Fawkes, perched on the shelf nearby, followed suit, taking flight to settle upon his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the old man vanished from sight. At the entrance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, a boy clad in a black robe, with hair of contrasting black and white, huddled in a corner in a pitiful state. His eyes were tightly shut, his face marred by a mixture of tears and sweat, his body occasionally convulsing, while his typically neat hair lay disheveled, stained with dust and perspiration. Not far from him lay a pair of silver-framed glasses, carelessly discarded, now tainted with blood and dirt. Dumbledore hurriedly scooped the boy into his arms, only to find that his complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. He gently patted the boy's cheek, only to discover that the boy was biting his lower lip so fiercely that blood began to seep forth. In an instant, Dumbledore appeared in the infirmary, cradling Cassandrius, who was on the brink of death. Madame Pomfrey, on duty around the clock, initially intended to express her frustration at yet another young wizard neglecting his well-being. But the sight of the barely conscious Cassandrius startled her into silence. Merlin, what on earth has happened? After placing the boy on the hospital bed, Pomfrey wasted no time in examining his condition. It was then that she realized the boy had bitten his tongue in response to the excruciating pain. As she pried open his mouth, bright crimson blood gushed forth, some even choking him in the throat. Once she managed to address the oral injuries, Pomfrey turned her attention to examining the boy's other wounds. What she encountered was nothing short of shocking. Merlin's old trousers. Who on earth would dare to cast the Cruciatus curse upon such a young child? And not just one. Dumbledore was horrified by Cassandrius's condition. The child's excessive maturity and intelligence had indeed raised his suspicions, for he bore too great a resemblance to the Tom of Yore in certain respects. Yet, just as his vigilance began to solidify, calamity befell the child. Dumbledore then realized that Cassandrius was merely an 11-year-old boy. He was not the ambitious Tom. He was simply Cassandrius. After entrusting the poor child to Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Upon opening the door, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. Bookshelves lay toppled, papers scattered everywhere, and bloodstains dotted the floor. Just a single glance revealed the remnants of at least 5 Cruciatus curses, and even 1 killing curse. Dumbledore approached a shattered ink bottle, and with his level of magical prowess, he could discern that it had indeed shielded against the killing curse. His gaze grew heavy with sorrow. Merely envisioning the chaos laid before him, he could imagine how Cassandrius had evaded Voldemort's killing curse while enduring the torment of multiple Cruciatus curses. The old man lingered in place for what seemed an eternity until, after considerable time had passed, he slowly uttered a name: Tom. How could he have failed to recognize Tom's intentions? If Voldemort could inhabit Quirrell, then he could surely inhabit Gunter as well. A descendant of Slytherin, the heir of Parseltongue, was certainly a far more advantageous vessel than Quirrell. Dumbledore sighed deeply once more. He glanced at the blood and dust-stained glasses in his hand. Perhaps he understood why Tom had fled. When one performs a charade, one must commit to the entirety of the act. Cassandrius remained unconscious for a staggering 5 days. Upon awakening, even Madame Pomfrey marveled at his unwavering spirit. During his slumber, many Slytherin students from his year had come to visit him, and the bedside was piled high with gifts from his classmates. The moment he regained consciousness, he noticed Silas by his side. His voice was weary, hoarse with fatigue. Merely listening allowed Cassandrius to envision the toll it had taken on him. His typically well-groomed black hair was undoubtedly disheveled, and his handsome, chiseled features bore the weight of shadows, with dark circles under his eyes, chapped lips, and blood vessels visible in the whites of his eyes. Suddenly alarmed by the nature of his thoughts, Cassandrius was struck by a profound realization. What was he thinking? How could he harbor such thoughts? To regard the feelings of others as mere playthings, coldly assessing and even mocking everything? How could this be? Though Silas and his companions were products of a system, their years of interaction had fostered genuine affection. After all, even a mere pet would develop some feelings, let alone living beings. He had been so preoccupied with himself that he had failed to consider how his momentary whims could cause distress to those around him. He coldly envisioned Silas's current state, oblivious to the fact that he was the very cause of Silas's plight. He looked down from his lofty perch, overlooking their concern, believing it all to be a matter of course. Silas, upon noticing that Cassandrius had awoken, promptly alerted the healers at St. Mungo's while pouring a glass of water for him. Cassandrius sat up, supported by Silas as he drank to soothe his throat. Remembering his earlier thoughts, he lowered his gaze to the cup in his hand, unable to meet Silas's weary eyes, even though he could see nothing now. He imagined treating Silas with the same indifference he exhibited towards Draco, even though Silas was a fiercely loyal subordinate. Yet his rationality clashed with his emotions. Finally, he merely murmured, "I'm sorry." Silas laughed in disbelief. "Sir," he exclaimed with urgency, his eyes filled with concern. "Lilith is nearly frantic. These past few days, the Daily Prophet has been rife with reports of your injury at school and your subsequent arrival at St. Mungo's. The purebloods resembled ravenous hounds, having caught the scent of blood, and both Vis and Lilith were deeply concerned for you." Cassandrius fell silent. At this moment, Silas cast aside his subordinate role, expressing his emotions in a husky voice akin to that of a true family member. Though they were artificially created beings, they were, nonetheless, human. As the saying goes, humans are not mere wood or grass, who can be devoid of feelings. Yet, Cassandrius continually overlooked this truth. He remained ensnared in the past, forgetting that he was no longer merely a solitary boy who had spent a year waiting in a hospital room. He had Celis, Lilith, Vespera, and even Malocian and Lena. He was no longer that isolated youth. Having languished too long in the bygone winter, he had forgotten that the present was one of spring's blooming warmth. Suddenly, he recalled the actions he had taken regarding Draco over the past fortnight. He could scarcely believe it. One half of him coldly manipulated his body, treating everything and everyone with ruthless indifference, while the other half floated in a desolate realm, judging it all with apathy. What on earth was he doing? Cassandrius hung his head, his pupils trembling, and his hands quaking. Chapter 27, Schizophrenia. It was the 5th day of Cassandrius's unconsciousness. Draco had enjoyed a rare few days of peace. No sudden intrusions by a madman into his dormitory, no frenzied carving of symbols upon his skin, and certainly no daily training to the point of being unable to lift a finger. He could even relish the absurdity of Ted's jokes. Yes, a madman indeed. To Draco, Cassandrius was nothing short of utterly insane. After all, weren't all the Gunter family mad? As for Cassandrius, had he not, as others claimed, been subjected to several cruciatus curses by Professor Quirrell? What a laugh. Draco would much rather believe that it was that madman who had inflicted such torment upon Quirrell. Though their time together had been brief, Draco had gleaned profound insights into the nature of Cassandrius. Cold, arrogant, and dismissive of all matters. Although he feigned warmth with a gentle smile, Draco, who truly understood the essence behind that facade, recognized it as merely a tactic. This individual had an uncanny ability to conceal venom beneath a veneer of compassion, coaxing others into willingly consuming it. Even he himself, had it not been for the initial attention Cassandrius had shown him, would likely have been just another expendable pawn in his eyes. Despite these thoughts, with the greatest source of his troubles absent, Draco's spirits lifted considerably. Draco, the Quidditch tryouts have commenced. Care to join me? Blaise inquired, leaning closer. Draco nodded, a smile gracing his features. Certainly. St. Mungo's. Reality has a way of propelling individuals forward. Although Cassandrius had sensed that something was amiss with his mental state, more pressing matters occupied his thoughts. The news of Gunter's progeny suffering under the cruciatus curse at Hogwarts had spread like wildfire through the magical community, with many speculating that the mysterious figure would soon return. Fudge was in a state of disarray, for he held his power and position dear, yet was inherently cowardly and paranoid. He who once feared Dumbledore, the man who had elevated him to the position of Minister of Magic, now found himself quaking at the thought of the elusive Voldemort. Nevertheless, his primary concern remained his ministerial position. Thus, without hesitation, Fudge instructed Rita Skeeter, under Umbridge's command, to publish damaging statements against Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet. Not content with that, the Prophet also released negative articles about Dumbledore. Within mere days, the outcry regarding Dumbledore's mismanagement echoed throughout the entirety of the British magical community. Everyone was aware that this was Fudge's handiwork. However, Fudge was truly aggrieved. He merely intended to subtly disseminate a few negative remarks regarding Dumbledore. How could it have escalated to such proportions? The entire magical community was now aware of Fudge's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore, using this opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the greatest white wizard of this century. Yet, how many within the British magical realm had graduated from Hogwarts? In a matter of moments, through the machinations of those with ulterior motives, Fudge's standing within the magical community plummeted to an all-time low. As Fudge's reputation rapidly declined, even his previously harmless misdeeds became a source of further misfortune. Consequently, differing opinions began to emerge within the Ministry of Magic, with Bartemius Crouch being the most fervent in his pursuits. However, none of this concerned the recuperating Cassandrius. After observing for 3 days at St. Mungo's, he was finally discharged, with even the physicians remarking on his unwavering determination and the swift recovery from the cruciatus curse. Upon his release, Cassandrius opted not to return to Hogwarts nor the Gunter estate. Instead, he ventured into the world of ordinary people. Having endured prolonged illness, Cassandrius had come to realize that his mental state appeared somewhat askew. However, he believed that as long as it did not disrupt his daily life, it was of little concern. Yet, this recent episode of loss of control prompted him to recognize that perhaps it was time to consult a doctor. Seeking medical assistance was undoubtedly necessary. However, he could not present himself in the guise of a 12-year-old child. Thus, he consumed an aging potion. In Hampstead, London, Mr. Geo Lawrence was now 49 years old. Over the past 2 years, the international landscape concerning mental health had improved significantly, and discussions surrounding mental illness had become increasingly fervent. It would not be long before the World Health Organization would issue relevant documentation. Glancing at the empty cup on his desk, Geo shouted outside, "Lena, Mr. Lawrence, the coffee machine is broken. You'll have to wait a while." A disgruntled female voice responded from outside. Lawrence chuckled awkwardly and turned his attention to the medical journal of the day. Ding dong. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lawrence set aside the magazine and prepared to begin his work. His first patient of the day was seemingly named Dominis Gunter. A curious name. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gunter. I am the psychologist Geo Lawrence." At noon, the September air in England had turned chilly, even within the warm confines of the clinic. Lena Evans was bundled in several layers of clothing. Suddenly, she caught sight of 2 figures emerging from Mr. Lawrence's office. The man in the lead, tall and well-proportioned, donned an exquisitely tailored overcoat that accentuated his impressive stature. His striking black and white hair was both dazzling and eye-catching. Lena felt as if she could hear her heart racing. Only when the two figures disappeared from view did she regain her senses. As she routinely glanced at Lawrence, she noticed him drenched in perspiration. "Mr. Lawrence, what has happened?" she exclaimed, quickly pouring a glass of hot water for the disheveled Lawrence, who sat slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat. Lawrence wiped the perspiration from his brow, looking quizzically at the cup in his hand. "Why is it not coffee?" Lena shot him a glare. "The coffee machine is broken." Amidst the conversation between the two, the medical report resting atop the table began to rise slowly, invisible to their eyes, as a nearly transparent flame flickered to life. The fiery tongue gradually consumed the paper, swaying gently, revealing the ominous words "extreme danger." Cassandrius, not wearing his glasses, could not perceive his current appearance. Yet, more than his looks, he was preoccupied with the diagnosis he clutched in his hands. Emotional and behavioral dysregulation, dissociative disorder. A fragmented self-awareness, contradictory emotional expressions, and emotional detachment. Impulse control disorders. With evident self-destructive tendencies. Impaired social functioning, estrangement in interpersonal relationships, and social avoidance. Diagnosis: paranoid schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, often accompanied by antisocial behavior tendencies, with risks of self-harm and suicide. The recommendation was to discontinue his studies and undergo mandatory hospitalization and long-term pharmacological treatment. With a snap of his fingers, a flame almost devoid of color appeared out of thin air and instantly engulfed the paper. "Silas, let us venture into the realm of ordinary humans," he jested. "Mandatory hospitalization? How absurd. Since we are here, let us observe the development of human society." After residing in this world for quite some time, Cassandrius had always refrained from referring to those ordinary folk as muggles. In his past life, he too was merely an ordinary human, languishing on a hospital bed. Should he then belittle others based solely on their lack of magical prowess? Cassandrius acknowledged his mental afflictions, yet he still considered himself a normal individual. Time had elapsed significantly since his previous life. He had spent years in the hospital, scarcely utilizing any electronic devices. The only connection to the outside world was the erratic television in his ward and snippets of news shared by doctors and nurses. In his 17 years of existence, he only remembered that the year of his death was 2020. Silas silently followed behind Cassandrius, utilizing a chaotic spell to remain informed of Cassandrius's diagnosis throughout. Silas felt a sense of despair. He was aware that his master was somewhat unhinged, but not to this extent. "Mr. Omenes, do lend a hand." Chapter 28. The Void of Existence. September marked the time of London Fashion Week. Due to his minor status, Cassandrius wielded the second-hand wand that had been his companion since he was 5. As he and Silas operated near the Fashion Week venue, Cassandrius could not help but halt his steps. Since its inception in 1984, London Fashion Week had witnessed a dramatic evolution in human aesthetics and fashion within just a few years. While wizards remained ensconced in bygone eras, they perpetually donned robes, which, despite variations in material and style, could not alter their fundamental nature. However, the 1991 London Fashion Week saw a swift transition in styles within a mere 2 years. While remnants of the flamboyant luxury of the 90s lingered, the quietly rising tide of minimalism and subculture gradually dominated the runway. This year's event, held at the Royal Academy of Arts due to the economic recession in Britain, boasted substantial security measures, all of which were rendered futile before wizards. Cassandrius, hands tucked in his pockets, stood with Silas at a distance, observing the highly artistic showcase. He could not suppress his admiration. Humanity is indeed a remarkably creative species. 1991 was a wondrous era. Some nations were rapidly advancing, while others languished in slow decline. The deindustrialization policies of the Thatcher government led to the collapse of the manufacturing sector, prompting countless workers' children to turn their sights towards the low-cost creative industries. They constructed a magnificent monument to the golden age using second-hand materials, tattered cloths, and discarded office products. Amidst chaos and disorder, this show was born. He recalled his own current life of untroubled sustenance. When one becomes sufficiently affluent, a yearning for spiritual richness emerges. When an individual's wealth reaches a point where they can command a city, issues within that city become inevitable. From an economic perspective, this is a result of diminishing marginal utility. When wealth accumulation surpasses the threshold of consumption capacity, the satisfaction derived from any expensive luxury declines. For Cassandrius, he had reached a level of affluence where galleons were merely a number in his eyes. Thus, he relentlessly pursued knowledge, be it in alchemy, dark magic, white magic, or potions, anything that could provide him with fulfillment, even if it meant delving into the depths of Voldemort's pursuits. Yet, from a philosophical standpoint, this aligns with Yeats Bell's theory of existential void. Excessive material satisfaction merely exposes the barrenness of the spirit. Cassandrius possessed too much. granting him the audacity to act recklessly, forcing Malfoy and outmaneuvering Dumbledore even within the confines of Hogwarts. Therefore, to fill the void, he delved into dark magic, manipulating others, challenging authority, seeking thrill and a sense of existence in this world. As Cassandrius gazed upon the minimalist yet grand showcase, he suddenly chuckled. It seemed that all the wizards in the British magical community could hardly fill this venue. A hint of hell. Silas stood quietly behind him, silently observing the scene. Subsequently, Cassandrius chose not to linger. He first returned to Gunter Manor to converse with the portraits of his ancestors, enduring a lengthy reprimand before sheepishly making his way back to Hogwarts. The day following the incident involving Cassandrius, Dumbledore left St. Mungo's, his expression somber as he returned to the school. He opted not to return to the headmaster's office, but instead went directly to the Forbidden Forest. The centaur Firenze had been waiting for him deep within the woods. Firenze was a striking figure with golden hair and blue eyes. His upper body human, while his lower half was that of a creamy-colored horse. The centaur community resided in the Forbidden Forest, endowed with the abilities of divination and prophecy. Firenze was a unique presence, more attuned to humanity than his kin. You have arrived. Moonlight bathed his satin-like platinum hair, twinkling as if adorned with stars, his expression impassive. His handsome visage marked by a somewhat aristocratic melancholy, his blue eyes clear as the starry sea. Has anything occurred in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore inquired. Firenze looked up at the starry sky. Tonight is windless, and no clouds obscure the moon. One star shines brightly, flickering. Its trajectory is elusive. Its radiance is neither pure light nor utter darkness. It shall use the old order as fuel, forging a new order amidst flames and smoke. His words, cryptic yet understood by Dumbledore. Dumbledore lowered his gaze in contemplation, then asked, "Is he as he once was?" Firenze shook his head, turning his gaze towards the luminous moon. "He shall ultimately break through the darkness." Dumbledore refrained from probing further into Firenze's insights, for deep within the Forbidden Forest, they discovered Quirrell's lifeless body. The state of the corpse was harrowing, resembling a desiccated cadaver, with bulging eyes that would not close. Alas, Dumbledore sighed. He had once thought Quirrell might serve as a means to train Harry, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events. Dumbledore was once again reminded of the curse Voldemort had cast upon Gaunt, his heart a tumult of emotions. The very curse he had unleashed had become a cog in the machinery that claimed his own life. Such was the irony of Voldemort's machinations. Quirrell had perished, succumbing to fate a mere fortnight into the new term. The professors, in a rare show of solidarity, concealed this grim news, merely informing the students that Quirrell had resigned. Not a single student mourned his departure. Indeed, the acrid stench of garlic that clung to him was enough to elicit relief and even joy among the pupils. However, their elation was short-lived as Dumbledore announced a rather disheartening piece of news. Professor Snape would assume the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. Following yet another potions class, Draco, in high spirits, departed the classroom with his books in hand, flanked by Blaise and others. Yet, as he passed by Harry and his friends, he could not suppress a slight frown. "I heard we're to have flying lessons with Slytherin?" Hermione queried, glancing at her companions. Ron immediately voiced his disdain. "That is simply dreadful. Those Slytherins are insufferably arrogant, especially that Gaunt. I haven't seen him acknowledge us since the term began." Hermione shot Ron a disapproving look. "Don't speak that way. He isn't in our house." Ron persisted, grumbling. Who knows what he has been up to? Why else would Quirrell have vanished? Although the professors uniformly maintained that Quirrell had resigned, many curious onlookers had witnessed Gaunt being summoned to the defense against the dark arts professor's office that fateful day, thus fueling the rumors. Draco's lips gradually straightened as he turned to Ron, mimicking his father's tone, and drawled, "Ronald Weasley, I count myself fortunate to be in the same school as you. It's quite delightful to hear the sound of the sea every day. I suggest you open a seaside experience shop in Diagon Alley, 0 cost, high returns. I'm sure the Weasley family would be thrilled." Ron looked utterly perplexed, glancing at Hermione. What did he just say? Pansy and Daphne could not suppress their laughter, and the gathering Slytherins behind them chuckled as well. Hermione felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She glanced at Ron and softly explained. "He said you've lost your mind." Ron's face flushed crimson as he shot a furious glare at Draco. "Shut your mouth, you vile serpent. You and Gaunt are no better. Why else would Quirrell resign the moment Gaunt got into trouble? Perhaps Gaunt bribed him with galleons." Draco remained unfazed, observing Ron's reddening face with a disdainful smile. "At least we still have galleons," he quipped, pausing for effect as he scrutinized Ron with a derisive gaze. The meaning of his silence, all too clear. Ron felt utterly humiliated, clad in hand-me-down robes from his brothers, wielding a wand that had seen better days. And even his pet was merely a rat from Percy. Draco had struck a nerve. "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry interjected, pulling the seething Ron away. glaring at Draco. Draco responded with a scoff. Silence? Oh, esteemed savior. If you had the decency to silence your Weasley friend when he spoke out of turn, perhaps your words would carry more weight now. But as it stands, Harry paused, finally comprehending the reason behind Draco's sudden mockery. As he fell silent, Draco felt a flicker of satisfaction, just as a familiar voice broke through the tension. Harry Potter? The voice was as cold as jade, immediately conjuring the image of its owner. Draco turned to see Cassandrius, clad in his robes, standing tall not far away, perhaps due to his recent illness. He appeared markedly frail, his complexion paler than usual, resembling a snow-carved statue from a distance. Chapter 29. Navigating relationships, more challenging than murder. He stood in the light, his skin fairer than snow, with striking, ethereal features. His long, thick lashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, and his straight nose bore the distinctive traits of his Germanic lineage. Sunlight caressed his lips, tinting them with a subtle golden hue, while errant strands of hair, varying in color, gracefully framed his face, tousled yet effortlessly charming. Beneath his robes, he wore a pristine white shirt, with a neatly arranged green checkered tie resting against his chest, the loose-fitting robe concealing his delicate, emaciated frame, further accentuating his recent convalescence. Indeed, the Gaunt family had been blessed to produce such an exquisite descendant in Cassandrius. The Slytherins surrounding Draco parted to allow him passage, drawing the attention of all present. Gaunt. Harry's pupils dilated slightly as he involuntarily called out his name. Hermione noted an oddity in his tone, but did not dwell on it. Draco observed that Cassandrius was notably without his spectacles. Cassandrius approached leisurely, affectionately taking Draco's books, before turning his chin slightly upward, fixing his vacant gaze upon Ron. I'm afraid, Mr. Weasley, I heard every word you just uttered. Ron's face flushed as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Being caught disparaging someone was indeed awkward. Nevertheless, he braved a retort. Isn't it true? You strut around with your chin held high, as if you're above everyone else. Isn't it because of you that Professor Quirrell resigned? The moment Ron spoke, Hermione sensed impending disaster. She attempted to cover his mouth, but her arms were occupied with books, leaving her helpless. Ron. In desperation, she could only call out his name. Cassandrius emitted a derisive laugh from his nose. Mr. Weasley, perhaps you are unaware that Professor Quirrell's resignation ultimately stems from his use of the unforgivable curses on students at Hogwarts. His words sent a ripple through the crowd, and many began to regard Ron with newfound skepticism. Ron's eyes widened in shock, while Harry gaped in disbelief, and Hermione gasped in horror. All eyes subtly scrutinized Gaunt. Could it be that his hospitalization was due to Quirrell casting an unforgivable curse upon him? Neville, among the crowd, regarded Cassandrius with sympathy. Various gazes lingered on him, but Cassandrius remained indifferent, accustomed to the mix of pity and apathy. With his voice lengthening, he peered down at Ron, as if looking down from a great height. Mr. Weasley, I believe speaking ill of others is hardly commendable behavior for a Gryffindor. With that, Cassandrius paid no heed to Ron's furious and mortified expression. Departing under the scrutiny of all, Draco glanced at Harry and his friends before elegantly following Cassandrius out. Though Cassandrius was a madman and often cold towards him, the recent revelations from his parents about Gaunt had quelled Draco's earlier intentions to confront them. If he were to expose his parents, it wouldn't be long before that individual would expose him in turn. With the departure of two central figures in the incident, the crowd that had gathered nearby suddenly dispersed. Ron, feeling somewhat disgruntled, was met with Hermione's sarcastic remarks from the side. They say not to gossip behind others' backs, but you never listen. And now look, someone heard you. Ron's face contorted in irritation as he hurriedly strode forward, his voice tinged with evident annoyance and anger. It's all my fault, all right? He rushed away, leaving Hermione and Harry standing there. Hermione watched Ron's retreating figure with a mix of frustration and disappointment, before finally turning to regard Harry's peculiar expression. Upon glancing back, she noticed Harry with his head bowed in an odd demeanor. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Harry lifted his head, revealing a slightly flushed face. Hermione was momentarily speechless. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had discerned certain traits of Harry's character. You, my friend, are smitten, aren't you? Having left the corridor, Cassandrius made his way toward the Black Lake, with Draco trailing him at a respectful distance. Upon reaching the lakeside, Cassandrius halted at the same spot as before. He turned to see Draco, standing not far away, bathed in sunlight and resembling a porcelain doll, and inquired with a smile, "Why don't you come over?" Draco glanced at the lawn, ensuring it was dry before maintaining his noble composure and sitting down. Cassandrius had been considerably more amiable toward him lately, and Draco no longer felt the constant trepidation that had plagued him at the beginning. Care for a few days of rest? Draco asked tentatively. Cassandrius sensed Draco's caution, and suddenly found himself choked with words, unable to articulate a single thought. Draco, perplexed by Cassandrius' silence, observed the shifting expressions on his face. As he opened his mouth to speak, yet remained mute. It was eerie. What was this person up to? Draco's internal alarm bells rang. There was undoubtedly something amiss with him. Cassandrius wrestled with himself for what felt like an eternity, wishing to speak, but the words remained lodged in his throat. Emotionally, his relationship with Draco was forcibly created through a mark, rendering him merely a figure akin to Voldemort in Draco's eyes. Logically, the outrageous actions he had committed against Draco warranted immediate arrest by any other person. He had no justification to apologize to Draco. Furthermore, from Draco's perspective, it was merely another instance of Cassandrius' cruel jest. For the first time in his 28 years of life, Cassandrius grappled with the complexities of interpersonal relationships, finding them more challenging than even the act of murder. It's nothing. I brought you a little gift, which I've already placed in your dormitory. As soon as he finished speaking, Cassandrius regretted his words, invading someone's personal space again. All right, Draco replied nonchalantly, before retrieving the book that Cassandrius had set down on the grass. We have flying lessons this afternoon. Are you returning now, or later? He queried. Cassandrius shook his head in refusal. He still had to engage in a verbal spar with Dumbledore. After Draco departed, Cassandrius made his way to the headmaster's office. Clearly, Dumbledore had been waiting for him for quite some time. Upon seeing Cassandrius, Dumbledore couldn't help but frown. This child appeared more haggard and frail than before. Cassandrius, would you care for some pumpkin juice? Cassandrius unceremoniously took a seat, nodding in affirmation. Make sure to add more sugar. Although he no longer wore the Eye of Truth, Cassandrius had grown accustomed to the continual drain of his vitality and magic, and thus sought out an excessive intake of sugar. The rich, sweet aroma of the pumpkin juice soon wafted before him, and Cassandrius inhaled deeply. How delightful. This is what sustenance should be. After sipping a few times, Cassandrius raised his head, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a handkerchief, and initiated the day's formal discussion. Headmaster Dumbledore, where are my glasses? Dumbledore retrieved a silver-gray glasses case from his drawer and handed it to Cassandrius. Cassandrius donned the glasses as if it were second nature, experiencing the clarity of the world alongside the gradual depletion of his vitality and magic, rendering this moment imbued with a sense of reality. Humans inherently fear the darkness, especially after having glimpsed the light. Once blinded again, the endless void and terror can drive a person to madness. This was particularly true for someone already mentally unstable and inheriting a legacy of madness. Chapter 30, full of sincerity. Having put on his glasses once more, Cassandrius tempered his foul mood and cheerfully inquired of Dumbledore, "What do you intend to do with your savior boy?" Dumbledore produced the resurrection stone, and although he maintained a smile, a hint of sadness lingered in his brow. A living Horcrux, perhaps even Tom himself remains unaware of its nature. The resurrection stone is not an alchemical artifact capable of precisely locating Horcruxes. Its primary function is directional sensing. It radiates heat when near a Horcrux and returns to normal when distanced from one. Each time Dumbledore approached Harry with the resurrection stone, his mood invariably soured. Cassandrius contemplated the living Horcrux, yet decided against revealing his thoughts to Dumbledore until he could confirm them. After all, watching Dumbledore's folly was quite entertaining. He opted to sidestep the topic, allowing a harmless smile to grace his face. Dumbledore, sensing an ominous premonition, queried, "Cassandrius, what are your intentions?" Cassandrius chuckled and pointed to the Ravenclaw diadem, tentatively asking, "Can I transform Ravenclaw's diadem into an alchemical artifact?" Cassandrius nearly found himself ejected from the headmaster's office. All right, I was just joking. Why are you so quick to react?" Cassandrius muttered under his breath, willfully ignoring the hat's anguished cries from the sidelines. "By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, what plans do you have regarding the position of the defense against the dark arts professor?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, popping a cockroach into his mouth, and countered, "What do you intend to do?" Cassandrius stirred his pumpkin juice, winking at Dumbledore. "Silas wishes to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor for a year." In truth, Silas had insisted on coming to Hogwarts to supervise Cassandrius after learning about his condition. This notion was supported by Lilith, Wes, their 8 house elves, and all the portraits. Silas? Dumbledore mulled over the name, repeating it, Silas Vexus? He recognized this individual, not only from St. Mungo's 6 months ago, but even further back. At that time, Gon had recently resurfaced and had aggressively acquired several large herb farms, leaving the purebloods at a loss for how to counter Silas, opting instead for the most primitive methods to deal with him. Faced with the assault of dozens, Silas not only managed to retreat unscathed, but also captured a live victim. Subsequently, he dispatched those individuals to Azkaban on various charges, while also seizing a considerable amount of pureblood wealth. He appeared amiable but was, in truth, ruthless. On that occasion, Dumbledore happened to return from a visit to the Nicodemus family and witnessed the battle. Not a single dark curse was cast. Yet the impact was no less significant than that of any dark magic. Such a person should surely be capable of teaching defense against the dark arts, shouldn't he? Mr. Vexus's prowess was evident to all. When would the interview take place? Dumbledore readily agreed, even displaying a hint of impatience. After all, he genuinely did not wish to lose his esteemed potions master. However, upon receiving news of the school hiring an additional professor for defense against the dark arts, Snape mused. Old B, what do you think I should add to the strengthening solution? After leaving the headmaster's office, Cassandrius squinted. Dumbledore remained undeterred. Though he projected kindness, he possessed a formidable desire for control, always achieving his ends under the guise of justice. While Cassandrius had garnered some of his trust during this visit, he remained acutely aware of the current situation slipping from his grasp. Truly, an old fox. Indeed, a troublesome little fox. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore also lamented. With age comes wisdom. How could Dumbledore not discern that Cassandrius's injuries from St. Mungo's were hardly severe enough to warrant an extended absence? He wished to exert control over Cassandrius just as he did over Snape. Alas, that was not to be. The Gunter family was immensely wealthy. Wealthy enough to have bribed every official in the Ministry of Magic. Wealthy enough to effortlessly create several industries providing countless jobs. Wealthy enough to dominate the economy of the British magical community. Not to mention the three individuals accompanying Cassandrius. Dumbledore had witnessed Silas's strength, which was inferior even to that of elite Aurors, thus inferring that the capabilities of the other two would not be significantly lesser, even if Dumbledore could eliminate Cassandrius. What then? The moment Gunter fell, the industries under his control would undoubtedly be torn apart by countless factions, and the ministry would certainly descend into chaos. By then, far greater turmoil would ensue. Therefore, it was far wiser to cultivate good relations. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window. In the distance, Cassandrius seemed to sense something and turned to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Upon returning to the common room, Cassandrius was predictably met with considerable concern from many. Cassius, are you feeling better? Blaise stood and gestured toward Cassandrius. Cassandrius settled into the sofa by the fireplace, wearily rubbing his temples. Only then did Blaise sit down, waiting for Cassandrius to speak. Indeed, I am well recovered, Cassandrius replied ambiguously. Although Blaise found it somewhat perplexing, his instincts as a businessman prevented him from pressing further. In contrast to Blaise's cautious demeanor, Pansy was far more at ease. She sat comfortably on the sofa, clutching a soft, serpentine pillow, eagerly inquiring, Cassius, will you be attending the flying class this afternoon? Flying class? Cassandrius's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly smiled. Of course, I shall attend. I heard we are joining Gryffindor. Upon hearing the key phrase, the Slytherin snakes seemed to have a switch flipped within them, and the common room erupted with discussions about Gryffindor. Listening to their indignant words, Cassandrius felt a slight relaxation. After exchanging a few words with Blaise and the others, he turned and departed the common room, heading straight for the dungeons. Before Silas commenced his tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor, Cassandrius felt compelled to explain matters to their head of house, Professor Snape. So, dear Mr. Gunter, you have come specifically to inform your poor head of house that the substitute professor for defense against the dark arts will soon be replaced by a new instructor? Is that correct? Snape, scowling as he graded papers from the dim-witted trolls, was already in a foul mood, and this unwelcome news only worsened it. Of course not, Professor. Cassandrius quickly countered. He was well aware of Snape's formidable nature. Saying too much now would jeopardize his standing as a potions master. From the ring on his left hand, he produced precious potion ingredients and laid them before the potions master. No, dear headmaster, that is not what we are discussing. What I wish to convey is that Silas will soon come to discuss some collaborative opportunities with you. Snape set down his quill and glanced at the valuable materials on the table. Moonlight essence, mermaid scales, and mermaid hair, silver moon ferns, nectar from venomous tendrils, and the fangs of vampire bats. Just a glance revealed the exorbitant costs involved in gathering these ingredients. Perhaps the combined resources of hundreds of Weasleys would not suffice for the labor costs. Snape conceded. He was moved by Gunter's sincerity. Speak then. What collaboration do you propose? Chapter 31. Slow hands lose out. After amicably conversing with Snape, the flying class soon commenced. The afternoon sun was warm, casting a unique comfort over the now cooling Scottish Highlands. Cassandrius remained with Draco, who offered no objection, perhaps daunted by the prospect of outright refusal. At times, Cassandrius found himself in a quandary. He could coldly compel someone to alter their will, yet afterward feel that such actions were excessively harsh. However, upon reflecting on his actions, he often deemed them merely fitting. Yet, he would also feel guilt over the harm inflicted upon others, yet repeat such actions on the next occasion. Kindness was merely one of his tools, just as it was now. Hogwarts stood as the sole magical institution within the entirety of the British wizarding world, a gathering place for the future of magic in Britain. Yet, just as there are 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 minds, even with the distinct characteristics of each house, it could not guarantee that all within would be virtuous. Just as not all Slytherins are ambitious, not all Gryffindors are brave, not all Ravenclaws are wise, and not all Hufflepuffs are peaceable. Barbara Duke. Cassandrius remembered that girl. At the beginning of the term, he, Theodore, another boy, and Barbara had shared a boat. Though their encounter had been brief, it was evident that Barbara was quite introverted and timid. Yet, it was precisely this timid, introverted girl who became a Gryffindor. A Gryffindor student, yet with a timid disposition. What would her classmates do? Perhaps due to their youth, or for other reasons, they would not act against this shy, timid girl. However, the subtle whispers of mockery and the indifference of her peers would always reach Barbara's ears, isolating her further. Whatever the reason, it would invariably render this already introverted and timid girl even more so. Barbara Duke concealed herself in a long-abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor, quietly shedding tears. Upon waking from her midday slumber, she merely intended to add a hint of fragrance to her hair with some hair oil, only to discover that those malicious individuals had tainted her oil with dyed toad slime. The soft whimpers of a young creature echoed from the restroom, where the weeping Myrtle resided, frequently emitting incomprehensible cries that, over time, had drawn little attention from those around. Myrtle silently observed the girl who sobbed incessantly, yet dared not weep aloud. Having once been a victim of school bullying herself, she found herself at a loss for words to comfort Barbara. She refrained from uttering, "This is my domain. Kindly find another place." For Myrtle understood that Barbara's fear of being discovered in her sorrow was the reason she sought refuge here. With a huff through her nose, Myrtle resolved to generously relinquish the restroom to Barbara today. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Barbara covered her mouth, her red-rimmed eyes warily scanning the source of the sound. Cassandrius had not intended to enter the restroom, yet his true eye compelled him with fervor. He caught glimpses of this girl's past, present, and future. Time is indeed a mysterious entity. At any given moment, two identical souls cannot coexist. Through the visions granted by the true eye, it appeared that Barbara Duke possessed considerable aptitude in the realm of healing magic. Cassandrius, initially headed towards the training area, found his path diverted in an instant. Time waits for no one. He lingered only briefly, akin to a curious child eager to explore Hogwarts Castle, spending less than a minute in the girls' restroom before departing. As the footsteps receded into the distance, Barbara felt her heart gradually relax. Once she eased her tension, she locked eyes with Myrtle, who was also nervously covering her mouth. A soft giggle escaped Myrtle's lips, disrupting the atmosphere of sorrow, causing Barbara to feel a sudden rush of warmth to her cheeks. Myrtle floated outside to glance at what lay beyond, her eyes widening in surprise upon noticing something on the sink. She then glided back to comfort Barbara in her stall. It's all right. The person has left." With a sigh of relief, Barbara wiped away her tears, intending to compose herself before returning to class. However, as she tended to her hair, the feelings of exclusion and isolation surged within her once more, compelling her to weep anew. The girl cried silently, still preoccupied with her hair, scarcely finding a moment to indulge in her own sorrow. Myrtle, noticing the object on the sink, discarded her usual restraint and urged, "Stop crying, Barbara. You must see what's outside." Barbara, still sobbing, wiped her tear-stained face, fighting the urge to cry. Cautiously, she peeked her golden head out from the stall to survey the restroom, only emerging once she confirmed the absence of anyone nearby. Upon stepping out, Barbara's eyes fell upon the object on the sink. Upon recognizing it, the emotion she had struggled to control erupted once more. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls freed from a broken string as she trembled, reaching for the item resting on the countertop, a brass folding comb. She had seen it in magazines. Her roommate, Phelia York, possessed one as well. It was a product of the Beautiful Workshop, a beauty alchemical item known as the gilded double-sided mirror comb. Its primary functions included cleansing, purifying, and imparting luster, precisely what Barbara desperately needed at that moment. Meanwhile, Draco stood some distance away from the girls' restroom, maintaining the Malfoy dignity. "Merlin, that lunatic Gunter is actually a pervert who intrudes upon girls' restrooms. Following such a lord, would he not also risk becoming a madman?" Having never directly experienced Voldemort's madness, Draco's internal criticisms had gradually grown bolder after several days of reflection. Upon exiting the restroom, Cassandrius spotted Draco's demeanor, which seemed to yearn for distance. Though he maintained a gentle and elegant smile, Cassandrius needed no legilimency to discern Draco's thoughts. As Cassandrius walked ahead, Draco quickly fell into step behind him. Taking note of Draco's unremarkable demeanor, Cassandrius subtly moved his lips, warning him with his smile, "Your mental occlusion has indeed improved slightly. But be mindful, your actions betray your true thoughts." Draco's smile faltered momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure, nodding in response. Observing Draco's compliance piqued Cassandrius's interest. "Aren't you curious about what I was doing?" Draco, fervently employing mental occlusion while maintaining a smile, was left pondering. What does this person intend? Is he testing me? And if unsatisfied, will he deliver a piercing blow? "If you wish." His response was both respectful and courteous, reminiscent of a model Malfoy. Cassandrius suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. What was there to say? To confess my interest in you while you indulge your rebellious nature? How absurd. Chapter 32. A little dragon saves the day. Long live the dragon. The flight lesson was under the supervision of Madame Hooch, a stern yet responsible woman who had spent many years at Hogwarts. Not only did she teach flying, but she also served as the Quidditch referee. This year's freshman class at Hogwarts was relatively small. Slytherin had 12 students, while Gryffindor had a slightly larger cohort of 13. Thus, the class consisted of barely 20 students in total. The smile on Cassandrius's face waned slightly. Heaven knows how vexed he felt whenever he saw so few Slytherins. Voldemort, with such a meager following, aspired to dominate the world? What a delusion, based on Hogwarts's enrollment numbers. One could question whether the entire wizarding community in Britain even totaled 5 figures. Meanwhile, the non-magical population of Britain exceeded 50 million, with active military personnel numbering over 250,000 and reserves around 350,000. According to Voldemort's fantasies, if one were to assume there were 10,000 wizards under his command, each wizard would have to confront 60 individuals on average. Although this scenario is far-fetched, should the wizarding world ever be exposed to the public eye, one must ponder whether the affluent would be able to suppress their thirst for immortality and magic, despite governmental oversight. If such a day were to arrive, would they opt for hand-to-hand combat or resort to weapons of mass destruction? Lost in these reflections drawn from human society, Cassandrius's thoughts drifted far away. By the time he returned to the present, Madame Hooch had already instructed them to grasp their broomsticks. Setting aside future plans, Cassandrius resolved to savor the present moment. Suddenly, he heard Ron's booming voice. "Ah, the lace dress of Merlin. The Nimbus 2000 serves as a teaching tool. How could I have dreamt such a thing?" Clutching the invaluable flying broomstick in his hand, Ron found himself entertaining unspeakable thoughts. It was Harry's first encounter with the Nimbus 2000, and he was utterly enchanted, too absorbed in his joy to notice anything else. Though the field was vast, there were only a handful of people present, and Ron's words were instantly overheard by several Slytherins. "Ha! The Weasley Pauper. Cherish this moment, for Hogwarts may well be the only place you ever touch a Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Draco couldn't help but glance over. It was Vincent Crabbe, the fool who had perished beneath his own fiery wrath. He made no effort to conceal his mocking expression, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Since his rebirth, Draco had entirely dismissed these two. Goyle and Crabbe were not the only ones to be cast aside due to their foolishness. In Draco's memory, he had glimpsed the future forms of these two. To him, the distinctions between people boiled down to their worth. Yet Crabbe and Goyle belonged to the realm of the dim-witted. There is a saying, one need not fear the machinations of the wicked, but rather the sudden whims of the foolish. At this moment, Crabbe and Goyle epitomized the latter. Abandoned by Malfoy, they mistakenly believed their shortcomings in certain areas were to blame, desperately attempting to prove themselves in hopes of regaining Malfoy's favor. In the past, their foolishness had allowed them to play companions to the naive Draco, who was still a mere child shouting, "I'll tell my father." However, the Draco of today was no longer that child. On the very second day of attending Hogwarts, Draco had communicated with his parents, informing them that he no longer required the company of Goyle and Crabbe. These two had been at Hogwarts for quite some time, and only now did they begin to realize that Malfoy was gradually distancing himself from them, coming to this realization only when it was already too late. Their families were blissfully unaware of the situation. Neither of them possessed intelligence, and they rarely had the opportunity to communicate with Draco during their other classes. The prospect of drawing the professor's attention for extra points was even more remote. Furthermore, Draco was frequently seen with Gunter after class, leaving them without recourse. They racked their brains, pondering for long, yet failing to devise a viable plan. Thus, time passed as they pondered until the flying lesson arrived. Now, it was already the third week of the term, and the flying lessons had been delayed due to the previous change of teaching tools. Not only Gryffindor and Slytherin, but also Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had experienced delays in their flying classes. Crabbe was not particularly bright, and Goyle was just as dim-witted. When they heard Ron's excited voice, they instinctively resorted to the habitual mockery developed from years of trailing Draco and parental guidance. When the target of their derision was a Weasley, Crabbe became even more animated, especially when he caught a glimpse of Draco nearby, wearing a mocking expression. Indeed, young Master Malfoy detested the Weasley clan in all its manifestations. Crabbe felt he had made the right move. Poverty was a source of deep-seated insecurity for every child from a humble background, particularly as the youngest in the family, overshadowed by a more adorable sister and cleverer, more boisterous brothers. One could not help but feel inadequate. With Crabbe's blatant taunt, Ron's anger flared. He glared at the two of them and retaliated fiercely. At least I'm better than you two pathetic sycophants abandoned by your master. Draco's smile faded somewhat. Indeed, he had never liked Ron Weasley, and hearing Ron bluntly state the fact of their abandonment stung Crabbe, his face turning crimson in response. Why you? Observing Crabbe's flustered countenance brought Ron immense joy. It was his first encounter with someone unable to out-argue him. Fueled by exhilaration, he planted his hands on his hips and glared at Crabbe. What is wrong with you? It must sting to be a discarded little dog, huh? Or do you merely rely on your master to rescue you? Poor little pup? Ron's words were unambiguously pointed, and several onlookers couldn't help but glance toward Draco. Their voices were not loud, as Madame Hooch was currently demonstrating a maneuver with her back turned to them. All right, children. Now place your hands on your brooms and say up. After completing her demonstration, Madame Hooch turned with a smile. Gunter invested a significant sum of galleons in Hogwarts each year and generously donated countless supplies. Ever since the brooms were upgraded to the state-of-the-art Nimbus 2000, Madame Hooch's smile had been unwavering. Under her watchful gaze, the students dared not act openly. Crabbe and Goyle could only sulk in silence. Draco's mood oscillated between pleasure and displeasure, caught in a Schrödinger-like state. Had someone mocked the Weasleys at that moment, he would have been delighted, but alas, that moment was interrupted. True to the excellence of the Nimbus 2000, all the young wizards, even the Muggle-born Hermione, summoned their brooms without a hitch. Cassandrius watched with a hint of disinterest as they mirrored Madame Hooch's actions, bouncing about. Draco stood still, casting a silent confundus charm in their direction. Harry Potter's talent was surprisingly remarkable. He struggled to suppress his urge to soar into the skies, merely hovering a few meters off the ground. Of course, it could also be attributed to the broomstick's impeccable quality, as Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor merely mimicked the teacher's actions, and before anyone realized, he had shot off the ground into the air. Madame Hooch cried out in alarm, loudly directing Neville to descend. Seeing this familiar scene again, Draco couldn't help but smile. Cassandrius, who took pleasure in others' misfortune, sidled up to Draco and poked him in the side. When Draco turned to him, Cassandrius grinned mischievously. Save him. Any means will suffice. Draco's expression suddenly darkened, as if he were being compelled to consume a dozen bizarre-tasting Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while maintaining a semblance of normalcy. He forced a stiff smile. As you wish. The platinum-haired boy drew his wand and, loudly and conspicuously, aimed at the uncontrollable Neville flying in the sky. Saxum gravitas ventus mollis Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, a silvery light burst forth from the tip of Draco's wand, and the spells for the levitation charm, cushioning charm, and descending charm were simultaneously cast. The once chaotic flight of Neville swiftly transformed into a rapid descent under the influence of magic. Ah! Of course, the descent was accompanied by Neville's frantic screams. As he neared the ground, the cushioning charm activated just in time, slowing his descent, and he landed safely. Thanks to the levitation charm, the sheer thrill rendered Neville momentarily weak-kneed, causing him to tumble to the ground and twist his ankle. Draco cast a glance at Cassandrius. Blinking in disbelief, this was not his doing. Chapter 33. People bully others, humanity's flaws. Merlin, thank goodness you are unharmed. What a relief. Mr. Longbottom, do you feel any discomfort? Madame Hooch rushed to Neville's side, transforming into a veritable screeching hen. Yet she did not forget to award Draco points for his act of assistance. For Mr. Malfoy's noble gesture in aiding a fellow student, Slytherin earns 10 points. After delivering her proclamation, Madame Hooch sternly advised the students, I shall escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. You are free to disperse. Remember, no reckless flying. Should I catch anyone misbehaving, it will not merely result in point deductions. With that, she hurriedly led Neville away from the lawn. Some Slytherins exchanged bewildered glances at Draco. Draco, why did you help Longbottom? Pansy couldn't restrain her curiosity. Draco merely rolled his eyes with a hint of indignation. Because I wanted to. Pansy was left momentarily speechless by his response, and with unladylike audacity, she rolled her eyes and went to chat with Daphne. Slytherins were typically reserved, yet there were exceptions. Goyle bent down to pick something up, curiously inquiring of Crabbe, Vincent, what do you think this is? Upon examining the object, Crabbe let out a laugh that drew the attention of everyone present. Unfazed, he raised his hand high towards Gryffindor. Look what I've got. Draco's expression darkened considerably. Growing up often revealed how foolish one's childhood actions appeared in the eyes of the future self. Especially now, this was merely a reenactment of his former embarrassments. Cassandrius, sensing Draco's discomfort, gleefully sidled up to him and whispered, "Does this ring a bell?" Recently, Cassandrius had been notably amiable, allowing Draco to gradually reveal his true self in his presence. As Cassandrius indulged in unmasked schadenfreude, Draco inhaled deeply. Stay calm. Stay calm. Illness would bring no one to his aid. Harry quickly discerned the nature of the item in Crabbe's possession. Frowning, he shouted, "Crabbe, hand it over." Crabbe, displeased, retorted, "Why should I? I found it. Just because I picked it up means it's mine." "That's Neville's memory ball," someone exclaimed, with the owner's identity revealed. Both Slytherins and Gryffindors regarded Crabbe with disdain. Gryffindors were understandably outraged by Crabbe's actions, while Slytherins felt a sense of embarrassment, Draco being foremost among them. Draco shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the scene unfolding with Harry on his broomstick confronting Crabbe. Regret. Now was the time for regret. If this dark chapter were known only to him, it might have been bearable, but alas, he was surrounded by someone fully aware of the context. Despair washed over him. Let the world come to an end. He wished for someone to intervene. Yet, despite Draco's fervent internal prayers, the farcical episode concluded with Professor McGonagall summoning Harry away. The first-year curriculum was not extensive. After the flying lesson, there were no further classes. Draco had anticipated that Cassandrius would head straight to dinner, but to his astonishment, he pivoted and followed a Gryffindor girl instead. Draco was incredulous, his eyes widening in disbelief. Soon followed by despair. Merlin's red trousers. What manner of lord have I followed? He.s. a stalker of young girls, sneaking into the girls' lavatory. How dreadful. As Draco inwardly lamented, he obediently trailed behind Cassandrius, witnessing him cast a confundus charm to follow the girl. Soon, he observed the dark-haired girl gathering a group of upperclassmen Gryffindors to corner a blonde girl with twin pigtails in an empty classroom. Merlin. Since the commencement of flying lessons, Barbara had sensed something amiss in her roommate, Philia York's, gaze. Remembering her hair gel, Barbara quickly deduced who was behind the mischief. However, fear gripped her as she hurriedly fled after class, yearning to finish dinner and retreat to her dormitory for rest. Perhaps if she returned early and remained silent, York wouldn't notice her presence. But that was not to be. Upon exiting the Great Hall, Philia emerged from the side, affectionately linking arms with Barbara and forcefully leading her away from the hall and Gryffindor common room. Barbara wished to scream, but upon meeting Philia's dark eyes, she lost her voice. She could not fathom why this girl harbored such animosity toward her since the start of the school year. Not only did she target her, but she also collaborated with others to isolate her. Desperately, Barbara attempted to wriggle free from Philia's grasp, forcing a smile to refuse. "Philia, I'm a bit tired and wish to rest early. I intend to head back now." Her heart raced frantically as she tried to pull away. Philia, sensing her intentions, would not grant her the opportunity. With a flick of her dark hair, Philia brazenly revealed her malice, tightening her grip on Barbara's arm, her nails digging painfully into the girl's flesh, causing Barbara to gasp. As she struggled, Philia leaned in and whispered softly in her ear, "If you resist again, I'll make sure everyone knows your mother was the homewrecker in someone else's family." Barbara ceased her struggles, the color draining from her face in an instant. Her teeth chattered as she asked in a voice barely above a whisper, "How do you know that?" Philia smirked, remaining silent, and then forcefully threw Barbara to the ground. She towered over the disheveled blonde girl, her eyes filled with derision. Barbara clenched her fists in anxiety, her palms slick with sweat. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 3 boys of varying sizes blocking her path. Just as Philia was about to speak, she seemed to catch sight of something. She advanced, bending down to search Barbara's person forcefully. Barbara attempted to resist, but the boys were not mere bystanders. They quickly restrained her. Desperate, Barbara shouted, "This is Hogwarts. You can't treat me like this." Philia found what she sought, her face contorting in disgust. Holding up a brass mirror comb, she looked down at the disheveled Barbara with contempt. "I thought your mother was a shameless hussy, but it appears you've inherited her disgraceful traits, even stealing from others. Give it back. That's mine." Upon seeing the comb, Barbara went nearly wild, struggling with such fervor that even the 2 boys could barely contain her. Philia recognized her own possession, but her intent was solely to humiliate Barbara. After all, the man Barbara's mother had entangled with happened to be Philia's uncle by marriage. "Humph." Fira scoffed disdainfully, hurling the comb violently to the ground. With a resounding thud, the brass comb struck the floor, sending dust swirling into the air. "You." Barbara glared fiercely at Fira, biting her lip in a desperate attempt to suppress her emotions, her eyes brimming with hatred and terror. Fira lifted Barbara's chin, surveying her face with contempt, a flicker of malice dancing in her gaze. She raised her hand and struck Barbara sharply across the face. Slap. The force of the blow sent Barbara reeling to the side. Had it not been for the two boys supporting her, she would have met the ground head-on. What a bold face you have. I see you've inherited your shameless mother's audacity. Fira shook her hand, casually tossing aside the wand she had confiscated from Barbara. With her head bowed, Barbara revealed a vivid crimson handprint blooming on her cheek and a cut at the corner of her mouth, inflicted by the brutal force. Gasping for breath, her body trembled, whether from fear or something else, it was unclear. Fira relished Barbara's state, gazing down at her with a sense of triumph. Very well. Maintain this demeanor whenever you see me. You shall be responsible for all the menial tasks in the dormitory, and should I find myself displeased, you know the consequences. Fira leaned closer to Barbara's cheek, her voice a low, menacing whisper. Don't think your mother can save you. Even you won't survive at Hogwarts. After all, her great-uncle is a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Barbara kept her head down, her eyes wide with fear, her hair obscuring her face, concealing the depths of her terror and a flicker of barely contained rage. Enough. Fira clapped her hands, turning away with an air of arrogance as she sauntered out. Her words drifted back to Barbara, sending chills racing down her spine. I do not wish to see you in the dormitory tonight. Do not dare to appear where I can see you. She glanced back, playfully winking at Barbara. All right, good. She answered herself, oblivious to the shock reflected in Barbara's eyes. At that moment, a cool voice resonated from behind. I think not. Chapter 34. The Wand, Broken. Fira turned in surprise, only to find Cassandrius smiling gently at her. Gunter? Fira was taken aback. What business do you, a Slytherin, have meddling in Gryffindor affairs? She challenged. Cassandrius walked past her directly to Barbara, crouching down to regard the disheveled girl with kindness. Can you stand? Barbara attempted to move, only to be astonished to find the two Gryffindor boys beside her frozen in place. Flustered, she hesitated to accept his hand, opting instead to rise on her own. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Gunter. Cassandrius showed no sign of embarrassment as he withdrew his hand, standing to face the visibly displeased Fira. Why would a Slytherin concern himself with Gryffindor matters? Perhaps it is because I am a governor, and this lady, Fira York, is one of them. His voice was soft, yet the words struck Fira like a resounding slap to the face. Fira's expression darkened as she glared at Barbara, who was hidden behind Cassandrius. Rationality urged her to apologize to Gunter and retreat, yet her emotions held her captive. Mr. Gunter, do not be deceived by Miss Duke. Her mother is a shameless homewrecker, and she herself is a thieving wretch. She stole my mirror, a precious alchemical tool worth 20 galleons, far beyond what a mud-blood witch like her could afford. As Fira unabashedly recounted her own family's disgrace, Barbara's face drained of color, the handprint on her cheek doing little to conceal her pallor. Cassandrius raised a hand, and the dust-covered brass mirror flew into his grasp. He smiled at Barbara. Isn't this the gift I bestowed upon you? When did it become Lady York's? Barbara was taken aback, while Fira's disbelief was palpable. Her face turned ashen. This was no mere narrative of a domineering gift. Rather, it hinted at Gunter's connection to an obscure muggle witch. What secrets was Barbara hiding? Was she seeking to expose the York family's faults, or perhaps the Wood family's? In an instant, a multitude of speculations flooded Fira's mind, each more unsettling than the last, compelling the spoiled child to silently curse. Despicable Gunter. Barbara, however, felt a mix of surprise and joy. Is it you? Is it truly you? Her voice trembled, words slightly slurred. I mean, thank you. Cassandrius smiled, but did not respond to her gratitude. Instead, he turned his attention back to Fira, subtly indicating to Barbara, what do you wish to do to her? What? Barbara was momentarily bewildered. Cassandrius patiently pointed at Fira, gently repeating, do you wish to take revenge on the one who bullied you? Panic washed over Barbara as she glanced between Fira and Cassandrius, hastily shaking her head, the tears that had welled in her eyes vanishing in an instant. That would be wrong. Fira's expression darkened further. If she could not discern the manipulation at play, she would truly be a fool. This was nothing more than a ploy to win hearts. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, turning to leave. How could this mudblood garner Gunter's attention? After taking a couple of steps, Fira halted upon encountering the impassive Draco Malfoy blocking her path, then turned to glance at the smiling Gunter. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly returned. Seeing Fira obediently return to serve as a pawn, Cassandrius continued his lesson. Right and wrong must be discerned among people. Cassandrius meticulously cleaned the brass comb in his hand, addressing Barbara with earnestness. This is your act of defiance. Mere submission will only embolden your enemies. Barbara looked confused. Enemies? Indeed, enemies. Cassandrius approached a motionless Gryffindor, smiling at Barbara. Anyone who poses a threat to you is an enemy. If Fira York demands you spend the night outside the dormitory, what will happen tomorrow? Will she make you stay by the Black Lake? The day after? Will it be the Forbidden Forest? His voice was gentle and deliberate, each word resonating clearly in Barbara's ears. The boundaries will keep lowering, only through resistance, only through revenge. Can you convey that you are not to be trifled with? Barbara's eyes widened, her azure pupils reflecting an infinite ocean, calm yet profound. She gradually began to envision possibilities along with his words. So should I? You should act as such. Cassandrius raised the brass comb, smiling as he brought it down forcefully upon the boy's head. Thud! With a dull thump, blood stained the hair, trickling down from the boy's brow, leaving a crimson trail that marked his cheek in horror. Cassandra, untouched by the dust of the world, held a brass comb stained with blood in his hands. He directed the comb towards himself, its handle facing Barbara, offering a smile as he guided her. Like this, Barbara accepted the brass comb, and glaring drops of blood trickled from its ornate design, mingling with the dust on the ground to form a muddy mixture. The golden-haired girl glanced at the nearby dark-haired girl, who appeared somewhat terrified. The sting on her cheek persisted, and the burning sensation at the corner of her mouth had yet to fade. Barbara Duke's gaze gradually grew resolute as she slowly approached Fila, her grip tightening around the brass comb. Fila panicked, yearning to retreat and escape, only to discover in horror that she was utterly immobilized. All she could do was scream in impotent rage. What are you doing? Stop. I am Fila York. My uncle is a member of the school board. You cannot treat me this way. Mimicking Cassandra, Barbara donned a gentle smile, her dark eyes fixed intently on the distraught Fila. One side of her cheek bore a familiar handprint, and the blood at the corner of her mouth had not yet dried. Recalling the painful past of being bullied, the humiliation of facing others' accusations, the helplessness against her unscrupulous mother, and the inability to resist violence, the girl spoke. I can. Bang. 1 strike. Bang. 2 strikes. Bang. 3 strikes. Initially, Fila howled in despair, but her cries weakened with each successive blow until she fell silent. Barbara gradually rose from the ground, the brass comb in her hand now drenched in blood, the glaring crimson not only staining the earth, but also coloring Barbara's brows and eyes. A few droplets of dazzling red adorned her face as she turned to smile at Cassandra. Sir, I did it. Cassandra retrieved a handkerchief embroidered with the Ouroboros from his pocket and presented it to Barbara, generously offering his praise. Well done, Barbara. You have successfully taken this step. Now I shall teach you another lesson. Cassandra picked up the wand that belonged to Barbara from the ground and directed it at the bloodied boy, instructing, heal swiftly. Cleanse anew. 2 gentle beams of light flashed, and the injury on the boy's forehead vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred. Barbara reverently accepted Cassandra's handkerchief, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his every movement, as though she were etching his actions into her very soul. The boy's face was a mask of terror, yet he remained immobile. Cassandra's wand did not waver. His instruction was far from complete. And the final step, oblivion, collapse. Darkness enveloped the boy's vision, and he lost consciousness. Cassandra turned to Barbara, returning her wand to her, gazing at her with warmth. Have you learned? Barbara accepted the wand, feeling its cold touch, and looked at Fila, who was still breathing on the ground. A slow smile crept across her face. Heal swiftly, heal swiftly, heal swiftly. As several healing spells fell upon Fila, they bore no effect, and Barbara's expression gradually hardened. She clenched her teeth, her trembling hands aimed the wand at the motionless Fila, her resolve growing ever stronger. An unprecedented impulse surged within her, seizing control of her vocal cords, compelling her to utter an unfamiliar incantation. Blood-packed Santa. In an instant, a golden-red beam of light shot from the tip of her wand, piercing into Fila's still body. The golden-red glow gradually enveloped Fila entirely, and as the light dissipated, Fila, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes in terror, staring at the wand pointing at her. Oblivion. Collapse. 2 spells struck her forehead in succession, and Fila collapsed weakly to the ground. Cassandra slowly withdrew his hand. Ha. Sweat dripped from Barbara's brow as she leaned against her leg, gasping for breath. The moment the strange healing spell manifested, her magical energy had been instantly depleted. Had it not been for Cassandra's timely intervention with those 2 spells, it would likely have been her lying on the ground now. Panting, Barbara's golden hair clung to her cheeks, dampened by sweat. She turned to look at Cassandra, her eyes sparkling with unmasked eagerness and anticipation. Cassandra generously lavished her with praise. You did remarkably well, Barbara. Huh. Unable to suppress a laugh, Barbara chuckled heartily. Ha. She gazed at the wand in her hand, her determination sharpening. Suddenly, a sharp crack drew the attention of several nearby. Barbara stared in shock at her wand. It was broken. Chapter 35, Silas. Although ruling the world through fear is not the rightful path, employing fear as a means of intimidation proved surprisingly effective. One day, a fellow Gryffindor student suddenly noticed that Barbara's wand had changed. Huh, Barbara, Your wand doesn't seem to be the same one anymore, does it? Barbara feigned surprise, shyly replying. I think you must be mistaken. The classmate, somewhat perplexed, chose not to pursue the matter further. Barbara tucked her book away and, when Fila glanced her way, offered her a gentle smile. Fila trembled under her gaze, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within her for reasons she could not fathom. She turned her head away, awkwardly evading Barbara's eyes. Barbara withdrew her gaze, her eyes narrowing in delight. Hogwarts had recently welcomed a new professor. Professor? Harry yawned, questioning with a hint of confusion. Ron, stuffing food into his mouth, mumbled in response. I heard he was recommended by the Gaunt family. As long as he is better than Quirrell, it's all good. Hermione nodded vigorously. In just a month, the school has lost another defense against the dark arts professor. And we haven't learned anything yet. Gaunt. Harry glanced at the Slytherin table, quickly spotting the distinctive black and white hair, and curiously asked, Are there others in the Gaunt family? Ron pondered before frowning. Not necessarily someone with the Gaunt surname. It could be someone close to them. He waved his hand dismissively and stuffed 2 chicken legs into his mouth, answering vaguely, Whatever. As long as they don't teach dark magic, it's fine. They soon shifted their discussion to Harry being admitted to the Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall against all odds. Sure enough, shortly after breakfast, Dumbledore rose from the staff table to introduce the second professor of the semester to all the students. Due to Professor Quirrell's resignation for health reasons, we will welcome a new instructor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course this semester, Professor Silas Vexus. The students clapped half-heartedly. They held little hope for their defense against the dark arts teacher. Merlin S. lace skirt. Let us just hope he is a normal professor. Perhaps it was Merlin responding to their expectations, as the grand doors of the hall slowly swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a gray suit, impeccably groomed and poised, who strode in with measured grace. The man's demeanor exuded authority. He was tall and slender, with chiseled features and strikingly deep-set eyes that resembled fathomless abysses, intimidating anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Good day to you all. I am Silas Vexus, and I shall be responsible for your defense against the dark arts course for the forthcoming year. Silas's introduction was straightforward and unembellished, yet his commanding presence quickly captivated a significant number of students. Pansy's eyes widened in awe as she fixated on the handsome man. Merlin, he is truly striking. She mused. The aura of maturity he possessed, reminiscent of a stern yet alluring father figure, was utterly enchanting. Daphne promptly shoved a piece of cake into Pansy's mouth. Stop staring, or your eyes might just fall out. After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues, Silas's gaze immediately settled upon Cassandrius. Cassandrius, poking at a small cake on his plate with half-closed eyelids, appeared somewhat lethargic. He had been seized by a sudden urge to engage in alchemy the previous night, resulting in a rather restless sleep. He was engrossed in researching a means of long-distance communication, while the magical world boasted two-way mirrors. Their cumbersome size and singular function rendered them impractical and prohibitively expensive. The advent of a more efficient means of communication, one that surpassed owls in speed and convenience, would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, facilitating his future endeavors. Since returning from human society, Cassandrius had developed a nascent curiosity about it. Although his plans remained vague, he was keen to lay the groundwork for them. While stifling a yawn, he sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he found Silas watching him intently. So soon? He thought, recalling their conversation just 2 days prior. Indeed, Silas lived up to his reputation. Coincidentally, the first class of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Silas's unwavering focus on Cassandrius did not go unnoticed by the other professors. Dumbledore kindly interjected, Vexus. The children require their personal time. Silas shifted his gaze and smiled as he explained, You are correct, Headmaster. But I was merely concerned as Cassandrius and Vyse conversed late into the night. Dumbledore nodded knowingly, a twinkle in his eye. Very well. Perhaps what I mean is that it is important to properly guide our young ones, is it not? Children should embody the essence of youth. Silas smiled in silence. The first defense against the dark arts lesson for Gryffindor and Slytherin commenced. Silas had arrived early to the classroom, accompanied by Cassandrius and Draco. Draco had matured significantly since his rebirth, shedding the naivete and folly of his 11-year-old self. Naturally, he still harbored a disdain for Potter. With Lucius's pride and Narcissa's concern, the couple had begun instructing Draco on how to be a worthy Malfoy heir, with interpersonal relationships being an essential subject. Silas Vexus was a figure Draco recognized. He was one of Gunter's closest supporters and one of Cassandrius Gunter's most trusted subordinates, noted for his considerable abilities. He had delegated most responsibilities to Lilith and Vyse in recent years, now making only sporadic public appearances. Good day, Mr. Vexus, Draco greeted politely. Silas returned the courtesy with a smile. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Though Draco found Silas's familiarity somewhat puzzling, He refrained from questioning it further. After all, having a powerful and well-connected figure express cordiality was advantageous, much like Cassandrius did with him. Seles's presence ignited a wave of anticipation among all Hogwarts students, particularly those who were diligent in their studies, especially Hermione. I truly hope this professor's abilities are as impressive as his appearance, she mused, clutching her book as she walked alongside Ron and Harry toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ron, after a brief silence, seemed to grumble, "Why mention his looks?" Hermione smiled coyly, her somewhat tousled brown hair fluttering with her movement. "Ron, you're not still pining for Professor Quirrell, are you?" Ron's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily denied the accusation. "I am not. Don't even say that." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted them from the side. "Hermione? Ron? Can I have a look?" They turned to find Harry, his head completely obscured by Hermione's unruly hair, resembling a frazzled sea urchin. "Ha ha!" Ron erupted into laughter, unable to restrain himself. Hermione's face flushed crimson as she took a step back, revealing Harry's smiling face, and she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't notice. Can you forgive me?" Harry, with an unbothered grin, revealed his pearly white teeth, his clear green eyes devoid of any shadow of discontent. "Of course. But," he added, pausing for effect, which caused Hermione's heart to race, "I still think Gunter is more handsome." Hermione nearly choked on her breath, fixing Harry with an incredulous stare before storming off in a huff. Honestly, Ron doubled over with laughter, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders and giving him a thumbs up. "Mate, you really did it." As they playfully bantered on, they remained oblivious to the two figures trailing behind. Under the effects of a confusion charm, Cassandrius glanced at Draco, who was suppressing a smile. Such days were not without their charm. Chapter 36. Allow me to savor the bitter taste of guilt alone. Dumbledore. Snape stormed into the headmaster's office, interrupting Dumbledore, who was indulging in some sweets. "Are you truly going to appoint that Vexus as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor?" Dumbledore, with a hint of regret, set down his candy and squinted at Snape. "Let us sit down and discuss this, Severus." Snape let out a derisive snort as he took a seat. "I am aware of your concerns, but Gunter is our most loyal ally. You might consider relaxing a bit." Dumbledore cheerfully poured Snape a cup of red tea, generously adding honey to his own cup. Snape, initially poised to take a sip, found himself furrowing his brow at the mention of a certain word. "What ally?" Dumbledore's hand holding the tea faltered as he met Snape's dark, brooding gaze. "Did he not mention it?" Dumbledore ventured cautiously. "Did I not inform you that I had reached an accord with Gunter?" Snape, exasperated, let out a derisive laugh from his nose, crossing his arms as he prepared to listen to Dumbledore's explanation. "If our esteemed and revered headmaster Mr. Dumbledore could spare just a modicum of his energy from the daily task of managing his sugar intake, and deign to communicate the trivial details of forming an alliance with a key ally to your humble potions professor, it would surely prevent me from languishing here like a pitiful wretch, merely spectating the silent theatrics of our illustrious headmaster." He paused for a moment, then, adopting a tone of sardonic irony, continued with words that seemed to mock an unseen target. "Then, I presume, your pitiable potions professor would not find himself here like a forlorn creature, observing the mute performance of our great headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore dared not look at Snape's countenance, lowering his head in silence as if searching for something. Subsequently, this venerable man, having lived a century, stood up childishly and retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem from beside the sorting hat, placing it before Snape on the table. "Severus, do you see what this is?" Dumbledore nudged the diadem towards Snape. Snape let out a derisive snort, scrutinizing the diadem closely. The longer he observed, the deeper the furrows on his brow became. A long sigh escaped his nose, and as his anger gradually dissipated, he inquired in a tone tinged with disbelief, "The Ravenclaw diadem?" Dumbledore nodded, and Snape remained unconvinced. If the astute headmaster Dumbledore intended to convey his thoughts through a Ravenclaw diadem to his loyal potions professor, Snape scoffed coldly. "I suggest you spend your sugar funds on a visit to St. Mungo's for an examination." Dumbledore nearly tugged at his beard in exasperation. "No, no, Severus, you misunderstand. What I mean is..." Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to Harry, and a shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "This is Gunter's sincerity." Amid Snape's impatient expression, Dumbledore added the latter part of his statement. "He has brought us information about the Horcruxes." Bang! Snape stood up, incredulous, and the force of his movement nearly toppled the chair behind him. "The Ravenclaw diadem is a Horcrux?" He leaned heavily on the table, his gaze fixed intently on the elderly man before him. "What else? It cannot possibly be the remaining relics of the other founders." Dumbledore observed Snape's outburst with a sigh, producing the resurrection stone that had temporarily resided with him. The moment Snape beheld the stone's true appearance, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly raised his gaze to Dumbledore. "What is this?" Dumbledore pushed the resurrection stone towards Snape, gesturing for him to wear it. Snape donned it with skepticism. Although he understood that Dumbledore did not trust him entirely, he believed that the headmaster would not relinquish his own until a specific objective was achieved. However, as he wore it, a warm sensation flooded Snape's mind, causing a buzzing in his brain. What does this mean? Dumbledore sighed wearily. This ring can guide the direction of the Horcrux. The word struck Snape's heart like a heavy hammer, nearly causing him to falter. As everything around him seemed to revert to that desolate scene. Severus, sit down. There is still room for change. Dumbledore's voice resonated in his ears, prompting Snape to instinctively employ a mental blocking charm, forcing himself to awaken from the nightmare. He inhaled deeply, directing his gaze to the ring on his finger. If I am not mistaken, this is the Resurrection Stone. Perhaps Snape was unaware of his own trembling voice. The Resurrection Stone, one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, capable of revealing the deceased. Snape could not comprehend how he reached this conclusion, yet in that fleeting moment of seeing the ring, he seemed to grasp the stone's true identity. Dumbledore, at a loss for how to explain, could only utter, I am sorry, Severus. This Resurrection Stone has lost its original function. Snape was uncertain how to react. Bewilderment? Fury? Or something else entirely? He felt a hint of relief. Very well. He admitted to himself, I am somewhat relieved. He feared that should he truly encounter Lily, she would confront him with anger, reproaching him. He dreaded the thought of a Lily who might blame him. He once again buried all the tumultuous emotions, lowering his gaze. Perhaps this is for the best. Sometimes, not seeing is better than seeing. At least, that guillotine will never fall. With his mental barrier operating at full speed, Snape removed the ring and returned it to Dumbledore. Posing the question, where is the Horcrux? Dumbledore accepted the ring, a shadow of gloom seemingly cast upon his brow. Severus, you will know in due time. But not now. Snape departed from the headmaster's office. Before leaving, Dumbledore briefly recounted some matters regarding Gunter and their collaboration, touching upon Gunter's previous visit to St. Mungo's, Quirrell, and Voldemort, and the trials awaiting Harry this academic year. Although Snape's mood was far from pleasant, he understood the urgency of the situation. At the very least, his original intention had been to ascertain Dumbledore's stance on Sirius, yet he had received an answer he had not wished to know. What answer could be so undesirable? You will know in due time. What could it be? What could compel Dumbledore to withhold information from him? Or was it a person instead? Chapter 37, The Assistant. I want to be the assistant. When the students from Slytherin and Gryffindor entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, they were all taken aback. The classroom had expanded to more than double its original size, with peculiar illustrations and detailed texts of strange creatures adorning both sides. In front lay a spacious area large enough to accommodate 100 or so people. Wow, are we going to duel? Ron exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with unabashed anticipation. Hearing Ron's words, Hermione grew anxious. When she was nervous, she struggled to control herself. What do we do in a duel? But we haven't learned many spells yet. I can barely manage a few. She began reciting the history of magic and the dueling techniques she had seen in the library, her words spilling forth rapidly, leaving Ron somewhat dazed. Stop, stop, stop. Harry quickly intervened, and as Hermione turned to him, he explained, perhaps it's not a duel. Ron might just be speaking offhandedly. He glanced at Ron, who quickly nodded along. Yeah, maybe it's just to demonstrate something. Hermione's restless anxiety eased considerably, yet she still felt somewhat lost. Even as they took their seats, she continued her recitation. Once all the students were settled, Sirius slowly entered the classroom. His handsome face bore a smile that, while not overtly pronounced, was neither distant. It was a perfectly polite smile. Only Cassander leaned wearily against Draco, fighting off sleep. Hello, I am Sirius Vexus. While I am unsure how your previous professor conducted lessons, in my class, you shall adhere to my rules, understood? The smile on Silas's face remained. Yet the words he uttered sent shivers down the spine. Once he confirmed that all the students were seated properly, Silas commenced the first lesson. Regarding the defense against the dark arts, we must first comprehend what constitutes dark magic, why its study is forbidden, and the necessity of defending against it. Can anyone enlighten me on the definition of dark magic? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. Dark magic refers to all magical practices aimed at causing harm, control, corruption, or destruction of life, fundamentally rooted in a distortion and malignant manipulation of the essence of magic. A textbook perfect response. Silas smiled and motioned for Hermione to sit down. Excellent. Gryffindor earns 2 points for Granger's wisdom. Silas leaned against the lectern and posed another question. As you mentioned, practices of magic that control, harm, corrupt, or destroy life can be classified as dark magic. Now, suppose I were to maliciously use a cutting curse to harm another. Would that make the cutting curse itself dark magic? This query perplexed a group of 11-year-old wizards. As Silas's gaze began to drift toward his direction, Cassandrius subtly raised Draco's left hand. Draco stiffened momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Very well, Malfoy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Draco glanced at the stark division of black and white atop Cassandrius' head, then raised his chin and spoke slowly. I believe the cutting curse itself does not qualify as dark magic. It does not align with the three core characteristics of dark magic. The curse does not inherently possess a backlash, nor does it violate the laws of nature. To label it dark magic simply based on intent to harm would be incorrect. However, when wielded with malicious intent, its nature transforms into an act of dark magic. Even though the cutting curse itself is not classified as such. An outstanding response. Silas unabashedly praised him. For your cleverness, Slytherin earns 2 points. After this, Silas's smile faded somewhat as he warned the students in a more serious tone. As Malfoy stated, the cutting curse does not belong to dark magic. Yet the harm it inflicts can be deemed an act of dark magic. Therefore, what I aim to teach you in this lesson is how to resist magical harm that is not classified as dark magic. The remainder of the lesson consisted of Silas providing detailed guidance on how to resist the malignant effects of white magic, including, but not limited to, how to defend against curses such as the Jinx, the Bludgeoning Curse, and the Heat Ray. These are spells that first-year wizards can easily learn and apply against others. At the very least, Silas hopes these children will possess the ability to resist when faced with unfair treatment. His class was lively and engaging, occasionally inviting 2 students to the front for demonstrations. In this blend of practical and theoretical instruction, no one found it boring, especially in contrast to Quirrell's lessons. As the class neared its conclusion, Silas collected his teaching materials and cheerfully informed the young wizards. What I want you to take away from today is that whether it be dark or white magic, safeguarding yourself is paramount. You are of utmost importance. All right, class dismissed. During Silas's lesson, Cassandrius discreetly opened a 2-way mirror, allowing Lilith and Vis to witness Silas's teaching prowess. Draco, observing Cassandrius's brazen little antics without anyone noticing, found his initial fear of him diminishing significantly. Just as at the beginning, Draco still harbored trepidation towards Cassandrius, but as time passed, he increasingly recognized the man's allure. He was well-versed in alchemy, capable of wandless magic with a mere gesture, proficient not only in dark magic, but also in white magic. Were it not for his youthful appearance, Draco might have occasionally thought of him as a fellow reincarnate. Furthermore, this individual displayed exceptional qualities in his interactions. And while not all Slytherins were submissive to him, they maintained a relatively friendly rapport with him. Even students from other houses found him agreeable. Of course, it might also be due to his ability to identify and exploit the strengths in others. The more time Draco spent with Cassandrius, the more he recognized his excellence. So even though he currently found himself at his mercy, he felt no inclination to rebel. First and foremost, this person was formidable. Secondly, he was outstanding. And lastly, he possessed remarkable decisiveness. Perhaps, in Draco's heart, Voldemort remained the more powerful figure, yet if he were to choose a leader, he would willingly follow Cassandrius in his endeavors. Thus, over time, Draco gradually found his place, a competent deputy. As their interaction deepened, Draco began to share light-hearted banter with Cassandrius. After all, a qualified aide must not be overly timid. Cassius, may I borrow your notes on defense against the dark arts? A Ravenclaw student suddenly inquired. Of course, Cassandrius readily agreed. The Ravenclaw student, named Gundevies, was a Muggle-born wizard with a rare and impressive talent, one of the few individuals Cassandrius intended to befriend. Upon receiving the notes, Gundevies smirked at Cassandrius, a hint of teasing in his voice. I heard Professor Vexus is connected to your family. Could you perhaps share with me the content of the next lesson? Cassandrius raised his hands, taking a step back with an air of exasperation. Please, Gundevies. If you wish to know, you can simply ask Silas. I am unaware at this moment. Gundevies' expression fell slightly. All right. He squinted his eyes, obscuring his emotions. That Gunter, I expect to be the first to see your notes next time. He patted Cassandrius on the shoulder and dashed away just as Cassandrius was about to swat him. Draco stood silently to the side, contemplating the application of magic when he overheard Cassandrius speaking to him without turning around. You don't seem very eager to converse with Gundevies. Why is that? Draco furrowed his brow in confusion. I thought you would know. He paused, his platinum hair tousled and soft. Having long since abandoned hair gel to sever ties with the past, he remained the same Malfoy. Muggle? Cassandrius gently rolled the word on his tongue, seemingly amused by something. Very well, then, esteemed Malfoy, I have a task for you. A faint smile formed on Draco's lips. Your command. Cassandrius, still facing away from Draco, glanced toward Gundevies' departing figure and uttered something that caught Draco off guard. What? Draco exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself with astonishment in his eyes. You want me to invite that Duke? She is a Muggle. Draco's voice involuntarily rose a few decibels. Cassandrius' smile remained unchanged as he turned to face Draco. those striking silver-gray eyes locking onto him. Draco found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He gritted his teeth, as if that would suppress the displeasure brewing within him. Very well, then. Your wish is my command. After all, he was Gunter's most loyal deputy. Chapter 38. The enthusiastic dark magic acolyte, Gundevis. After dinner in the Great Hall, Draco bid farewell to Cassandrius as he left the hall. He took a deep breath, restored his appearance to that of Malfoy, and inquired about Barbara's whereabouts before striding in the opposite direction from Cassandrius. Phila was once again seeking trouble with Barbara, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Phila felt an inexplicable fear whenever she laid eyes on Barbara. This unnameable dread intensified her disdain for Barbara, compelling her to create some mischief for the mudblood, teaching her that a day as a muggle translates into a lifetime as a muggle. Farewell, Ina. After bidding farewell to her Hufflepuff friends, Barbara hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way toward the Black Lake. However, as she walked, the girl suddenly altered her course towards the second floor. Phila closely trailed her, but lost sight of Barbara around the corner. Where did she go? Phila's brow furrowed, her frustration multiplying. Proud of her wizarding lineage, Phila believed she could easily handle this defenseless mudblood, so she had embarked on this pursuit alone, without any accomplices. Right here. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed behind her. Phila spun around, only to be confronted by a brass comb, growing larger in her vision. Bang! A sharp sound rang out as Phila stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, she had yet to regain her senses when Barbara seized the opportunity to cast a stunning spell. When Draco arrived, he found Barbara dragging Phila's feet toward an empty classroom. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Although aware of the multifaceted nature of humanity, he had not anticipated that a single event could wield such a profound impact on one's character. He recalled that only recently, Barbara Duke had been a timid mudblood, scarcely able to raise her head while conversing with others. Sensing someone's approach, Barbara briefly panicked, but upon seeing the newcomer, her face instantly transformed into a sweet smile. Malfoy? Is Mr. Gunter looking for me? Observing Barbara's radiant smile, Draco nodded in silence. Suddenly invigorated, Barbara single-handedly dragged Phila into the empty classroom, where she cast a memory charm and a healing spell on the innocent girl before thoughtfully locking the classroom door. Malfoy, where are we going? Did the Mr. mention what we would be doing? How long have you known him? Do you know what he likes? Throughout their journey, Barbara bombarded Draco with questions. Initially, out of politeness, Draco managed to respond with a word or two, but as time passed, he grew increasingly taciturn. Although he had indeed known Gunter for a relatively longer time, it was still only a matter of time. He could not answer any of Barbara's inquiries. What does Cassandrius like to eat? He was unsure. The fellow was not picky. He accepted any food that came his way and had never witnessed Cassandrius refuse anything. What are his interests? Does alchemy count? Yet he equally enjoyed both dark and light magic, as well as potions. As for other details, when is Cassandrius' birthday? What is his zodiac sign? His height and weight? Was she conducting an identity investigation? Draco remained silent throughout, while Barbara chattered on incessantly, recounting her initial shyness and astonishment upon meeting Cassandrius, followed by her admiration when he rescued her, lavishing all manner of ornate language upon him. Draco, perplexed and unappreciative. Upon reaching the 8th floor's room of requirement, Draco was astonished to discover that Cassandrius was not alone. There was also Gundevis, whom he had seen earlier that afternoon. Noticing Draco's surprised expression, Gonde happily waved at him. Draco lifted his chin and nodded toward Gonde, then strode to his seat without a sideways glance. This expansive room had long ceased to resemble its original form. The room of requirement was now divided into 4 distinct areas: a relaxation zone, a combat training zone, a potion area, and an alchemy section. This was merely a temporary arrangement. Before seeing Cassandrius, Barbara had been bubbling with excitement, but upon encountering him, she seemed to revert to her bashful self. Cassandrius did not mind. He understood that each individual possesses a unique temperament and did not insist that his subordinates always present themselves impeccably in his presence. Very well. He clapped his hands, but did not rise from the sofa. This is Barbara Duke, a student of Gryffindor. And this is Gonde Davis, a student of Ravenclaw. Cassandrius introduced the two. Gonde winked at Barbara, his beautiful green eyes sparkling. Barbara remained unfazed, merely offering him a polite smile. You will all be working together from now on, so let us get acquainted. How about a duel? Cassandrius suggested with a smile, resting his chin on his hand, leaving no room for refusal. Gonde's eyes lit up, unabashedly revealing his eagerness for battle. All right. Barbara felt a bit nervous, but did not falter. She knew this was a test set by her master. She, Barbara Duke, could certainly succeed. Seeing that neither displayed any intention of resistance, Cassandrius smiled in satisfaction. With a flick of his wand, the relaxation area receded, clearing a vast expanse suitable for their duel. Gondé drew his wand, raising it before him as he and Barbara performed the customary duel salutation. Begin. With Cassandrius's command, Gondé took the first move. Bone Breaker. A blazing red light erupted from the tip of his wand, reaching Barbara in an instant. The girl's pupils dilated as she narrowly sidestepped the attack. Quick to react, she aimed her wand at Gondé. Stupefy. Disarm. Obstacle. The two exchanged spells, their magic flying haphazardly through the air, yet none found their mark. Draco sat on the sofa, offering a disdainful critique. Amateur. Just as well, their duel concluded. After all, they were merely first-year students, lacking in magical reserves and spells alike. Gondé narrowly triumphed, having a slight advantage in spell knowledge. He had not anticipated that the girl would prove so formidable, almost resorting to throwing objects at him by the end. Barbara. You're quite impressive, Gondé exclaimed genuinely. Barbara quickly cast a healing spell on both of them, her sweet and gentle demeanor obscuring the wildness she had displayed moments prior. Cassandrius paid little attention to the two. He was a leader, not a caretaker. If his subordinates required him to spoon-feed them, what purpose would they serve? Setting aside his book, Cassandrius regarded them kindly. From today onward, you are to train here every evening from 6 to 8. Should you require anything, you may summon Maloshan. She is always at your service. Barbara's cheeks flushed, while Gondé appeared calm, though a flicker of fervor could still be seen in his green eyes. Very well, sir. That night, Cassandrius, Draco, and Garen trained in the room of requirement. Garen delved into his studies of dark magic, while Barbara, driven by curiosity, chimed in with a question. To her surprise, Garen, like an enthusiastic fan, fervently extolled the virtues of his self-promoted dark spells. What magic did you just use? Barbara inquired with intrigue. Instantly invigorated, Garen began to exuberantly share his passion for dark magic with Barbara. Dark magic. You know it, right? Although I've only learned a few spells that aren't particularly powerful, I firmly believe that in the future, I will create even more formidable dark magic. Barbara frowned, yet Garen, as if a floodgate had been opened, passionately inundated her with his love for dark arts. I know the school forbids learning dark magic, so please don't tell anyone. But I truly believe that the genius who invented dark magic is simply extraordinary. How could such a simple, efficient form of magic come to be conceived? Utter brilliance. Garen rambled on, recounting his educational journey from primary school to his early days at Hogwarts. He stated that his favorite subjects were chemistry and biology, and by the age of 10, he had completed all the primary school curriculum and began self-studying secondary school material. He expressed his love for exploring the unknown, revealing that his affluent family had even set up a small laboratory at home. Meanwhile, Barbara attempted to absorb the magic lessons while letting Garen's words drift in one ear and out the other, occasionally posing questions to Cassandrius beside her. He talks so much. Chapter 39, A Special Task for a Special You. As the clock struck 8, Barbara and Garen reluctantly departed from the room of requirement. Draco slumped on the sofa, the toll of his depleted magic evident in the sweat that dampened his brow and the pallor that contrasted starkly with his usual complexion. Cassandrius was engrossed in research at the alchemy workstation, too preoccupied to notice. After a cleansing spell, he set aside the improved two-way mirror and turned to find a drowsy Draco. He approached and gently patted Draco's cheek. Draco, wake up, don't fall asleep here. Draco, fighting to keep his eyes open, was met with Cassandrius' gentle smile. He murmured, struggling to sit up. To be honest, if it weren't for those two madmen, Draco felt he wouldn't be so exhausted. One would attack him, and when he grew weary, he'd drink a potion to regain his magic, only to continue training. Surely even capitalists wouldn't exploit people to such an extent. Cassandrius observed Draco's sleepy state as he groggily stood up from the sofa and couldn't help but acknowledge the admirable genetics of the Malfoy family. The 11-year-old boy was exquisitely charming, resembling a porcelain doll, with fluffy, soft blonde hair that danced like dandelion fluff in the wind. Of course, Cassandrius' heart was as hard as iron. I have a very important task for you. Draco, who had been on the brink of slumber, suddenly jolted awake, his drowsiness cast aside. What task? He asked, a hint of wariness in his voice. Cassandrius retrieved a magazine from the table and placed it in Draco's hands. Smiling as he said, build a good rapport with the savior. Draco was incredulous. What? His disbelief was far more intense than when he had to confront a muggle wizard in person. He stared at Cassandrius in utter astonishment, his expression contorted. You want me to foster a relationship with Potter? How is that possible? Draco vehemently refused, his body radiating reluctance. Me? Develop a good relationship with Potter? I am a Malfoy. He rejected the friendship of a Malfoy, and now you want me to mend ties with him? Merlin's knickers. If a relationship is to be built, it should be Potter coming to seek out a Malfoy. Cassandrius paid no heed to Draco's protests and complaints, instead moving to the potion-making station. As his own tasks were far from complete, Draco seethed with impotent rage for some time before he realized that Cassandrius had already begun his daily potion making. He ground his teeth in frustration, attempting to convince himself. Stay calm, stay calm. Building a good relationship with Potter is certainly necessary. Think of Dumbledore, think of Black, think of Malfoy. After a while of grappling with his indignation, Draco muttered some dismissive remarks about Potter, eliciting a chuckle from Cassandrius. Eventually, with a flushed face, Draco sought further instructions. How should I go about establishing a relationship with him? He gritted out through clenched teeth. Cassandrius chopped the hair of a mooncalf into fine shreds and tossed it into the cauldron, responding without looking up. Refer to page 6 of Fantastic Beasts Daily Collection. Having steeled himself, Draco opened the magazine and flipped to the 6th page. Norwegian Ridgeback? A sudden recollection of the dragon incident from his past life surged back, igniting his anger once more. Is this the Norwegian Ridgeback? No. This is my dark history. After stirring the cauldron 3.5 times, Cassandrius added 2 drops of werewolf tears. Yes, the Norwegian Ridgeback. In a few days, someone will deliver a dragon egg to you. A cloud of nebula-like steam billowed forth, and Cassandrius's smile became more genuine. His words imbued with sincerity. You'd best perform well and not reveal any flaws. As Draco immersed himself in the joy of soon acquiring a dragon egg, Cassandrius's warning doused much of his excitement. The flush of exhilaration faded from his face, and he regained his composure, nodding in assurance. I won't make any mistakes. After all, I am a Malfoy. Pouring the potion into a glass vial and admiring its beautiful hues, Cassandrius rarely offered Draco a heartfelt smile. You better. After Draco departed from the room of requirement, only Cassandrius remained within its confines. Lilith, he called out. The two-way mirror shimmered, and a somewhat cool voice emanated from the other side. I am here. Cassandrius rubbed his temples and gestured for the enchanted quill to begin writing on the parchment. Please report on your recent activities. Lilith commenced her report on the day's events, primarily detailing how Fudge had flown into a rage at the Ministry of Magic. At this point, he was not yet the cowardly minister who would turn a blind eye to Voldemort's resurrection. This Fudge was excessively power-hungry. Upon discovering the rising tide of officials who knew only Barty Crouch and not Cornelius, Fudge became somewhat unhinged. As his right-hand woman, Umbridge, due to her concealed half-blood heritage and her vested interests in Fudge, had been engaging in some unsavory dealings on his behalf. With such a significant event unfolding, Fudge unhesitatingly chose Umbridge to act as his rabbit attack dog. Consequently, under Umbridge's directives, Rita Skeeter began to frantically entangle herself in the affairs of officials connected to Crouch in the Daily Prophet. Evidently, contrary to the expectations of Cornelius Fudge and Umbridge, Rita Skeeter indiscriminately unleashed her scathing critiques upon officials from both the Fudge and Crouch factions in the Daily Prophet. No one was spared from her merciless barrage, exposing scandals, implicating accusations, fabricating testimonies, engaging in entrapment, and coercing confessions were merely a few of her unscrupulous tactics. In a fleeting moment, Rita Skeeter's name became synonymous with infamy within the wizarding community. Moreover, she even hinted at the notion that Crouch's son, who perished in Azkaban, was not, in fact, the infamous Barty Crouch Jr. This seemingly innocuous speculation incited considerable unrest within the Ministry of Magic, for Barty Crouch Jr. was a known Death Eater, and at the time, his father, Bartemius Crouch, was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fudge, ever the opportunist, seized upon this situation and promptly sought a pretext to investigate the Crouch residence for evidence. It remains a mystery how Crouch managed to thwart Fudge's efforts, leading to a subtle yet palpable rivalry between the two that nearly ignited into open conflict. Despite Fudge's aversion to Rita's rabbit antics, one could not deny that her indiscriminate assaults momentarily diverted attention away from his waning reputation. Upon receiving Lilith's report, the quill of Cassandrius hesitated momentarily. Rita Skeeter was indeed a genius. Lilith remained silent. They were all acutely aware of what needed to be done amidst the escalating tensions between Fudge and Crouch. Rumor had it that there were those who remained unperturbed. Lilith understood that Cassandrius was referring to Rufus Scrimgeour, a man of resolute methods yet excessively rigid, whose reputation within the ministry was polarizing. Cassandrius had glimpsed this individual in Draco's memories. Scrimgeour, who succeeded Fudge as minister, was known for his toughness, staunchly opposing Voldemort despite his ideological differences with Dumbledore. He was a man of capabilities and strong character, yet perhaps too inflexible. While organizing the potion ingredients before him, Cassandrius made a light-hearted decision. If he was a good man, he ought not to be overburdened. Although Fudge was timid and adept at flattery, he possessed a singular advantage. When one held sufficient leverage and authority, he was easily manageable. Should another individual assume the role of Minister for Magic, it could prove detrimental to Gunter's interests. A few days later, during breakfast, Draco received a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg delivered by Owl. He nearly emitted a sharp shriek. Hastily dismissing Blaze, who sought to investigate, he leaned closer to Cassandrius, struggling to maintain his composure. Merlin's purple stockings. Why would you have the owl deliver this now? Draco exclaimed, his astonishment both amusing and endearing. Cassandrius, unperturbed, leisurely swallowed his food before responding. What of it? No one is aware. Draco's expression contorted in frustration. The very object he had long desired had finally materialized, but in such an exaggerated manner that it nearly sent him leaping from his seat. Forget what he should do upon learning the task details. For now, Draco's sole objective was to prevent the professors from discovering his secret. Perhaps Draco's indignant demeanor was amusingly adorable, prompting Cassandrius to offer rare words of gentle encouragement. All right, I believe you can manage it. After all, you are a Malfoy. He reached out, ruffling Draco's hair in a manner reminiscent of a fond elder sibling. Draco's ire dissipated instantly, not due to any fanciful illusions regarding Cassandrius, but because he recognized that Cassandrius genuinely did not regard him as merely an 11-year-old child. Cassandrius quipped, "Do you see me treating myself as a child?" Thus, the ensuing days passed in a rhythm of daytime classes and nighttime training. By day, Draco juggled his studies while contemplating how to avoid revealing his true self to Harry and his friends. By night, he assumed the role of sparring partner for Barbara and Garen, as well as a research specimen for Cassandrius. Barbara, a prodigy in healing magic, had recently devised a remarkable healing spell but struggled to replicate it in the days that followed, thus immersing herself in books to rediscover its use. Garen, on the other hand, was fervently dedicated to his studies of dark arts, with none other than Silas as his instructor. Silas, the defense against the dark arts professor for that year, frequently consulted with Lilith on work matters, often reporting back to Cassandrius, thus making regular appearances in the room of requirement. As time progressed, Garen grew bolder, especially after perusing several different tomes on the history of magic. Professor Vexus, could you instruct me in the dark arts? He audaciously requested of Silas following a practical lesson. Silas paused in his reading, casting a glance at the composed Cassandrius before turning to the eagerly expectant Garen, and consented with a smile. Very well. Consequently, Garen remained blissfully ignorant of the dangers surrounding his studies of the dark arts, had it not been for Silas and Cassandrius providing cover. His activities would have been swiftly unveiled. Cassandrius had long since devised a training plan for Garen, and now it was merely a matter of indulgence. As for Draco, his frequent appearances before Harry and the others had not gone unnoticed, even if they were infrequent. Over time, his inability to mask his expressions drew the attention of Hermione and Ron. To be honest, Harry and the others were not particularly acquainted with Draco. If one were to cite animosity, it stemmed from a prior incident in which Ron had made a few offhand remarks about Cassandrius, only to be met with Draco's sharp retort. After yet another potions class, perhaps due to fatigue or other reasons, Draco, who typically excelled in potions, found himself on the receiving end of the master potioner's scathing critique. By the end of the lesson, he appeared thoroughly unsettled and hurriedly exited the classroom. "What is wrong with Malfoy?" Ron inquired with curiosity. The Weasleys and Malfoys had always been at odds, and he relished the opportunity to witness Draco in distress, eager to uncover the reason behind his disquiet. However, it was Hermione who noticed first, as she observed something small and peculiar lying on the ground where Draco had just passed. "Look, what's that?" She tugged at the sleeves of her companions. Harry stepped forward to retrieve the minuscule piece of parchment, unfolding it with a frown as he scrutinized the minuscule handwriting. "Wow, young Master Malfoy can actually write in such tiny script. This certainly contradicts his usual persona," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, passing the note to Hermione and Ron. "Ilmucus? What is this?" Ron exclaimed upon seeing the densely packed words, his eyes pained by the sight, while Hermione, after a prolonged examination, could only recognize a few of the words. During their time in the library completing assignments, Hermione diligently searched through books, seeking information on the properties of Ilmucus. This obscure ingredient was typically utilized in potion maintenance, and was only briefly covered in third-year potions classes. It was Ron who casually muttered, "Il slime? The only thing I know is that the dragon egg of the Norwegian ridgeback requires it." Hermione's mind was suddenly illuminated. Of course, the dragon egg. She quickly opened the small piece of parchment again. Perhaps a conjecture had taken shape in her mind. For this time, she finally discerned the few words that had been torn to reveal only the remaining halves. "Restoration gel? It's dragon egg restoration gel," Hermione exclaimed with excitement. Harry promptly stood up and covered Hermione's mouth, winking at Madame Pomfrey, who had turned to look, narrowly avoiding disaster. "Hermione, keep your voice down." Hermione realized she had been a bit too exuberant, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, she couldn't contain her eagerness to share the news with her friends. It's a dragon egg. A dragon egg. Malfoy somehow obtained a dragon egg. Ron expressed skepticism. Is that true? Knowing Malfoy's character, wouldn't he flaunt it immediately? Harry questioned, doubtful. Is that really how Malfoy is? Ron hesitated, rolling his eyes, uncertainly replying. I suppose that's accurate? Hermione interjected. Hey boys. Perhaps we should discuss the topic of dragon eggs. Harry and Ron seemed somewhat disinterested. After all, even if there truly was a dragon egg, it was a matter concerning Draco, which had little to do with them. They might see each other daily, but their relationship was rather superficial. Hermione's initial excitement, sparked by the audacity of someone at school daring to raise a dragon, faded as she noted her friend's lack of interest. Yet, the subject would inevitably resurface. That person was Hagrid. During afternoon tea the following day, Hagrid lamented that his greatest regret was never having raised a dragon himself, prompting Ron to spill the news about the dragon. A dragon? I remember Malfoy supposedly has a dragon egg. Hagrid, momentarily stunned, excitedly crushed the corner of a nearby table. Really? He said, nearly in tears as he looked at Ron. Ron felt a bit guilty. After all, it wasn't their secret to share, and it was rather rude to disclose someone else's privacy. Harry felt uneasy upon hearing Hagrid's regret about never having raised a dragon. Indeed, Ron's tongue had slipped faster than anything else. May I see what a dragon egg looks like? Please, it's a lifelong wish. Hagrid's eyes glistened with tears. At that moment, he had abandoned any notion of Malfoy as an inherently wicked Slytherin. After all, how malevolent could someone truly be who genuinely loved dragons? Chapter 41, Malfoy. You wouldn't want to. Listening to the requests of Harry and his friends, Draco skeptically contemplated disregarding decorum to dig at his ear. Had he heard correctly? The savior was pleading with him to bring his dragon egg for Hagrid to see. Draco nearly burst into laughter, with an air of arrogance. He crossed his arms and looked smugly at the three blushing Gryffindors across from him. Huh, it seems Gryffindor has come to seek Slytherin's aid. I really ought to capture this moment on camera and play it continuously at home for 24 hours. Harry's face turned beet red. After all, there was little justification for their audacious request. Yet, Hagrid was the first person Harry had met upon entering the magical world, and also the first to treat him kindly. He didn't want to disappoint Hagrid. Though Draco's intention was indeed to foster a better relationship with Harry and the others, he certainly wouldn't make it easy for them. Thus, Draco forced himself to suppress the upward curve of his lips, relishing the sight of Harry and his friends squirming in embarrassment before him. Huh, delightful. Harry Potter is actually begging me. Draco was thoroughly enjoying himself. It was hard to say whether he still remembered his initial vehement resistance, but at least for now, he was in high spirits. Ultimately, it was Hermione who broke the stalemate. This clever witch immediately discerned what Draco had been preoccupied with lately, and thus she said, Malfoy, you wouldn't want your dragon egg to fail to hatch, would you? Draco's smile faltered. Despite both past and present iterations of Hermione and her friends teaching him that Muggle-born wizards could be just as capable as purebloods, if not more so, he hadn't anticipated Hermione's keen insight. The arc of Draco's mouth tightened slightly. He regarded Hermione with suspicion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hermione, her confidence returning despite her flushed cheeks, replied. You've been looking for records about the care of hatching dragon eggs in the library recently, haven't you? I take it your dragon egg isn't in the best condition? Draco began to doubt himself. Was he simply dim-witted, or was Hermione exceptionally clever? How could she deduce so much from just a few scattered words? Sensing Draco's discomfort, Hermione softened her tone. Hagrid has extensive experience in caring for magical creatures. If your dragon egg is in poor condition, I believe you should seek Hagrid's assistance. After all, he has resources that you may not be able to gather on your own, don't you think? Did Draco agree? Naturally, he did. Setting aside that it was one of his objectives, he also acknowledged Hermione's remarkable intelligence, which he found somewhat envious. His recent interactions with Barbara and Garen had made him compare them to his former lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. Upon comparison, Draco couldn't help but feel apologetic in his heart. To equate them with Goyle and Crabbe was a grave insult. Both Garen and Barbara were geniuses in their own right. Not to mention, Draco had witnessed Barbara create a powerful healing spell, and just observing their diligent study habits had been enough to shift his perspective. Yet now he faced another peer, Hermione, whose intellect rivaled theirs. Oh, the desire to undermine the competition was stirring within him. The relationship between Draco and the Savior quickly became amicable. Since Draco entrusted the fire dragon egg to Hagrid, communication among the four of them increased. Occasionally, Harry and the others would even wait for Draco after class to go see the unhatched fire dragon together. They were quite open about it, and soon enough, Dumbledore was aware of the situation. To be honest, Dumbledore was quite pleased. Although the Malfoys were opportunistic, it was undeniable that they held a certain status within the Ministry of Magic, and their considerable wealth made it advantageous to ally with them. However, Dumbledore was curious whether this was truly Draco's own idea or one proposed by Cassandrius. Of course it's my idea, Draco thought, though soon enough. He knew Malfoy would agree with this decision. Cassandrius was frantically adding sugar to his tea. He had been burning the midnight oil lately, and his face had grown pallid. When faced with Dumbledore's inquiry, he answered without hesitation. The Malfoys are inherently fickle. They can distance themselves from Voldemort when he is weak, and naturally, they can invest when the other side is strong. It is better to take control early than to let things drift. Did Dumbledore harbor any doubts? Certainly. There exists a sense of skepticism, yet it is predominantly accompanied by a feeling of comfort. A promising young talent has taken the initiative to work. Furthermore, since Cassandrius divulged the information about the Horcruxes, Dumbledore has felt a significant alleviation regarding the child. This is not merely for ulterior motives, at the very least. Cassandrius is indeed striving to vanquish Voldemort, is he not? At the very least, he can embark on his quest to seek the Horcruxes without any lingering concerns. As for Draco's dragon egg, Dumbledore has also inquired about it. The dragon egg given to Draco by Cassandrius was acquired from a destitute dark wizard who initially intended to sell it for a high price. However, Gunter, possessing both wealth and a formidable presence, proved to be a more formidable opponent. Draco has always had a fondness for dragons, perhaps due to the significance of his name. He has indeed been quite anxious in recent days, especially as he observes the egg not developing as hoped. Oh, my goodness, he truly is a delightful child. Is he not? Although the condition of the dragon egg was initially poor, it began to show signs of hatching under Hagrid's meticulous care after just a few days. Hagrid cradled his chin, gazing affectionately at the still-encased Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg. While everyone had a fondness for fire-breathing dragons, they could not discern the inherent cuteness of that particular egg. So, where exactly did you acquire this dragon egg, Malfoy? Ron inquired curiously while grappling with a rock-hard biscuit. Draco, abandoning the unyielding biscuit for a cup of tea, initially intended to mock Ron, but suddenly realized that Cassandrius had not mentioned any need to return the dragon egg. It was a gift from Cassius. Wow. Harry and Ron expressed simultaneous envy. How splendid it must be to receive a dragon egg as a gift. This is a Norwegian Ridgeback, after all. So impressive. From the moment they entered school, Harry and Draco had not been adversaries. And with the bond formed over the dragon egg, they gradually began to understand the nature of this young aristocrat. With their newfound familiarity, they could now share a jest. I cannot imagine how sunny and cheerful I would be if I possessed a dragon, Harry remarked with difficulty as he bit into a piece of the hard biscuit, his eyes glistening with fanciful dreams. Ron shared a similar expression. His family circumstances were somewhat more challenging, yet which boy has not envisioned owning a dragon? I wish I could. Hermione, however, was not lost in whimsical fantasies. She posed a critical question for their present circumstances. So, when the Norwegian Ridgeback hatches, where will it live? A moment of silence enveloped the group. Indeed, where will this dragon reside once it hatches? That is quite the conundrum. Hagrid racked his brain, ultimately proposing a rather dubious solution. Could it not be kept in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione was at a loss for words, while Ron appeared somewhat sheepish. Ron glanced at Hagrid, offering him an awkward yet polite smile. Hagrid, you do realize that Norwegian Ridgebacks grow quite rapidly? If it were to stay in the Forbidden Forest, it might as well be renamed the Norwegian Ridgeback Forest. Ultimately, this predicament was thrust upon Draco, the owner of the dragon egg. Draco decisively activated the two-way mirror to contact Cassandrius. Cassandrius had been preoccupied with potion brewing and alchemical product development, utterly swamped with work. Nevertheless, upon receiving Draco's request through the mirror, he promptly connected. Is there something you need? A cool, raspy voice resonated from the other side of the mirror, and one could easily discern the fatigue of the individual speaking. Draco naturally noticed and inquired, Am I interrupting your rest? Cassandrius, his mirror set aside, wearily massaged his temples. No, go ahead. Aware of Cassandrius's decisive nature, Draco posed his question. What are we to do once the dragon egg hatches? A note of confusion colored Cassandrius's voice, followed by news that would incite envy in Harry, Ron, and Hagrid alike. I possess several dragon islands in the Pacific, and once it hatches, someone will come to retrieve it when you are done playing with it. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual envy. Merlin's red suspenders. Dragon islands. Harry, did you hear that? It's a dragon island. Ron, I heard. It's a dragon island. And several of them. In that moment, they were at a loss as to whether to envy Draco for possessing a dragon or Cassandrius for owning multiple dragon islands. Chapter 42, Omenes. As Halloween approached, Lilith brought Cassandrius some rather unsettling news. It appears that there are wizards in the human world who are murdering for sport. Cassandrius furrowed his brow deeply. Indeed, the corpses of those ordinary individuals bore a striking resemblance to mummies. Following examinations by the Ministry's Aurors and St. Mungo's medics, it was determined that their deaths resulted from a loss of life force, and alarmingly, they perished within mere minutes. Consequently, the police concluded that this was undoubtedly not a crime perpetrated by mere mortals, and after reporting the findings, the Prime Minister contacted the Ministry of Magic. Lilith's voice remained steady as she relayed the information, word by word. Has Fudge been informed? Cassandrius set aside the alchemical product he had been crafting and rummaged through his notes. Lilith shook her head, her visage appearing on the mirror, revealing no hint of urgency. Gemina was the first to seize Fudge's soul, implementing basic countermeasures. Gemina Castor, one of Fudge's administrative aides, was often overlooked due to her gender. Yet she frequently faced exclusion due to unspoken collusions between Fudge and Umbridge. How does the Ministry plan to address this? Gemina has already dispatched Aurors to seal off the relevant areas and take over the case. Lilith refrained from saying more, for they all understood that if there were results, it would not be confined to such brevity. Therefore, the only conclusion was inevitable. No magical residue was found. Cassandrius had already reached a decision in his mind. Yes, Umbridge has been dispatched recently, and it remains uncertain. Gemina's current methods have yielded no results, and the Prime Minister has begun to express dissatisfaction. At this point, Lilith's tone shifted slightly, which had otherwise been devoid of emotional fluctuation. I suspect it may be Voldemort's residual soul. Cassandrius chuckled softly. Just as I suspected. Voldemort's soul is inherently unstable, and after having lost a significant portion of his life force to the Eye of Truth, it is now riddled with vulnerabilities. Thus, he requires immediate replenishment of life force. However, the powerful beings of the magical realm are beyond his grasp, while those weaker than him are beneath his notice. In the end, he is left with no choice but to resort to the defenseless, ordinary folk. As for the possibility of other dark wizards causing chaos, that likelihood is exceedingly slim. Setting aside the question of what benefit lies in creating turmoil within the Muggle community, the repercussions of being hunted by the magical community alone render such actions unworthy. Therefore, it must be Voldemort, driven into a corner. The magical realm is teeming with wizards. A single misstep could lead to exploitation by dark wizards. Given Voldemort's current weakened state, he must rely on parasitism, making it uncertain whether he can even seize another's body. As for why he does not seek out his Death Eaters, this is indeed a matter of differing perspectives. Cassandrius squinted irritably, his impatience manifesting in a sarcastic remark. How disgusting. He rose, concealing the calculating expression on his face as he walked alongside Lilith. Contact the organizations associated with the victims and allocate a compensation fund for each of them. I am heading to find Dumbledore. You and Gemina should maintain control over the Ministry of Magic for now. As he passed Draco, Cassandrius abruptly halted, his gaze lingering on Draco's left arm for a brief moment. Draco looked at him in confusion. Exhaling deeply, Cassandrius left him with a solitary warning. Do not leave Hogwarts in the near future. With that, he hurried away, seemingly in a state of retreat. Cassandrius moved with great urgency, yet before reaching the headmaster's office, he made a point to seek out Silas. Upon his arrival, he found Dumbledore happily teasing Fawkes. The moment he spotted Cassandrius, a smile brightened the old headmaster's face. Cassius, what brings you here at such a late hour? Without hesitation, Cassandrius got straight to the point. Voldemort's lingering soul has infiltrated the Muggle world and has already claimed the lives of dozens of ordinary people. Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly, his brow furrowing as he inquired. What about Fudge? Fudge's initial reaction was to dismiss the matter, opting instead to share a light-hearted moment with the Prime Minister, casually dispatching a few Aurors to investigate. Believing that Muggle affairs should be left to Muggles. Had Gemina not been present at the time, Fudge would have surely offended the Prime Minister. Cassandrius, unwilling to shield this fool, conveyed the situation directly to Dumbledore. I have Gemina restraining him. Aurors and St. Mungo's healers have already been dispatched, but no traces of magic have been found at any of the crime scenes. Dumbledore chose to disregard Cassandrius's opening statement, sensing something deeper from Cassandrius's demeanor. Are you planning to go yourself? Cassandrius nodded. Of course, I am a Gunter. In the magical world, no one understands curses better than we do. Unable to find any magical residue, Cassandrius concluded that, from a Gunter's perspective, the only thing Voldemort could have employed would indeed be a curse. Seeing Cassandrius's resolute intent, Dumbledore ceased to deter him and simply asked, How long do you intend to be gone? Cassandrius calculated briefly before providing a non-committal response. Before Halloween. And remember to inform Professor Snape that our potion research must not cease. Dumbledore let out a sigh, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I will accompany you. Cassandrius tilted his head in confusion. Do you truly understand what you are saying? This journey to the Muggle world will undoubtedly be more than a mere exploration of curses. Surely Dumbledore does not intend to monitor me. Cassandrius did not hide his thoughts, and upon realizing this, Dumbledore could not help but question himself. Do I not appear to be a capable headmaster who worries for his students? Cassandrius regarded Dumbledore with surprise, although his eyes were devoid of light. Dumbledore could still perceive the bewilderment radiating from him. Just as Dumbledore was on the verge of existential doubt, Cassandrius took a step back, forcing a smile as he replied, "Whatever you say, it shall be." Ultimately, Dumbledore, in a huff, followed Cassandrius. Before departing, Cassandrius exchanged a glance with Silas, who had come to see him off. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore certainly needed to inform his deputy of his departure. Although McGonagall was somewhat perplexed, she dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities as deputy headmistress. "Stay safe. I will ensure the students are protected while you are away." The following day, however, McGonagall noticed Cassandrius' absence in the Great Hall. Dumbledore, now appearing in the Muggle world. He suddenly sneezed, lacking all decorum. Cassandrius stepped aside in disdain. Dumbledore cast a cleaning charm and, upon lifting his gaze, beheld Cassandrius, who, having consumed an aging potion, now resembled an adult. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You bear a striking resemblance to one of my former students." Cassandrius was acutely aware of his appearance. While he had once been merely handsome as a child, the effects of the gene repair potion had rendered him undeniably beautiful. As for Dumbledore's comparison, he mused, "Are you referring to Omenes?" After a moment's thought, he voiced Omenes' name. Dumbledore appeared somewhat astonished. "You know him?" Cassandrius nodded, unreservedly sharing his middle name and anecdotes from his childhood. "My middle name is Omenes. There is a portrait of him in my home. When my elders sought to impart their notions upon me, he often clashed with them due to their differing ideologies." Reflecting on his youth, Cassandrius could not suppress a genuine smile. Omenes possessed a gentle nature, yet displayed contrasting attitudes when dealing with his elders and family. While he would never resort to violence against relatives like Liz, who were enamored with dark magic, they generally maintained a mutual disdain, preferring silence over conversation. When elders attempted to instill malevolent thoughts in Cassandrius, Omenes would fiercely protect the young boy, engaging in verbal duels against numerous relatives. Since the confirmation of his illness, Cassandrius occasionally pondered whether he would have become a person akin to Omenes had he been healthy. Yet, upon later reflection, he could only smile wryly at the thought. Had he been free of mental illness, he might have transformed into a mad sorcerer, reviled by the entire magical community. Chapter 43, How Tragic, Dumbledore. They settled at a cafe, and Cassandrius could not help but lower his guard slightly. "I was raised by house elves, never having seen the world before the age of 5. Had I not discovered Omenes' portrait, I might have lived my life in darkness." Dumbledore listened intently, his memories drifting back to the carefree days of his first year, unburdened by familial expectations, the sorrow of his sister's death, or the anguish of parting with a loved one. At that time, he was merely an 11-year-old boy embarking on his journey at Hogwarts. It was an era he had missed, yet was extraordinarily glorious. The splendor of ancient magic, and the charismatic figure who captivated all like a celestial being, drawing others to him like moths to a flame. During that time, Crouch, Weasley, Black, Gunter, and Salou gathered around him, forging an era too profound to articulate, yet undeniably magnificent. If only he could witness it once more. Reflecting on the past, Dumbledore could not contain his sentiments. Cassandrius, believing he was referring to Omenes, agreed, recalling Omenes' character. "Certainly, once this matter concludes, I believe Omenes would be quite pleased to see his junior." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by this remark, before bursting into a soft chuckle. "Very well." He raised his gaze to the sky, a hint of moisture glistening in his eyes. Throughout the remainder of their journey, neither Dumbledore nor Cassandrius spoke a word. Ensnared by a confundus charm, they navigated through the throngs of people, making their way to the sites of the victim's demise in search of traces of the curse. Alas! The dying rays of the sun nestled behind towering edifices, casting half the city in a warm orange glow, while the other half was ensconced in flickering neon lights. "Have you discovered anything?" They settled into a confectionery under the auspices of Gunter, with Cassandrius asking the first question. As the most esteemed white wizard in this realm, although Dumbledore publicly eschewed the study of dark magic, how could a true genius refrain from dabbling in it? Savoring the green grape and berry mousse before him, Dumbledore articulated his conclusion. "This cake is quite delectable. How is it made?" Cassandrius replied, "I shall send the recipe to Hogwarts in a couple of days." Smiling through gritted teeth, Dumbledore chuckled softly, swiftly finishing the mousse before leisurely elaborating. The casting of magic heavily relies on the influence of will and emotion. Certain curses necessitate an emotional precursor, which could stem from affection, envy, anger, or even negative sentiments such as jealousy, resentment, and loathing. Ah, the emotional blessing. Cassandrius immediately grasped the crux, lowering his gaze to conceal his malice. Gabriel Phillips, the one who cast the blessing upon Gunter. Observing Cassandrius' demeanor, Dumbledore understood. Yet he could not help but lament the memory of that remarkably gifted child. Tom, the most exceptional student at Hogwarts in nearly a century. Cassandrius smiled with a semblance of derision. Indeed, so extraordinary that he became the Dark Lord, aspiring to dominate the entire wizarding world with his reign of terror. Dumbledore found himself momentarily speechless. What could he possibly say? He felt a pang of guilt towards that child. Had he not regarded him with such wariness from the outset? Perhaps Tom would not have arrived at this juncture, would not have transformed into this wretched being, neither human nor ghost. Yet it was all too late. They had spent 3 days in the realm of humanity. During the first 2 days, they had traversed the crime scenes, but on the third day, Cassandrius refrained from using the Confundus charm, instead donning the attire of an ordinary person. Dumbledore regarded him with amusement. Have you finally realized that a minor wizard ought not to wield magic outside the school? Cassandrius shot the old man a disdainful glance. What a fuss. He donned a waistcoat and a stylish gray cashmere overcoat, his shoes elegantly designed, and with the aid of an aging potion. His mature visage rendered him a striking figure amidst the crowd. Dumbledore, too, adapted to his surroundings. After consuming a youth potion and dressing in a brown suit, he resembled a dashing middle-aged gentleman. When the image of Dumbledore appeared in Cassandrius' mind, he nearly faltered in maintaining his expression. Dumbledore was of an affable nature. Looking at his own attire with a hint of confusion, does it not look good? Cassandrius shook his head, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strode forward. His profile obscured by strands of hair, preventing Dumbledore from discerning his expression. He simply did not anticipate such a stark contrast between Dumbledore's aesthetic in youth and in old age. You rascal. They continued their advance, this time entering the crime scene through documentation procured by Cassandrius in the human realm. Dumbledore followed closely, while the officers stationed outside the scene remained oblivious. Did they not dispatch Aurors? Cassandrius crossed the barrier, crouching to pick up a pinch of black ash from the ground, responding without raising his head. How many Aurors does the Ministry employ? Even if they were to divide 1 Auror among us 4, it would be insufficient. Moreover, this is indeed a congregation of ordinary humans. It is far more reassuring for us to handle it ourselves. Dumbledore now comprehended fully. Recalling their fruitless endeavors over the past 2 days, along with Cassandrius' idleness and his current words, it became evident that Cassandrius' true intention was to draw him away from Hogwarts. What exactly do you intend to do? He inquired. Cassandrius rose, straightening his back and gazing at the distant skyscrapers. He turned, locking eyes with Dumbledore's deep and weathered blue gaze. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you not growing old? The streets nearby were intermittently pierced by the sound of honking cars, while plumes of smoke wafted into the horizon, and the sky was occasionally adorned by wings trailing long tails. Dumbledore sighed. From the moment he became aware of this child's existence, he understood that the world was on the brink of encountering another Voldemort. They shared a similar lineage, akin personalities, yet divergent aspirations. But the statute of secrecy, you know. Cassandrius interrupted Dumbledore, a smile gracing his lips, still maintaining his gentle demeanor. The statute of secrecy protects wizards, does it not? He gestured towards an aircraft soaring thousands of meters above the ground, crafted by human ingenuity, not magic, a testament to human technological advancement. You see, such inventions emerged as early as 1903. And what of wizards? Cassandrius lowered his hand, his smile tinged with regret, lamenting that the flying broomsticks of the 12th century remained unchanged centuries later. His tone was steeped in pity, as if mourning the future of wizards. How tragic, Headmaster Dumbledore. He stepped closer, his silver-gray eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. Do you realize? Humans can invent machines to detect life signs by mimicking bat radar. Tell me, if one day, some powerful and influential non-officials were to discover Hogwarts, what do you think would transpire? Chapter 44. In contrast to the stagnant wizarding world, the ever-progressing human society, you understand the nature of humanity. They are greedy, arrogant, and proud, a conglomerate of all negative emotions. Yet, simultaneously, they are wise, astute, and decisive, often achieving what many cannot in times of peril. The two regarded each other in silence, neither willing to yield an inch. Cassandrius sighed in resignation. Headmaster Dumbledore, you are always like this. His words were laden with meaning, prompting Dumbledore to grip his wand tighter. For one grievous mistake, he had cast aside all similar situations. Tom had been this way, Professor Snape had been this way. He raised his gaze, the slight droop of his eyelids bearing a chill that contrasted sharply with his former gentleness. As I am now. His tone was eerily calm, as if the entity conversing with Dumbledore was not he, but a hollow shell, a desolate expanse, filled with straw and propelled solely by the whims of the wind. Stood the Scarecrow. Cassandrius let out a sigh, extending his hand, within which rested a wand. I find myself a touch impatient, Professor Dumbledore. Yet I have a splendid destination in mind. Would you care to accompany me? He willingly offered his weapon, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance. The youth, after all, was marked by an enterprising spirit, Dumbledore mused. He had no inclination to refuse. It was the 26th of October, 1991. Dumbledore could hardly fathom that Cassandrius had managed to transport him directly from England to America. As they emerged from the radiant sigil, curiosity flickered within Dumbledore. How was this accomplished? Standing side by side with Cassandrius, his countenance bore a gentle smile, a stark contrast to their earlier vigilance. Cassandrius spoke with an unusual gravity. A modicum of human society's quantum entanglement theory, coupled with Casimir theory and the principles of quantum teleportation, augmented by some magical resonance and molecular-level quantum state transmission, has made this possible, albeit with immense energy expenditure. Currently, I am the sole practitioner of this art. The alchemical teleportation array was stationed at Cassandrius's outpost in America. Upon stepping out of the array, he fortified himself with several defensive spells. In a spirit of camaraderie, he suggested Dumbledore do the same. Given your age, I recommend you cast multiple protective charms as I have. Exercising caution, Dumbledore efficiently cast several defensive spells upon himself. Once preparations were complete, with Dumbledore's consent, Cassandrius apparat them to Nevada. Where are we? Dumbledore inquired, gazing curiously at the surrounding desert, his eyes straining to discern only endless stretches of golden sand and a few modest dunes. Cassandrius, with caution, refrained from touching the ground, employing an enhanced levitation charm to hover in the air. Out of kindness, he extended a similar enchantment to Dumbledore. This is the Nevada test site in America. Today, we are to witness an explosion related to extinct species. He turned to the bewildered Dumbledore, slowly articulating the latter part of his statement, a joint experiment with Britain. His words were crystal clear, each syllable resonating in Dumbledore's ears. Boom, boom, boom. Dumbledore felt as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, a long, lingering sigh echoing in the air, reminiscent of the wind or perhaps a lament. Dumbledore had witnessed that cataclysmic explosion on a distant Pacific island, where countless lives were lost and rivers ran red with blood. Those words morphed into stark reality. They exchanged no words, standing at a considerable distance. Farther than the nearest town, silence enveloped them until suddenly the sky darkened. Initially, it was assumed to be the encroaching night, until a blinding white light cleaved through the horizon, transforming the world into daylight. Only then did the sound of a sonic boom reach their ears. As the glaring light consumed the sky, a fireball ascended, accompanied by a blanket of gray clouds, shattering the tranquility. The intertwining flames of crimson and orange engulfed the desert in an instant, the air morphing into a furnace, sweeping over the arid expanse, until the dust and dark clouds danced together, the earth trembling with a resounding roar as the towering mushroom clouds slowly ascended. It obscured the sun, as if the world were collapsing. Dumbledore noticed Cassandrius's lips moving, realizing amidst the deafening noise that he had briefly suffered from tinnitus. The acrid, scorched scent began to permeate from afar, the winds howling with a mournful cry. Everything seemed to resonate with a distant memory. Professor Dumbledore, are you well? At that moment, Cassandrius seemed to remember he was still a student, expressing concern for his teacher. The two apparat away from the scene, and only upon feeling solid ground beneath their feet did Dumbledore shake his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Alas, age has its toll. He wiped his eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, confronting the reality of his advancing years. Hearing this, Cassandrius squinted, his tone softening. The average lifespan of a wizard is 200 years. You are merely in your 100th year, at the prime of your endeavors. Dumbledore chuckled softly, the momentary pang of nostalgia dissipating. He sighed deeply, straightening his posture, uttering an unexpectedly candid remark. I apologize, Cassius. Due to past experiences, I often dwell on bygone days, questioning the potential of every exceptionally gifted child. I offer my sincerest apologies for my prior doubts and mistrust towards you. His words were as tranquil as a solitary autumn night, a gentle breeze stirring fallen leaves, bestowing a soft kiss upon them. Cassandrius chuckled softly, suddenly struck by a mischievous thought. How would his Uncle Tom Riddle perceive this scene? It would surely be quite amusing. Professor Dumbledore, you truly are the greatest white wizard of our time, he remarked with genuine admiration. As a renowned wizard who had ascended to great heights over the years, Dumbledore's courage to embrace honesty and self-reflection was indeed a rarity among the majority. Wizards typically held disdain for muggles, and even the most affable, like Dumbledore, harbored a modicum of pride. Yet today, the explosion had irrevocably shattered his preconceived notions of wizard superiority. He broke free from the mental shackles forged by his own formidable prowess, humbly expressing acceptance of the burgeoning new power as Dumbledore. This was a feat never before accomplished in the wizarding world, even by the Weasley family, known for their closeness to Muggles. They would likely balk at the idea of marrying a non-magical individual. Cassandrius beamed with unrestrained joy. Dumbledore, too, could not help but marvel. He had never encountered a child quite like this. Cassius, you are exceptional. The last individual of such remarkable talent became the Dark Lord. Yet you are different. Perhaps before long, you shall become my favorite student. Is that true? Chapter 45. The Slow Hand is Left Behind. Hogwarts. 3 days after Cassandrius' departure. Draco found it curious that Cassandrius had taken the time to bid him farewell before leaving that day. It struck him as odd, as he could have departed without pause. Yet he chose to stop and say goodbye. Once Cassandrius was gone, Barbara and Gan were like sharks sensing blood in the water. Had Draco not fled swiftly, he might have found himself embroiled in conflict with them. Draco, why haven't I seen Gunter around these days? Another day of gathering to observe the dragons. With their secret friendship of hatching dragons, Draco's rapport with Harry and the others had progressed to the point of mutual name-calling. Draco pondered for a moment, then realized that Gunter referred to Cassandrius. He was taken aback, recognizing that others perceived his relationship with Cassandrius as remarkably close. Although Blaise is also known as Cassius, Draco can sense the impatience emanating from Cassandrius every time. Cassius has taken a leave of absence for some matters. Draco nonchalantly uttered a vague excuse. Yet his mind was plagued with a torrent of thoughts. It seemed that despite having dismissed Cassandrius' initial remarks, he had indeed received considerable kindness from him later on. While materially he lacked for nothing, the daily guidance in various subjects and the specialized training provided after class, along with occasional assistance in potion studies, made a profound difference. There were even times when Cassandrius would thoughtfully bring him meals during the night when he awoke from hunger. He had even gifted him a dragon. Something felt amiss. Exceedingly amiss. Draco bit into his rock cake, contemplating his father and grandfather, and chose to cast aside the chaotic musings swirling in his mind. Draco, what are you thinking? That is your superior, your lord, and the mark upon your left forearm serves as a constant reminder, shaking his head to dispel those unnecessary emotions. Draco turned his gaze towards the dragon egg that was on the verge of hatching. This dragon egg was about to break free, and Draco, along with Harry and the others, would visit every afternoon after class to witness the moment. Wow, I mean, how cool is that? Ron exclaimed, touching the dragon egg and taking another bite of his rock cake, grinning widely as he declared, a fire dragon. That's truly remarkable. I plan to dress as a fire dragon for Halloween. Ron's eyes sparkled, as if he were already envisioning the Halloween festivities. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, glanced up seriously and replied without lifting her gaze, sorry Ron, but if you were to dress as a fire dragon, you might very well be expelled by Filch. Halloween? What does Hogwarts do for it? Harry inquired curiously, as he had only recently become acquainted with the wizarding world and was still somewhat ignorant of many traditions. Upon hearing this, Hermione began to elucidate with great detail. When the final day of October arrives, the castle falls into a peculiar paradox. The living revel in fright, while the deceased yearn for the taste of life. Peeves pours rotting pumpkin seeds from the top of the bell tower, and the boggarts create bubbling swamp gas in the toilets. These acts, in essence, are clumsy imitations of the living rituals by the spirits. The honey-drenched raspberry blood flows from their caramelized teeth, yet at midnight, they gnaw at the student's teeth. This is a defensive mechanism buried by the four founders. When dark magic encroaches, sweets will be the first to decay as a warning. This astute witch expounded in a rhythmic voice, but her somewhat monotonous tone and rather tedious content made it hard to resist the urge to doze off. Ron and Harry leaned in closer. The red-haired boy smirked and whispered quietly, I bet she's about to say this was mentioned in a segment of Hogwarts history. No sooner had he spoken, Hermione's voice concluded, this was indeed mentioned in a segment of Hogwarts history. Harry stifled a laugh, sharing a knowing glance with Ron, both unable to contain their mirth as they shook with suppressed giggles. Hermione, somewhat perplexed, turned to Draco, the only one remaining expressionless, and inquired curiously, what's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Draco sighed resignedly. No, you are entirely correct. It's merely that they choked on their rock cakes. Hermione glanced at the two boys, who were now trembling with laughter, and the clever little witch quickly grasped the situation, huffing as she clutched her book and departed. Christmas is approaching, and I have no time to help you sort through your notes on the history of magic. Ron and Harry then erupted into boisterous laughter. Draco rose in silence, intending to seek out Hermione. Just as he was about to leave, Harry called out to him. Draco, where are you headed? Draco adjusted his slightly dusty robes, lifting his chin to look down at them. I am merely going to comfort the clever Miss Granger. Her excellence merits the investment of a Malfoy. This was the truth. Yet both Harry and Ron paid it little heed. Watching Draco walk away, Ron's smile faded somewhat, jealousy creeping in. Malfoy is truly wealthy. I wonder if he is as cordial towards wizards born to Muggle families. Harry was somewhat puzzled but unwilling to abandon Ron as a friend, thus he replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Unbeknownst to them, in the interval of their conversation, Ron's scruffy-footed rat had scurried out of his pocket. Draco strolled leisurely behind Hermione, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. It was not until they reached the vicinity of the Black Lake that Hermione suddenly halted, turning to face Draco with a furrowed brow. Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here? Where are Harry and Ron? In Hermione's heart, Harry and Ron, being from her own house, were somewhat closer to her. However, that was inconsequential. Having been closely influenced by Cassandrius for so long, Draco had also learned a bit of his knack for conversing with others. Even though he had never completely abandoned his disdain for Muggle-born wizards, he managed to adopt a facade of indifference. Oh, what does it matter? I merely noticed it was getting late and feared you might lose your way wandering the castle alone. Draco retained his haughty demeanor, though his words seemed to ease Hermione's initial wariness. Sigh. Hermione couldn't help but exhale a breath of exasperation. She was aware that Ron harbored some grievances against her. Yet that was simply his nature and would never change. But why did Ron always speak to her in such a tone? Out of jealousy, Draco concluded expressionlessly. Hermione was taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts. Draco, avoiding her flustered expression, walked closer to her, picking up a stone from the lawn and tossing it towards the Black Lake. Plop! The stone fell into the water, sending ripples and splashes that echoed with a crisp sound. The Weasley family had many children, so many that not everyone could receive equal attention. Draco offered an objective assessment from an outsider's perspective. Hermione, though somewhat confused, as she was an only child with middle-class parents and had never been overlooked, felt a sense of relief knowing that someone was there to share her burdens. The embarrassment of being spoken ill of behind her back dissipated considerably, and she refrained from responding. Opening a person's heart is a simple task. Once a crack appears, the subsequent words flow forth with ease. Chapter 46, Shadows in the Night. Jealousy? But what could he possibly be jealous of? I have never boasted about anything. Hermione pondered, feeling a touch of embarrassment at the realization of the truth. After all, in her eyes, sharing knowledge was not boasting. It was merely a habit cultivated by a studious witch from a young age. Furthermore, Hermione felt discomfort by the notion that her earnest sharing of knowledge with friends was perceived as showing off. The thought that some viewed her in such a light made her head feel as if it might ignite. Draco, having ensured the lawn was dry enough, sat down comfortably. He could somewhat understand Ron's perspective. Perhaps it was because he could not attain the same level as you. Yet your overly proud demeanor incited irritation in Ron, who always felt overlooked. Hermione found herself even more perplexed. Imitating Draco's demeanor, she seated herself a short distance away, fidgeting with the blades of grass beneath her. Why? I am merely fulfilling my obligations. Why must he speak of me in such a manner? As she pondered this, Hermione felt a prickling sensation at the tip of her nose. She had always considered their welfare, aiding them in identifying their shortcomings, lending them her assignments, and assisting them in their studies. Yet, why did he perceive her in such a light? Draco, having failed to find a suitable stone on the ground, abandoned his search and turned to observe Hermione, who was silently shedding tears. He spoke about Ron from an exceedingly objective standpoint. It was, in fact, quite understandable. Hermione, her eyes reddened, gazed at Draco in confusion. Ron was one of 7 siblings, with 5 older brothers who were all exceptionally bright, and a youngest sister who was both clever and cherished by their parents. The Weasley family was not affluent, and Ron, being the youngest, was perpetually left to utilize the remnants of his brother's possessions. Draco's tone remained neutral as he elaborated on the factors contributing to Ron's envy. And you, despite your Muggle origins, are born to middle-class parents and enjoy a prosperous upbringing, being an only child. You are intelligent and outstanding, in stark contrast to Ron, who is often overlooked. Your brilliance, which radiates at all times, is something Ron can hardly avoid feeling envious of. Your excellence is evident to all. For a moment, Hermione's mind was overwhelmed by the weight of Draco's words. Coming from a privileged background and having been doted on by her parents, she could hardly fathom Ron's feelings. However, upon fully grasping Ron's familial circumstances, her once proud heart suddenly felt heavy. She recalled Ron's tattered cauldron during their potions class, his half-worn robe, and the old rat, Percy, which he always mentioned. Perhaps she ought to behave a bit more casually around Ron. At this juncture, Draco seemed to relinquish the pride associated with being a pure-blood wizard. He met Hermione's gaze sincerely, offering her genuine praise. In truth, you are truly remarkable, are you not? Look at the entire first year. Few can rival your excellence, and many believe you ought to belong to Ravenclaw. Hermione felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks, not due to any romantic inclination, but from the simple delight and pride of having her worth acknowledged. She momentarily forgot the fleeting image of Ron that had crossed her mind. Hermione pursed her lips, regarding Draco with a hint of confusion. But I heard Ron mention the Malfoy family. Her sentence trailed off, yet Draco understood her implication. He raised an eyebrow, his features already hinting at the handsome visage he would one day possess. I admit that many pureblood families in the wizarding world harbor prejudices against wizards of Muggle descent. I was once the same. The boy extended his hand to catch a leaf that had fallen from the sky, his voice carrying an element of wisdom that Hermione found elusive. However, a person's worth remains unaffected by their lineage, just as it is with you. He looked at Hermione, formally addressing her by her surname. Miss Granger, your merit is sufficient to compel me to abandon my biases. Hermione was taken aback, yet she could not suppress the joy and pride bubbling within her. No one could resist the heartfelt praise of another. She smiled genuinely, and in that moment, she came to re-evaluate Draco as an individual, the astute which promptly chose to apologize for her previous prejudices. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. I sincerely apologize for forming a negative impression of you based solely on your surname. I now realize you are quite a decent person. Draco chuckled softly, lowering his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, Hermione suddenly interjected, noticing the emphasis in Draco's voice. Driven by her scholarly instincts, she decided to inquire directly. You mentioned others. Who else do you refer to? Draco concealed the amusement dancing in his eyes, responding nonchalantly. Barbara Duke, she is also a Gryffindor. I know her. She is a very clever witch. And also Gwendolyn Davis from Ravenclaw, who is equally distinguished in her house. When Harry and Ron finally located the two, Hermione was already engrossed in a lively discussion with Draco regarding aspects of potions that she found somewhat perplexing. I noticed Professor Snape's notes mention porcupine quills. Why does this say powdered bicorn horn? They were animatedly debating a handwritten note by Professor Slughorn that Draco had brought along. Draco glanced at it and provided an explanation. This is from the time when Mr. Slughorn served as the potions master. During that period, due to the instability of the Scabbers potion, powdered bicorn horn was often used for its stability, which could neutralize the toxin and catalyze the reaction rate. Later, Professor Snape improved it by opting for porcupine quills, achieving not only the same effect but also reducing the brewing time and costs. Perhaps the only drawback is the strict requirement for stirring during the brewing process. They engaged in earnest discussion, causing Ron, who had initially been worried about Hermione's apparent discontent, to momentarily forget his unease. He turned to Harry, shrugging helplessly. Well, it's no surprise, being Hermione. The two waved to their friends by the Black Lake. Hey, Hermione, Draco. Draco turned at the sound, putting away his book and rising. He remarked to Hermione, seemingly a touch regretful. Well, their timing is impeccable. Hermione's earlier sadness had vanished entirely. Harry appeared surprised, but more so delighted. Hermione, you're not upset, are you? Immersed in the sea of knowledge and reluctant to depart, Hermione had completely forgotten her earlier emotions. I'm fine. I was just discussing potions with Mr. Malfoy. What is going on with you? Hermione intended to refer to Draco by his first name, but he had declined, as being the heir of the Malfoy name and their close relationship might bring her unnecessary trouble. Ron was about to explain when Harry suddenly exclaimed, Ron? Where's Scabbers? Ron's face fell in horror as he quickly checked the pocket where he usually kept his little mouse, only to find it empty. Panic seized him. What do I do? Scabbers is missing. Could he have run away when we came over? Scabbers? Draco pondered for a moment. Isn't that the exceptionally ugly rat? Harry attempted to comfort Ron. It's all right, Ron, we'll find him. Of course, Harry knew how hollow that assurance was. After all, Hogwarts was vast, and no one could guarantee where that little mouse might have scurried off to. Perhaps considering this possibility, Ron's spirits plummeted. They walked toward the castle, with Draco trailing behind, occasionally responding to Hermione's queries while listening to Ron's ramblings. Scabbers has lived with us for 9 years. How could I give up on finding him? 9 years? Really? Can an ordinary rat live for 9 years? Draco was puzzled and glanced at the path ahead, parting ways at the entrance of the Great Hall with Hermione and the others. What kind of rat lives for 9 years? A magical creature? As he made his way to the Slytherin common room, Draco furrowed his brow in confusion. However, lost in his own thoughts, he failed to notice the small shadow of a mouse gradually elongating into that of a diminutive human figure under the dim light. Chapter 47, A Night of Terror. Hermione set aside her grievances towards Ron, and now she could approach whatever he said with a calm demeanor. Just as she was about to enter the common room, she suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to return Professor Slughorn's handwritten notes to Draco. Oh dear, I forgot to return the book to Malfoy, she exclaimed, ready to turn and head outside. Ron furrowed his brow and stopped Hermione, saying, Come on, it's quite late now. That is not acceptable. These are Professor Slughorn's handwritten notes, and what if something happens while they're in my possession? Hermione retorted, her brow furrowed in earnest. Ron sighed. still feeling somewhat embarrassed about having secretly mocked Hermione earlier. "I'll go with you," he offered. After a moment of consideration, Hermione did not refuse. If they were going, Harry would undoubtedly follow suit. The trio departed from the Gryffindor common room and made their way towards the Slytherin dungeons. However, as they passed the 4th floor, Ron's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a fleeting golden head around the corner. "Look, isn't that Malfoy?" he inquired. Harry, adjusting his glasses, could indeed see clearly, likely due to the distinct color of Draco's hair. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and return the book to him," Ron urged, eager to move forward. They followed Draco's silhouette, watching as he confidently entered a room at the corner of the 4th floor. "Wow," Ron remarked with a hint of admiration. "So that's how one resolves the issue of nighttime wandering? As long as I'm not out during the designated hours, it doesn't count." "Shut up, Ron," Hermione interrupted, exasperated by his whimsical thoughts. "That's a place that Professor Dumbledore specifically forbade us from entering at the start of term." Harry looked at his two companions with uncertainty. "That makes it all the more thrilling," Ron exclaimed, emboldened by the mischief instilled in him by his two nefarious brothers. "No, I must go and bring him back." Hermione, having spent the afternoon coming to terms with Draco's surprisingly agreeable nature, gritted her teeth and decided that for the sake of a friend, taking a risk was worth it. "Wait, Hermione." Harry quickly intercepted the fiercely determined Hermione. "This is the restricted area on the 4th floor. Shouldn't we be reporting this to a professor?" But Hermione's gaze was fixed on the now closed door, torn between her choices. Indeed, while her relationship with Draco was amicable, it was not to the extent of placing herself in peril. Yet, the thought of a friend's life being endangered due to her delay was unbearable. "I'm sorry, but Hermione Granger cannot stand by." With resolute determination, she broke free from Harry's grasp and sprinted towards the place where Draco had vanished. "Hermione! Hermione!" The trio had barely taken a few steps when they were abruptly halted by an unexpected figure. "Professor Vixis," Hermione called out, recognizing the newcomer. Dressed in a waistcoat and trousers akin to a butler's attire, with pristine white silk gloves adorning his hands, Vixis leaned against the wall, his expression unreadable as he regarded the three children. "I believe, dear Gryffindor students, that curfew is fast approaching. What are you doing here in this corridor? Especially one that Professor Dumbledore has expressly forbidden entry to?" Hermione, in a flurry of anxiety, rapidly explained their reason for being there. "Draco borrowed a book from me, and I forgot to return it. We saw him go into that door, and I'm worried he might be in trouble, so I wanted to check." Silas straightened his posture, loosening his cuffs, and began to slowly roll up his sleeves. He said nothing, his face calm, as if Hermione's words were merely a casual observation about the weather. Just as Hermione was about to speak again, Silas moved forward without uttering a word. The three exchanged glances, and Ron made a comical face at the other two. "So do we head back now or?" Harry rolled his eyes, feeling a mischievous urge bubbling within him. "Why don't we go take a look? After all, we have a professor with us." Harry and Ron reached a consensus and were about to seek Hermione's opinion when they noticed she had already marched purposefully towards the door. Ron hurried to keep pace with Hermione. "Wait for us, Hermione." In the basement beneath the trapdoor, Draco, in a daze, seemed to hear a voice. "Enough. After all this time, nothing has come of it." It was a voice brimming with rage, and in his stupor, Draco found it oddly familiar. Before he could ponder further, a timid and trembling voice broke through. "A master." A hunched figure stood quaking before an indistinct black mist, their stature so diminutive that they hardly resembled a normal human, but rather an elderly man ravaged by years of poverty and hardship. Sparse strands of disheveled hair hung limply from a loose scalp, resembling a withered orange. The man was emaciated, not in the usual sense, but rather as if a corpulent individual had rapidly lost a significant amount of weight, leaving loose skin to dangle. His head hung low, and his small, mouse-like green eyes were filled with terror and confusion. He truly resembled a mouse, Draco mused in his half-conscious state. "Nothing at all. Where's my philosopher's stone? My servant. Did you not say you knew where it was? Tell me." The man's trembling grew more pronounced, nearly collapsing to the ground. His voice a stuttered mess of syllables. "Master, I'm sorry. I don't know either." The black mist was on the verge of exploding with rage. Originally, there had been a chance for a breath of life attached to Quirrell. Who could have anticipated that the likes of Goyle would be so formidable? He hadn't even had the time to drink unicorn blood. His sanity had long since dissipated with the fragmented soul, and the black mist was now seething with fury. It glanced at the unconscious Draco lying on the ground, and the dark mist, following its master's thoughts, intended to take possession of the Malfoy boy's body. "Patronus." Just as the mist was about to make contact with the boy's pale skin, a deep, beastly growl suddenly echoed from nearby. Moments later, a brilliant white light streaked past the group, and an elegant, swift snow leopard landed gracefully in front of the boy. causing the encroaching black mist to retreat 3 paces in fright. The mist, eyes wide with fury, turned abruptly to look in the distance. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed, causing the hunched man to tremble. If not for the presence of his master, he would have yearned to transform into his animagus form to escape the scene. The snow leopard stood dutifully beside Draco, its silver eyes loyally fixed on the newcomer. Silas approached with measured steps, rolling his sleeves up to reveal his robust and muscular arms, his pitch-black eyes coldly scrutinizing the indistinct mass of black mist and the trembling, almost heart-wrenchingly feeble figure of the diminutive man. His striking features bore no trace of emotion. I surmised, this must be Hogwarts. His voice was crisp and devoid of any warmth. The small man was convinced that should he dare to retort, this individual would undoubtedly cast a lethal curse upon him. After all, he had not missed the fleeting glimmer of comprehension that crossed Silas's face upon their encounter. Silas Vexus? The black mist murmured, uttering the name of the newcomer, yet receiving naught but a disdainful countenance in return. You are fortunate. The great Lord Voldemort has granted you the opportunity to become his loyal servant. Silas barely restrained a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The two-faced mirror nestled in his arms radiated heat incessantly. Lilith and Vespera showed no restraint in their amusement, laughing uproariously in their absence. Hazelius could not contain himself either, emitting a sound akin to mockery at Voldemort's lack of self-awareness. Just as Silas was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of the impending threat, causing his right hand to instinctively raise his wand. Expelliarmus. In a flash, the black mist surged into the quivering figure of the small man, forcibly seizing control of his body. The man, wielding Draco's hawthorn wand, gradually straightened, the previous lewdness and timidity evaporating, replaced by boundless madness. As the powerful red light surged forth, the man merely sidestepped to evade it. He raised his hand, and with hardly any preparation, a chilling green light erupted from the tip of the wand. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 48. The Platinum Boy Who Escaped Calamity. When Harry and his companions arrived, they beheld a frigid green light hurtling towards Silas's face. Hermione instinctively covered her mouth, stifling a scream born of terror. While behind her, Harry and Ron supported one another, their pallid faces reflecting the chaos of the magical duel unfolding within. Dark magic and transfiguration clashed in a cacophony. The surrounding walls, already in tatters, shattered to pieces, rend the flesh. Armor up. Silas waved his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells to counter Voldemort's waning assaults. With his left hand, he summoned scattered debris, employing transfiguration to obstruct Voldemort's advance towards Draco. It soon became evident that the Voldemort barely clinging to the man's form was no match for Silas, a fully realized adult wizard in his prime. Even the wand in his grasp emitted a mournful whimper under the pressure of a barrage of dark spells. Not to mention, the host he inhabited was inherently weak. His magical reserves nowhere near those of Silas, a robust male sorcerer. Furthermore, Silas was not truly human. Silas advanced relentlessly, his wand unwavering, as he faced the increasingly fatigued Voldemort. In a moment of desperation, Voldemort aimed his wand at Draco. Stop, or I shall kill this Malfoy. The trio, huddled in fear a short distance away, hesitated in their flight at his words. They quivered in terror, yet were more terrified at the thought of losing a companion before their very eyes. To Voldemort's satisfaction, he discerned a note of reluctant defiance in Silas's voice as he uttered, "Do not harm my student." Silas gritted his teeth, lowering his wand aimed at Voldemort. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the wand pointed at Draco. Voldemort inhaled sharply, his tone betraying a mix of barely concealed rage and twisted delight. How long had it been since he had endured such indignity? The last time was, never mind. Voldemort raised an eyebrow in a cruel smirk. Though the posture of this body was decidedly ungraceful, what I relish most is shattering others' illusions before their very eyes. His wand was directed at the half-conscious Draco, the increasingly blinding green light drawing the attention of all. This is your student, yes? He seems to have a close relationship with your master, Gaunt. Tell me, what would happen if he were to die? Upon hearing those words, Silas's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers instinctively tightening around his wand with such force that it felt as though he might snap it. Voldemort noted the minutiae of his grip, grinning cruelly. All eyes were riveted on this scene, whether the 3 first-year wizards cowering in the adjacent room, Silas confronting Voldemort, or the sprawled form of Draco. Draco had long regained consciousness. As magic whirled chaotically around him, he remained shielded by several protective charms and a Patronus. He was paralyzed by fear, even reborn. In his heart, Voldemort remained the Dark Lord who, upon his return, cast a pall over the entire magical community. He was the tyrant who seized Malfoy Manor, compelling him to assassinate Dumbledore, turning him into a Death Eater. He was terrified. The dread he felt echoed back to the day he became a Death Eater. As if to validate his sentiments, the mark on his left forearm began to burn, searing his heart as if it were submerged in molten lava. Was his body trembling? Or was it growing cold? Perhaps it was a prelude to death. Draco began to reflect on his absurd and impotent life. He might not be a worthy Malfoy after all. What of the Potters? What of the Weasleys? What of Granger? None of it mattered anymore. Yet, he felt a deep sense of regret. He might not be a competent Malfoy. Voldemort's laughter was cruel, his hawthorn wand erupting in a green blaze accompanied by a soundless wail. Silas's pupils narrowed, and he abruptly raised his wand, casting a spell in an instant. A pure white magic traversed time and space, exerting every ounce of strength to intercept the green light that was but a step away from the boy. Harry, enduring the agony of his scar, stared incredulously at the green light. Hermione covered her mouth, fearing she might cry out. Ron stood beside her, drained of color. In that moment, time stood still. The instant the green light was about to make contact with Draco, a radiant white beam burst forth from the concealed arm of the boy, shrouded beneath his garments. The light, moving at an unimaginable speed, enveloped him before the green light could strike. Bang! A heart-rending cry echoed, snapping everyone back to reality. Just before the green light could penetrate the boy's body, the white light coiled around the magical threads like a wraith, ensnaring the foreign soul clinging to the diminutive man. In an instant, the white light struck the man, forcefully expelling the intruding soul from its host. Holy and searing, the sensation of the burning soul rendered Voldemort nearly speechless, reduced to an unending wail. In a daze, Voldemort seemed to glimpse that loathsome figure. He howled and screamed, the black mist swirling chaotically in the air, rushing towards the panicked Harry in an instant. He contorted his face, intent on annihilating the enemy who had brought about his demise. However, the torment of his searing soul proved unbearable, prompting his desperate escape. Thud! Harry's complexion turned ashen as he collapsed onto the ground. Hermione and Ron trembled beside him, embracing each other to draw warmth from their shared proximity. Sirius exhaled in relief as he beheld the two figures who had materialized before him. His brow softened, and he nodded toward one of them. Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster inclined his head, only turning his gaze to the man who had succumbed to Voldemort's possession after confirming that his students were unharmed. Peter Pettigrew. He silently repeated the name in his mind. Draco lay with his eyes tightly shut, awaiting his demise, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Tap! The sound of polished shoes meeting the floor. Draco. He opened his eyes, lifting his gaze to behold the visage of a mature man. Shoulder-length black and white hair framed his face, and silver-rimmed glasses obscured his silver-gray eyes that mirrored his own. Cassandrius? Draco called out, dazed. Cassandrius crouched down, allowing his coat to cascade to the floor, gathering dust. He reached out, grasping Draco's cold, trembling hand. Yes, it is I. Gradually, Draco regained his senses, realizing that the man before him was clad in an exquisitely tailored suit that accentuated his tall and upright stature. What? I'm unscathed? With Cassandrius' support, Draco hazily rose to his feet, astonished to find himself unscathed by the killing curse. His legs felt weak, most of his weight resting on Cassandrius. Draco gazed up in bewilderment, locking eyes with the man whose gaze was lowered. He even noticed a tiny, red mole on the man's nose. Draco's heart raced. Chapter 49, The Unmeasurable. Without delving into Professor McGonagall's subsequent discovery of the students' sharp explosions in the fourth-floor restricted area, Severus Snape, who had hastily arrived upon hearing of the incident, immediately spotted the unconscious figure of Peter Pettigrew on the floor. The dark-haired man's expression darkened like a tempest. Warily, he raised his wand, aiming at the incapacitated man, his gaze icy, betraying not a hint of concealing his skepticism. I believe, Dumbledore, that you owe me an explanation. Cassandrius had already taken Draco to the hospital wing, leaving only Snape and Dumbledore in the basement. Hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore rubbed his forehead in resignation. He sighed and slowly uttered the man's name. Peter Pettigrew. He appeared here alongside Voldemort, and at least he does not seem to have been coerced. The familiar name stirred up some rather unpleasant memories. Snape pressed his lips together tightly, perhaps sensing the turbulence of his emotions. He briefly closed his eyes, quickly concealing his feelings. He looked at Dumbledore, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Perhaps we could utilize the truth serum to uncover why this so-called hero would appear alongside Voldemort at Hogwarts, intending to harm its students. Dumbledore nodded, acquiescing to Snape's somewhat urgent proposal. Without hesitation, Snape administered a spell to render the unconscious Peter into a deeper state of slumber. The hospital wing. Draco was quite shaken, his body marked with numerous abrasions from Voldemort's control. At Madame Pomfrey's insistence, despite Draco's adamant claims of being fine, he reluctantly consumed a vial of Moonstone sleeping potion. The boy's sleeping visage was serene, perhaps conjuring delightful dreams that transformed the harshness of reality into mere illusions, thus freeing him from the clutches of worry. Cassandrius stood quietly by Draco's bedside, observing the boy's tranquil expression. How peculiar. Nothing amiss had occurred at Hogwarts, and the students were unharmed. He had even mitigated the possibility of Voldemort's resurrection through other Horcruxes. Despite the smooth progression of events, why did he feel an overwhelming sense of guilt? Lowering his gaze, he removed his glasses. Perhaps, if he could no longer see, it might alleviate some of the burdens of guilt within him. Yet, the more he entertained this thought, the heavier that weight of emotion became, almost suffocating him, as if it would burst forth from his very being. Perhaps he should never have used Draco as a stepping stone for blessings. Gabriel was a genius, and so was Cassandrius. Yet, he had never intended to exploit Draco. However, Draco Malfoy's identity inherently possessed immeasurable value. Following their first confrontation with Voldemort, Cassandrius realized that as long as he existed, Draco would inevitably become Voldemort's target. Aware of this, Cassandrius chose to allow events to unfold. He inscribed an untested spell onto the mark on Draco's arm. Since then, Cassandrius had contemplated countless scenarios regarding Draco's life and death. In every possible outcome, regardless of whether Draco survived, he would always derive some benefit. At times, during moments of mental vacuity, Cassandrius wondered if this was excessively cruel. Yet, with no turning back, he could only strive to inscribe an alchemical array capable of protecting Draco onto the mark of Ouroboros. Indeed, events unfolded as he had envisioned. Voldemort targeted Draco, plunging him into danger. Sirius arrived, triggering the protective blessing of the mark, and Draco emerged unscathed, returning to them. Everything progressed seamlessly. No errors whatsoever. Yet, Cassandrius found himself perplexed. Could it truly be without a single flaw? Once distanced from the realm of transactional interests, alone with his unresponsive thoughts, he began to drown in a quagmire of self-reproach. Emotions drove him to confess, yet what emerged was merely a logical delineation of right and wrong, dictated by reason. Cassandrius had indeed been loved, yet he remained oblivious to the essence of love. His mother had passed away far too soon, leaving him scarcely aware of the affection he had once received. Raised by house elves, he could not perceive the emotions that occupied his study time through the lens of a master-servant relationship. Even in his past life, the emotions he felt most were pity and sympathy. Perhaps the ancestors in the portraits bestowed upon him sufficient care. Yet Cassandrius understood that this was not love. They were merely remnants of a past preserved in the present, akin to a code etched in stone, programmed to follow protocol. So-called care and affection were founded on the underlying logic of his being a Gunter. Perhaps Omenes had noticed this. He had once attempted to teach him how to love. But Omenes was merely his elder, a memory confined within a portrait. He was powerless. The absence of emotional cognition may be regarded as a commendable trait for Cassandrius of the Gunter family, who bears the immense weight of considerable wealth while navigating life alone. However, as he matured, this very trait inevitably unveiled the hollowness that resided within his heart. Silas and his companions were sincere and loyal. Yet these qualities failed to evoke any semblance of emotion in Cassandrius, for from the outset, their relationship was anything but equitable. Draco, however, was a different matter altogether. The first encounter Cassandrius had with the boy was in Diagon Alley, where he observed the lad with his strikingly pale golden hair, strutting about like a proud peacock. It soon became evident to Cassandrius that this boy possessed something unique. He felt a certain kinship with Draco, if one were to articulate it. Draco was indeed Cassandrius's first friend, the very first he had ever known. Although their interactions occasionally bordered on excessive, the outcomes were ultimately benign, resulting in no tangible harm to anyone involved. Or so it seemed. Yet, why then did an inexplicable emotion arise within him? Cassandrius could not restrain himself from reaching up to touch his chest, only to be astonished to discover a heart beating fervently beneath the flesh. The emotion of guilt began to weave itself into a delicate yet hollow ball, masquerading as flesh in an attempt to fill the void within. He found himself glancing at the sleeping Draco. Moonlight streamed through the pristine glass of the infirmary, gently kissing the boy's serene visage, illuminating the hands he clutched even in slumber. Cassandrius extended his hand, yearning to capture that moonlight. The cool, ethereal glow settled in his palm, icy and weightless, yet utterly devoid of substance. In the infirmary, the only sounds were Draco's rhythmic breathing and the thumping of his own heart echoing in his ears. He withdrew his hand, allowing the chill to be clenched and crushed. Before him lay an abyss of darkness. Rarely did he forego his perception magic, but now he surrendered to the enveloping shadows. Yet, the more silence enveloped him, the more he sensed the light, yet burdensome weight upon his heart. It felt as though something had soaked through him, a viscous chill slowly descending into the void within his chest. It failed to fill anything, much like cotton cannot mend the fractured earth and sky, only rendering the edges of the chasm colder and more pronounced. Cassandrius acutely realized that he seemed to harbor an emotion known as guilt towards Draco, for he had truly cast the boy into the inferno with his own hands. Even now, he continued to weigh and calculate, deliberating whether this guilt might yield some benefit for himself once Draco awakened. But it was futile. Cold logic could not decipher what, if anything, could hold equivalent value against guilt. Magic could not quantify, and benefits could not be appraised. Chapter 50. Should I kill him? Cassandrius fled in disarray. He exited the infirmary, his expression unusually taut as he traversed Hogwarts with an impassive demeanor. He strode purposefully to the headmaster's office. Bang! He thrust the door open with force, the resounding noise capturing the attention of the two individuals within. Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore turned in surprise to regard the evidently troubled boy, their feet beside a diminutive man. Cassandrius, you appear less than well, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing tone. Cassandrius swiftly detached himself from unnecessary emotions, though his heart remained heavy, causing his speech to falter. He endeavored to soften his demeanor, striving to appear less aloof. I apologize, Mr. Dumbledore, but Draco is still in the infirmary, and I find myself rather distressed for him. As the words escaped his lips, Cassandrius inwardly derided himself. Look at him, a man entirely governed by self-interest. Even in this moment, he could not forget to feign composure. The disdain remained solely in his heart as he swiftly regained his composure, shifting his gaze to the man on the floor and changing the subject. Who is that? The focus returned to the man on the ground. Snape scoffed, taking 2 steps back, revealing the full visage of the man below. Cassandrius noticed a vial of potion on the table. Presumably, it was a Veritaserum. Have I interrupted something? Cassandrius nonchalantly settled onto a nearby sofa, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Dumbledore, smiling warmly, took a seat as well, his gaze towards Peter imbued with an ineffable complexity. Perhaps not. You might as well observe. Given the Gunter family's influence in the magical world, gaining further insight is hardly detrimental. Snape scoffed again, directly administering the Veritaserum to the unconscious Peter. The man convulsed and coughed violently upon awakening, and Snape hastily covered his mouth to prevent the potion from spilling. Once the vial was emptied, Peter jolted awake, disoriented by Snape's brusque handling. Cough, cough, cough. The man curled up on the floor, hacking as if he might expel his very lungs. Enough. Cease your charade. Snape admonished sharply, his robes billowing, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, instilling further tremors in the already quaking Peter. The latter cautiously opened his eyes, revealing a pair of shrewd, beady orbs. Upon recognizing the familiar, ominous face above him, his body convulsed violently. He instinctively begged for mercy. Please, let me go. Peter's lips flapped open and shut, producing a series of shrill, discordant sounds. Snape's expression darkened further as he nearly shouted, "Silence!" Peter trembled, wishing to curl into a ball, to vanish into a crack in the ground. Enough, Severus. There are many questions yet unanswered. Dumbledore intervened, halting Snape, who was on the verge of fury. Snape snorted, abruptly turning away, his robes swirling with emotion. Cassandrius tilted his head slightly to evade the headmaster's sweeping garment. Dumbledore clasped his hands on the table, his glasses perched on his nose. Although he wore a smile, the wisdom etched into his eyes bore no warmth. Peter Pettigrew, he gently called the name, that of a Gryffindor. Peter shuddered violently, involuntarily lifting his gaze, his rat-like eyes wide with disbelief. He heard himself speak uncontrollably. Headmaster. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his wise eyes seemingly piercing through Peter's very soul. Why were you with Voldemort? Peter remained prone, but at Dumbledore's inquiry, his body shook uncontrollably. He yearned to flee, to escape. Yet the Veritaserum compelled him to part his lips and reveal the truth. I am Voldemort's servant. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. Snape shot to his feet, instinctively drawing his wand and pointing it at Peter. Cassandra leaned on his chin, observing the timid man as he divulged his misdeeds. The master had suddenly appeared at Hogwarts, discovering me transformed into a rat. He possessed my body, intent on seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Peter could scarcely contain his screams, tears and snot streaming down his face, his mouth still uttering. Thus he revealed to me that I could seize the soul of Malfoy. Cassandra's breath momentarily stilled. His previously indifferent gaze seemed to take on a hint of crimson as it fell upon Peter. Dumbledore's smile vanished entirely. He raised a hand to halt Snape's actions. Severus, it is not over yet. A cold smirk escaped Snape's lips as he slowly lowered his wand. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Peter. Trembling with fear, Peter could almost feel the searing intensity of that stare burning into his back. He cast a desperate glance toward Dumbledore, only to find him reclining against the chair. How many deeds have you performed for Voldemort? Peter's teeth chattered, the sound of their clattering echoing in his ears. His eyes widened in horror, yearning to suppress the impulse to reveal everything. Yet ultimately, he could only listen as that familiar voice exposed the dark secrets he had buried deep within. He recounted how he had become a Death Eater, how he had lurked by James's side to steal information from the Order of the Phoenix, and how he had betrayed the Potter's location to Voldemort. He laid everything bare. Snape's grip tightened painfully around his wand, the pain radiating through him, coursing to the very core of his being. He struggled to maintain his mental barriers. Suddenly, he stood and approached Peter, pressing the tip of his wand firmly against the man's face. The sharp end pierced into Peter's cheek, causing him to scream in terror. However, that scream faltered upon seeing the man before him. Crimson droplets fell from the wand, splattering onto the floor as Peter, paralyzed with fear, found his voice stolen. He sought help, but behind him stood the greatest white wizard of the century, Dumbledore. He could only gaze at the young boy beside him, shouting for assistance in desperation. "Help me." His eyelids fluttered, his eyes darting nervously. "You know, the Dark Lord is terrifying. He will kill me. I have to do his bidding, or I will die." Cassandra paid him no heed, instead directing his attention to Dumbledore, uttering words that shattered Peter's sanity. "Shall we kill him?" Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, glancing at the clearly distressed Snape, contemplating another matter. Did Snape still need to act as a spy for Voldemort? Chapter 51. Youth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to experience the sting of love. Clearly, Snape was pondering this as well. His gaze turned coldly toward the prostrate Peter, devoid of any emotion. "Pettigrew must die." Dumbledore shrugged, looking to Cassandra for his thoughts. "What do you intend to do?" Cassandra twirled his wand, lifting his gaze to Dumbledore, revealing a smile devoid of warmth. "If necessary, you may leave him to me." The soul manipulation could easily control Peter's mind and body, providing them with a spy even more useful than Snape, one that required no periodic maintenance. Thus, his potions master would be saved. To prevent Peter from fleeing, Cassandra summoned Sirius to take him away. Perhaps sensing his impending doom, Peter frantically pleaded with Dumbledore. "No, Headmaster Dumbledore, please save me. I cannot die. I do not want to die." Sirius acted swiftly, dragging Peter away and even kindly employing a silencing charm. Peter's departure rendered the atmosphere in the headmaster's office somberly quiet. Snape, in a foul mood, had no energy left for conversation and hastily departed, leaving a terse, "I must take my leave." Once the room was devoid of all but Cassandra and Dumbledore, Cassandra let out a sigh of relief, shedding his masquerade. His entire demeanor shifted to one of gloom. Dumbledore tapped the table, and soon 2 steaming cups of pumpkin soup appeared. He gestured, causing one cup to sprout a pair of pristine wings and flutter to Cassandra's side. The elder added a touch of honey to the pumpkin soup, his voice warm and gentle. "If you have any doubts, perhaps a wise elder stands before you to provide clarity." Cassandra took up the silver ladle, stirring the golden soup lazily, opening his mouth, yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Dumbledore, perceptive to his expression, deftly shifted the subject. "If it is difficult to speak, we might discuss the magic that has so profoundly affected Tom. Perhaps it is magical?" With the change of topic, Cassandra found his voice, forcing himself to set aside the troubling emotions. "Gabriel's legacy," he stated, the name of the blessing igniting a spark of enthusiasm in him. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Gabriel's legacy? Based on my own spiritual deficiencies, and through reverse engineering the curse, and drawing upon my familial connection to my late uncle, I devised a spell that, upon contact with any kin of the Gaunt bloodline, bestows this blessing upon them." Cassandra's eyes sparkled as he spoke of magic, seemingly forgetting the unpleasant emotions. Because it is a blessing, not a curse, Voldemort would find it difficult to perceive. Dumbledore recalled the moment Tom's soul had been seared, a wave of curiosity washing over him. "What is the effect of this blessing?" Cassandra ladled some pumpkin soup, blowing gently before taking a sip. "The effect is that one cannot be resurrected from other Horcruxes until they die at the hands of their nemesis." Or he hesitated, as if the next words were difficult to utter. He pursed his lips, brow furrowing. "It cannot harm Draco." Dumbledore exclaimed, "Wow." The elderly man, having experienced the pangs of love in his youth, found himself at a loss as to whether to feel anxious for Harry or relieved for the Gaunt before him. Yet, Dumbledore detected a discrepancy. Adjusting his glasses, he posed a crucial question. "I seem to recall that this blessing was bestowed by Malfoy, was it not?" Cassandra fell silent, lowering his head and stirring the now lukewarm pumpkin soup. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? It is wonderful to still feel the sting of love? That seemed inappropriate. Ultimately, the elder could only offer gentle counsel drawn from his own experiences. "Cassius, I believe you should treat Malfoy with kindness, should you not?" Cassandra lowered his head, silent and withdrawn. Time quietly slipped into the following day. The trio, still shaken, did not receive the respite of the medical wing. Each took a vial of sleeping potion back to their dormitory to rest. Upon awakening the next morning, they found themselves not only invigorated but also in excellent health. After their morning classes concluded, they contemplated visiting Draco, in stark contrast to Harry and his companions. Draco's condition was far from favorable. The previous day, on his way back to the Slytherin common room, he had been attacked by the killing curse. Perhaps due to the influence of the Ouroboros mark, he had managed to remain conscious throughout. He recalled being led to the fourth-floor forbidden area by that diminutive, loathsome man. Entering the innermost chamber of the restricted zone, he witnessed Professor Vexus engaged in a struggle with that man, and he saw the curse aimed at him. Yet, he survived. Draco's complexion was ashen as he stared vacantly at the pristine white sheets enveloping him. After a night of uneasy slumber, upon awakening, the terror within him surged anew. He had nearly succumbed to the killing curse. Draco was acutely aware of this fact. However, despite this realization, he found himself unable to suppress thoughts of the white magic that had erupted from his hand, as well as the image of Cassandra just before his departure days prior. His heart began to race violently, not from excitement or joy but from the primal instinct of fear. He came to a stark realization. Cassandra was indeed a madman. Draco's heart suddenly turned cold. Previously, Cassandra had never exhibited behavior befitting a 12-year-old. Even in fear, the naturally ambitious Slytherin could not help but gravitate towards him. Yet, he was a madman who might treat his own life as a mere plaything or experimental subject. Suddenly, Draco erupted into a fit of coughing. He coughed violently, his face flushed, his gaze vacant, as though he were expelling not just the remnants of his lungs, but all past emotions as well. He covered his mouth, coughing with increasing intensity. He fell back onto the bed, allowing the oxygen to ebb away, surrendering to the suffocating sensation that enveloped him. His pale golden locks cascaded down either side of his face, trembling with each violent cough, his slate-blue eyes misted with a thin veil of tears. After a prolonged silence, Draco gasped for breath, his gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling. He felt like a fool. Chapter 52, Entanglement. Draco received the concern of his friends. "Malfoy, are you all right?" Hermione rushed in, her voice diminishing under the watchful eyes of Madame Pomfrey. "I'm fine. A little rest will do me good." Draco's pallor remained unchanged. Even with a smile, his distress was evident. His eyes were weary, bloodshot, and his lips pale and chapped, a visage marked by excessive fright. Ron stood by Draco's bedside, whispering in awe, "Wow, Malfoy, you can now call yourself the boy who lived." Hermione shot him a glare, and Ron fell silent. Harry sat beside Draco's bed, curiosity piqued. Unable to resist asking, "Draco, do you know who that person was?" They had been whisked away by Professor McGonagall last night, and the subsequent events were a mystery to them. Harry was particularly concerned, for the sight of that man had triggered a headache, which he later realized was the pain of his scar. Draco's hand, hidden beneath the covers, instinctively clenched momentarily. Then he forced a strained smile towards Harry. "Harry, I think you might know who that person is." Harry's body tensed, and he could not help but rise, feeling an intense heat in his chest as he asked, "Is it Voldemort?" Ron nearly leapt to cover Harry's mouth. "Merlin's torn socks. Mate, how can you be so bold to say that?" Draco stared intently at Harry's eyes, filled with a mixture of fury and something else, and he nodded silently. The trio from Gryffindor hurried in and out. Before leaving, Hermione offered an apologetic farewell. "I'm sorry, Malfoy, you know about Harry's parents." Draco smiled without a trace of gloom. "It's all right, I understand." After bidding farewell to the Gryffindor trio, Draco was joined by his Slytherin friends. Draco, Pansy's voice, laced with concern, reached his ears as he closed his eyes. He opened them to see Pansy beside Daphne, with Theodore and Zabini trailing behind them. Pansy wore her worry openly. Having grown up alongside Draco, she knew him well. Had he not matured significantly of late, she might have assumed they would still share the same bond. Although they had grown distant since their enrollment, Pansy remained anxious for Draco. "I'm fine. Just a bit shaken." Draco shook his head, assuring her that he was unharmed. Soon, upperclassmen from Slytherin came to visit him, with Ravenclaw's Gwendolyn expressing her deep sympathy. Draco suspected she lingered because she discerned his disdain for those of Muggle lineage. Barbara stayed only briefly, showcasing her newfound proficiency in healing magic before departing, to which Draco responded with commendation. It was not long before the Malfoy couple arrived at Hogwarts. Little dragon, Narcissa could hardly maintain her usual elegance, while Lucius abandoned any semblance of decorum, confronting Dumbledore in the headmaster's office for a lengthy tirade. "Mother, I'm fine." Upon seeing Narcissa, Draco's heart softened. He softened his tone, leaning affectionately against her like he did in childhood. Narcissa burst into tears. Her little dragon had faced so little hardship throughout his life. Who knew he would encounter such peril upon entering Hogwarts? Wiping her tears, she gazed tenderly at her child, voicing her concerns. "Little dragon, I believe Hogwarts is not very safe. What do you think of Beau's batons? At her words, Draco's expression flickered, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. No, mother. This is Hogwarts, the safest place in all of Britain. He spoke this while lowering his gaze, concealing the mirth beneath. He did not even believe his own words. Narcissa fell silent, embracing her child tightly, her voice trembling. Little dragon, you must protect yourself. Draco's smile faded as he silently returned her embrace, gently replying, I will, mother. Soon, Lucius arrived as well, his typically stern demeanor softened by an unusual weariness in Draco's presence. He stroked his son's hair, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. I'm sorry, Draco. It is Father's failure to keep you safe. Draco shook his head. This is certainly not a matter in which Lucius can intervene. No one can fathom the thoughts of a madman. I am fine. Father, I will be well at Hogwarts. At this point, Draco paused, lifting his gaze to meet Lucius's eyes, and declared, Gunter will not abandon me. Lucius's body stiffened in disbelief as he stared at his son. He instinctively wanted to voice his concerns, yet when he locked eyes with Draco, his mouth fell shut. Draco smiled, uttering a sentiment that seemed entirely inappropriate for his age. Father, I will not bring disgrace upon the Malfoy name. Lucius felt a pang in his heart. His son, the child born of him and his beloved, had grown up without his knowledge. How much had his child endured in his absence? Lucius dared not contemplate it. The couple arrived filled with anxiety and worry, only to depart laden with heartache and regret. Meanwhile, Draco remained in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey informed him that his physical health was nearly restored. Yet he seemed still shaken mentally, advising him to remain there for another couple of days. From day to night, visitors came and went in Draco's ward, their gifts accumulating into a mountain by the side. However, Cassandra had yet to appear. As dusk fell and the candle flames in the infirmary flickered out, Draco was just about to lie down to sleep when he noticed an odd shadow nearby. Tentatively, he called out, Cassius? Cassandra stiffened. He had intended merely to steal a glance at Draco before departing, yet for reasons unknown, his feet disobeyed and remained rooted to the spot. Nothing transpired. Draco, puzzled, glanced around and decided to lie down when a hoarse, cold voice suddenly pierced the silence. Draco. The boy whipped his head around. Cassandra slowly drew back his invisibility cloak. Standing there with an impassive expression, Draco's eyes widened slightly, at a loss for words. He realized he had little experience interacting with a superior who still retained a semblance of humanity. Why you're here? Ultimately, Draco could only muster that one dry, unnutritious inquiry. Cassandra approached Draco's bedside and took a seat in a chair. He bowed his head, lost in thought. Draco mirrored his silence, lowering his gaze. They lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity, until Draco's feet began to tingle and his blood felt as though it had congealed, prompting Cassandra to finally speak. I apologize, that is, I meant to say. He seemed inept at offering apologies. Draco thought to himself, despite his desire to engage in conversation. The man before him was his superior, his employer, his lord. Cassandra fumbled for words, yet the brief statement seemed as stubborn as toothpaste refusing to be squeezed out. Draco maintained a facade of a hollow smile, which only served to chill Cassandra's heart further. In that moment, the words that had eluded him finally began to emerge. Cassandra forced a flawless smile, suppressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, and spoke in a monotone. I have inscribed a blessing upon your mark, ensuring that Voldemort cannot harm you. This brief utterance seemed to drain Cassandra of all his strength, and he almost immediately rose, leaving the infirmary in a flurry of disarray. Chapter 53, The Mysterious Octopus. Cassandra hurried back to his dormitory. Bang! He slammed the door shut and leaned against the cold stone wall, staring blankly into the void. This was not his true self. Cassandra inhaled deeply, expelling the unpleasantness and those strange emotions from his heart. After a hasty wash, he lay down on his bed, striving to close his eyes and succumb to sleep. However, no matter how hard he tried, memories of the previous day continued to flash through his mind. Threads of wakefulness tightened around his already alert senses. Cassandra found himself breathing more heavily, unable to resist clutching the bed sheets. Above him hung the velvet canopy of his bed, adorned with layers of lavish lace, each intricately embroidered pattern worth a fortune. The cost of a wizard's labor, the expense of transportation, and the price of raw materials flickered through his mind, accompanied by feelings of shock, fear, and dread. Draco. Rationality instinctively began to calculate potential gains. Yet emotion wailed in lament of its absence. Cassandra abruptly sat up, his breathing becoming labored. The elegance he once possessed was lost. Beads of sweat clung to his forehead and dampened his cheeks, the sticky moisture clinging to his skin, even making it difficult to breathe. Cassandra couldn't help but press a hand to his chest. His expression twisted in distress. What was it? Suddenly, a sharp rap echoed against the window. Tap, tap, tap. Cassander jolted from his thoughts, donned his glasses, and followed the persistent sound. He drew back the heavy emerald silk curtains, and through the depths of the lake, a massive head suddenly came into view. It was the head of a gigantic octopus. It gently tapped against the sturdy glass, its movements soft yet forceful. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp, rhythmic sound resonated through the water, penetrating the thick glass, muffled yet clear to the boy's ears. Cassander gradually regained his composure. He took a couple of steps forward, placing his hand against the cold glass. Strangely, the giant octopus ceased its assault on the glass. It sank slightly, bringing its massive head close to Cassander's hand, separated only by the frigid barrier. Cassander instinctively recoiled, his eyes widening in astonishment, the original turmoil in his heart dissipating entirely. The octopus halted its tapping, slowly retreating. Before departing, it cast one last glance at the somewhat dazed Cassander. With a swift motion, Cassander yanked the curtains shut. Strange emotions. A peculiar giant octopus. Poor Cassander found himself utterly devoid of sleepiness. He promptly retrieved a vial of invigorating potion and another of energy-boosting elixir, downing them in one go, before returning to his alchemical workstation to immerse himself in work. The alchemical materials before him gradually diminished as sunlight began to penetrate the depths of the Black Lake. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang that Cassander, having toiled through the night, felt the weight of fatigue. Glancing at the time, he quickly washed up and donned his school robes. Before stepping out, he caught a glimpse of his own weary and haggard reflection in the mirror. Yet he still downed a few vials of the glory potion. He settled by the shores of the Black Lake as he did each morning. Suddenly, a familiar sound of footsteps reached his ears. Cassandrius shuddered, turning in surprise. Draco, what brings you here? Draco appeared to have shed the weariness that clung to him the previous day. He had meticulously styled his hair with gel, presenting himself with an immaculate demeanor. After carefully assessing the dampness of the lawn, he settled down with a sense of ease. I'm all better now, he remarked casually, as if it were an everyday occurrence. However, Cassandrius detected the distinct aroma of glory potion emanating from him. Lowering his gaze, he allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. That's wonderful news. I happen to have some thoughts on spells lately that you might find intriguing. They remained inseparable, as was their custom. Yet, Cassandrius felt an undeniable shift in the air, a subtle transformation not just within himself, but within Draco as well. In the blink of an eye, Halloween arrived, a joyous occasion that left Harry and his companions brimming with excitement, for the Quidditch match was just around the corner. Hey, Draco, are you coming to watch the Quidditch practice tomorrow? Harry turned around, a piece of bread clamped between his teeth, eagerly addressing Draco. Since that fateful night, their camaraderie had deepened significantly. Draco, keen on befriending Hermione, often offered them valuable insights regarding their studies. Draco rolled his eyes in clear exasperation. Honestly, Potter, if you weren't so daft, you'd realize I'm a Slytherin. Harry's enthusiasm waned, his demeanor resembling that of a wilted vegetable as he pitifully replied, All right. I thought we were friends. Cassandrius paused mid-bite, the curve of his smile fading slightly. Draco was rendered speechless by Harry's comment. If your mouth had a mind of its own, it would flee from you at the first opportunity. Draco visibly shuddered, casting a sidelong glance to see Harry and Ron stifling their laughter together. So it was intentional, he thought, chewing a piece of broccoli as if it were a means to vent his frustration towards Harry and Ron. Cassandrius, chewing on a carrot, found it strange that the once sweet flavor had vanished entirely. He set down his knife and fork, rising with a smile towards Draco. I'm off, Draco. Draco froze mid-chew. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked up at the standing Cassandrius. Yet, when he met those gray eyes, he forced himself to swallow the bite he had taken. After giving himself a mental refresh, Draco begrudgingly rose. All right, farewell, Potter, farewell, Weasley, farewell, Granger. The trio bid him goodbye. The three friends exchanged glances as they watched Draco and Cassandrius walk away, an odd sensation lingering in the air. Ron pondered deeply before finally muttering. P.S. starting to resemble senior Max. Hermione furrowed her brows in disbelief. Max, Ron, if your eyesight is fine, I suggest you pay Madame Pomfrey a visit. Harry looked at Ron in shock. Max is dating? When did that happen? Chapter 54. The Matter of Birthdays and Work. Halloween soon passed, and November 1st marked Cassandrius's birthday. Perhaps due to his limited interactions, each year, on his birthday, Cassandrius would involuntarily recall the woman who had carried him from the valley to Little Hangleton without respite, perilous upgot. Cassandrius had little recollection of her. Upon returning to this body, the last memory he held of her was a gentle kiss. After that, she never returned. Later, it was Malocian who discovered her decaying body in the woods near the Gone estate. The woman had died with a long-rotted potato in her arms. The once solid vegetable now a putrid mass, merging with her equally decayed and foul-smelling corpse. Each year on this day, Cassandrius' mood would plummet for an extended period. In his past life, his parents had lavished all their love upon his healthy and accomplished brother, leaving him with only meager attention during the New Year celebrations. Upon his return, he had indeed been loved, but that affection had come too swiftly, lingered too briefly, and departed too quickly. So fast that Cassandrius scarcely knew how to savor the sporadic taste of love. Yet, he remained grateful to Perilous. Without her, he might have perished long ago. Early in the morning, Cassandrius received gifts from Silas, Lilith, and Vespera. Silas's gift was unpretentious, a bottle of soul stabilizer. They were all aware of Cassandrius's soul's imperfections, and Silas, knowing the diagnosis of Cassandrius's mental health, refrained from disclosing it to Lilith and Vespera, understanding that divulging information without the consent of one's superior was a grave error. Lilith gifted him the joint work report on Gaunt's enterprises in the human world, alongside a recent earnings report from Gaunt's company, Omnigrove United Group, in the Muggle world. Recently, Lilith had taken over Silas's role and was well aware of her superior's nature, believing that tangible profits were the most fitting representation of a gift. Vespera presented several exquisite custom-tailored outfits, thoughtfully differing in size, clearly intended for Cassandrius as he entered his teenage years. As he received the gifts during breakfast in the dining hall, Cassandrius glanced at Silas at the professor's table, meeting his openly cheerful expression. Dumbledore, intrigued, looked at the parcels beside Cassandrius and inquired, "Silas, is today a special occasion?" Silas redirected his gaze, his smile softening. "Today is Cassius's birthday." Dumbledore's eyes widened in understanding. "Ah, I see. It seems I should prepare a suitable gift for Cassius as well." Several professors at the faculty table exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sentiment. Though their time together had been brief, they all held a fondness for Cassandrius. He was obedient, sensible, exceptionally gifted, grasping concepts with ease, and frequently posed refreshing questions that intrigued the professors. In summary, aside from the previous unfortunate professor, no one disliked this thoughtful student. "Draco, remember to come." As breakfast concluded, Harry was whisked away by Wood, but not before calling back to Draco. Draco glared at the departing Harry, irritably poking at the food on his plate. Dreadful wretch. Surely it was intentional. Cassandrius carefully stowed away the gifts in his magically expanded suitcase and turned his gaze toward Draco, his expression as inscrutable as ever. "Draco, I have something to attend to shortly. Why don't you head to the classroom first?" Draco's eyes brightened. "Sure. Why on earth would I want to be with this lunatic?" Cassandrius's countenance remained unchanged, yet once he exited the great hall, his demeanor noticeably cooled. Gripping the suitcase, he adjusted his bow tie and strode purposefully toward the headmaster's office. Clearly, Dumbledore had lowered his guard against him. Before Cassandrius could utter the password, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. "Oh, my dear child, so early. I recall you have a charms class this morning, do you not?" Dumbledore, already seated, appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Cassandrius. Cassandrius set down the suitcase and retrieved the financial statements of the Omnigrove Consortium, placing them before Dumbledore. He settled into a chair with his usual calm demeanor. "Take a look, Headmaster, some profits." Dumbledore glanced through the documents. "Well, I must admit, it's somewhat perplexing." However, he could discern the considerable profits therein. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Mr. Cassandrius, are you brazenly presenting evidence of your transgressions against the confidentiality law before me?" Cassandrius's expression remained impassive. "I merely wish to show you that the revenue I generated in half a year within the human society surpasses the total of the British wizarding world's earnings over the past 2 years. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies a tremendous upheaval in human society, the profits of which could instigate unrest throughout the entire wizarding realm." Dumbledore evidently grasped the gravity of this point. Ever since their visit to witness that inhumane experiment, Dumbledore's attitude toward Cassandrius had softened considerably. Cassandrius did not mind revealing his most fundamental achievements to this esteemed wizard. After all, in a certain sense, Dumbledore was one of his strongest allies. Cassandrius presented several reports to Dumbledore, meticulously detailing the circumstances within them. In August of this year, a significant turmoil erupted in a major nation on the European continent. Many wizards caught in the chaos fled or scattered, providing me the opportunity to acquire numerous weapons, which I subsequently sold at a profit substantial enough to potentially incite another goblin rebellion. Of course, I was not alone. Several wizards, including those from the German and French ministries of magic, also participated. Only Britain, due to its distance and Fudge's cowardice at the time, remained inactive, leaving the ministry in a state of tranquility. Cassandrius pointed out the period from August to September with a hint of derision in his voice. Naturally, that was in a realm invisible to him. Dumbledore removed his glasses and began scrutinizing the reports in detail. The documents were categorized by various timelines and locations, clearly indicating a decline in the invisible earnings of the British wizarding community. After perusing them, Dumbledore suddenly posed a question. Do you intend to supplant the Goblin's galleon system? Cassandrius was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aged gentleman would be so astute regarding figures. The thought had only recently crossed his mind. You are indeed perceptive. Dumbledore chuckled softly, pushing the reports back. Donning his glasses, he spoke gently. In my old age, I can hardly comprehend these matters. Please refrain from showing them to me in the future. Cassandrius finally smiled. There's an ancient saying from the neighboring ancient nation. Age strengthens the mind, and besides, you are still quite youthful. Once he had elucidated the reports, Cassandrius flicked his wand, causing the sheets of paper to float back into the suitcase. Just as he was about to depart, Dumbledore called out to him. My dear Cassandrius, I wish to discuss matters concerning Sirius Black. Chapter 55, Sirius Black. Sirius Black. The eldest scion of the Black family, initially defied his lineage by choosing to enter Gryffindor. Cassandrius had heard a bit about this individual. Dumbledore expressed a touch of nostalgia. At that time, even I believed he had betrayed James and Lily. Who could have known it was Peter? It had been a considerable time since Dumbledore learned this truth, and he had hoped to exonerate Sirius soon, facilitating his release from Azkaban. However, Sirius had continually postponed, citing Peter's fragile condition. While Snape had subtly suggested to Sirius that there was no need to rush, which is why Dumbledore had refrained from broaching the subject earlier. Yet he could not afford to overlook the opportunity presented by Cassandrius. Gellert Grindelwald's influence in the wizarding world was rapidly increasing. If he simply sought to vindicate Sirius, it might take some time, but with Grindelwald's assistance, Dumbledore surmised that everything would fall into place. Cassandrius refrained from commenting. His objective was singular. Is anyone managing the Black family estate? Dumbledore paused, swiftly comprehending the implication, realizing Snape's indispensable role in relation to Cassandrius. Although Sirius was the last male heir of the Black family, the estate had dwindled to mere non-liquid assets, with the remainder held in Gringotts. Cassandrius sipped his syrupy tea, savoring the sticky sensation in his throat, and kindly offered his suggestion. The Black family is not solely represented by Sirius Black. His cousin Andromeda Black and Narcissa Black are still very much alive. While he refrained from expressing his sentiments, it did not imply he harbored any fondness for the man. Dumbledore could not help but stroke his beard. Cassandrius shook his head as if in disbelief. Sirius Black had been explicitly disowned from the family tree, and thus, according to the laws of the British Ministry of Magic, he would not inherit the entirety of the estate. However, after enduring such an extensive imprisonment, the ministry would likely offer compensation. Cassandrius glanced at Dumbledore, concluding with a smile, wouldn't you agree? Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice. The Black inheritance and the ministry's compensation were starkly disparate. It was evident which was more substantial. Yet, contemplating the notion of exchanging a trivial amount of wealth for an expedited release from Azkaban might indeed be a worthwhile bargain. However, the old man's curiosity piqued anew. May I inquire as to why? Cassandrius chuckled at this old rascal. I assumed you were aware, considering I approach it from Grindelwald's perspective. A potion's master capable of transforming the futures of both the wizarding and muggle realms is not something to be compared to a mere Black. Nevertheless, Cassandrius added, rest assured, I am not so merciless. I guarantee he will receive a substantial sum from the ministry, enough to ensure his comfort. Upon finishing, Cassandrius's gaze subtly met Dumbledore's. Dumbledore, locking eyes with Cassandrius's seemingly amused expression, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He lowered his gaze to sip his tea, perhaps to mask his embarrassment. What was there to say? They say that they were merely youthful and reckless, having acted excessively towards their classmates. If such words were to escape, Cassius would likely mock him for being an elderly man at such an advanced age. Never mind, let us skip this topic. Speaking of which, today seems to be your birthday. Why are you so adamantly dedicated to work? Dumbledore inquired. Cassandrius raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Am I not currently on a break? He glanced around the headmaster's office, primarily at Fawkes, who was busy tidying his feathers, and then turned his gaze back to Dumbledore. However, if you insist, Headmaster Dumbledore, since today is my birthday, might I request Fawkes to pluck a couple of feathers for me? Fawkes abruptly turned his head, startled, as an elderly bird. He squawked in fright, flapping his wings and flying directly before Dumbledore, chirping incessantly. Dumbledore leaned back tactically, gently soothing his old friend. It's just a jest. Cassius is teasing you. Fawkes turned his gaze, catching sight of Cassandrius, who had a wicked grin plastered across his face. The phoenix, frightened, began to flit about the headmaster's office, rousing the sorting hat from its slumber, filling the room with a cacophony of sounds. Seizing the moment, Cassandrius made his escape, leaving Dumbledore alone to comfort the panicked Fawkes. Upon exiting the headmaster's office and standing in the corridor on the 8th floor, Cassandrius could see, from a distance, the players soaring through the skies on their broomsticks in the Quidditch training ground. These were the athletes preparing for the upcoming match, with Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, even granting several students permission slips. The early morning at Hogwarts was remarkably tranquil, with only the wind carrying distant echoes of commotion. I wonder if Peter Pettigrew's transformation has been completed, thought Cassandrius. At the Gunther Manor, Vespera gracefully perched in a chair, her champagne-colored heels elegantly crossed, observing the disheveled man hanging from the rack before her. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, radiant and pure, clad in a well-tailored white suit. Her slightly curled golden hair was fashioned into a neat bun at the back of her head, exuding an air of dignity. Peter had endured torment from the soul alteration for many days now. This dark magic was not merely a spell that could alter one's will. Its primary function was to transform a person's very essence. Consider this: if a person's past experiences remained unchanged, yet their character underwent a radical metamorphosis, becoming an entirely different individual in soul and persona, would this not constitute a form of murder? Thus, this exceedingly cruel dark magic, far more devastating than physical harm, was so malevolent that, out of humanitarian considerations, Cassandrius had sealed it away, with only he and Selah privy to its existence. However, there exists a significant disparity between issuing a simple command for loyalty and completely reconstructing a person's character. Achieving distinct results demanded an extraordinary mastery of dark magic. What Cassandrius required was a spy entirely devoted to Voldemort, yet prone to unwittingly leaking information. Should Voldemort glean any unfavorable tidings from Peter's memories, the consequences would be dire. After days of torment, Peter bore countless deep and shallow scars upon his body, some old and scabbed, others fresh and still oozing blood. The anguish of his soul during these days at Gunther Manor was exacerbated by the relentless torment inflicted by the dark-haired man. The physical lashings, the incessant agony, and the countless humiliations were unbearable. With great difficulty, Peter transformed into his animagus form and escaped from Gunther Manor. Lilith stood expressionless beside Vespera, watching Peter's retreating figure. She remarked dryly, "You certainly have a twisted sense of humor," replacing the image of his tormentor in Peter's mind with Selah. Vespera let out a pleased hum. Who told him to abandon all his duties to become a professor? Lilith decisively changed the subject. When will the Sirius Black case be re-examined? Vespera pondered for a moment, then replied, "Once that little rat finds his master, to ensure he does not raise any suspicion." Lilith cast a quizzical glance at the blonde woman. "A polyjuice potion? I won't partake." Vespera smiled sweetly, betraying none of the dark magic she had employed over the past several days. "Before altering the rat, I had transformed others. It suffices." In recent years, there had been those who foolishly crossed paths with Gunther's wrath, and Vespera had conveniently dealt with them. The wizarding world had this one advantage: as long as one possessed great power, one could kill indiscriminately. Chapter 56, Draco's Gift. After leaving the headmaster's office, Cassandrius made his way to the 4th floor charms classroom. The lighting was splendid on the 4th floor, and as Cassandrius stood outside the classroom, he caught sight of Draco. The boy wore a visible smile, not overly broad, yet unmistakably genuine. He sat beside Blaise, the two leaning in to whisper to each other. Cassandrius could not discern their words, but he could feel the heartfelt joy emanating from Draco. Exhaling softly, Cassandrius smiled as he concealed his hands within the ample folds of his robes, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Raising his gaze once more to the classroom, he found that Draco had noticed him. The smile remained on his face, though it lacked the deep warmth it had held moments before. Cassandrius returned the smile, yet the more he smiled, the more a prickling pain blossomed in his heart. "Cassius, you've arrived. Do take a seat," Flitwick called, spotting Cassandrius standing outside the classroom. This somewhat fey-blooded wizard greeted the young man with enthusiasm. Cassandrius approached Draco, and Blaise, displaying his awareness, shifted aside to make room for him. As soon as Cassandrius settled down, Draco handed him his notes. Although first-year notes might not hold much value, some of the intriguing insights were certainly worthwhile. As a closer confidant, Draco felt it was essential to take the initiative. Cassandrius accepted the notes, and his previously gloomy disposition lightened considerably. The rhythmic voice of Professor Flitwick filled his ears, the familiar ornate script adorned the pages, and the individuals surrounding him seemed unchanged. As night descended, Draco presented Cassandrius with his birthday gift. Surrounding Cassandrius were numerous presents from various professors, predominantly notebooks, while Professor Sprout had gifted him a rare primula flower, its petals a scarce gradient of pale lavender. Cassandrius resolved to take the potted flower home. Professor Snape had contributed a potion, interestingly, a dental strengthening elixir. Cassandrius suspected this had been procured from Dumbledore's share, and it was likely that Snape would later concoct an excuse to deliver it to him, thus explaining the absence of Dumbledore's portion. After unwrapping those gifts, Cassandrius finally turned his attention to Draco's present. It was a box wrapped in green lace paper, elegantly entwined with a silver ribbon, atop which rested a card bearing birthday wishes. Draco appeared to maintain an unaltered closeness, handing the gift to Cassandrius before retreating to his own dormitory. Cassandrius sat quietly at his desk, gazing at the box. He first removed the card, which was a handcrafted greeting card, custom-made by a century-old workshop in Yorkshire that had always served the sacred 28 families and never sold to outsiders. The card featured a deep green base, adorned with a faint dark gold pattern at the bottom, and its edges were outlined with lighter silver powder, depicting sprawling tulip motifs. Cassandrius gently traced the card with his fingertips, easily discerning that the color was a result of dragon blood and copper powder solution oxidizing. The inscription was penned in silver powder ink, reflecting light from every angle, naturally opulent and understated, a facade of glory maintained by these so-called pure-blood families. Happy birthday. These words were inscribed in Draco's handwriting, signed with his name. Draco had a penchant for embellishing the initials DM of his name. When writing his name, he always employed ink that differed entirely from that of the greeting. His stroke for the letter D was a bit heavier, while the tail of the M extended long. The ink marks perfectly accentuating the card's elaborate, yet subdued, embossed patterns. His script mirrored that of Lucius Malfoy, visually pleasing yet exuding an aristocratic restraint and meticulousness. Perhaps Draco himself was unaware that his handwriting belied his age. Cassandrius could almost envision Draco's expression as he hovered the nib above the card, likely furrowing his brow, vigorously dipping the quill to inscribe the capital D, critiquing the lack of care in the card's design, and perhaps even lamenting the quality of the ink. After completing his name, he would likely mock the greed of the workshop's owner. It was possible he had penned more than one card until achieving the most perfect version. Unbeknownst to himself, Cassandrius felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He carefully preserved the card, placing it in a beautiful box, warding it with several alchemical protective enchantments against misfortune. Once secured, Cassandrius opened the box containing the gift. Inside lay a long-necked vase, elegantly tapering from a narrower top to a broader base, its pear-shaped body crafted from transparent crystal, embellished with spiral patterns and a subtle silver sheen. Within the vessel resided a silvery, translucent liquid, glimmering with tiny star-like flecks. The stopper at the neck was not the typical oak or the more expensive purple heart wood. Instead, Draco had chosen apple wood. The dark timber was evidently treated with mistletoe sap and coated with a layer of beeswax, finished with a thin veil of valerian root fibers. Cassandrius lifted the entire potion from the box, cradling it in his palm to examine it against the candlelight. The silvery liquid cascaded down the sides of the bottle, shimmering without leaving a trace of luster on the glass. This was the water of life, a potent sleeping draught. With a soft pop, Cassandrius gently removed the stopper, the crisp sound resonating as he fanned the opening twice with his left hand. A delicate fruit aroma wafted from the bottle, curling around his nostrils. The light scent carried a hint of elusive astringency. Cassandrius closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrance. It was reminiscent of unripe green apples. He recognized that the green apples circulating in recent years were Bramleys, a superior variety from Kent, known for their richer aroma and exceptional flavor. Yet, the scent he now detected was not of this kind. It was neither the more tart Newton Wonder from Somerset nor the softer Grenadier from East Anglia. Rather, it was the essence of an apple whose hard exterior, nurtured under the right sunlight and time, gradually sweetened and reddened, yet suffered from diminished sunlight and prolonged nights, resulting in a flavor that was sweet yet tinged with astringency. The green apple, though alluring in fragrance, bore a core that was overly soft, easily bruised by the slightest impact, with injuries that stifled its growth, elongating its sweetness into maturity, ultimately yielding fruit imbued with an unripe sweetness, much like Draco himself. Cassandrius found himself somewhat entranced, realizing he had developed an unexpected fondness for this astringent fruit. Chapter 57, Quidditch. Once November 1st passed, time seemed to constrict. Cassandrius often found himself unable to spot Harry Potter during their shared classes with Gryffindor. He understood that Harry was engaged in Quidditch training. The closer they drew to the match, the busier he became. Even Professor McGonagall had acquiesced to Harry's training requests. On the day of the Quidditch match, Draco was positively ecstatic, seemingly forgetting the incidents that had transpired between him and Cassandrius, eagerly discarding the Malfoy decorum. The Quidditch pitch buzzed with excitement. From a distance, Cassandrius spotted Hermione, adorned with a massive floating banner. Its gold-red base proclaimed Harry Potter in bold letters, complemented by bursts of colorful fireworks that erupted alongside it. Moreover, several upper-year Gryffindors sported even more extravagant and lively banners, with supporters' names intricately outlined and magically animated, dancing joyously from the banners to cheer. The Slytherin students, too, cast aside their usual composure, unleashing a flurry of magic, with an array of charms hovering above their heads. It seemed that in the wizarding world, Quidditch had the power to make everyone forget their troubles. Cassandrius and Draco made their way to the best viewing seats, where Gemma Folly awaited them. Gemma and Terence had both passed their exams, ranking among the top students in their year. Gemma had achieved 10 OS, but, unlike Terence, chose not to pursue a career in the Ministry of Magic. When questioned by others, she merely hinted at her decision. Here, Gemma, rarely outwardly expressive, waved enthusiastically at Cassandrius and Draco. After they settled, she presented them with an array of fruity beverages she had prepared in advance. Cassandrius sat in the stands, engulfed in the deafening cheers that seemed on the verge of bursting, yet his heart did not mirror their excitement. The teams for the Quidditch match quickly readied themselves. Draco stifled the urge to shout, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Remembering Draco's frequent visits to the Slytherin Quidditch team's locker room in recent days, Cassandrius felt an inkling of realization. Indeed, as the match commenced, Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, immediately focused his attention on Harry, mirroring his every move. The irate commentator Lee Jordan could not help but unleash a torrent of invective. Draco, unable to contain his excitement, rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Terence, who was closely tailing Harry. As a seventh-year student, Terence had developed his physique to an impressive degree, and with their brooms being Nimbus 2000s, had it not been for Harry's remarkable talent in Quidditch, he might have found it challenging to shake off Terence's pursuit. Damn it. Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I meant to say, look, Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, is like a relentless viper. The snitch. That is the golden snitch. Lee Jordan's voice erupted in a shrill scream. Almost immediately, all spectators beheld the shimmering snitch that had materialized beside Harry. Clearly, Terence had heeded Draco's counsel. He relentlessly pursued Harry, and with their brooms being nearly equal in speed, the two remained locked in a fierce stalemate. Even as several bludgers were struck away, Harry, hindered by Terence, narrowly missed the snitch on multiple occasions. Draco's face radiated joy. He bit his lip, suppressing the urge to shout. The red and green figures soared across the pitch, transforming the entire Quidditch arena into their stage. They were perilously close, and each time they neared the snitch, Terence would extend his hand in a bid to seize it from Harry. Another dive ensued. Oh, Lee Jordan gasped in astonishment. Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, is diving down. Slytherin's Terence Higgs hesitated. Oh. The deafening roar of the crowd nearly shattered the entire Quidditch stadium. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor has triumphed. Slytherin has lost to Gryffindor in this Quidditch match. Although Terence felt a twinge of regret, he bore no real sorrow. The spectacle of his contest with Harry Potter had been witnessed by all, and his reputation would surely ascend a notch, in the grand scheme of things. Winning or losing was inconsequential. Only Draco remained, furiously trampling fallen leaves, expressing his frustration with Terence in a stream of expletives. As the days drew closer to Christmas, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly vibrant. Many students of Muggle descent eagerly anticipated this day. The arrival of Christmas would usher in an 18-day holiday. The break would commence with the end-of-term feast on the third Friday of December and conclude with the return feast on the second Wednesday of January, during which students would revel in their newfound freedom. Young wizards from Muggle backgrounds would return home to gather with their parents and family, cherishing this once-a-year celebration of Christmas. They would congregate by the fireplace, the roast turkey they had prepared long in advance gracing the dining table, as they savored this rare culinary delight together. Of course, wizards initially did not celebrate Christmas. The origins of Christmas are complex, entwined with religious, folkloric, and political elements. Early Christians argued over the date to commemorate Jesus' resurrection for 3 centuries. Subsequently, the Roman Church designated December 25th as Christmas to displace pagan celebrations and convert non-believers, thus solidifying papal authority. In the 4th century, the so-called pagans were, in fact, wizards. At that time, Hogwarts' 4 founders had yet to be born, and countless families with magical gifts lived in obscurity merely to survive. Nevertheless, many innocent young wizards and even common folk, including nobility, were subjected to brutal punishments from the Church for various reasons. Today, Christmas has become deeply embedded in the culture of this nation, evolving into one of its traditional customs. To standardize students' holidays, Hogwarts initially experimented with various approaches before establishing what is now recognized as the Christmas holiday. Culture is inherently transmissible, and in contemporary wizarding society, many wizard families now observe Christmas celebrations akin to those of Muggles. However, for some, Christmas is not as joyous. Damn it, those 2 insufferable brats. With a few exclamations Filch's irate voice echoed from the first-floor corridor. Draco unabashedly exhibited his disdain and mockery. He cut into a piece of lamb, his mouth curling in derision. "It's that Filch again," Draco muttered under his breath, making such a racket. Cassandrius remained silent, quietly enjoying his salad. Filch was a mute, a fact known only to a select few. Yet, for various reasons, those few have chosen not to disclose this information. It is worth noting that Filch was born into a wizarding family. A mute from a wizarding family serves, in a sense, as a resounding slap to those who claim to be purebloods. Thus, they tacitly refrained from revealing this information. Cassandrius was preoccupied with another concern. Who was Filch referring to? A cold smirk crept across Draco's lips as he poked his silver fork into his plate, producing a rather jarring sound. The Weasley twins, notorious for their pranks, had given Filch a hard time on numerous occasions. Draco harbored an equal disdain for every Weasley. Cassandrius remained silent, simply observing Filch, who had entered his peripheral vision. As the Christmas holiday approached swiftly, on the eve of their departure from Hogwarts, Draco was summoned by Harry and his companions. When the boy was called away, he was in the company of Cassandrius. "Shall I take my leave?" Draco perhaps did not even realize the glimmer of joy that lurked in his eyes. Was it the prospect of escaping from Cassandrius, or the opportunity to be with Potter and his friends? Cassandrius was uncertain to whom this joy pertained, yet he felt displeased. As he watched Draco depart, he found it increasingly difficult to discern the nature of his own emotions. He thought to himself that if he did not understand, he ought to inquire. Perhaps during the holiday, he could ask his elders. Chapter 58, The Christmas Holiday. On the day of the holiday, Draco was in particularly high spirits. Even upon encountering Cassandrius, his good mood remained unaffected. In fact, when he saw Goyle and Crabbe, Draco did not even scowl. The Hogwarts Express awaited, and all the young wizards heading home filed onto the train under the supervision of their prefects. Just before leaving, Cassandrius glanced back at Hogwarts. Harry was in fine spirits, clad in a sweater emblazoned with a large H, clearly made by the same person who had crafted Ron's. Wah! The train departed. Draco, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to contain his emotions. Cassandrius had intended to say something, but upon witnessing the boy's sparkling eyes, found himself at a loss for words. King's Cross Station. Silas, Lilith, and Vespera were already waiting there. Silas had departed from Hogwarts the previous night, eager to be the first to welcome Cassandrius as he experienced his inaugural holiday. Upon exiting the station, Draco immediately spotted the Malfoy couple. Lucius, clad in his opulent black robes, held his chin high, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him, Narcissa, though possessing a gentler demeanor, shared an unmistakable air of haughtiness with her husband. Draco. Upon catching her first glimpse of her son, Narcissa joyfully exclaimed his name. In truth, she ought to have maintained a semblance of decorum, yet after the ordeal of her son's previous stay in the infirmary, she had relinquished such pretenses. In comparison to her child, nothing else mattered. Draco was elated. At that moment, all was well. His father, the head of the Malfoy family, continued to uphold a position of transcendence within the wizarding world, while his mother radiated warmth and composure, untouched by any shadows of adversity. The family found themselves in their most splendid hour. Cassandrius observed the reunion of the Malfoy trio. Silas and the others stood quietly behind him, patiently awaiting his command. Perhaps it was the undeniable presence of Cassandrius himself or the intensity of his gaze that caused Lucius, after embracing Draco, to turn and catch sight of him. Lucius had never before encountered this last heir of the Gaunt lineage. It could be said that fewer than 5 individuals within the entire wizarding community had beheld him prior to his entry into Hogwarts. This marked Lucius's first meeting with Cassandrius. And to be candid, it exceeded his expectations. After all, the Gaunts were notoriously mad, and while intermarriage was not uncommon in the wizarding realm, the Gaunts' reckless abandon was indeed rare. Yet, their notoriety stemmed from more than just this. Primarily, it was because the Gaunts were descendants of Salazar Slytherin. They were born with the ability to speak Parseltongue, and nearly all were staunch adherents of dark magic. However, the youth before him, with his gentle demeanor and striking appearance, seemed entirely unconnected to madness. "Is that true, father?" Draco inquired. After exchanging a few words with his wife and son, Lucius approached with benevolence. His pace was measured as he reached Cassandrius, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Mr. Gaunt. I had anticipated our meeting would occur in a more formal setting." The words carried a hint of unmistakable arrogance, which, under normal circumstances, Cassandrius would have dismissed with a smile. Alas, his mood was far from pleasant. Suppressing his impatience, Cassandrius's smile remained unchanged, and the warmth in his eyes did not waver. He glanced at Lucius, the facade of his smile faltering, before turning away without a word. Lucius's eyes flickered with surprise. Silas quickly stepped forward, placing himself between Lucius and Cassandrius. Without a backward glance, Cassandrius continued on, while Silas maintained a false smile as he bid farewell to Lucius. "Pardon my departure, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius's smile remained intact, yet his grip tightened around his serpent-headed staff. Draco watched Cassandrius depart, a sense of unease rising within him. What transpired? Had his father angered Cassandrius? The December chill and snow had firmly gripped little Hangleton. However, not far from it, the unseen Gaunt Manor thrived in perpetual spring. It seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, where outside chaos contrasted sharply with the vibrant life within. The silver vines entwined around the manor's entrance appeared eternally in bloom, their luster reflecting sunlight that made the pitch-black door glimmer with a silvery sheen. As he moved forward, the wisteria trellis had been replaced by bougainvillea, their tri-leafed blooms encircling the flower cores. The abundant blossoms nearly overwhelmed the greenery, their white, pink, and purple hues jostling together, yet passing by the trellis. One could detect no fragrance. As Cassandrius approached the fountain, he noticed a new assortment of jewels sparkling in the sunlight, a dazzling array of gemstones. The path through the flower garden was lengthy, and where the flower bed once boasted tulips, it had now been transformed into a vibrant display of blue and purple irises alongside white anemones. The blue and white blooms flourished in abundance, clearly well-tended. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, Cassandrius lifted his gaze to the evergreen ivy, which remained perpetually verdant and resilient. He then turned on his heel and headed straight toward the forest behind the manor. Silas and the others intended to follow, but Cassandrius raised a hand. "I shall go alone." The tranquil forest occasionally echoed with soft rustlings, a hallmark of its serenity. The tree guardians often sought something among the leaves, creating a gentle rustle. The nightmare lay quietly asleep, its dark skin snugly enveloping its bones, rising and falling in a testament to its continued vitality. The crunch of leaves beneath Cassandrius's feet startled the woodland, awakening the nightmare, which affectionately nudged its icy skin against its master as he approached. The tree guardians stood nearby, their sharp fingers twitching in anticipation as they watched their master from a distance. Yet, Cassandrius was not in the mood for pleasantries. He bid farewell to the nightmare, gliding past the dandelion-like fluff that disguised itself on the ground, and the slumbering dream beasts nestled among the branches, making his way deeper into the forest. There lay a rare clearing untouched by trees, home to a family of unicorns and perilous. In this open space stood a circular lake, at the center of which was a small island adorned with unknown blue flowers and green grass, accompanied by a diminutive tree. The branches were not particularly robust, nor were the leaves abundant. The tree looked somewhat stunted and crooked. Cassandrius strode directly toward the island's heart. The moment his foot touched the lake's surface, a crystalline blue light emerged beneath him, securely guiding his steps forward. With each step, blossoms of light unfurled beneath him until he reached solid ground on the island. As the wind stirred the branches, it carried with it a gentle rustling sound, causing the leaves to sway. The island was awash with tiny blue flowers, each no larger than a thumbnail. In the area where the flowers clustered most densely, there was a small mound of earth beside a short sapling. Cassandrius settled beside the sapling, quietly leaning against it, offering silent companionship to the diminutive tree. Chapter 59, Impossible. Under the sparse moonlight, as the clear beams cascaded upon him, Cassandrius realized it was already midnight. Yet, he felt no chill. Adjusting his true eye, he found it to be warm and soft to the touch. Lifting his gaze, he encountered 3 pairs of golden eyes fixed intently upon him. It was the unicorn family. "Ah, it is you," Cassandrius's voice softened, and he discovered he had unconsciously leaned against the mother unicorn. Relaxing into this posture, he nestled against her, alongside the youngest unicorn, basking in the moonlight. The father unicorn gently nudged the little unicorn with his head, prompting the reluctant little one to rise, who in turn pushed against Cassandrius. Cassandrius smiled and kissed it affectionately. All right, I'm awake." He stood up, brushing his fingers against the leaves that swayed in the wind, and turned to stroll towards the edge of the forest. The unicorn family trailed behind him, watching as he departed the woods. Celis, Lilith, and Vespera awaited him outside. Upon catching sight of them, Cassandrius momentarily froze. Their garments bore wrinkles from the weight, having been in proximity to the forest, and were even slightly dampened. They had been waiting for him since the afternoon, enduring until nightfall. At that moment, Cassandrius found himself perplexed. He lingered in a daze for 2 seconds, before quickly regaining his usual composure, though his demeanor was notably gentler than before. "Let us go, for it is the witching hour, the perfect time for a midnight feast." Melodiane had prepared dinner well in advance. The 4 of them sat at the long table, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After their meal, as Cassandrius made his way to the basement, Celis suddenly called out to him. "Sir, Professor Snape will be visiting tomorrow. Cassandrius had already changed out of his robes. Donning a white shirt, black waistcoat, and mid-length trousers that wrapped around his calves, his feet adorned with polished shoes, the tops of his socks embellished with intricate frills. I understand. You all should return and rest. Cassandrius adjusted his cuff and nodded as he proceeded to the basement. The portraits had been waiting for quite some time. Had it not been for Cassandrius' reluctance to adorn the manor with portraits, he might have found no peace throughout the day. Even the one that had hung in his room since childhood had been taken down. Waking in the middle of the night to be stared at by a pair of elderly faces was truly frightening. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed, stirring the slumbering portraits awake. They did not see anyone, but heard a voice. Long time no see, Omenes. The boy, wearing glasses, bore an expression of unprecedented tranquility. Omenes gently acknowledged him with a soft hum, inquiring about Cassandrius' life at school. Aside from matters concerning Draco, Cassandrius held nothing back. Omenes listened intently, and once Cassandrius recounted his experiences from the semester, he bore no trace of reproach. He merely stated, "We all departed too soon, failing to allow you to enjoy the life of a child." His words, though tender, struck Cassandrius' heart like a heavy hammer. The boy lowered his head, feeling a familiar melancholy. Loneliness was a constant companion in life. He had once believed he could endure this endless solitude, yet after merely half a year, the weight of loneliness had transformed him beyond recognition within a single day. However, Omenes had noticed another name. Draco Malfoy? He chuckled softly as he uttered the name, as if reminiscing through a veil of memories. He is the grandson of Abraxas, Cassandrius replied. During Omenes' more vibrant days, Abraxas had only recently been born, and he had even attended a Malfoy celebration. Omenes, however, discerned something different. You seem quite concerned about this Draco Malfoy? Cassandrius was taken aback. Why? When one loses their sight, they become acutely sensitive to other things. Each time you mention the name Draco Malfoy, the syllable C always carries a heavier weight. No matter how you attempt to mask it, such subconscious reactions are inescapable. Cassandrius felt a pang of frustration, yet he was more intrigued by Omenes' words. Am I really concerned about him? Before Omenes could respond, Bran couldn't help but interject. Carl, your eyes gleam with excitement when you speak of him. Cassandrius was startled. Surely not. Lilith scoffed. You are just making excuses. Your alchemy skills are regressing by 1,000 steps. Stephanie's eyes widened in fury, and she lunged towards Lilith's portrait, ready to engage in a brawl. Cassandrius sensed a shift in his emotions. The elders seemed to revel in the sport of teasing the younger ones. The boy hastily fled the basement. As he lay in bed, Cassandrius pondered Omenes' words. Am I truly concerned about Draco? Is it so? He tossed and turned, the canopy above him supported by mahogany, layered with intricately embroidered emerald silk. The walls were softly illuminated by a faint orange glow that filtered through the heavy drapes, casting a gentle light upon his eyes. Cassandrius cradled a pumpkin-shaped pillow in his arms, meticulously replaying the past half-year. From his enrollment to the holiday, every day spent with Draco was etched firmly in his memory. He recalled the pampered Malfoy heir he had seen through the lens of his childhood, to the gangly youth who had been clumsily kicked by a sphinx, to the panicked Death Eater who crumbled in the lavatory, to the proudly haughty boy in Diagon Alley, and the stark contrast during the sorting ceremony. The helplessness imprinted upon him as he was forcibly marked, and the increasingly familiar scent of fruit. Cassandrius concluded, No, there is nothing. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of pumpkin pillows, large and small alike. When he closed his eyes, he could only envision Draco's distressed face as he had forcibly marked his hand. It was not until the first light of dawn that Cassandrius realized he had not slept a wink throughout the night. With a blank expression, he washed up in the lavatory. The animated mirror was about to compliment his beauty when Cassandrius, with a cold demeanor, snapped his fingers, transforming the lively mirror into a lifeless reflection. Clad in a softer cream-colored waistcoat, Cassandrius hurried to the basement without even partaking in breakfast. How could this be? How could this be? His expression remained stoic, masking the tempest raging in his mind. Cassandrius' commotion roused the slumbering portraits. Little Carl, great-great-great-great-great-grandmother knows you are anxious. But do try to calm down. We are too old to withstand your antics. Gwendolen spoke with her eyes closed, as if caught between dreams and wakefulness. The awakened Lilith also donned a rare scowl. But Cassandrius paid them little heed. He desperately sought an answer to a pressing question. Why do I care about him? Lilith scoffed once more. Fool, is it not because you like him? Chapter 60, The Visit from Snape. Impossible. Cassandrius exclaimed in disbelief. He inhaled sharply, astonished. Like, that word is far too foreign to me. He enjoyed dark magic, alchemy, and the study of spells. Those could all be considered likes. But what did it mean to like Draco? Cassandrius felt as though he might scream. Liz curled her lips in disdain, perhaps due to a rather pronounced case of morning grumpiness. At that moment, she exuded an aura of peculiar sarcasm. You say so, then? A few elders, who had not yet mustered the courage to speak, felt themselves overshadowed by Liz, who had seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts first, now lamenting with clenched fists and furrowed brows. Cassandrius forced himself to regain his composure swiftly. The brilliance in his gaze gradually dimmed, taking on a frosty sheen as rationality returned. No, that conclusion was incorrect. Cassandrius dismissed it outright. As his intellect whirled in a frenzy, he cast aside the notion of hormonal influence and began to weigh the opposing side of the scale. Indeed, Draco's uniqueness had stirred certain unusual emotions within him, yet he was resolute that these feelings were certainly not affection. When the brain's ventral tegmental area projects dopamine neurons to the nucleus accumbens, it elicits a sense of pleasure and an urge for more. This is the essence of liking someone or something. While he experienced similar sensations when delving into the realms of magic and alchemy, he was uncertain about his feelings towards Draco. However, he was unequivocally certain that it was not infatuation. He did indeed feel a peculiar array of emotions in Draco's presence, but that was merely due to some specific reasons. A mocking smile danced on Liz's lips as she cast a glance at Gwendolyn, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Several elders remained silent, spectators to Cassandrius's self-justifications. It was only after his departure that they erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. I wager Carl won't last half a year. Brand was the first to break the silence with mirth. Gwendolyn's lips curved upward, though she maintained an air of decorum. I bet on a year. Liz lazily closed her eyes, opting out of their fervent discussions. Even the usually serious Magnus joined in. I wager 7 months. 3 months. I bet 2 years. Omenes rested with closed eyes, yet a lingering smile graced his lips. Cassandrius wore a stony expression, and, unaccustomed to employing the mental block spell, he resorted to it with rare necessity. He made his way toward the garden, only relaxing slightly upon feeling the cool breeze brush against his face. The smooth white jade tiles beneath his feet felt somewhat uncomfortable. Cassandrius irritably kicked at the ground, attempting to dislodge non-existent dust from his shoes. The manor was due for renovation. He stood still for a moment in contemplation before deciding to seek out Sellers to discuss work. However, the house elf informed him that Sellers was not present. It then dawned on him that Sellers had mentioned the previous day that Snape would be visiting today, thus departing early in the morning. The location of the Gunter Manor was a closely guarded secret. Apart from Cassandrius and the newly appointed Sellers, few could navigate here without guidance. Thinking of Snape reminded Cassandrius of the task he had entrusted to him long ago, the simplification of energy replenishment potions for application within the magical realm. Upon his return to this world, Cassandrius had inquired of the system whether the items from the Worry-Free Life marketplace could be utilized in the magical world. The system had affirmed this. However, there exists a chasm between capability and practicality. For instance, the raw materials required for items in the system marketplace, which utilize monetary points as currency, were nearly impossible to procure in the current magical world. While they could indeed be utilized, replicating them would necessitate purchasing the materials from the system marketplace. To conform to the world's rules, the system marketplace refrained from selling items that exceeded these parameters. Thus, to date, the only potion Cassandrius could feasibly extract for replication was the energy potion, which he had commissioned Snape to create. The name of this potion was refreshingly straightforward, prompting Snape to quip about its simplicity upon first hearing it. Fortunately, the energy potion was merely a temporary title. Cassandrius had even procured the potion's specific formula from the system marketplace. It was difficult to fathom the expression Snape would wear upon encountering the potion's recipe. After wandering the garden for a few more laps to calm his mind, Cassandrius finally returned to the reception room. The clock had struck 8 in the morning. No sooner had he settled into his seat than Sellers and Snape arrived at the manor. After witnessing the opulence of Gunter Manor, Snape found his irritation dissipating. Yet, upon seeing Cassandrius lounging on the sofa, perusing a newspaper, he could not help but remark in frustration, presumably born from his laborious servitude. Clearly, Mr. Gunter seemed intent on relinquishing the Gunter family's enterprises in favor of becoming the editor of the Daily Prophet. Hence his choice to indulge in the news on the first morning of his holiday. Cassandrius glanced at himself. He had been reading that newspaper for quite some time. But no matter how many times he perused it, he could not absorb a single word. He decided to set the paper aside and stood to greet Snape politely with a nod. Good morning, Professor Snape. Have you had breakfast? Snape, his robes billowing, strode purposefully to Cassandrius's side, looking down upon the patron who had monopolized nearly half a year of his time. Indeed, had I the luxury of time, I would certainly have had breakfast prior to my arrival. Cassandrius stepped back with a smile, attempting to mask the slight guilt of exploiting his employee. He gestured toward a certain area. Very well, let us proceed to inspect the potions. Upon hearing this, Snape snorted derisively. Cassandrius wasted no more time and led Snape toward the potion workshop with purposeful strides. As they walked, Cassandrius took the opportunity to introduce the various arrangements of Gunter Manor. Snape's countenance remained sour, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. He remained taciturn throughout the journey. Yet it was evident that some of the displeasure that had previously enveloped him was beginning to dissipate. Upon reaching the potion workshop, Cassandrius opened the door and stepped inside first, turning to introduce the space to Snape. Professor, this room holds countless materials. Should you require anything, simply call for Tina. She is the house elf responsible for procuring potion ingredients. As soon as he finished speaking, a well-dressed house elf appeared before them. Perhaps due to the unique nature of Gunter Manor's house elves, Tina exuded an air of poise, unlike the typically unattractive appearance of other house elves. Tina sends her regards, Professor Snape. After the introduction, Cassandrius raised his hand, and Tina vanished once more. He turned to Snape, who was now entirely captivated by the myriad of potion ingredients lining the walls of the workshop. The space was expansive, its windows draped with thick curtains that blocked out any sunlight. The illumination came not from candles, but from a crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling, casting a soft and gentle light that illuminated the large room with clarity. Snape seemed momentarily lost in wonder, his gaze fixed upon the wall of potion materials that nearly reached the ceiling. This entire wall consisted of storage cabinets enhanced by a seamless expansion charm, each fortified with alchemical arrays to ensure the optimal condition of every potion ingredient. On the opposite side of this wall stands a sea blue glass cabinet. The cabinet is transparent, modest in size, and the wall is distinctly divided into 25 sections. Each section houses a living sea creature. Between the two walls lies an immensely spacious potion-making workstation. A number of cauldrons, affixed to the wall, vary in material and hue, readily available for use. Adjacent to the cauldrons are various stirring rods, similarly imprisoned within the wall. To the right of the workstation is a conveniently accessible cabinet, containing an assortment of catalysts. Cassandrius has put considerable thought into it. Merely uttering the name of the corresponding catalyst will summon it from within. This place is a veritable paradise, a haven that every potion maker yearns for. Chapter 61, The Elixir of Eternal Dawn. After surveying his potential future workplace, Severus Snape's demeanor noticeably improved. In a buoyant mood, he produced several experimental results he had brought along. The potion Cassandrius had bestowed upon him was initially dubbed the Elixir of Eternal Dawn. Its remarkable effect of replenishing magical and life energy continuously for 24 hours seemed nothing short of fantastical for the current magical community. Upon meticulously examining the potion's ingredient list, Snape had cursed several times. The most accessible ingredient was none other than the first flame of a phoenix's rebirth. The subsequent entries included shards from the horn of a unicorn king, the crystalline heart of an ancient Norwegian black dragon, the final grain of sand from a time turner, the twilight blood of a vampire progenitor, coral crown powder from a mermaid queen, and the dream silk of an eight-eyed giant spider queen. While some of these ingredients were indeed peculiar, at least they bore traces of existence within the annals of magical history. The last entries, however, were pure flights of fancy, the final tear of Merlin and a shard of a wand shattered by death himself. For the first time in his life, Snape found himself both amused and exasperated by such ludicrous potion materials. Was this truly alchemy, or merely a whimsical dream? Handing 3 potion lists to Cassandrius, Snape unabashedly began to mock. I hope these potions can assist Mr. Gunter. After all, you must understand, I am neither Death nor the Mermaid Queen, and certainly not Merlin. Cassandrius endeavored to disregard Snape's words and earnestly examined the 3 potion lists. Upon completing his review, Cassandrius was struck by a singular thought. Snape is a genius. His original request was to experiment with a less potent version of the original potion's formula. Who would have imagined that Snape would produce 3 variations in one go? Observing the names of the potions, Cassandrius could not help but glance at Snape, who was joyfully immersed in the various potion ingredients. Professor Snape indeed possesses a flair for nomenclature. The luminous potion, capable of gradually restoring stamina and magical energy within an hour, was composed of rare yet easily obtainable primary ingredients. Ordinary phoenix feathers steeped in water, dew from unicorn mane, blood of fire lizards, the peels of common apples, expired blood from vampire thralls, scales shed by freshwater mermaids, and silk from eight-eyed giant spiders, coupled with time-affiliated catalysts, such as the hum of mandrake seedlings and dust from discarded time-turners. The cost was astonishingly low. And this was not even the final version. The Morning Dew Potion, which could slowly restore a modest amount of magical and physical energy within 3 hours, and the Dusk Glow Potion, capable of steadily replenishing a significant amount of magical energy within 5 hours. Each came at an increasingly higher cost. Yet for Cassandrius, these were mere trifles. Professor Snape, you truly deserve the title of the youngest master of potions of this century. These are just the fruits of a mere 6 months of effort. Should the research period extend further and resources become more abundant, Cassandrius could scarcely fathom the waves that the most basic version of the luminous potion could stir within the magical realm. Currently, the common energizing potions in the magical world share a fundamental flaw. Their effects are singular and short-lived. In contrast, the luminous potion offers multifaceted benefits, restoring both stamina and magical energy with sustained efficacy. Perhaps the work has allowed Cassandrius to momentarily forget all worries. He found himself subconsciously calculating the potential gains and losses. He believed that the most basic version of the luminous potion was already sufficient, and even had thoughts of refining it further. While contemplating a series of luminous potion releases in his mind, he turned to find Snape furrowed in thought, brows deeply knitted. Cassandrius approached to see Snape examining an ingredient list, his expression more serious than he had ever witnessed. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally set down the parchment and regarded Cassandrius with an exceptionally complex gaze. Mr. Gunter, do you not realize that carelessly allowing an outsider to glimpse such a precious treasure may indicate you have entirely forgotten the 26 letters of the alphabet? The eternal nectar of the starry night rose, which only flourishes beneath the aurora of the Arctic, crystallized remnants of the thunderbird's eyes upon death, the heart thread of the moonshadow beast, the shed skin of the ancient serpents of the Nile, the marrowed diamonds of elven royalty, and the eternal vintage of vampires. The magical realm has never heard of the starry night rose. The crystallization of a thunderbird's eye upon its demise is utterly unheard of, and the heart thread of an invisible beast is equally unprecedented, not to mention the long-extinct Nile serpents and the elven race. Though Snape possessed only a tenuous grasp of the significance of these materials, recalling the ingredient list of the elixir of eternal dawn illuminated the nature of this potion's existence. Cassandrius refrained from responding. Instead, he picked up the slightly curled parchment, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Little did anyone realize that this seemingly simple piece of parchment contained a potion capable of transforming the entire magical world. He turned to Snape and inquired playfully, "Would you like to know what potion is detailed here?" Snape remained silent, his expression stoic. Naturally, placing such a potion list here was an invitation for him to look. His silence did not disconcert Cassandrius, who continued to speak. "It is the bloodline reconstruction potion, capable of bestowing magical aptitude upon squibs, transforming half-bloods into pure-bloods, and turning muggles into wizards." His voice was gentle yet powerful, each word resonating deeply within Snape's heart. The man in the black robe fixed his gaze intently upon the simple parchment, his concealed hand beneath the robe clenching unconsciously. Snape loathed his half-blood heritage. He despised muggles, detested his surname. In his youth, he had often fantasized about how much better life would be if his father were not Tobias Snape. Yet, fantasies remained just that, fantasies. Snape harbored a profound self-loathing for many years. Now, confronted with a potion-making method that could incite upheaval in the entire world, Snape's heart was not as exhilarated as he had anticipated. Indeed, it seemed that the aspect of this material's effect weighed more heavily on his mind. As tumultuous thoughts surged within him, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the stirring emotions had vanished without a trace. Snape took the parchment and calmly inquired of Cassandrius, "I find it more plausible that the materials on this list are mere fanciful dreams, rather than the effects you speak of." Cassandra stood noncommittally. He turned around to observe the master of potions, who, having discarded the parchment, began to silently inspect the materials in the cabinet. "Professor Snape," he ventured, "if such a potion truly exists, might you be able to devise a brew with similar effects?" Snape's body momentarily stiffened. Though Cassandra could not discern his expression, he caught a single utterance. Snape abruptly turned, a long, cold laugh escaping his lips. "I mean if." His gaze darkened, his hawkish nose seeming to pierce the depths of one's soul. "If you can summon those mythical creatures from the appendices of fantastic beasts and where to find them, I would not hesitate to squander a cauldron's worth of time." As Snape prepared to launch a customary barb, his eyes widened suddenly upon sighting something. Cassandra, smiling, raised his hand, revealing a narrow-necked flask. Within it swirled a liquid of silver-blue hues, though it was not entirely a liquid, existing instead in a state between liquid and vapor. It clung to the walls of the flask without a trace of movement, resembling a solid in its stillness. More captivating was the delicate blue mist that hovered above the liquid's surface, as if the cosmos had been contained within this small vessel. Snape's gaze fixated on the potion, his eyes unblinking, unwilling to divert his attention. The moment he beheld the elixir, he understood. No person or creature could resist the allure of possessing such a potion. What do you wish me to do? Snape found himself at a loss for any words of refusal. His mind was consumed with the question of why Cassandra would expend such a price. Cassandra, still smiling, raised both hands, lifting the flask above his head before placing it on the nearby workbench. Snape's eyes remained locked on the potion, and before he could retract his gaze, he heard Cassandra utter a momentous declaration. I require you to concoct a potion with similar effects. Snape shot a look of disbelief at Cassandra, his hand instinctively tightening around his wand. You are mad. His lips moved, his expression betraying an unusual calmness. Cassandra slightly elevated his chin, his face devoid of superfluous emotion. In a certain sense, I am indeed a madman. However, this is the result of my meticulous deliberation. Yet Snape remained unconvinced, his facial muscles twitching in rare disquiet. I hardly think so. Perhaps your mind has been so corroded by galleons that it has turned to mere mush. Have you forgotten the statute of secrecy? Cassandra appeared perplexed, though he concealed it well, merely frowning and asking with genuine confusion, the statute of secrecy? You cannot truly believe it exists to protect muggles. Snape pressed his lips together in silence, his grip on his wand tightening further. Cassandra, now even more bewildered, raised an eyebrow, his expression one of unmistakable disdain. Do you genuinely believe the statute is meant to safeguard muggles? Unbeknownst to Cassandra, at that moment, his demeanor mirrored that of the infamous Dark Lord. With a swift motion, Snape drew his wand, aiming it at the abruptly silent Cassandra. Cassandra stared in astonishment at the man across from him, whose face was taut with seriousness. Suddenly enlightened, Cassandra's face broke into a smile, one that was eager, unclouded, and brimming with anticipation. Having grown to adulthood, he had never engaged in combat with an adult wizard. Although he understood the reason behind Snape's abrupt action, he could not suppress a tingling excitement. Having merely theorized until now, he was curious how he would fare in actual combat. Thus, with a grin, Cassandra drew his own wand, ready to vent his pent-up emotions. The black walnut wand, with its serpent horn scales, measured 115 inches, comfortably nestled in his palm. He caressed the smooth obsidian at the handle, feeling elated as he addressed Snape. Very well, Professor. To avoid damaging this place, let us change our venue. With a light flick of his wand, Snape instinctively braced himself. In the next moment, Cassandra gently tapped the air. The surroundings instantly transformed, the potion workshop receding dramatically, clearing the area around them, while the long workbench sank swiftly, morphing the entire room into a spacious arena suitable for a duel. Cassandra elegantly bowed, performing the customary salute of a duelist. He held his wand poised before his chest, nodding slightly at Snape. Snape's expression darkened considerably. He stepped back 2 paces, his face an impassive mask as he regarded the eager Cassandra. I hope your arrogance is as long as your wand. His deep voice resonated, yet Cassandra remained unfazed. Suppressing his inner fury, Snape raised his wand before him. For a brief moment, the empty training ground was filled with nothing but their shallow breaths. Disarm. Shatter to pieces. In the next instant, 2 spells of contrasting colors erupted simultaneously from the tips of their wands, colliding in a dazzling explosion. Cassandra tilted his head to evade, swiftly casting a stunning spell in retaliation. Snape, his expression unchanging, blocked the incoming red light, sending it ricocheting toward the ceiling with a silvery flash. The reverberations had yet to settle when, cloaked in the dust kicked up by the magical shockwaves, both men deftly maneuvered, launching a flurry of spells amidst the obscuring haze. Cassandra flicked his left hand, unleashing a barrage of blinding orange light. Thunderous explosions. The floor erupted violently, fragments scattering like shards of gleaming daggers aimed directly at Snape. He narrowly dodged, his black cloak billowing like bat wings as several blades clanged harmlessly against an invisible shield. Seizing the moment, Cassandra transformed the fallen debris into a hissing serpent, baring its fangs at Snape. In a swift motion, Snape's sleeve rolled, vanishing into a cloud of black mist. Before the serpent could strike, it was suddenly riddled with sharp gashes, reverting back to rubble. Transfiguration alone will not suffice, Snape remarked coolly, thrusting his wand toward Cassandra's position. The killing curse. Sensing the surge of magic erupting nearby, Cassandra gripped his wand tightly, executing a swift counter with a silver blue spell. Armored protection. The silvery blue magic unfurled just as the killing curse neared, creating a barrier. Several killing curses were unexpectedly deflected, ricocheting back toward their original trajectory. Snape took 2 steps back, allowing the spells to carve deep gorges into the floor. An enhancement of defensive spells? Severus Snape's voice was hoarse, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Cassandrius chuckled lightly. It was merely a trivial trick, one that posed no threat to the esteemed professor. With a deft flick of his wand, he raised his right hand, Silvery magic erupted from the wand, transforming into several shimmering serpents that slithered swiftly across the ground. Bind swiftly. Dark chains surged from the earth, concealed beneath the argent serpents, poised to ensnare Snape's feet. With a rapid motion, Snape directed his wand towards the ground. Sectum Sempra. The invisible blade instantaneously severed the chains. Yet the fragments morphed into a swarm of black spiders, surging forth in a menacing tide. Snape furrowed his brow, retreating several paces, his sleeves billowing as a vial of green potion suddenly burst forth from within. As the vial shattered upon the ground, a corrosive green mist swiftly engulfed the arachnids. Cassandrius raised his wand, and a gentle breeze whisked the toxic vapor away. Just as he was about to cast a spell, an ominous chill crept up his spine. Petrificus totalis. Snape, like a specter, cast his spell, brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, he rolled to the right, narrowly evading 3 oncoming spells that threatened to shatter him. With a swift counter, he conjured 3 more Sectum Semper spells. The ground was bombarded, uneven and scarred from the magical onslaught, debris flying in all directions. The 2 wizards unleashed a barrage of spells that nearly obliterated the entire chamber. "You are far more perilous than I had anticipated," Snape remarked, his breath slightly uneven. Yet his tone grew increasingly grave. "As are you, Professor," Cassandrius replied, his demeanor unshaken, the swirling dust leaving him unscathed. The conversation turned serious as Cassandrius suddenly vanished from sight. Snape instinctively cast a protective charm around himself. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he distinctly heard the sharp crack of a spell being cast beside him. Cassandrius reappeared silently behind Snape, his wand pressed against the professor's lower back. "It is over, Professor. The conversation has become too burdensome, so it has moved to this secluded venue." An explanation was in order. Each individual harbors a unique interpretation of Severus Snape. In my view, he is a remarkably gifted yet intricately complex individual, yearning for genuine affection, yet perpetually questioning the goodwill of others due to a tumultuous childhood. It is challenging to touch his heart with sincerity, as it is a gradual process requiring relentless effort. However, for Cassandrius, the investment in such emotional endeavors seems utterly unworthy. To him, the feelings of others are trivial. When emotions are not at play, it is solely power and benefit that can sway Snape. For he has no intentions of engaging in romance. Cassandrius seeks merely a master potion maker capable of formulating a potion of restoration, though he could undertake the task himself. The time required is excessive, and he cannot devote all his energies to potion making. As for the conflict between the two, Snape, while aware of Cassandrius's collaboration with Dumbledore, possesses only vague knowledge of the details, unaware that Dumbledore had been taken by Cassandrius to witness a nuclear explosion. Thus, he perceives this Gunter, who has cooperated with him for so long, as undoubtedly formidable, especially given Cassandrius's blatant disregard for secrecy, mirroring that of Voldemort, which triggers Snape's latent PTSD. Compounding this is the fact that Cassandrius bears the Gunter surname, provoking an instinctive reaction from Snape. Coincidentally, a young man grappling with his own emotions was present, suppressing his restive feelings. Poor Snape indeed. There was a surplus of idle chatter. Now, let us turn to Chapter 63, Matters Concerning the Ministry of Magic. You do not appear to be an 11-year-old child. Upon exiting the now-defunct training grounds, Snape's mood was decidedly dismal. Cassandrius wore a smile, this time tinged with sincerity. He regarded Snape, his silver-framed spectacles unscathed by the recent skirmish. "You are mistaken," Snape said with a frown. "I am 12. TSK, Snape rolled his eyes. Cassandrius surveyed the dust clinging to his attire, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already noon, time for lunch. "Lena," he called. "Master, I am here." A sprightly house elf, with a complexion fairer than Tina's, materialized before them. Cassandrius gestured towards Snape, a smile gracing his lips. "Please escort our esteemed guest to the guest chamber for a brief respite. We shall dine together shortly." "Certainly, Master." Lena eagerly accepted the task, turning to Snape with a respectful bow. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Snape huffed, casting a dismissive glance at Cassandrius before following Lena. After refreshing himself, Snape made his entrance into the dining room, where Lena gracefully pulled out a chair for him, positioned directly opposite Cassandrius, who sat across the table. During the meal, Snape finally grasped the audacity of Gunter that Lucius had mentioned. The starter comprised white truffle honey foie gras paired with royal sherry and burgundy black pearl oysters, followed by the main course of Alba white truffle braised veal tenderloin, Persian sturgeon caviar, and dessert of Madagascar vanilla soufflé accompanied by black truffle ice cream. The accompanying beverages included 1787 Margaux red wine and royal Darjeeling tea. Such exquisite ingredients could only be procured in the Muggle world through significant influence, not merely wealth. It wasn't that Snape possessed remarkable discernment. Rather, Cassandrius gripped his silver cutlery tightly, eyes closed, unwilling to gaze upon the impeccably smiling Silas. Clad in a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, Silas sported a silver tie and white gloves, adorned with a silver pocket watch chain. This is the burgundy black pearl oyster, each embedded with 24K edible gold leaf, best enjoyed with caviar, served with a mother-of-pearl spoon to preserve its delicate flavor. Snape struggled to suppress the upward twitch of his lips. This is the Alba White Truffle Braised Veal Tenderloin, sourced from the tenderest cuts of 3-month-old calves, complemented by the purple blood eggplant air-freighted from Provence, ensuring that each ingredient is consumed within 30 minutes of harvest. Cassandrius lowered his gaze, his trembling hands betraying his composure. Finally, as Silas personally poured juice for him and explained his juvenile years, Cassandrius could no longer contain his frustration. "Silas," Cassandrius ground out through clenched teeth. "Yes? Is there something amiss, sir?" Silas's smile remained unchanged. A minute later, a hurried Lilith arrived to whisk Silas away, finishing the last sip of red wine. Snape understood that even if he wished to intervene, Cassandrius's standing in the Muggle world rendered him impotent to effect any change. Yet, he still yearned to pose a question. Does Dumbledore know? After their luncheon concluded, the house elf had cleared the table, presenting an array of desserts. Cassandrius poked at the mousse cake on his plate, his spirits remarkably uplifted. He lifted his gaze towards Snape, his good spirits unmistakable. "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore is a staunch supporter of mine." Snape's expression darkened further. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "If that is the case, what purpose does my role as potions master serve?" Cassandrius sighed inwardly. Although he had heard of Professor Snape's cantankerous nature, witnessing it firsthand proved to be quite challenging. "Professor Snape," Cassandrius lightly tapped a plate, the crisp sound resonating as he offered his high praise. "You are exceptional, someone I must win over at all costs. If I must say, my plans could proceed without Dumbledore, but they cannot do so without you." After all, his revised blood reconstruction potion would still require Snape's expertise. Snape huffed softly, revealing no discernible emotion, though the corners of his mouth softened slightly. After their meal, the two returned to the potions workspace. Seizing the opportunity while Snape brewed potions, Cassandrius broached the topic of Sirius Black. "Professor Snape, soon the case of Sirius Black will be reopened." Cassandrius cautiously stepped back a few paces. As anticipated, Snape's expression abruptly shifted, filled with disdain and even hatred. Cassandrius wisely fell silent. Under Snape's impatient gaze, Cassandrius discreetly exited the potions chamber. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Lilith, who had been patiently waiting. Lilith had her dark hair neatly pinned up, her attire a crisp gray suit, standing tall with a smile that belied her fierce debates at the ministry. "Sir." Upon seeing Cassandrius, Lilith respectfully lowered her head. He waved his hand dismissively as he walked towards the conference hall, with Lilith trailing behind, reporting as they walked. "I used soul shape alteration on Fudge. He is currently in a state of half possession, half distortion." Cassandrius took a soft silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, tossing it to Meladine, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Is Umbridge still compliant?" He casually picked up the day's potions weakly while seated on the sofa. Lilith produced a parchment scroll from her pocket and presented it to Cassandrius, her tone unwavering. "Since returning from France, I have been in constant conflict with Fudge, and I have already contacted several officials opposed to him, even reaching out to Crouch." As Cassandrius skimmed through the scroll detailing the day's events at the ministry, he heard Lilith inquire, "Should we eliminate the problem?" "No," he replied, shaking his head in refusal. Although Umbridge was hypocritical, tyrannical, two-faced, and insidiously cunning, the array of adjectives he employed to describe her loathsome character did not deter Cassandrius from retaining her. Turning a page, his voice remained devoid of displeasure. "However, the ministry precisely requires someone like her to draw all the fire." Lilith exchanged a knowing glance with Cassandrius, both of them fully aware. "Let's drop a subtle hint to her. After all, everything must remain under our control." Chapter 64. The reopening of Sirius's case. The Christmas holiday. Neither long nor short. While other children were surrounded by family, Cassandrius remained busy and on the move. On the first day of the Christmas holiday, Dumbledore presented the reopening of Sirius Black's case to the Wizengamot. He provided evidence regarding Peter Pettigrew's survival and his connections to the Death Eaters. Following a series of material reviews and procedures from the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. After the collection of evidence and confirmation from Ministry officials who had seen the imprisoned Pettigrew, the Wizengamot officially convened for trial on December 22nd. On the day of the trial, Cassandrius attended alongside Salus. This time, Cassandrius arrived as the head of the Gaunt family. Many who were aware of the trial were present, including Lucius Malfoy, Arthur Weasley, the venerable Lady Longbottom, and numerous pureblood families. Though many recognized Cassandrius as a youthful head of the family, few truly knew what he looked like. The Wisengamot's trials typically took place within the ministry. This was Cassandrius's first visit to the ministry, and he surveyed his surroundings without restraint. After all, he was a Gaunt. The significant investments made in the ministry over the years were evident in the environment. As he had anticipated, the ministry's hall was expansive, with polished dark floors, a peacock blue ceiling adorned with sparkling golden runes, and numerous gilded fireplaces lining the walls. In the center of the hall stood a fountain, featuring wizards, witches, centaurs, goblins, and house elves. Cassandrius lingered by the fountain for a moment. His gaze fixated on the goblins until someone approached, interrupting his contemplation. "You must be Mr. Gaunt. A true young prodigy indeed." Cassandrius lazily turned his head. The speaker was a short, rotund man with disheveled hair, though it was evidently gray. Cassandrius closed his eyes briefly. The man's aesthetic was somewhat offensive to his eyes. Clad in a pinstriped black suit, a red tie, purple pointed boots, and a dark green top hat, he was quite the sight. How amusing. Was the ministry selecting its ministers based on the most eccentric taste in fashion? Salas had already engaged in conversation with Fudge. "Minister Fudge, working at the ministry this early? No wonder the ministry has been thriving this year. It seems you are governing wisely." Fudge offered a forced smile, though a flicker of struggle briefly crossed his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a look of smug satisfaction. The trio made their way to the elevator, their striking presence attracting furtive glances from many. Yet, as officials of the ministry, they shared a tacit understanding not to discuss matters in public, merely exchanging knowing looks with familiar acquaintances. Upon entering the elevator, they ascended to the 9th floor. The Department of Mysteries. This was the courtroom where the case of Sirius Black would be retried. Fudge had fallen silent after exiting the elevator, revealing signs of anxiety as he nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon entering the courtroom, Cassandrius realized they were the last to arrive. All eyes turned toward the three of them. Cassandrius and Fudge stood side by side in the center, with Salas half a step behind, thus accentuating Cassandrius' status. The officials recognized Salas's identity the moment they laid eyes on him. Cassandrius Omenes Morphingaunt, the one who had raised 3 fiercely loyal hounds. Dumbledore had been waiting at the witness stand and smiled warmly upon seeing Cassandrius. Cassandrius and Salas took their seats beside Dumbledore at the witness stand. "I thought Cornelius had some pressing matter. I see he merely came to fetch you." Dumbledore's beard quivered slightly, and beneath his half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Cassandrius smiled, his lips remaining still as his voice resonated clearly in Dumbledore's ears. "Fudge has always favored such underhanded methods. You are not unaware of this by now." They engaged in casual conversation as the judge struck the gavel, swiftly commencing the proceedings. Given that this was a retrial concerning Sirius Black, with the outcome having been predetermined, the trial was merely a formality. When Peter Pettigrew was brought into the courtroom, he confessed to all his criminal activities without reservation, and this trial, which held greater symbolic than practical significance, concluded rapidly. Even the dark mark on his arm was displayed for but a fleeting moment. As the proceedings drew to a close, Cassandrius noticed Lucius Malfoy watching him intently. "The court finds Sirius Black not guilty." As the final gavel fell, everyone rose to their feet. Cassandrius too stood, disregarding Lucius's heated and somewhat impolite gaze, instead focusing on Peter Pettigrew, who was securely bound and had confessed to all his crimes. The transformation of Vespera's soul form had progressed significantly. There was no discernible difference between this man and the true Peter. The same timorous demeanor, the same trembling fear, the same Death Eater mark. Cassandrius's gaze lingered on the man's arm. Following Voldemort's downfall, most individuals bearing the dark mark were imprisoned in Azkaban, with only a select few managing to evade the ministry's scrutiny due to considerable wealth and other factors. Cassandrius had previously studied Peter's dark mark while he was still present. The dark mark on this impostor's arm was a replica, and indeed, it appeared indistinguishable from the genuine article. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for the transformed Death Eater could not suppress a tremor that coursed through him. This perfunctory trial concluded swiftly, and Dumbledore's spirits soared. With Sirius's case resolved, the next step would be the ministry's compensation to Sirius. First, there was Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Due to his initial decision to imprison Sirius Black in Azkaban without trial, the ministry unanimously decided to suspend all of his current duties, with Minister Fudge publicly initiating formal accountability procedures regarding the miscarriage of justice against Sirius Black. Bartemius Crouch would bear a portion of the compensation. Furthermore, the inadequacies of the ministry's legal framework and compensation for Sirius Black were addressed. On December 25th, all procedures were completed and the compensation process for Sirius Black concluded, resulting in him receiving a total of 45,000 galleons, inclusive of Bartemius Crouch's recompense. Concurrently, on that same day, the ministry would dispatch Aurors and reporters to Azkaban to formally release Sirius Black.